Yeah.
Fantastic.
I feel like you guys definitely want to be spilling the tea ASAP. But before we do that, let's dive into our schedule for today. Coming up on our B stream. Yes, there is a B stream because we have so many games to play out today. We've got Movistar Riders versus 9Z. And then we've also got VP versus Team Spirit. Dinko and Moses will be taking us through all of that action. How do we feel about how these games are going to be playing out? Movistar versus 9Z.
Yeah, look, 9Z are in a bit of a pickle right now, losing a couple of their players. I think Try, he stepped down, benched himself, I'm not sure. So
Medical
they have this entire
reasons.
stand-in situation going in for them. So, you really can't read too much into this. I think Movistar are going to be heavy favorites unless something crazy happens, which I doubt is going to be the case here.
I picked 9Z. I don't know why. I thought they were like... Maybe I didn't follow
It's
enough.
dementia setting in for you.
Oh, that train has left the station a long time ago, man. But the thing is, I thought they were like more stable. Now that you said it, maybe I should change my picks, but I'm not gonna do it. We see the lineups from Movistar Riders, and they have been like on and off.
Yeah.
Recently, you can't really place them, anywhere in kind of a, solid spot, right?
Also, they haven't been playing too much online CS2 events. I was looking at how the recent matches, they haven't been putting in too much of, haven't had the opportunity, I guess, to play too much of CS2 as well. So it is kind of uncharted territory. But that being said, again, for the side of 9Z, losing Try and getting another standing in for the fifth player, obviously, despite the struggle so far from Movistar, they should be favorites.
Although, saying that, I think it's not completely lost, your prediction, Kassad,
Well,
because
Buddha is there.
9Z actually lost versus Movistar back in EPL as well. So
that was with the lineup. That was the full lineup as well.
Yeah, listen. They have new players, a honeymoon, all these things. DGT is there always.
First, you got to get married before your honeymoon, Kassad. I don't think they've even had a chance to, meet up yet properly.
I don't think they've had the
it's
first
very
date
recent.
yet.
Yeah.
That's
or a second date.
Okay, never mind.
or a third date.
Let's say you're right.
Are you right, though? Do you feel confident in his prediction, or do you think
Of going with 9Z,
Yeah.
he's lost the plot. He's completely lost the plot.
We've seen worse things happen.
Look, here's the thing, Kassad. I respect your thing of just doubling down and not flip-flopping. Is that I pick 9Z, I'm going to stick with it. But when new data presents itself...
Yeah, but you can't really backpedal. It's just not very...
Sometimes you need to backpedal.
Yeah, but it just doesn't show character, right? You just pick your winner, and if you lose, you lose. Just take the L and move on.
I like winning.
I like winning.
Back to you in the
well.
desk.
I like winning as well. I've got to be honest. I went with Movistar for my prediction on that one. So you're outnumbered. I want to know what everybody in the chat joining us thinks as well. I'm curious to think. Do you think our casters would agree with you? Or do you think you're outnumbered here?
Anders probably would side with me on this one.
Because he's a lunatic as well, yeah.
Yeah, but Henry, he's playing it safe usually. But so I don't see him like...
Feeling confident that Anders will be siding with him?
Yeah, Anders does fall into Kassad's bracket of particular brand of insanity.
He's a genius. People are always a little bit...
Sure, that's what they all say. I'm a genius.
Just remember Nikola Tesla. He spoke to pigeons.
Is that your idol? Is that like who you compare yourself to? Are you Tesla?
Well, we are here, like just close, right? It's just he's Serbian. I feel like Serbian. I'm Serbian. We have a connection, right?
Fair, man. Like just because of nationality, he's the same.
He's run out of arguments to back his case. That's basically what's happening here.
We share the same DNA. What do you mean?
Let's focus on our A stream and the real tea, fellas, because on our A stream we've got Heroic taking on Aurora. Whoa! Okay, where do we even?
Here's the thing, right? Heading into today, I was getting ready. I'm like, all right, Heroic. What are we going to be talking about? Dupree coming in. This stand-in situation for 2 months. There's going to be a trial. There's going to be the IGL. They don't have an opper. That was a storyline coming to this, and now, Kassad, we found out that there was some snakes in the team.
Some snakes in the team.
Quite a few number of snakes.
Yeah, the thing is, so TLDR for people that don't know
Who don't know
yet,
what's happening,
but they probably everyone knows, is the fact that Yabi and Stam and the rest of the squad wanted to eliminate Cadian, and they
those two in particular, though.
Yeah, and they said set up an ultimatum to cut him or
we leave.
Yeah, exactly. So organization sided with with them. Even though Cadian was the one who gathered the team and got them to every possible playoffs and every possible final, which was a ridiculous thing to do by the organization, they sided with those two players and they offered them contracts. So they basically said, yeah, screw you, we are going to Australis. all teams.
Which is so insane.
And the most ridiculous thing on that tweet that they posted, which I do respect Heroic posting that tweet, and they saying exactly how it is, that's what more orgs should do. They said like we're gonna try to bring them back, like work on the bringing them back in the starting lineup. Get the out from this squad, you absolute snakes. If that is true, obviously, if we are going up under the assumption that they are saying the truth, right? So if that actually happened the way they described it, they're absolute snakes, and they should have no place in Heroic.
I do agree with you on this, and I feel like for Heroic, again, based on a statement they've made, assuming that is going to be correct, and unless there's no other countering statement coming out from the other two players, right? You don't want to rebuild a team. Look, it's CS2. Just start from scratch. Yeah. You have two other players there. Start from scratch. There's going to be a lot of new, fresh talent coming out, right? Maybe just go to Cadian, just fall to his feet and be like, oh, we are so sorry, Casper. Please come back. But if I'm Cadian, I'm just going for the next back.
Why the hell would you do that? Like, if you're Cadian, you would never go back.
Absolutely not.
Simply because, like, you treated me like this, you picked them over me, and now you want me back? 100K a month.
Dude, the craziest thing for me is, whenever we looked at any of these documentaries and the interviews, Cade and Ston together. You remember when they won Blast Fall finals as well? They were both together like brothers, like they have an old younger brother relationship and everything. And turns out Stan's the one teaming up with Yabby to kick out Cade. That's some Game of Thrones shit right there, which is wild.
I think that's what really took me by surprise. Because from my standpoint, I've got my own theory here. I think that they went to Heroic thinking, you know what, maybe if we ask them to remove Cadian, they're going to say no, and then that gives us a get out of jail free card, and we could be like, okay, because you don't want to make this change.
Or they could have just said, hey, we want to leave.
Exactly.
They could have, but...
You just say we are not extending because they have 11 months on their contract. We said we are not extending contracts, and that's it. But anyway, we
swiftly moving on.
That's a lot to unwind there, right? It's a big topic. Anyway, it has been a shocking news for Counter-Strike right now when it comes to the teams and rosters. But it's not going to be the only one, I can guarantee you that, because the things that are coming up in the next few days or weeks is going to be even more crazier. We have the game today. We have Aurora facing Heroic, and we have stand-ins for Heroic.
I think they picked up a couple of players from the Mouse NX2 roster to shout out to them. You always know, those kids are pretty good.
Now,
but this team, though. First question, Kasad.
Yes.
What are your thoughts
on the haircuts?
On the hair color?
Oh, I just thought of Skittles as soon as...
Go on.
I just don't want to say anything that's going to get me in trouble.
Or cancelled.
Not cancelled, but more so in trouble. Like, I don't understand. But... The thing is, like, even you were young, when you're like, what, 20 years old?
They're all like 20-something. They're young.
This is what you do.
Yeah.
But is there anyone that has any sense next to them saying, like, listen, maybe not?
I mean, they got some hair still, Kasad, so might as well enjoy it, right?
Kasad wouldn't understand that, though.
Yeah,
I understand reason. I understand being, like, human. But never mind. I just...
Anyway, Aurora, though, I'm going to give some kudos. They've been on the grind, right? Yeah. They've been on the grind. We had a couple of those guys they used to play in with Jerry and Forza as well, and the results have overall been more misses than hits all across the year, but they've been putting in a lot of work. I'll give them that.
I didn't watch them. I think it was yesterday or the day before when they demolished TSM. It was 13-3, 13-2.
Yeah.
It was just like watching a massive truck hit
just
ran over a plastic cup or something.
A plastic cup, that's an analogy I haven't heard yet.
No, the thing is, like, definitely they looked so good on that map, on the matchup, but I don't know if it was TSM playing bad or something like that, but they did look like they know what they're doing. So that's going to be, right now, considering the Heroic situation, they are definitely the favorites.
They should be, I don't know about a plastic cup and a locomotive, but it's going to be equivalent. Maybe a little flimsy IKEA table, perhaps. But yeah, I mean, I want to give credit to Aurora as well, like in putting in the work, because one thing we saw in Sydney was a lot of the teams who might not necessarily have had a lot of officials in CS2, but have been grinding it out, doing a lot of theory crafting. FaZe comes to mind, even Complexity with the run they had. They're the ones finding a lot of success. So Aurora, even if they were going up against the core of Heroic, so to speak, I would have still given them the edge. But now, with this news coming, I would have given them the edge, man. Honestly. You have Dupree coming in as an IGL? No official reps yet? I'll give Aurora the edge there.
Let's not get...
It's also online.
Let's not get silly. Let's not get silly.
How much of this is weighted on how the veto pans out? Or do we think, regardless, it's going to be...
I don't think the vetoes matter at all in this matchup.
No, it really doesn't really make any... The map doesn't really make any difference in the fact that who's going to be, the favorite on this one. It's definitely Aurora because they're a full team, and Heroic is like down to 2 players plus 3 well, two stand-ins and Dupree, who just came in, probably signed contract like yesterday. They didn't play together, so we have the picks. Overpass for Heroic, this is an interesting one. I didn't really expect that. Nuke, a legitimate pick. If you are a new team, it's going to be very difficult to coordinate pretty much anything. And in the second stage, we have Anubis and Inferno being removed, with Mirage being the decider. Heroic might be happy with the Mirage and as a decider
goes
because it's
there.
because it's like a standard map. Inferno would be another one, but overall, I don't think it's a bad veto for Heroic, but Aurora.
I'm just envisioning Overpass here. I'm looking at the CT side. I'm like, all right, who's going to play where? And I have, like, firstly, you don't have an
I think
opper.
that's the easier part. Like, who's going to be playing where? You just, pick your spot and play.
And just
What are you going to do on the T side?
Dupree's going to call.
Who's going to flash for what? Like, how did they probably don't even know the names?
And
like,
I do wonder. I know
positions.
I know the announcement came out like literally half an hour, 45 minutes ago, but I'm assuming maybe they've had like a few hours, and maybe they've had a chance to say, all right, guys, we're going to be playing Overpass. Let's work on just a couple of basic things. But when you're going up against a team like Aurora, who've been on the grind, like I said, for months at an end right now, it's not going to be enough, man.
No, not at all.
Especially considering the fact that they have 2 prior CS2 events under their belt already. Even if we were focusing on the core Heroic lineup, they didn't even have that experience amongst themselves anyway. So at this point, I think it's a little bit of a lost cause. From my standpoint, I think it's going to be pretty comfortable for Aurora. Sadly, it's going to be a frustrating affair.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just looking. I'm going to be looking at this matchup to see how Aurora are going to play, right? Like how they're going to approach this. I'd like to see them play the game. Don't be too loosey goosey, even though you know that you are a favorites over here. Play the way you've been playing recently, and it should be a dunzo. It should be a 2-0 here, very, very clearly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I don't think there is a world where Heroic can, defeat them on Nuke. Maybe Overpass can be a little bit more interesting. But on Nuke, I watched them, like I said, I watched them against TSM a couple of days ago. They look very polished for a tier 2 team, proper tier 2 team, right? They're not, up there yet with the best of them, but they're not bad at all. So unfortunate for Heroic as an organization, but it's their own, making for, releasing Cadian. But it is what it is. They have to play with what they have to. So we have the past 6 months for Heroic, but
this doesn't matter.
Doesn't really count at this point. You don't even have your core lineup.
Wait, what is this? 22-2? Am I reading this correctly? Somebody won 22-2. Nice.
That's definitely not the right stat.
Pretty big win. Oh,
22-20.
Live
got it there.
Love
to see it.
But it doesn't really make any difference, does it?
I mean, if you look at that was September 9th, right? Like that's a while ago.
It's over a month ago, definitely. Yeah. And they lost to Ents. They beat Gamer Legion against Ents and then Monty. I mean, yeah, if this was a whole lineup, then it would make sense. But
and you can look at it just at the scores. But like Nuke, Overpass. It's well. They've won the last 3 Overpasses convincingly as well.
There you go, the yesterdays or the day before that.
No matter which way you look at this, I just can't see this going to map number 3. This is Heroic's pick, by the way, and Aurora clearly are very comfortable on it. At least in CS2.
Yep.
Yeah, I think CS2 is certainly going to be an exciting start. I feel like we're going to cycle through this game pretty darn quickly, if I do say so. Do we think that our dear casters are going to be thrown off by it? Do we think the news has travelled fast?
Well, I think they're aware of it. They are aware of it.
I think everyone's aware of it right now.
Because we
this
are
is
all...
prime time in EU. Everyone's aware of it.
Yeah, but I'm wondering if they've rapidly changed their predictions. So on that note, let's go ahead and visit our predictions and see how everyone's fares up against one another. Okay, how are we feeling about these? Oh,
well, I mean...
I've got Heroic for some reason.
Well, that's because you try to flip-flop a little later.
All right, yeah, because I had written down Heroic before all of this news had broken out. But you know what? It's okay. We move. We move with that.
I do like a Kassad's trying to do his best Anders cosplay and pick 9Z. It's just mental to me.
The only person to pick 9Z, by the way. Talk me through why.
I believe in the South American Counter-Strike.
You can't even keep a straight freaking face.
I can't do it.
I think the Furia Eternal Fire one's the big flip for me personally for today, in all honesty. And for Spirit and VP, although a lot of us have gone for VP, I wouldn't be too surprised if Spirit pull off a potential upset. I'm looking forward to that Donk kid playing.
Again, you're the only one to pick Spirit.
Me? Oh, yeah. I mean...
You're a special one.
Listen, I'm a paid professional when it comes to this, so... It's just you have to listen and follow. No, the thing is, like, it's a CIS matchup, right? It's not like a win is guarantee for anyone.
Yep.
So why not as well just go.
It's a 50-50. No, honestly, like
Yeah.
if I woke up on the other side of the bet, I could potentially gone for Spirit. In all honesty, because
What side did you wake up on?
I don't remember on the VP side.
Okay.
There we go. But look, I think that matchup for me personally is the game of the day. I think it's going to be very interesting which way it's going to play out. Again, the CIS teams, I'm sure they'll be putting a lot of prep as well. Curious to see what James has in store for us because we know the guy likes doing a lot of theory crafting and playing by the numbers. And CS2, from what we've seen so far in Sydney, it plays quite similar to CSGO, but there are a lot of other changes as well.
Well, fellas, I'm certainly excited to get the show on the road, so it's finally time for us to head on over to Henry G and Anders.
Thank you so much, guys. Yes, it's a strange day here in the first day of the Roobet Cup 2023. I'm not really sure what to make of all this drama, Anders, but it is very interesting. As you saw my prediction, though, I'm still going with Heroic. I think they can still pull through this one, even with the odds stacked against them. I saw you went for Aurora. You still believing they're going to be the winners here?
Well, I picked them based on the news. I was like, this dumpster fire, I'm out. I can't be part of it. But I'm giddy with excitement. I'm so happy that that we started off this way. I think this is what esports should be. Like a little bit of reality TV into the mix.
It seems like Counter-Strike community is just consuming itself from the inside out right now, which is very interesting but alarming, especially with like the Copenhagen major around the corner, Anders. You know, like there's some interesting storylines there. Astralis and Heroic is going to be in a difficult spot going forward. I still think Heroic can pull through this series. I know that's mental to say, and well, we should be predicting them to win, but I feel like pound for pound in terms of the players, I feel with Dupree coming in as well, they're going to be very difficult to tame because bear in mind, you've got no data on this team and it's CS2, True. It's a new game. Looking at the results for Aurora, yeah, they've played a lot, but like they're not amazing results. They're not playing against massive teams. Like they've played a lot more, of course. Like the core of Heroic, if you did have the standard roster coming into this one, even with Dupree, this would be one of their first showings in CS2 in general. But still, that means you've got no data on them. I'm sure they've all been farming the game. They've got these hungry young guns coming in the form of Krizen and Syrah. Just to note, they're from Mouse NXT team. I believe they're just temporary standards for this tournament. But still, they're going to be wanting to prove themselves. They're not going to be bending over and giving this game up for free. I feel like this will be a chance for them to prove themselves. So I still feel they're going to pack a deadly punch here. And I think it goes 3 maps, but I think Heroic take it, in all honesty. I feel like the pedigree will shine through.
All right, I like the sales speech. That's not bad at all. I would love to be in the office when Dupree's like, all right, I'll play with you guys for the rest of 23. And then literally the next day.
Honestly, it's pretty sick for him because it's all this controversy has nothing really to do with it, right? Like it's him putting himself in the shop window. He wants to show himself he's still viable to be in a top team. So if anything, he's got zero pressure, right? It's just all falling apart. Nothing to do with him. He's just doing them a favor. So I think if he can, again, he can show he's still a top player. This is only good news for him. Like he's going to have a lot of eyeballs on him this game and a chance to prove himself. And if it doesn't work out, he's got all the excuses in the world to kind of fall back on. So I think there's zero pressure for Heroic. I've got them winning this one. Aurora, pressure on them, to be honest. They've played a lot of games. That means there's a lot of demos available, and I'm sure Exist has been downloading them. And there's a reason why they picked such a technical map like Overpass, Anders. They're willing to play it. So let's get into it. Looks like we're live, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us. This is the first day of a long tournament here. This is online CS, the CT side here, Anders. And we'll see what this game has got in store for us. Julies in the hands of Lackey, and pretty standard for Heroic. One smoke, couple of flashes, and it looks like we're heading in towards that B-bomb site.
Oh, yes, we are. Lucky with the dualies. The flash is in behind him. He's right there behind. That's a really... Krizen, of course. The... Absolutely. Will do the work, and it's down into a 1.
Chance for a couple of kills there, but the third was... He's got his work up against him. He's lost track of where Krizen can be. Bear in mind, there's still a minute left on the clock here, and we'll see whether he can actually recover the bomb and do anything with this. Exciting times here for the youngster. Like I said, looking to prove himself, make a name for himself as he goes forward in towards the B-bomb side. It won't happen. It doesn't work out. No bomb is planted, but it was tantalizingly close. Great effort there. It's actually Celta with 3 kills and closing the round out as well. Now, Anders, I've got to ask you, have you ever considered any of the haircuts available in the Aurora squad? Have you ever gone into the barber thinking, could you just mess my shit up like this as well?
I mean, I'm a little bit jealous as someone who's, just barely holding on to a hairline, Henry. I'm not going to lie, just anything like this would obviously be very exciting. I feel like maybe it's just because it's the only one. I thought the green one stands out pretty well at the moment.
It's got to be coordinated, right? It's not just a coincidence. These 5 Counter-Strike players have all got mental hair colors. I kind of respect it, I suppose, but it is very kind of not distracting. It's kind of it gives them a brand. It's a brand for the team. Like it gives them something to work with.
It's true. Like you got to stand out as well. Like there are a couple of different options. Like you can try and blow up your Counter-Strike team like Heroic, or you can get a cool haircut. Like either one, it's like it gets the headlines. Like people are interested. So I appreciate it. I think Aurora's a little bit more. Maybe a little bit more of a chill version. Heroic, obviously, going really deep with it. But, they're catching the headlines at the moment. So I guess on that front, Heroic is winning. But not in the server. This one is a wipeout. They lose only 1 player on the CT side.
Oh, it's a Felico, I suppose. Is it? Oh, Anders, is this your first CS2 commentary appearance as well?
Apart from, I think, a show match or something.
Okay. First official game, though.
Yes. So yeah, let's call this the first one. I think it's something.
Well, my first one was a grand final at one of the biggest LANs of the year, so that was a good way to kind of earn my wings, Ernest. So I'm quite happy with this, and it is MR12. If it's your first CS2 spectating experience, it's the first big online tournament, I suppose. But we are going to see Heroic now with the AK-47s across the board. If you're just tuning in, wondering what the hell's just happened, I don't have time to explain it. Check out HLTV. There is a bit of a rundown up to what's going on. It seems like there's a few snakes in the grass in the Heroic camp, and they've got rid of a couple of players, most notably Stown and Yabi. We'll kind of leave our kind of thoughts and observations away from it for now, but I'm sure the desk will get into it later as the tournament goes on. So, big grenade coming through. It is going to be Aurora. Bear in mind, with SMGs going into this round, a bit of a bonus situation, and we'll see if Dupree can crack things open towards the bathrooms.
Well, so far, not too much action, but they're getting a little bit close now. The smoke is evaporated in the meantime. Latic's right on the other side, and Dupree just waiting, see if he can maybe get flashed in. Wouldn't be too surprised if it ends up that way. Sira down here, of course, one of the guys that's been thrown into the mix, probably very last minute, looking to see if he could find a kill with the AK. He's got the right idea. Gets a little bit of spray in, but they're going to reply with a smoke, and that's going to put a little bit of a cooldown on it. We're down to 40 seconds now, so, they probably will just end up executing into this B-bomb site, surely.
Surely. Time will tell. And we are yet to see the execution come through. You can see they're very tentative and Heroic side is waiting for the smokes to go down. There's a pop flash being set up by Krizen as well. It will be Sira to lead the way with the entry as well, but Celta's there with the MP9. Here's the flash. Doesn't quite catch him, but it definitely does, in fact, and it will be Sira to open things up. There's plenty of CTs ready and waiting, but they're getting mowed down right now. Heroic do find a bit of a blockade, though. Kenzie will find at least one, make it 2 kills. Now there is a real chance for them to bounce back. Looking for the 3-0s. Krizen desperately going for the plant. I don't think he stands a chance. And it will be Latic with a nice little spray down there, Anders. Another hat trick in the bat for Aurora player. And it looked like Heroic had everything going in their favor. The opening kills were there, but it all gets shut down once again. Bad times for Heroic continue.
That is so crazy, Henry. That was down to maybe a couple of seconds, right? They just needed a bit more space. But you pointed it out, there were just so many people on the bomb side. I think it just overwhelmed Heroic. They thought, okay, we've got the first 2 or 3 entries. Surely we can actually get the bomb planted. But there was always just one more player inside of the bomb site that kept on, shooting at them. So really well played. I mean, I've got to say, Heroic, otherwise, that the round was timed well enough. Like, they had a good understanding, I think, of when to execute that. They just weren't expecting for that many players to be there. And maybe that's also down to the fact that they didn't make enough noise on the other side of the map, really.
Oh, that Molotov, that's beautiful. Goes through the hedge and lands towards the short pipe. And just to note as well, you might as well take a bit of a gamble stack. You had 2 MP9s and a FAMAS. You're not going to win in a spread default, I suppose. But another massive grenade to kick things off. The utility usage has been great from Aurora. They've found these opening bits of damage time and time again. There's Shush as well, down to 37 HP, so a huge opening advantage now. Aurora going to be looking for a bit of information as they jump up towards short. Sira that does get that intel, but what's the next move for the bomb? All the way back at T steps, and they are progressing up towards long, so we are going to see Testis leading that charge. Maybe you got to try the luck towards the A bomb site here. Now 3 players in that position, but the CTs are reading it so well, Anders. They're rotating a player over. Norway will actually be joining them at the A bomb site here, so in terms of reads and positioning, it's been Aurora all day long. They have got a great handle on this game so far.
Yeah, they look like they know what they're doing. I definitely agree with it. having 3 people on A is definitely a little bit rare. Usually it's maybe even 4 people at the B-bomb side like we saw last time. Kenzie, though, goes down no matter what. So good kill for the smoke on the Shush. Unfortunately, he's going to find a quick end there. Now, the rest of them mostly pushed up on long. 3 players going to be running into Norway. Good flash around the corner is going to open it up, and even the Galil will take him down. Tessus keeps it going, and it's looking really hot at the moment. Just Lackey left. So just Heroic stacking so many people on long, and in spite of the fact that Aurora had a little bit of an inkling that something was happening, it just didn't make a difference in the end.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Really nice flashbangs coming in from Heroic there as well. Finally pitting a round on the board here, you would think so. Lackey is exploring his options at the very least, but he's so far removed from the scenario right now. Holding towards the playground, probably going to try and find a few exit kills if possible. Money, not a massive concern, but it's not at a great spot here. If he saves the M4, they should be absolutely fine. You can see he got $5,000 on Latic and Norway with 6K as well. So him saving the M4 is kind of a requirement, to be honest with you, because their loss bonus won't be established at all. They'll be bottom of the barrel, so that'll be $1,400. So he actually does need to save the weapon. I'd say that's more important than looking for these exits. He's making a bit of noise as well, and we'll see if they find him at all. The bomb does explode. The round's confirmed. Be careful. And he's going to go down here. That is not worth it.
Definitely not, especially running up like that. I mean, sometimes maybe in the fog of the explosion in the distance, you can get away with a little bit at the end of the round, but obviously he was running way late into it. So, gotta say. Also, just like last time, Henry, we were doing Roobet. This is one of my favorite things is having Twitch chat in the side. Now, it's obviously a little bit delayed from the action that we're seeing, but I'm seeing a lot of people saying, wow, they kicked Cadian for this, which I just think is such a funny comment.
Well,
I do love it.
Yeah, that is kind of accurate, to be fair. Like, I don't want to get into all of that drama. I don't understand it fully myself yet, but still, like the fact that Cadian was like the martyr for all of this implosion, like he's the one who's kind of like been messed up the most in this, I suppose, because like it's all for nothing. His teammates backstabbed him. They wanted him out of the team. Now, bear in mind, we're going to take this with a pinch of salt. We haven't seen the rebuttals yet. We haven't seen the replies. That statement's from the POV of Heroic. So they've always known to be a little bit emotional with their announcements and stuff. So maybe we'll get more information. So that's why I'm not trying to comment on it too much and take all of that as gospel. Like everyone's got their own side of the story. The truth is somewhere in between, usually.
Plus, they do have a long-standing hatred of Astralis as well. There's a lot going on. There's a lot to unpack.
Exactly. So
I think it's amazing.
Let's have a look. It's going to be Heroic, though, making their way up towards the B-bomb side. Bear in mind, this is a bit of a fake, if you can call it that. It's Zero with a lovely opening kill. Like I said, putting himself in the shop window right now. He's playing from the Mouse NXT team or the Academy team, a very young Danish player, and a chance to kind of prove himself and show he can compete at this level. He goes down, but it was a ruse, like I said. They'll actually be heading in towards A, and Heroic have made a very nice call. CTs do have some control of the A side, but they're positioned down towards long, and we will see Heroic creeping up and encroaching on the A bomb site here. So this is a full contact play, Anders.
Well, this is going to be really tricky with the 2 people out on long. When Heroic discovered that there's a player out long, are they going to expect for a second player to be wrapping up around them? That could be really hard, although I think maybe even Latic has gone so far out of his way that it might not be as much of a surprise anymore. Good little drop down, even with the M4A1 there. He's going to be able to pick up the kill on the Shush, so yeah, they get the bomb plant, but they're locked inside of the bomb site here. Latic keeps it going. Good headshot on the Christen, and now it's just Dupree and Tess is here. 2 versus 4, and they are locked in. Again, they can't escape. This is not how you want to play it on the T side. You want more space. You actually want to get to the restrooms or maybe into the back like this. Tess is trying to make his escape, but yeah, the bomb is being diffused surely behind him. Smoke is up. They're going to try and sit on top of it. He's trying to navigate it, but he can't see a thing. And then CS2, the smokes are just endless. They never go away. So close round, all things considered. That was kind of a 2-on-4, and there's not that many seconds left at the end of it, but it will be Aurora to pick it up.
Yeah, it was a 2v4, but it was the old veterans, bear in mind. Dupree and Tess certainly made a dent. They made things complicated. The bomb was down. They'll continue to buy here, but it's a big round for Aurora there. They were out of position. It was a very nice call from Heroic. The contact play in towards A. Good execution. Smoke down and spawn. Molotov in the bank. Good flashes. But as you pointed out, Latic with the backstab there, hitting the shots that were required, gets a double kill and gives them a prime position to sweep the round as they go 4-1 here on their CT side. And this is looking quite nice, I have to say. And for now, we will see a buy coming in from the Danes. But it's compromised. There's a couple of Galils in the mix, but the Galil was actually one of the mainstays of Sydney, to be honest with you. It's actually getting so many kills. It's a bit of a revitalization for the weapon in CS2. We'll see if they can cause a bit of a dent here. We've got Christen on the AWP as well. He's got armor to work with, and we'll see what he's made of here. He is, of course, one of the stand-ins for this tournament.
Yeah, I like your take on it. That they are in the shop window, right? They're playing with much less pressure. I think that, and we've seen it before, right? Historically in Counter-Strike, that's happened where someone is a stand-in and they have no change on them. They can just be unleashed, and they're just playing, you know, obviously for the fun of it, but also just to promote themselves. There's Norby with a good shot with the Orc. Risen goes down. At that range, the scope's definitely going to make a difference. He keeps it going. Good double kill. A little bit of an adventurous move, and the spray's coming through. Almost getting the kill there. The grenade, if it was a little bit quicker, maybe would have killed Lackey on the other side, but it is a 4 versus 3. I'm hearing game sounds, Henry. How exciting is that?
Yeah, it's all coming together, Anders. That's what you love to see in these sort of tournaments. You can now hear the sounds, and hopefully Aurora will continue to dominate here because they're actually putting down a pretty good game of CS at this point. It's a 4 versus 3. Syrah's down to 7 points of health. Bogdan Laws prevails. He'll pick up the AWP. And Hesas and Shush will have to do the heavy lifting here. Well, one of those names has been removed. Lovely shot from Kenzie. Should get the double here as well. And that's going to be another round on the board for Aurora. Unless Shush could do something ungodly at this point. But he's got 0 kills and now 6 deaths. It's 5-1 Aurora who are running away with this one. Understandably so. It's still early days here, but yeah, it looks like Heroic might find themselves in a bit of a difficult spot. There hasn't been a plant, and now the loss bonus at the 4th stage, $2,900 per player. Looks like the buy will be limited at best. So it looks like a bit of a partial coming forward here. So you expect Desert Eagles, some Tech 9s, and you just want to try and get the bomb down. Obviously, you can still win these rounds. We've got a Hero Galil, if you want to call it that. That's absolutely fine. They get max loss bonus into the next round. We'll keep the money around $1,000. Not a big deal. And we'll see if Syrah can continue to frag here. He's got himself 5 kills and 5 deaths so far. Latic, you can see the confidence flowing, and Kenzie's in a prime position here. He should be good for the first one, no problem. The second, though, will elude him. He gives up a rifle hit. So this makes things a little bit more complicated now.
Yeah, super worth it. You're right. They had the Galil from the start. Now they've stolen the AK back onto Dupree, who again is also maybe just in that shop window. Some smokes going up. Something that Aurora has been pretty good at is trying to time those and push Heroic back into the late stage of the round. So you got to appreciate that. Lackey is moving a bit forward though, so you know, kind of almost playing around that smoke in a different way rather than just waiting it out. He's actually using it to move up, and I don't think they're going to be expecting this. This could be an absolute killer move right now. Smoke behind him again, so they can't even really catch him. He's on a mission, but it looks like he's found the wrong clues at the moment. It might still help him out. Yeah, he's coming back up now. He just wanted to check that connector. All right, this still is looking really good. I don't see Aurora losing this round. Surely they're in such a tight position.
Well, now you said it, Anders. Anything can happen. Here comes Lackey, though. He's been great so far, but needs to fend off this AK-47 of Dupree. We go down to a 1 versus 1. It's nice positioning from Latic, but he can't close out the round. Anders, why do you do him like that? You couldn't see a world where they give it up, and of course they do as soon as you mention it.
I forgot about the CS. I forgot about the Cast the Curse.
Online, it's the most powerful. That's when it does its most damage.
It is the most powerful. I do apologize, of course. You know, I really did.
It's like I know. As soon as you say that, I know I have to sit upright and go right. Okay, this is going to be a crazy moment now. And Dupree wasn't the craziest shot to close things out. I dare say Latic should have got that kill, but still, nice work here to be second for Heroic, and it sends Aurora spiraling. That's going to be them down to an eco now. Kenzie will purchase an M4A1S, but that's about all they have. And 1 smoke and a couple of flashes, as Heroic should be destined to get this one. I'm not saying it's locked in. I'm just saying they are likely to pick this one up, Anders. Oh dear.
Wide swing. That's not bad at all. Shush still going to be able to win that one, but he is at least very exposed on that first front. Would have thought maybe he could have had more of a bullet to the face. Down to 61. Man, winning that kind of round, right? Especially now that we're playing, you know, not MR15 any longer, but MR12 instead. It's What a difference it makes to have an upset round like the one that Heroic just had.
Totally, yeah.
They were boxed in. So, yeah, those kind of rounds, like you have a lot less time to try and find them. So, great on them to be picking them up early on.
Well, here we go. After finding a 5-on-3 advantage, this is the way to play it. You don't have to rush. You don't have to force your hand. Wait for those reactions to come through. See what the CTs will decide to do in response to your success. We've got Tesses, known for his lurks, and for now, might be going down here, but great awareness, as you might expect. Takes down Lackey, who was on the flank, and he'll be grading in towards the A site, and he's got 2 players to deal with here. He doesn't find them, but at least gets the information that the B side is wide open here. It's a guaranteed round for Heroic, and just a matter of time before they close things out. Shush has been given the task to try and recover that fallen AK-47 if possible. Now, Latic might as well explore his options here, but with 4 HP, they are extremely limited, to say the very least here. He'll be going down momentarily. Nice Molotov, though, to buy him a little bit of space.
Yeah, you might as well. You might as well try and see if you could do something more. It'd be great if they could find another kill on the rifle, just again to try and recover that CT side economy as quick as humanly possible. But yeah, I mean, you said it. Tessus did all the work, especially discovering those last two players, even as he died. So gotta appreciate that. Other than that, it just looks like Heroic are right back in form here. It's going to be 5-3 as a scoreline, and obviously that's not too bad on Overpass at the moment, right? You're playing MR12, you've got to say 3 rounds. You know, you're getting there. You're getting into a territory where you can start to at least have a chance in the second half. And if they can keep the CT side economy low, which they should be able to, going to be a buy coming in from the Aurora side, but not going to be the best one of all time.
Not the best one of all time. I think that's a fair assessment, Anders. And here's the replay of dupreeh getting it done, closing the round out there. And it will be an MP9 for Lackey. No AWP, which has been a bone of contention, I suppose, for CS2. Like, you don't really have enough rounds to bring it out, especially if it's a back and forth fair to kick things off on the CT side. Players think due to the kind of Pika's advantage as well, that's been nerfed somewhat. We saw like a 5% drop off in AWP frags over in Sydney as well. So we'll see how that develops. No AWP on either side. We've only seen one purchase so far, but for now, Aurora looking to bounce back after that 5-1 start. Heroic starting to show some form, and Kenzie, be careful, my friend. Oh, God! He just assumed long was open, Anders. What's going on?
Wow. Yeah. It's a famous movie quote goes, assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups.
Yeah,
and
that's a wild play, and it's all starting to fall apart here. You said it was a compromised buy, but now it's a compromised round. 5 versus 3. Krizen trying to get out safely. Doesn't spot the player towards Barfins, but I think they saw him. As I mentioned, Tessus known for his lurks, especially on overpass, and he'll be holding a prime position as the CTs try and gain any sort of control over the map. But a nice little pre-fire here, and that goes for both players, it seems. Atlantic, even though he knew where Tessus could be, he doesn't win the duel, and now we go into a 5 versus 2. They're not really saving just yet. Maybe there is something to be said about the round. If that second kill came through, it may have been a different story, but no chance here for Norway. He'll have to fall back, and Heroic close the gap down to just 1 round.
Yeah, frustrating way to... There's a 2-on-4, but if you look at it, like you said, Tessus and Shush was very, very low on health. You're going to walk away from that round thinking, man, we were just a couple of bullets away from that being more of a 2-on-2 scenario. Even if the bomb is down, we have a chance to fight for it. But yeah, they're going to have to give up on it. And again, they... Not necessarily forced into the round, but they kind of did spend all of their money trying to get the weapons on the CT side. So either way, they're in a really weird position here. They're going to be 4 versus 4-5 now as a scoreline. And it just looks like Heroic... you know, through the fire and the flames, they're coming together with this strange lineup.
Yeah, like I said, there's just no pressure now, especially like for players like dupreeh, Syrah, Krizen, like they don't care about this drama. Like dupreeh just wants to show he's a top player still, and so far so good. He's got a positive scoreline. They're bouncing back, and I've got them winning this series all day long, to be honest with you. Like Aurora have played a lot more CS2, but like, just go look at the opponents. Like there's nothing to write home about, and they dropped a map to Navi Junior today. I don't think this is a team that's going to be causing a massive dent in the tournament, if you ask me. Even with a compromised Heroic squad, you've still got some world-class players in there. And it's dupreeh, Tessus, and Shush. They're no amateurs. I don't think, even with all the strategies in the world and all the coordination, I don't think Aurora can touch them, if you ask me.
Well, Henry, you are the king of predictions. I forget, but
it's true. I've got a diamond coin. I won the Pro League predictions. I won.
There we go.
I like every tournament. I win the prediction game, and I did it at Blast as well, if you remember. So every tournament, and no one ever listens to me. Everyone mocks me, but I always win. So we'll see how it goes. But that's my chips aligned right now. And it looks like maybe a tactical timeout. We haven't seen one yet. No, we're going to continue. And it's another eco for Aurora. Norway has the M4, but not much else on the squad. We've got pistols and most notably a deagle for Kenzie. That's about it. Heroic warming up into this one here. I wonder how long ago they had to make this move and say, right, well, we need some players. Who are we going to go for? I guess it must have been a couple of days. The announcement came out about 45 minutes before this match went live. Of course, we had no information as well until that point, so it's all been quite exciting. But Heroic, they're turning up right now. They're turning this game around. And bear in mind, with MR12, they just need one more round, and then that's going to be 50% of the half in their favor. So we'll see if they can continue this one, because their money's absolutely fine. Only a couple more rounds to go. And for now, Aurora bringing out the AWP once again. Maybe a double AWP setup, considering how poorly this has gone in the last 5. They've actually given up 4 rounds in a row now. And Heroic, I like a pace change here. I'd like them to go for a full set piece off the bat, just when you feel like the CTs are adjusting to what you're providing. But here's that same Molotov again. It goes down in towards short. It's really cool, but a little bit early, I suppose. Doesn't do too much damage. And dupreeh ready to deal with it. So that's the kind of the compromise with that molly? Like, if they don't rush it, it's great, but if you actually get a nice spawn, I think you can just go through it, take 10 damage, and surprise the CTs.
Yeah, it looked very much like Dupree knew exactly what the timing was. And again, I mean, those kind of timings, finding them early on in the new game is going to be such a crucial thing. So, huge play from Dupree. Kenzie's going to be sneaking in, though. He'll take down Shush, and it will be a 4 versus 3, at least for the minute here. The bomb being picked up back towards T-Spawn. Any minute now, yeah, they don't have a lot of control. Dupree's the most forward player, and he's just hanging around outside of the B-bomb side. So, perhaps a bit unfortunate. Yeah, I don't know. This looks like Aurora might have a chance to pick up another round, and surely that's what they would hope for here, right? Is to pick up the last 2 rounds and have a little bit of a lead going into the second half. I feel like Heroic have already made a pretty good adjustment.
Yeah,
what looked like it was going to be a terrible start,
and a bit of a statement as well. I think like you're bringing it back from the doldrums of what is it, like 5-1 down. This is quite impressive, to be honest with you. And this round isn't over just yet either. It's a 4 versus 3. There's still 35 seconds. Crizzen, he's got himself 5 kills currently. He's up against Latic with the AWP. Should be taking that frag, but the AWP doesn't hit the mark here. So the execution continues, and Heroic find a bit of space, but can they get the control here? This kill might decide it. Dupree goes down to the hands of Celta. Need to try and get the bomb planted here. Crizzen, it's going to be a wild spray, one that doesn't hit the mark, and now Tesses, now nothing he can do. Will be Aurora to confirm their 6th. Anders, maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself. Beautiful sequence here. He's still got 97 points of health at 8 seconds to work with. Even if he gets his 3rd kill, I don't think he can plant. He's picked it up and no plant available. So great effort there, but no round found. As we will see it closed out. Aurora goes 6-5. As we said, money not a massive issue for Heroic, but those kills from Tesses do have a massive knock-on effect because Aurora win the round, sure, but that's a 4 versus 1, and now there's an average of about $3,000 for Aurora here. So that could turn the tide of battle here in round number 12, the final round of this first half.
Oh, if you're Tessis at the end, you just want the peak, don't you? You want the honest chance to win that one. But obviously, very well played from the Opera on the other side. There's no reason you should give him even a sliver there. So, yeah, just leaving it alone, definitely the right move. But you're right, it does make a difference going into the 12th round. So, last of the half. And I guess we'll find out. Tactical timeout's been called from Heroic to discuss a couple of things. But, I mean, overall, things are going pretty well for them. So, I don't know.
If you had a player like Snappy on your team right now, he'd be calling, right, get Mac 10s. And we're going to rush B because they're going to sacrifice helmets to kick things off, right? It looks like they're going for... They've got the rifles pretty much across the board. It's Norway who's realized they do need a bit of utility. He's gone for the MP9 and get the incendiaries out. But yeah, understandable timeout here from both sides. Heroic need to calculate what they're up against. That was significant from Tessis there, finding those 3 kills towards the end. There is still an AWP for Latic, of course, safe in the previous round, so need to be aware and cognizant of that fact. But still, I expect something a little bit wacky here in the final round of the first half. Kenzie with the opening HE doesn't quite hit the mark, but there it is, that incendiary this time blocking the entrance towards short, and Norway can actually get in towards the water and hold the position with the MP9.
Yeah, not a bad position to be in. Could be hard to not get flashed if the T's are aware that it's happening. Dupree up on the slide, just looking over, but not really catching anyone either. Out on long, it's the AWP, but the flick again, not really...
The AWP hasn't been great so far, has it?
No.
Every single encounter seems to go down like that. Like, no one really got going with the weapon so far. It's the first miss shot of the round, though. Still a 5-on-5, and a second bite of the cherry is available as Dupree will start to scale up towards long. Seems to have great awareness, so nice flashbangs, and there it is, hitting the mark here, making up for the first miss, and it's a 5-on-4. So the CTs will take that advantage all day long here, but it's Tesses trying to capitalize, block off the entrance towards long, using the smoke to gain a bit of control as well. There's a bit of a gap, so seeing if he can find the next frag, but oh, there it is. Beautiful shot. Really great play. That's all by design.
Yeah, he knew about that. Celta very exposed here. Surely going to get traded, but there is a second player. The submachine gun up close to the monster tunnel. And luckily for Heroic, they don't really commit to it just yet. If they would have run through, they might have been straight dead. Crizzen has to hit this shot, but he is certainly going to die, and he will. Nice little scope up there to take down Norway. It's back into a 2 versus 2, and about 25 seconds left. Latic showing up, and this time he will connect. Strong shot to take down Shush, leaving just Crizzen here. 1 versus 2 to try and do something. 15 seconds. He wants to know if he could maybe find another rifle. Would love to see maybe a second player, but he's running out of time fast. Trying to get the bomb plant down, and they are right on top of him. He's inside of the smoke, backing out. Actually, will find a bit of an exit. It's not too bad. The spray is good on the first. He's going for the second, and he can't hit the shot. Kenzie will take him down, and Aurora at least able to pick up a 7th round here towards the end, so something still to fight for sure.
Yeah, there's been some exciting rounds here. They haven't been clean cut by any stretch of the imagination, but the first half is concluded. 7-5, Aurora bouncing back after after giving up what it felt like 5 rounds in a row towards the tail end of that first half. By getting 2 towards the end, exciting finish though. These rounds have been neck and neck. It's not clear who'll be taking this one, but 7 rounds on the CT side, respectable. And considering the start Heroic had, you're going to be happy the fact you even got 5 here. As always in CS2, it's a controversial talking point. The economy hasn't been adjusted since you went to MR12. I feel like that still has to happen, Anders. I'm not sure what your thoughts are, but 5
Probably,
on
yes.
the T side, I would say, is a pretty decent haul, all things considered.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Like, it seems like that's good. But I you know, honestly, the way that Valve tend to structure these kind of balances, right? They look at the data over a longer period of time. So I wouldn't be too surprised if it just keeps going for a while, so that we have like a really good sense of it, even if it is frustrating at times. But I tend to agree. It seems like probably that change will come eventually. Here we go. Rush onto the B bomb site. Second half is up. It's Dupree with the dualies, getting a couple of kills. Celta though, right back. What a spin around to take down Tessus. 3 kills with the Glock and a chance for a reload here, but only that. Zero is going to be going down as well. It's just Chrisen now. 1 versus 3. The Glock just reigns supreme. Another kill at the end there for Celta, and they will end up picking up the pistol on the T side.
Yeah, very nice speed rush there. You can see that Aurora have done their homework, certainly. The Heaven Smoke as they're rushing through. Nice flashbangs as well. And just hitting their shots, even with a Dupree double kill on those dualies, as you mentioned. Aurora with Celta getting a nice 3-piece towards Shore. They absolutely run away with this round. Very convincing. That shot especially was beautiful. It's actually 4 kills in total for Celta, and it will go 8-5. Presumably the eco now for the CTs of Heroic, as they'll just bring out a couple of Deagles, make it as 1. USPs otherwise, and for now, round 14 is upon us, and continuing that fast-paced gameplay, it's going to be Norway with the MAC-10. Kenzie already helped himself towards the B bomb site, and it's Shush. Only got the USP as mentioned. It was a bit of a stack there, but both players found, and presumably the round is over. There's like 1 more CT residing in the smoke. Can't see who that is. It's going to be Syrup. And maybe he gets a kill here. Nice dink, but that's about it.
It's a cool mission that he was on. I wonder if that smoke... I mean, they threw it, Seaside threw it from way back then, but was it meant to go up to heaven, I wonder? It looked a bit confused. Either way.
There's been a lot of that.
round.
There's in Sydney, like, every single round felt like there was a missed smoke or Molotov. It was wild. Those were big stage games. I expect to see better performances from the utility online, but still, I think everyone's still finding their footing. It is different. Quite a bit so compared to CSGO. So understandably, we see a bit of utility, but it does make things a little bit more interesting and exciting, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a presumably really big factor at the start of CS2, is just how much people have been grinding and how much people are sort of, you know, because it seems like some pros are kind of, you know, it's one thing to be critical. I think that's fine, but obviously some pros seem to be sort of saying like, I'm playing a little bit less, or I don't want to play something like that. Like if that's your attitude, then obviously you might get rolled by some of the people who just dive in early on and have like a really, really good sense of all of the timing. So we'll see. I guess it's still pretty much early days, but 9-5 is the scoreline here. Aurora coming up with some really important wins at the start of the second half, and it's going to be a buy round coming up from Heroic, so we'll see. They're going to lack some grenades coming into this round. Not seeing a diffuse kit either. Could be a problem. Yeah,
this is a very difficult round to pick up. This is when the CTs can spiral. If you lose this round, you just won't have much time to recover. There'll be another eco upon you. So this is kind of must win if you ask me for Heroic. This is this is exactly what I'm talking about. Is the CT economy needs to be adjusted, like the loss bonus and stuff like that. Like you really are in a tough spot if you lose that pistol. That's both pistols now going against them, and we'll see if they can recover here. No AWP in sight. Some decent control though from Syrup, playing on the front foot here. I like that. He's got backup from Dupree. He's going to be patrolling that connected door. And for now, a bit of a standoff here. We've got the Molotov towards Short, courtesy of Lackey. So that will kind of segregate Syrup. Oh, Dupree actually doesn't land. There it is. Another missed bit of utility. Good flashbang over though in the MAC-10. It's done great work. Dupree better to peel off this one, I reckon, and maintain the 4-on-4.
Yeah, but the fact that Dupree got the kill obviously was because of the Molotov, right? The fact that he didn't land, so he was still able to.
True, that's a good point. Yeah, that is a very good point.
So otherwise, because the flashbang was just perfect, they would have had the kill. Dupree probably would have been forced back.
Yeah.
Or even would have been forced forward. He probably would have been flashed as well and died. So a lot of things hinge on that one Molotov. A little bit unfortunate, perhaps, but still a 1-for-1 trade. Chrisen's here, almost turning his back. This is dangerous. Even his gun barrel could have been showing there, but they're going to realize and they're going to double team him. Chrisen going down. It's such a and an enviable position to be in when you're holding restrooms like that and you're sort of covering both positions at the same time.
Wow.
It just doesn't feel good.
So that MAC-10 player there towards short Norway, he just confirmed there's still 2 players on B.
Yeah.
That is an absolute cue to get the hell in the bomb site, get that bomb planted, and you can see Aurora have done just that. It's going to be incredibly difficult now. As you mentioned, there's no defuse kit, but there are frags available. A double kill towards the bank, making a triple, leaves Norway. And bear in mind, he was the player all the way back towards shore. He took substantial damage en route, so now it becomes a 2 versus 1. I don't think he stands a chance here. Great work from the Danes on the back foot there, managing to make it work. Absolute pandemonium towards the bank. 3 kills found, and they end up in a 2 versus 1, and they pick up their first round of the second half. They're still in this one. As I mentioned at the start, this is a must-win round. It was not looking good at all. Everything was working in favor for Aurora, but it comes down to that fragging power that gets Heroic over the line here. A successful first round, but bear in mind, Anders, still a bit of a bonus situation there for Aurora. They had, MAC-10s, Galils. They should have won that round hands down, but still they have a nice full buy here. Comes down to 1v1 to another swing round here. The money's going to be tight on either side. So another must win, I'm afraid, for the Danes, but we'll see if they can make this one a little bit more efficient. Considering now they've got 2 AKs in their ranks, got all the utility, a couple of kits in the mix as well. It should be a lot better. You can see this is a very meta Incendiaries. That's why Dupree was so aware of those timings on the T side. He throws it himself. So we are going to see Seltzer working towards connect here. The bomb's outside B for now, as the CTs have 3 players towards A at the start.
Yeah, definitely thought that triple stack towards the bank in the last round would have worked out, but it didn't. I do appreciate it, though. You're right. A bit of a bonus round, so let's see how this plays out. So far, it's Latic and Seltzer that are playing really well at 15 kills each, and matched by Dupree and Tess is on the other side at the same number of kills. A little bit of a trade at the start, 2 for 1. Latic getting 1 back on Tess's, and he's the only defender at the A bomb side, which is not that uncommon. Again, that 4-man stack at B, we've seen it many times before, because it can be very hard to hold the B bomb site. Sometimes even with 4 people, it seems. Dupree showing up, but Chris and they're kind of trickling to the bomb site, which normally is not really advisable, but every one of them is hitting their shot. So Heroic, they still look very hot to take this round. Latic is going to be on his own. Just a 1 versus 3 with the AK about to get shot in the back if Sierra keeps going. I don't know if there's anything like he could do in this one. It just seems like he's boxed in. He has the bomb on his back, but only about 35 seconds.
Well, the timings have been sublime. In terms of that backstab coming through, he's actually threaded the needle here, made his way towards the bank. So there is a chance. If he gets his kill on Chris, maybe there's a double kill, but great positioning here. The CTs don't give anything away, and that's a huge round for them to pick up. Now look at the finances for Aurora. That's 2 must-win rounds that Heroic have got in their back pocket, and surely a third is on the agenda as well, because money's just not there. There's not even partial buy available to Aurora. They've got $2,000 on average per player, so you're thinking a couple of players can get like Tech 9s, a Desert Eagle, but you can't justify much more. So this will be a pop execution, and there's 1 smoke and a couple of flashes. So probably smoking towards heaven, double flashing towards B, and try and get the bomb planted. That's about all you can do. They could do that towards A as well, but I'm expecting it to be the B bomb site, and indeed it is. So don't expect too much here. They get the bomb down. Consider that a victory in its own right. Molotovs and all the other protocols are deployed to deny the initial rush, but they'll continue the push here. Here are the flashbangs, and should be a wide open net here for Heroic as they start to mow them down here. We didn't expect much in the round, but it's very well handled from Heroic. Just 1 round in this now.
Yeah, delicious pickups there. If you're on the Heroic side, you're super happy to just be, having a little bit of a more restful round, and like you said, deploying the grenades just fine. 9-8 the scoreline. So this is turning into kind of a close game now. I don't know if I mean, you picked Heroic at the start, and I would say the fact that they're on the CT side now, Dupree seems to be playing red, Tess is playing very well at the moment. It's looking pretty good for them, even if they are just 1 round behind it. It just feels like they should be able to pick this up.
Yeah, like every team is learning. As every game and every day that goes by, there's so much that's discovered and understood about CS2 and its nuances and the different sort of like novelty plays and utility you can deploy as well. I just don't think any game is an open shut affair. As we do see a lovely little stack here, this first real gun round now underway, and there's 2 opening frags there. Heroic in a 5 versus 3, and not really much you can do. You got 1 minute 20 on the clock and no positional control. You're back in T spawn with the bomb, and you can see they're very aware of the possibility of a CT flank coming through as well. So now we'll have to go through the entire map, checking every single corner. They just don't have anything to work with here. They still have a couple of smokes, 1 Molotov, but that is about it. Heroic, no, they don't need to give anything away here. They can just hold a default setup, 3 towards B, 2 at A. Don't have to overextend, don't need to push for any information. Wait for the next move to come through.
And that's exactly what they're doing. It's what they did last time with the 1 versus 3 when they just were sitting at the back waiting, and they're doing it again. So good discipline in spite of the mixed sort of nature of the team. They had the grenade timing as well. He might have died, but that grenade still does a fair bit of damage. And it confirms exactly what's coming next. 40 seconds. Sierra's on the other side. There's the grenade to blow up the smoke, and a good spray down to follow. Kenzie still with 2 more kills to try and get this round through. 30 seconds. The bomb not even on his back at the moment, so he has to get back to the ledge behind him to pick it up, and it just seems so unwinnable at this point here. 20 seconds, and again, Heroic are letting him stew in this moment. They're not fighting him, which is what he wants. He'd love to make it a 1 versus 1, but they are playing very, very carefully. So this is good discipline to see.
Just bleeding the clock out. You're absolutely right. It would require an ace now from Kenzie to get this one over the line, but even if he gets this kill, it's all for naught. There's no time to plant. A similar situation we saw in the first half as well. Pretty much exactly the same. The CT remains towards the heaven position, denies the plant. Still good damage there, but it doesn't really have much of a knock-on effect. The CTs have got tons of money going forward, and with no plant once again, and 4th stage loss bonus, this is now partial buy territory. This is where you're thinking they've got an AK-47, you bring out some Tech 9s and a bit of basic utility as well. There's a chance they can win this, don't get me wrong, but it's not looking great. Heroic will tie things up 9-9 and post 4 rounds in a row here. Kenzie, he gets the replay because his great efforts. It was a 5-on-3. It comes down to a 1 versus 1 at the end. One he could not win, but still managed to hold on to his AK-47, and he's got the hot hand right now. Maybe he can cause a bit of a dent here, round number 19.
Yeah, I mean, it's showing, I think, really, really good discipline on some of the members of Heroic there, which you like to see. I mean, if we're continuing the shop window theory, right? If you're somebody like Chrisen, who I think was up at the heaven in that last one, that's also something you want to see. Obviously, you want to be able to show that you can get some frags, but you also want to be able to show that you're just a reasonable player. And yeah, he played it very well in spite of just kind of not letting anyone get the fight. But sometimes that's what you need. Tess is having a hard time finding that second headshot there. Backup being called in. Chrisen showing up for the straight AK headshot. Tessis is down, and now Dupree's out on long. Has to stay alive and has to get this kill so he can turn around and help the bomb site, because that's being attacked, and he's just having the same trouble that Tessis did. They can't find this kill. The Tech 9 just wreaking havoc out there.
Yeah, this is starting to get very uncomfortable for the CTs here. It will be Aurora about 2 versus 2 now. I was about to say the advantage. That slipped away. Still every chance that Heroic can bring this one back. They're going for the full defuse here. Through the smoke, the spam has to come through. Can't find the defuser. Oh, no. And it will be another fantastic bit of work there from Heroic. They might lose most of their players here, but as mentioned, their money is absolutely fine going forward, and it will be Heroic now on fire as they post 5 rounds in a row here. The first team to post double digits as well. There will be a full buy available for Aurora, but after winning the pistol, this second half T-side campaign is falling. It is unraveling at the seams, and Heroic, yeah, they're looking very comfortable. It's Chrisen on the AWP here, so a nice full buy for the CTs going forward, but Aurora will take their final tactical timeout, Anders. So looking a little bit uncomfortable out there right now.
Yeah, damn. Everything else from Aurora in that round was looking really reasonable, right? They had especially the Tech 9 out on long, that just was very, very hard to contend with, but the quick defuse, and there was nothing they could do about it, unfortunately. So this is putting them in a really awkward position. That's got to be a frustrating way to lose, especially when you've been making it such a close game. Dupree at 17, Tessis at 17. I mean, this is what a great pair of players to be leading the charge at the moment. Only outdone by Kenzie on the other side at 18 kills. So yeah, nothing to make you change your prediction now, Henry. It's looking good. It's
looking very good, Anders. After losing both pistols as well, I'm pretty comfortable right here. But we'll see if Aurora can bounce back. I guess they are the favorites if you were being objective about it, considering all the storylines here going into it. But here's Chrisen, trying to do his best Cadian impression. Aggressive with the AWP and hoping to open things up. But Latik's got an AWP as well. He's holding towards the playground and seems to be aware of that prospect. As for now, a bit of a standstill, bit of a standoff perhaps, as the Orpers will lock horns momentarily.
Yep. Ooh. And of course, if you're moving, you are going to be a little bit of a hard-pressed fight to win there if you're Chrisen, unfortunately. Latik, good for that one. Up to 17 himself now. That gives up so much map control. It forces a rotation back to the A-bomb side. They're expecting Aurora that something is going to be happening over on that side of Heroic are, but not going to be happening at the moment. It looks like all of the T's are funneling back towards the B bomb side, and look at the state of Heroic. They are actually hard gambling that this is going to be some kind of an A attack. Which doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. Shush, up at the heavens. Flashbang setting it up, surely. Oh, they do have a smoke. They should be able to smoke this heaven position. If they don't, that might actually be a bit of a mistake. There's no reason to give them any free shots here, especially because, you know, there could be an AWP down on the ground somewhere, but yeah, they're going to go straight for it. No smoke for heaven. I find that to be a big risk, but it's going to be fine at the end of it. Heroic just deciding that, you know what, if we can't get the kills at the A-bomb site, we're going to give up the round, so that'll tie up the game, 10-10.
Yeah, nice work from Aurora. Needed to bounce back here after giving up 5 in a row. That will do it. Only 1 kill required. And like you said, just a calculated save here from Heroic. No need to throw this round away. And the weapons they have, it looked like it was out of their wheelhouse. So give it up. They didn't have much utility to work with as well. But it will be 10-10. As you mentioned, we're tying things up here. It's still anyone's game. Door is wide open for opportunity to take this first map. It's the pick of Heroic, just to bear in mind as well, which I'm surprised with considering the circumstances here. It's one of the more technical maps, but they seem to be very comfortable so far. Like we said, after giving up both pistols, they've shown some great rounds on the T side and now the CT forces as well. Round number 21 coming through. They could bring out another AWP. I don't think they will, to be rifles across the board here. And a chance for Aurora to start building up their own finances here after being down in the doldrums financially, but they have got themselves another buy in the bag here, regardless of how this round goes down for them. And here we go, round 21. I thought it'd be a close game, but this one is neck and neck right now. And you can see you can win up to $1 million and $50,000 in CS2 skins by answering 8 CS2 questions daily for free. Type !skins in the chat to learn more, guys. Yeah, that's right, $1 million apparently is on the line. I couldn't believe it either, but it's accurate.
Can we win as well, Henry?
No, I did. I asked. It's not. We can't enter, unfortunately. But I'm happy to see others win. And speaking of which, it's a big spray down. The CT's doing great work here, but it's Kenzie once more, Anders. He's been so brutal in these sort of scenarios here. And for now, a 2 versus 1. 30 seconds remain, and we keep seeing this scenario over and over, where the B bomb site, you're running out of time. You need to try and get that plant down and segregate these CTs if possible. Bring it down to a 1 versus 1. But he's lacking a lot of information here. So am I without the minimap. We are going to see how this one goes down. And for now, has he got the ball?
Same replay? It surely is, right? Like, there's no way. There has to be a replay.
Yeah, you're right.
7 seconds. Oh my god.
All right.
Was
I casting a replay? Was that happening?
Good.
It did feel like deja vu.
You did well, Henry, though. I mean, I've got to say, like, you were right. Like, it was uncanny how similar the rounds were. Like, I can't believe it. Like,
all right. Well, I was kind of lost in the source, like in the sponsor call out, you know. So I was like coming from that into a replay. It's like, all right.
I appreciate it, Henry. You are a professional, you know. You got the sponsor part out. That's good. I'm disappointed that we can't win, but you know what? We get a Counter-Strike, and that's okay. It'll be enough for us. Norway getting the kill, and a good spinner on the Tech 9 again. I think that was him using the Tech 9 on a long in one of the previous rounds. That's Aurora at 11 rounds. They might actually walk away right at the end here. They're looking good. The money is in.
This one is an official replay.
This is the real replay.
The real replay, the correct replay. Love to see that. But there it is. Yeah, that's a big round. Yeah, you're not wrong. And the knock-on effect now of the finances is coming through for Heroic. They have to take the eco here. This is going to maybe give up map point, as they don't really have much to work. It's a partial buy at least, and they've got deagles and armor, and they're not slowing down there. The P90, your favorite weapon, Anders. I know it. We all know it. It's going to be leading the charge here, and it looks like it's going to find the first kill as well. It's Norway cracking things open with one of the most annoying SMGs in the game. And for now, this is actually looking like a guaranteed map point. I say that, but now the Desert Eagle is answering back. But it is a 3 versus 1. Krisen with not kind of, I think he has a gun right now. I think he's lost his pistol, Anders. He's more lost than I was.
Wait, what?
He's got no gun. There it is.
Oh my god. Well, it would have been so much funnier if he hadn't actually found it at all. But you know what? Still very unlikely, obviously. Tess is trying the best that he can. There we go. Took him a moment to discover the weapon, but now that he's got it, at least he got the headshot off. So I guess that kind of makes up for it. My god, what a round. 12-10. And you are right. The P90 just absolutely underrated. Like, I think, you know, it's not just about the run and gun or the amount of bullets. It's the psychological damage as well.
Yeah, I think so too.
P90.
It's so annoying to die to it. Like, it's like, this is so off meta traditionally in Counter-Strike over the years. Now it's super viable in CS2. Like, you just feel even dirty purchasing it. But when it works out and you get a few kills, you know you're under their skin. You know they're going to be typing. Like, I'm all for it. I need to give it a go. I haven't actually tried it out myself yet.
You know, I was reliably informed by a good friend of mine the other day that the new thing to type at the end of a victory, especially if it's like you almost barely lost the game, like you were so close to getting crushed, but you kind of like just barely made it.
Yeah.
You just type out in all chat. You just type out thanks for the tutorial, and then you just
Yeah, it's quite good. That would annoy me for sure. I actually go out of my way to mute everyone on the server when I play Premier right now, just because I know I'm affected by that sort of thing. So unfortunately, like good or bad comments, I never see them. So it's probably for the best, honestly.
yeah, that's reasonable. I can appreciate that. I know what it's like.
Ooh,
Here
the
we
execution.
go. Look at the execute. Molotov, smoke up at heaven as well, and they are ready to go. But there are some counter grenades coming out that slowed them down, and I feel like this is an all-in. Yeah, they're still going for it through the tunnel. More grenades around the corner, burning up. Shush, he's very low, down to 5 health, Henry. He's almost died. One good grenade on him, and they're going to get the entry on this one. If Heroic win this one, they're going to walk away with it right at the end. Heroic looked like they were going to be able to stop them, but this is very tricky. Bomb being planted inside of the smoke now. All of the pressure on Heroic. Even with the mix here, I'm sure they must have felt like this was close to being their victory, but Overpass might go a different way. This bomb plant's so quick.
This is for all the marbles right here. There's no saving at this point. It's map point for Aurora, a 5-on-5 with the bomb ticking at some pace here, but the first frag is found by Dupree. That's their access. Can they capitalize upon the advantage? It's looking quite good, actually. Finding a few kills is Tessis, and now needs to go for that defuse here. A double swing. It looks like they've done enough, Anders. It was all falling apart. Slipping away, and there was a chance. Oh, no! I don't think that would have been quite enough, but still. Have they actually got it? They've done enough?
They have done enough. Oh my God! If you would have landed that,
okay, you're
shot,
right.
it would
If
have
he
been
did
all
get
over.
it, that would have been everything. And there was a chance. There was a couple of chances for the orbital shot to connect. My God! But a 5-on-5 retake there with the bomb already half gone. Heroic get it over the line, and we've seen so many overtimes in CS2. It seems to be locked in pretty much every game. We would thought it would kind of reduce the playtime and the spectator experience, Anders. But if anything, it just seems like we get 16-13s pretty much every game, regardless.
Yeah, why not? Why? I like it. You know, we're still test running this game. It feels like so. Let's just get all the rounds, get all the data in here. That was way too close. You're right. There were 2 shots I could have hit there. Technical pause is coming.
Did
up.
Shush like let's leave the server thinking it was done? Is that
Yeah,
he's
he was
had
like,
the-
"I'm out.
he's well,
lost
it's
this
over.
one."
We've lost it. We can't defuse. See you, lads. But you have to come back, Shush. I'm afraid you did win the round. So overtime on the cards. There's a chance as Heroic fight back, a valiant fight back in towards that round. I didn't think they stood a chance whatsoever. It was Dupree who got the first frag. They were segregated. The bomb felt like it was too far gone. And when you hear that kind of death rattle, the bomb, when it kind of goes,
Yeah.
that's when you think it's all over. It surely shouldn't be possible, but it must have been milliseconds separating them from victory there. Aurora,
And-
that is.
I bet you at the end, some of the last Aurora players, not necessarily the AWP or the Gelbend, but everyone else who was alive before then, they all had a choice to sort of stay alive maybe half a second more, and that would have done it, right? Like if any one of them would have hid instead of fighting, then they just win the round on time alone. But yeah, it's very easy to look back at a round like that and sort of do the retrospective and say, oh, you should have been hiding. But a lot of them were fighting probably a little bit more fiercely than they needed to, and it kind of cost them at the end. So no luck yet for the Power Rangers. They're getting there. They're one round away.
That's a good shout, the Power Rangers. Who was your favorite back in the day? I always liked the Red Ranger, who was called Jason. No relation to Moses. He was my favorite.
You say that, but we don't know. Like
We don't know for sure. I was worried when I said it. Maybe they are related, but it was all, maybe the Green Ranger as well. Tommy, he had the kind of the cooler sword and the better Megazord, if you ask me as well. But I think he turned into a bit of a bad guy. But yeah, those are my 2 favorites. I was a big Power Rangers fan.
I think I watched less Power Rangers. There was a moment in time where there was something called Biker Mice from Mars.
Oh, I was a big fan of that as well. That was great. That was
show.
real nice aesthetic to it. Like cool bikes, punk. Although I guess because I was going to say rats, but obviously called they're mice, don't they? They're mice. But yeah, it's a good show as well. Biker Mice from Mars. Check it out on YouTube, I suppose, if you haven't heard of it.
Yeah, they should do a reboot of these kind of shows. I think it'd be popular.
Well, that's the only kind of art that's created these days, and there's reboots of absolute garbage and is ruining kind of IPs across the board. Like, I don't even want to see the new Indiana Jones. I have no interest in seeing it. Like, why do we need another one of those? Like, you've just completely ruined the legacy of the whole kind of series.
Shout out to
but whatever.
CS2. I'm joking.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
I'm just joking. It's a joke.
it's a good joke, though. It's a good one. We're just getting warmed up here. We're here literally all week. But I think this is a 9-day tournament, so we're definitely going to have some fun. I'm sure there'll be some quizzes in the mix as well. This is an online tournament, so I'll prepare some of those. And with all the roster mania, you thought we were done in August. No, it's back with this sort of stuff going down, and the drama, the backstabbing, the snakes in the grass. We're definitely going to have some fun this week. So make sure you tune in as we go into what could be the final rounds here between Aurora and Heroic. On the pick of the Danes, it's Aurora with the control towards the A side. They've got the bomb on this side of the map. Tess is still using that shadow advantage that's available here on the A side of Overpass. He sees the flashes that could entice him to swing out, and indeed it will, looking for the second kill of the round, but Celto will take him down.
Ooh, shot there from Christian, though he's still back here. He maybe could have had that one too. Looked like he had the time for it, but Latic, absolutely brilliant shots to enter the bomb site with, and another bomb plant here. Aurora, you're right. All of the pressure on them. I bet they don't want to be playing overtime. They feel like they surely had a chance here. Sierra, really close. Looks like he could have maybe snuck through. Flashbang around the corner would do it as well, but he's got to be careful. His shadow might betray him as well if he's a bit slow around the corner. There's Dupree sneaking in. Good couple of kills, and now the AWP shot in the back in Heroic. This time they make a quick run of it. 3 versus 3, and they absolutely crush it and get to 12 rounds.
They absolutely do. And we're going to overtime, ladies and gentlemen. First game in the tournament, setting the tone. And Heroic get the job done there at 3 versus 3. Dupree with a nice backstab towards Long. They didn't see it coming. That will be his 22nd kill as well, showing that the old boy still got it. He's had a great showing. Is he top fragging as well? I think he is. So, yeah, 22 kills, top fragging on the server. And Heroic putting up a valiant effort here as we get into overtime. Of course, we'll be sticking on the CT side for Heroic. I'm not 100% sure of the rulebook here. Traditionally, we use 12.5K, but online CS might be using a different rule set. We'll see as we get into that first gun round. Yeah, it's 12.5K. And yeah, let's get into it. Everything's been reset at this point. And we'll see if Aurora can bounce back. They've had some absolute nightmare rounds, Anders, where it looks like they've got all the advantages in the world to close out this game, and it all falls apart at the very last hurdle.
Well, damn. This is getting a little bit more intense than I was expecting. Probably was for Aurora at the end there. Latic playing really well at 22 kills. Dupree is on the other side at 22 kills, like you said. Signed with Heroic to the end of the year, and just kind of here to prove that he can still be a top player, which, you know, so far so good.
That's why I think all this drama is actually good for him. I'd be loving it. Like, he gets all the attention now. Like, he has to be the one that's going to be one of the veterans in this squad. And for now, the opening frags going in favor of one of those is going to be Tessa taking down Lackey, but Kenzie has had a good showing as well. We'll bring things back to a 4-4, but not for long. Shush, inquisitive towards Short, and he is rewarded with another frag. Oh, the flashbang is beautiful there. It's courtesy of Dupree as well, so he finds the opening kill. He manages to set up the flashbang as well, and we've got a 4 versus 2, which looks to be a bit of a lock in here, but still plenty of time on the clock. We've seen plenty of these rounds fall apart here. These advantageous positions have come spiraling down a few times here, but the CT is trying to get the hell out of dodge and maintain their advantage if possible.
Chris and walk right past Latic inside of the smoke towards the restroom. They just barely passed each other. That was crazy, but the smoke just made it so no one could see anything. And you're right, they just want to disengage, which I think is the right protocol to be picking at the moment. A missed shot on the AWP. Dupree's out hunting. He's relentless. Great kills at the end. And like you said, setting up the flashbang for the kill up by the restrooms at the start of the round. This is a real performance put on from Dupree at the moment.
Yeah, I'm enjoying it, Anders. This has been a great way to kick things off here. With all the drama, the close scoreline, and great performances from the old guard as well. Dupree and Tesses both posting plus 20 kills, a 24 for Dupree, as we get into a 13-12 scoreline here, round number 26 overall. And for now, got the AWP in the hands of Latic. AKs otherwise, as you might expect, and looking for the 2-0. Heroic getting in towards that connector. The nade goes down, and the boost up towards shore. And all classic has prevailed once again. Norway didn't see it coming through the smoke. Tesses will find the first, Dupree on the second. They are firing on all cylinders right now, and this is beautiful.
Yeah, they are making it work. It took them a little while. I mean, obviously a struggle to get it into overtime, but now that they're here, it is looking really impressive. Lackey just over the top of the smoke, but Sarah's going to find him, but he's gone right to the back of his head. And the M4 will get the kill, no problem there. Got to escape. Yeah, the AWP, it's close. Oh, he comes back for it. Sarah, that's pretty aggressive, but the spray's looking just fine. Double for him in the round, leaving Kenzie on his own. So, no trouble there. for the side of Heroic. Look like they're going to be doing just fine at the start of overtime here. Kenzie going to be going down 14-12. My God.
Yes, indeed. First to 16 here, boys, and for now 2-0 in favor of Heroic. Like, really nice round there. Like, that's like a real high-level CT setup here. That beautiful boost at the start, preemptive shot from Tesses. Dupree on the follow-up as well, baiting him into the shot, committing to the fight. Celta had no choice there with the incendiary down, and Sierra continuing the push, finding the kill through short as well. Really enjoyed that from Heroic. That was the best round of the game so far, if you ask me. And we'll get into round number 27 here, and third and final round of the first half of overtime. Money will be a little bit compromised, but it looks like they're absolutely fine in terms of firepower. And Matic with the AWP hoping to open things up this time as he gets aggressive towards short.
I love this move. I think this is so much fun. I really like playing with the AWP myself. And sometimes just running to forward positions. There are a couple of Mirage as well, like into the A-bomb side if you're on the T side. It's just so much fun to be in a position earlier than maybe the CTs are expecting. So gets him the kill this time. Tess is a little bit of a difficult spray there, especially maybe on the second play. And that will open up the A-bomb side. Once again, the same 4-1 configuration, which is super common. Smokes up to try and prevent anyone from doing anything there. Dupree, though, oh, he's early. Henry, he got the headshot right as the smoke pop. That's disgusting.
Yeah, and it's given them a fighting chance here. This was looking a little bit out of control for them. But now, Zero as well getting a ton of information here. Two players rotating over, but doesn't quite strike at an opportune moment. And now that's actually going to be a lot of information here. The CT's on the back foot once again. It might be a guaranteed round here as Kenzie's got them isolated, trapped on the bomb side. But now, at 2 versus 2, we've had so many chaotic rounds here. There's just no time to defuse here. And finally, Aurora will be picking up a single round here on their T-side campaign. Call it 2-1 and giving themselves a fighting chance. We swap things over to their CT forces now.
Okay, that's that round could have gone a couple of different ways, I feel like, but in the end, good job on Aurora keeping themselves a little bit active here. And well, there's the call out again. If you type skins, you can learn a little bit more in the Twitch chat. There's so much to be won. 50,000 Henry in skins.
Yeah, and $1 million, Anders. Why have you gone for 50,000 first? There's $1 million then. You've gone for 50,000.
Well, because they're skins, right? Yeah, you know,
$1 million though.
I don't know. Like the skins might be worth $1 million one day. Like they might
true.
just appreciate it in value. Like, they seem to be the best investment of the last 3 or 4 years. You know.
Yeah, it's a good point actually. So yeah, go for the $50,000 instead of the $1 million.
Who cares? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Who does care? Money doesn't really exist anyway, and there's just numbers on the screen.
Plus, if you get $1 million, you can buy $1 million worth of skins. So
true. And then you've got $10 million pretty much, right?
Then you've got 10 million. Yeah, it's easy.
These are all jokes. I just realized we shouldn't be making these jokes. These are all jokes. Don't listen to me or Anders. Jokes.
We are not. This is not investment advice. We're not financial advice.
But there are a lot of giveaways available.
It is a Counter-Strike stream, not an econ stream.
No.
Oh, here we go. Latic, good kill on to Dupree. 5 versus 3 to start off with. The second overtime for overtime. You're just absolutely coming in hot. Shush, making his way around the smoke to pick off Kenzie. It's a good way to get a little bit back into it, but Aurora not really rolling over so easily. They look like they are ready to fight.
Yes, indeed. And there's a nice little spray down from Lackey as well. Finds Seraph through the smoke. They've got a 4-on-2 right now. Tesses will have to take matters into his own hands. We're going to fight back into this round. You can see that was fight or flight. He has to either post the smoke or retreat and join his teammate. He goes to the latter, which is probably the better option considering he has the bomb as well. And we'll just reset the round and see whether they can make an incision elsewhere. Still with a minute to work with, and they're going to avert their gaze and make their way back in towards the A side of the map here. And in terms of the setup for the CTs, they've got Lackey joined by Norway as well. They've got the organ hand at this point, and it should be a chance to tie things up. But I said that with bated breath because these are two of the hardest hitting players on the server right now, Tesses and Shush, looking to win in a 2 versus 4.
Oh, might be walking right in. The timing is really good, though. Latic, he's going to be looking back.
Yeah, you're right.
No one is there. He just slipped the net. Oh, it's going to be like a magic trick. If he peaks at the right time, Latic, he might still have a chance. He actually... Oh, did he see it? He surely did. No, his eyes betray him, and he's going to go down. We'll get traded. But my God, Latic, that round, if he looks back on the demo, he's going to be a little bit upset. Kill at the end there. 1 versus 2 now for Tessis and a bomb plant on top. He can get the AK back out in time. Celta might have made enough noise. I think that he heard him. Tessis, he had the right idea. I think he knew where Celta was as well, so he might have been able to get both of them if he got the first one, but unfortunately could not. And Aurora will tie up the game.
Well, this series is just warming up. If you're just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, maybe you're following the drama online, wondering what the hell is going on. Welcome to the Roobet Cup 2023. This is the opening game. We've got 9 days of play ahead of you, and this is the Group A opener. So, sure, Heroic came into this one a little bit flustered, a different and difficult lineup, to say the very least. We've got 2 players here from the Mouse Academy squad. That's going to be Syrah and Krizen. But still, they are giving Aurora a run for their money, and we're here in overtime. It's the first map, the pick of Heroic as well. We've got Nuke coming up next as well, so who knows what kind of pandemonium is in store for us going forward. But here's Kenty to try and open things up towards the connector once again. AWP in hand. They've actually got a double orb set up this time, so we are going to see that same slide boost come forward. And the first ult shot is rattled off, but nothing connecting as of yet. It's going to be Lassie taking a little bit of damage there and using the smoke blow effects. And for now, just going to try and look for information.
Kenzie here. Very much on an island. He's got no backup to get him out of this position. And with an AWP, you've got to say, so precarious position to be in, but he's good for the kill on Shush anyway. Comes back and is expecting for somebody to peek him. They're throwing grenades at him instead, so it's not a bad way to get rid of him, but he's going to make his escape out through the smoke, and he should be just gone. So, yeah, good stuff here. That's, I would say that was very risky, but Heroic not managing to capitalize on the fact that he was, at least for a moment, they're trapped in the connector. He's going to be out of there. No connection on that one either, so still a 4 versus 5. My God, a little bit of a, a little bit of an update here, Henry, from the Twitch chat as well. Okay. It's Kenozi Bait 11 saying, "Bro, my chatting experience is bad right now." Well, that's because you're in Twitch chat. Like, I hate to break it to you, but
yeah, what makes a good experience? Like, when do you go, "Oh, I've had a really fun time there in Twitch chat today"? I guess like I don't participate as enough as I should, but and it's keep us up to date on what the general sentiment is of the Twitch chat. I think that's going to be an important part of this tournament.
I'll keep an eye on those guys. Yeah, it's rare that you leave an evening and you're like, "Oh, it's a great night in Twitch."
Yeah, guys, just wanted to say, really enjoyed myself tonight. Like, really positive environment. But either way, Celta looking for a positive impact here on the B bomb side. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 in their favor, but Dupree is still alive and well. I say that he does get dropped, and it will be Aurora finding map point once again. Bear in mind, it's first to 16 here. So yeah, it might as well be an MR15 game at this point, as we will see them pick up what could be the penultimate round, as Heroic now needs to win this one. It goes without saying. They've been on the back foot a few times, and they always seem to get it over the mark. They'll be fighting for double overtime at this stage.
I mean, they got the pre-leading from the front with 28 kills, so there is definitely still a chance here. But yeah, Heroic, they've been clawing their way back into the game a couple of times, and obviously getting into overtime to begin with is a good way to get there. But now they would love to be able to get that double OT just to keep the fight going. See if they're going to be able to. They have the weapons for it, so that is at least something. Org looks like it's going to be boosted on over, but there will be a flash, I think, over the wall. So even if they did, they kind of fell off the boost, but even if they had it, I don't think it would have helped them that much. Ooh. There we go. Oh my God.
I don't know what the idea behind that play was, but there was a jump shot attempt there with the Org. Apparently, Anders, jump shotting in CS2 is a lot more efficient than it was in CSGO. I don't have the data for you, but that's what I've been told.
Okay, something to test out. I'm going to definitely try that. It is way funnier to kill people when you're jumping.
Oh, absolutely.
Even it might be tricky. Oh, Dupree on the other side just smoked off once again. Has to wait that one out. We're down to 55 seconds. And they only have one player on the A side who could put a little bit of pressure on.
Yeah, so this is, bear in mind, this is map point as well. It's a 5-on-4. Aurora looking to close things out on their opponent's pick as well. It's been a great opening map of the tournament. I have to say, this has had a lot of interesting rounds, a lot of high-octane moments as well, a lot of failed clutches and advantages slipping by the wayside. But we'll see if Heroic can once again dig themselves out of the hole. Latic looking to confirm the round, and he hits the shot. That's a huge one. 25 seconds remaining, a 5 versus 3. This should be enough to take the map.
Absolutely should be. This is looking so good. Dupree with a headshot is a distraction. The rest of them are up at the A-bomb site. Only 16 seconds left, and even a distraction, they're not really moving. Finally coming through, but it's too little and too late. Kenzie, even while Flash gets the one, and Latic on the last shot with the AWP. Aurora to pick up the opening map on Overpass in overtime against Heroic. That's not too bad, Henry.
Yeah, that sets the tone for the tournament, and I'm just glad that it was a very competitive game, Anders. Like, we thought Heroic would turn up here, get blown out the water, Jota. But like I said, they've got the pedigree, the firepower to keep up. It is a shame they gave up their map pick, but bear in mind they lost both pistols. They had a pretty woeful start into this one. They were 5-1 down, but that just goes to show you they can be competitive right now. They can probably take us to 3 maps, and I'm kind of excited. I think this kind of mishmash roster can cause some damage this tournament. Sure, they've lost the map here, but they've got Aurora on notice.
They definitely do. I've got to say, just looking forward to it. It's a hell of a hot start overtime on the very first map. So we appreciate it. We do obviously have more. It's a best of 3. So we are going to be back after break. We'll see if we're even have the same lineup after the break, but we'll find out.
We're going to go to the desk first, Anders. We're going to go
desk,
over there.
all right.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Desk, over to you.
Thank you so much for that, fellas. There we have it. Aurora winning our first map of the day in overtime nonetheless as well. Strong CT side from Heroic, though, all things considered.
Listen, shout out to Dupree, man. The guy was trying his very best, right? So it reminds me of this meme where on, what's the name of the show, Community, where Donald Glover comes in, he's holding the pizza and everything's on fire. That's day one for Dupree. He's like, all right, guys, I'm in. I have a trial for like 3 months till the end of the year. I'm going to make something work. And then all this shit happens, and he's like, screw it, I'm going to do it on my own. So a fantastic work from Dupree. I think the CD side especially, I think it looked really lovely, right? A lot of aggression coming out. We had Tessus towards A, the 2 veterans, so to speak, of the team playing towards A and B. And Dupree was everywhere. He was playing rotate, he was calling, starting early A as well. And he was, I feel like, the difference maker for Heroic. But in the end, yeah, not enough. But if you're Aurora, like, I don't think they're going to be very happy with this Kassad. I felt like they should have potentially closed this out a long time ago.
I mean, they won the first map. Surely they're happy. I would be happy.
It's a fashion.
It's not the best, but it's better than what they had. So should be fine, And the thing is, I forgot when Henry and Anders are casting, they're always maps with 365 rounds on every single map.
Oh yeah, that's
just
true.
every time they cast. It's just it has to happen.
It's a gift. It's a gift.
It's a
all
very
the rounds.
first
All
map
the
of
rounds, all the maps.
Of the tournament, and we have an overtime. But yeah, Heroic kind of gave their best, shot to stay in the game despite the circumstances, but it wasn't really enough. And you can see some of these key rounds that Heroic won. It just went down to individuals, Dupree, all these Heroic players trying to do their best. But when you don't have a team, when you're not a squad, where you didn't practice, where everything is new and completely random, you kind of have to rely on that one. But at the end, like I said, it wasn't enough. It's not the ideal situation for them.
Yeah, and even for something Henry mentioned as well at the end of the cast, it's not just the pedigree of the players, right? You're talking about people like Dupree, players like Shush and Tessus, they were very impactful as well. And like you said, this round in particular, right? There's an overtime, the way they're being super aggressive towards Connector. The previous round, they pushed in towards Fountain, simultaneously pushing in towards Short Pipe, on towards the B-bomb side as well. They were keeping Aurora on their toes, but it's on the T side where things kind of fell apart a little bit. I think Aurora did a pretty decent job, in all honesty, because I kind of felt like once it went to OT, Aurora, remember round number 20, I think, it was a 1v2 and the 1v3, and the op, he missed 2 sitter shots, and I thought, okay, that's a tilt moment. This could be Heroic potentially even getting the win. But credit to Aurora to pulling it back, and also credit to Heroic for making it an actually competitive match.
I think especially on the T side for Shush in particular, from my perspective, he was a little bit quiet in that first half. He was able to bring it on back. So credit to him. But speaking a little bit more about individual performances, I want to chit-chat a little bit about Lackey. What did you make of his performance heading into that one?
And that's a guy who played for a long time right now, right? He's not very a rookie anymore, so him delivering, especially online, is not very uncommon, right? He used to play decent, and he's still there. He can still frag a little bit, so we saw it. And he played for that Entropic team, if I remember correctly, back with Alien and Nickelback, was it?
I think Nickelback was there, yeah.
Yeah.
For me, it's also you have players like Norway and Kenzie as well.
Yeah,
they used to play with Jerry in that Forza lineup as well a while ago, right? They're kind of like the 2 mainstays of this team. And look, I don't want to read too much into it. We saw a lot of missed shots coming in, some missed utility from both the teams as well. And for Aurora, maybe they were a little slacking in the way to approaching the game, perhaps because they're like, hey, listen, guys, it's like 2 stand-ins coming in. Maybe they were a little over-eager. We saw a few just close rounds, like you said, Kassad, go the way of almost said Astralis, of Heroic.
Well,
anyway, they're pretty much the same at this point, right?
Yeah. No. Not at all. One organization is being normal, and the other one is, a bunch of snakes, but... Yeah, I guess that's the same.
Maybe the other org's a snake charmer.
Well,
you like that. You like that.
All right, well, fellas, we're going to be having our next map is going to be Nuke, Aurora's map pick. How do we think that one's going to be panning out? You think Aurora going to look a little bit more comfortable on this one?
Yeah, Nuke should be relatively easy easier, I guess. In this day and age of Counter-Strike, you don't really know all that much, right? Because,
New game,
yeah,
all that
and
stuff.
Completely like a little bit new meta when it comes to Nuke. Maybe the smokes get a little bit different. Like it's a little bit, uncharted territory, as you would say, on Nuke, but definitely experience from playing Nuke on CS2 for Aurora should be the key factor, and the fact that this is a mixed team.
And
right?
you got to remember as well, right? For Heroic, the one thing I used to enjoy watching about Heroic once upon a time, when they actually had a proper lineup, was their Nuke. The CT side was one of the most unique CT sides, and the aggression happening everywhere. The comms really had to be on point. We're not going to be seeing that today in the server, number one. Number two, for Aurora, because I pointed out as well, right? They've been playing quite a lot of Nuke, and one thing I enjoyed the most when it came to Sydney was watching FaZe's Nuke, where they were trying to kind of invent the new meta, early meta, so to speak, in CS2 as well. So if I'm, a young team like Aurora, you have your own stuff. You're also going to be would have watched some of the better teams like the phases of the world and try to inculcate that into their game plan. And so Nuke is a map which heavily favors a more prep team, a team which is actually a team and doesn't have stand-ins as well. So I have to agree with Kassad here. I feel like, yeah, sure, Overpass was a very close affair. Kudos to Heroic, but otherwise, I think Nuke should easily go the way of Aurora.
The surprise on Kassad's face, by the way, that you've actually agreed
This happens
with
once,
him for
once in a while, once in a day.
Babstein, whatever comet, right? Once in a fucking million years.
Once in a million. Who said
Once in a blue moon. We'll go
Wow.
with
A
that
blue
one.
moon.
There we go. We'll
There
go
we
with
go.
that one. Well, guys, I'm going to be picking your brains a little bit more on how Nuke is going to be panning out. But before that, we're going to throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Boludo, ¿qué mierda estás haciendo? Apaga el teléfono.
Estoy jugando con nueve fan, boludo. Encima no jugás sin plata, acá. ¿Qué más querés?
Ah, entonces seguís volviendo todo lo que quieres. ¿Estás ganando plata?
Olvidate, encima estoy poniendo un barro.
Bueno, ¿cuánto lo que quieres?
Listo.
papi, acá queremos pesos.
¡Peso! Nosotros pagamos en dólares porque jugamos con Roobet. ¡Juga! ¡Juga!
Welcome back once again, everybody, to none other than the Roobet Cup 2023. Fellas, give me your best Roobet. Oh, that was pretty good.
That's not bad.
I do like the nudity. It was that's
You like the nudity.
peak male form right there in the bat.
You know, when I grow up,
Only real man.
I just want to be
Listen,
just like that.
only real man can take a bat with another man. You know?
Cool.
Yeah. Move on.
Blair has zero to say about that. Zero input on that.
Roobet.
All right, boys. All right. We're going to be heading into Nuke now. Aurora's map pick after having successfully closed out that overpass in overtime, nonetheless. Do we think it's going to be more comfortable? Is it going to be another overtime?
Roobet.
No, the thing is, like, coming into Nuke. Am I the professional here?
Yes.
Is that what it has become right now?
It's because it's Roobet.
Jesus Christ. Listen, for all those people out there watching us right now, we are under heavy influence of jet lag. Apparently, doesn't work on Henry because he's a cyborg.
He's a
doesn't
machine.
feel, but for us normal humans, we do feel jet lag. Anyway, Nuke should be going in the favor of Aurora relatively
I do
easily.
love how Kassad's the rational one on the desk here.
First time.
Okay, it should go the way of Aurora because I'm looking at the results. It's a bit of a mixed bag, but they look very good yesterday against TSM.
You know what I don't understand? Like, look at the stats for 6 months. Total wins 43, total losses 15. So they played the map 58 times in 6 months?
Yeah.
Grinders.
Jesus Christ.
This team has over 30 maps played in the last 1 month. It's insane.
Anyway,
You okay, Jazz?
I just can't look at you anymore.
Jasmine has lost the plot on day 1 in Belgrade.
We're not even through the first series.
This is what I get for recommending her to be the host.
No, don't worry. We're fine. We're having a great time over here. I do, however, want to quiz you guys a little bit on the action that's been happening on the B stream. We had 9Z versus Movistar. 9Z closing things out pretty comfortably there. 13-7. They're going to be heading over into Ancient now. How do we think that one's going to go?
Was that their map? I think it was a map pick, right?
Yeah, it was a 9Z map.
Actually, honestly, I'm pretty surprised at 9Z considering you lose 2 of your players. You lost Tri very recently as well, your primary opera, one of the stars of the team, so to speak. So the fact that they're able to still be competitive overall, I think that's kudos to them.
He basically called me insane when I said that they can win.
You are insane.
I was waiting. I was wondering how long it would be before that would come out.
I have to take my small wins right here. Even if they lose now,
You can have your small wins.
I still can take this one. But anyway, it's a surprising result, but not so surprising considering CS2 had just came out and all these things are happening. And, it's very unpredictable, to say the least. Like this cable behind me, just like getting stuck, but whatever.
What about Ancient? How do we think that's going to go? Movistar's pick?
I really haven't seen these 2 teams, in all honesty, play an Ancient yet. But one thing we've kind of figured out the way CS2 plays an Ancient right now is it is CT-sided, right? You're going to see a lot of CT mid-aggression coming out. So on the T side, it's going to be fast and furious. It's going to be a lot of rushes towards B, a lot of faster plays towards A, and a bit of a mess at mid if the T's opt to take to kind of duke it out.
You said an hour ago that you love mess. Is that still the statement that you're going to stand behind?
I never said that.
I have witnesses. Anyway, that's what he said, but let's get back to the game.
He said, she said, yeah.
Do you think that Movistar Riders are going to bring it back?
Yeah, 100%. They're going to take the series 2-1.
I hope so, just because I don't want you to be right.
Well, you have to deal with some harsh truths of this life and this world. And one of them is that I'm always right.
Sure.
Disagree.
Sure.
9Z Exhibit A.
Okay, wait.
Series isn't over yet.
Did he pick Heroic?
Absolutely not.
Okay, he hasn't lost a plot fully.
He tried his best to get me, but still.
Hey, we've still got the Spirit game. He was the only one that picked Spirit.
Yeah, honestly, that's the one thing where I'm like, it could easily still go to Spirit. I had to kind of toss a coin. I'm like, VP, a little bit more of a known element, so to speak, but that could easily go either way. For me, that's a game to watch. The Furia game, that's going to be...
Listen, when we come to that bridge, we'll cross it.
I like crossing bridges early, Kasat.
Just wait for the right bridge. Well, no, never mind.
He's nervous. He just wants to
Another
buy himself
Kasat is wait for the right bridge.
To cross it or burn it.
We've had so many great
I don't know.
Kasats.
Have something there. Anyway, nuke. Can Aurora finish it in nuke?
Yes, I think Aurora are going to finish it. I'm assuming, honestly, like even the start sides, you don't know which way it's going to go, right? Which side are you going to be starting on? A lot of teams, I feel like, would opt on the T side here in CS2, at least from what we've seen so far. But, when you don't really have the prep work, and this is like what? I think the news came out 24 hours ago. So that was the Heroics map pick on Overpass. And you could see that at least had a little bit of a discussion. All right, you're going to be playing over here. You're going to be playing over here on the CT side. That's why we saw a pretty decent CT side coming up from Heroic. But they wouldn't necessarily know which map was going to be coming in from Aurora, right? And even if they did, I don't think they would have had enough time to really go for a prep. Nuke is a very prep-heavy map. So I think this one's going to be not just Aurora taking the win, but a much more convincing win for these
one
guys.
of the easier kind of circumstances, right, there is the fact that they're going to be starting on CT side, so it might get a little bit easier, right? If you win the pistol and you get like a couple of gun rounds, maybe you can get up to 6, 7 and then hope for the best. But I don't see it because it's the map that Aurora picks a lot, and you can see the stats. In the last 6 months, they played 58 times.
That's kind of insane.
If that's correct.
Most teams don't even play that many maps in the past 6 months, honestly.
It's just crazy, but you can see that they're very comfortable with it. So I assume they don't really care if they start on the T side or not. And you can expect a little bit more confidence coming into this map, simply because it's their best. So it's not looking good for Heroic, but I feel like when you watch Heroic right now, I feel like they're just working it out. Like they just want to, work the event, play the event, and just finish it, and then focus on the problems.
I'll say this about Dupree, though. Honestly, considering he's been kind of sitting on the bench and having a nice Omarial vacation of his own for the past 4 months or something, right? Just jumping back into the server, the guy's just popping heads.
Well, I certainly know that Anders and Henry G are ready and waiting. Fellas, give me your best Roobet as we head into Nuke.
Roobet.
Oh, damn. All
Is that
right.
good?
You've been practicing. I like it. Yeah. Roobet? I don't know. Henry, there was a lot of exciting discussion happening on the desk. I think just before you arrived back, Kassad made the statement that it takes a real man to take a bath with another man. And
That's a good point. I think I stand with that statement as well. Like, you're from Scandinavia, right? You must have a bit of sauna culture. Maybe not as much as Finland, but I think that's the same sort of vibe, right? Like, that's what you guys are into.
Tragically, Denmark sort of falls outside of the sauna divide. I hate it. Saunas are great, and yeah, but I mean, it's culturally it's similar, yes. So I guess I'm on that side too. Yeah, okay, we're in this consensus about that. I'm glad we got that out of the way. I was worried that there was going to be discerning opinions on that one, but it's good. That means we're ready for the second map. It's coming up, Henry. How do you feel about it?
I kind of like the kind of the desk work there, kind of giving us the information that Aurora play this map a lot. I think Kassad said 58 times they've played it in the last 6 months. That's kind of insane to me. And they had 74% win ratio as well. So yeah, I kind of stand on the desk. It should be a 2-0 here just by the stats alone. But Heroic, like we said, they've got nothing to lose here. The young players that are coming from the Mouse Academy, they're looking very good. And the team's looking well-rounded from what we've seen so far. Limited information, of course. But the fact we're into overtime in that first map suggests that they can turn up and deliver and at least make the game exciting here. I just hope it's another competitive game. I think CS2 delivers on that front pretty much every outing we get because we see the missed utility. We see the crazy clutches come through, slight mistakes coming forward. And as Blair mentioned, though, Nuke is a very tactical map. You need a lot of prep for it. So should be a more convincing victory, I would say. Should be the operative word there. You never really know right now. But I'm just here for the spectators and for the Twitch chat. I just want it to be a good game. That's what I'm here for.
Beautiful, especially for the Twitch chat. We do appreciate it. Yeah, if you guys have any questions in the chat, I'll try and keep an eye on it every once in a while at the detriment to my own mental health. But that's what I do is the kind of sacrifices I make, Henry, to
I'll join you tomorrow. I'll have an iPad tomorrow. I'll have
Beautiful.
one screen dedicated to Twitch chat. So I'll make sure I get that online because I want to join the fun as well. And if you also want to join the fun, we've got plenty of activations going on right now as well. So if you want to get involved, there's you can do the exclamation mark skins. Like we mentioned, you can win up to $1 million and up to $50,000 in CS2 skins by answering 8 questions daily. And you get the information that's exclamation mark skins. There's also some merch giveaways as well. So you type in exclamation merch. And I think with every dollar spent on merch, you get 1 ticket for a chance to win $10,000 in skins. So there's plenty to go around. Get yourself stuck in there and see whether you can try your luck there to pick up either some merch or, of course, the $1 million and answer some of those questions. But Nuke is coming up next. It's the opening game of Group A and the first day here of Roobet Cup 2023. 16 teams battling for a lion's share of $250,000. Big online tournament here, 9 days of play, and the action's just heating up as well. We're on the first series, so if you're just joining us now, you're not too late. There's plenty of time and plenty more pandemonium coming through as well. Bear in mind, there's like not only this roster changes, Anders, but there's like teams like Astralis who are yet to even play a game in CS2 right now. NIP who have just got rid of Hampus.
True.
Like there's so many storylines to follow here. And from what Kassad mentioned earlier as well, he said that in the coming days or maybe the coming weeks, there's going to be even more announcements and kind of unpredicted changes in these rosters. I think this is the best place to keep up to date with all the information. So stick with us throughout these 9 days.
Yeah, you mentioned roster changes. You mentioned Astralis. Obviously, it seems like they have had a hand in some.
Yeah. They kind of dismantled Heroic
man.
from the inside out. It kind of seems like that. So whatever you think about it, they've done a good job in kind of sabotaging their rival organization, to be fair. So say what you will, but they've done a good job in that department.
Yeah, hard to really argue with. Exciting. I hope. What if those two teams end up playing each other, and there might even be. There's a lot to theorize about that. I look forward to it. I'm happy that we're playing Nuke still after all these years, Henry. Still my favorite map.
Your favorite map? What about Train?
Favorite map. What I was just about to say, apart from Train, which got removed, obviously, rest in peace. But those two maps were always like a little bit of depending on who was playing it. There were some teams that never played Nuke, so then it doesn't really make sense to have Nuke if you're watching those teams. But Train usually the other one that I really gravitated towards. So
I think most pros are under that sentiment as well. I think like Simple says he would love Train to come back, and obviously it's an Orpus paradise, so that makes sense. And I don't think there even is a CS2 version of Train, right? Like not that I'm aware of, anyway. So
I'm sure someone's working on it.
Probably won't be coming back. Yeah, they might be working on it. I don't think they're allowed to just slot it in themselves, though. But it'd be nice to see it make a comeback eventually. Like we don't have Dust 2 right now. That didn't really get a rework coming into CS2. Like it's there. I should know. I played it against Chad over in Sydney. But it's like it doesn't seem like it's one of the maps they're focusing on. So Tuscan doesn't seem to be making a comeback either. Never even got into the pool. Like Valve added it and didn't seem to want to do anything with it going forward. It was a great looking map. And a lot of old schoolers wanted to see it come into the map pool, but it never happened, which is a shame.
I think it's only kind of recently, as in with the last couple of years, I want to say that they hired like a new person, Lydia, I believe, to take care of the maps over at Valve. So I think she might just be.
She stepped down this week, I believe.
This week.
Yeah, I saw on her Twitter. I don't want to 100% confirm that, but I think that's what's happened. I think she's
all right.
moved on.
I was almost broadcasting fake news then.
Almost,
but yeah.
Akoya.
I was gonna say, like, it seems like they've had, at any rate, like, different, just sort of dedicated people to maybe someone else will step it up and do that kind of work. I think the work she did was really good. So hopefully they'll continue to have people, because I think that's one of the ways to keep, even if it's CS2 now, one of the ways to keep things fresh is to have different maps come in. We've talked about this a lot in Go, of course, like this idea of having almost like a seasonal map pool might make things really interesting. Don't see why you couldn't do it in CS2. Maybe not for the first season, just because people need to get used to it. But going forward, it's nice. It'd be a nice feature to have, to sort of say, oh yeah, that was the season when they were playing Train instead of Mirage or whatever it is.
Well, like we've shown we can handle new maps, right? With Anubis and Ancient coming into the mix, like sure, it was like maybe a little alarming at times. We weren't sure which way it was going to go. There are a couple of mainstays now, like Anubis and Ancient are like in my top 3, I would say, to commentate. Like I really enjoy those maps. Playing them as well. I think they bring a different level required in terms of traditional Counter-Strike. They play a little bit differently. They've got their own avant-garde sort of kind of nuances, like an Anubis at the drop down from middle, for example. Like it's very interesting to see how the CTs react accordingly in terms of their aggression. So yeah, I'd like to see some new maps in the future. I think we've shown we can handle it. But yeah, I'd still like to see the old classics return as well. Like Train and Tuscan for me would be the first port of call. But regardless, that's not going to be happening today. It is going to be new coming up next. And hopefully just getting into the we're going live soon. I just got the word. Game will be live soon. So soon could be anything.
Wonderful.
Soon could be next month. Like next month is soon, to be fair. But
Yeah.
2 more minutes, I've been told, is the exact approximation here. So yeah, it is going to be Heroic taking on Aurora here. It is the pick of the Russian squad, and they picked up the first of Overpass. So it was overtime, but considering the stats and the fact they've played Nuke so much here, this mishmash roster of Heroic, I don't think will stand a chance. But yeah, we're just hoping that the fact they're going to get a CT start, at least, if they can win a pistol here, bear in mind that Heroic lost both pistols in the first map, maybe they can make it super exciting and close. So I think just one pistol round, ideally the CT one, and get a good launch into the map. That would be absolutely everything. I don't think they can afford to lose both pistols here. But what did you make of the young guns, especially? Like, did you enjoy Krisen's performances there? Like, I felt like they actually did pretty well, all things considered.
Yeah, I think like the first step when you're stepping into this kind of of madness is to just not be a liability. I think that's good if you, and then, you know, even in some of the, I think in the fragging department, yeah, they could have done a little bit more, either one of them, but they did okay. But they also didn't look like they were making grand mistakes. There were a couple of those rounds at the end, I think, where Kristen was in like a 1 versus 2 with a teammate, and he wasn't peeking. There wasn't any kind of crazy fighting, right? Because like you said, if you want to display yourself, maybe you are going to be incentivized to take some big fights and take some big risks just to show that you're a superhero. I don't think there was a lot of that. I consider that a really good, just a good sign going forward. So honestly, I was okay with that. I think generally they didn't embarrass themselves, and yeah, they don't have a lot to lose, but yeah, they stepped it up when needed to. So more power to them, right? Dupree obviously leading from the front was looking really good. So I'm pretty happy with their performance, to be honest. It was such a close. I mean, it ends in overtime. You can't really. What do you want to say? Like they could have just as well won it, right? But Aurora kind of stepping up, right? And does that make you change your prediction? Are you a little bit more worried now?
I guess I am. I have to be, right? I've got Heroic winning this one. They've lost the first map, but like I mentioned, they lost both pistols and still gave them a hell of a run for their money. It was a couple of moments that Aurora should have closed things out. There was just some absolutely chaotic rounds that fell apart for them. I think they looked like the better team overall, understandably so, but I stuck with my statement. I think the firepower is in favor of Heroic, and unfortunately with Nuke coming up next, that might not be as big of a factor. But yeah, I just hope if Heroic can get to double digits and maybe stabilize, maybe there's a chance for them in this group yet. Bear in mind it is a GSL format, so if you win the first opening 2 games, I think you make the playoffs, but you can lose the first one and then need a perfect run from there on out. But not looking amazing for them after giving that first one up. But if they can steal their opponent's map back, it's going to be Mirage to close things out. And I think all bets are off at that point. There's no real kind of strategic advantage you can have on Mirage. That's a fragger's map, and everyone plays it the same way, Anders, even in CS2. So I feel like if it gets to Mirage, yeah, obviously they have to win Nuke to get us there. But if it gets to Mirage, I think Heroic can pull this one back.
Well, listen, a bit of a while we wait here, a little bit of an update from the Twitch chat. I've got someone called BTCH. Make me a sandwich. Says Henry. Listen, try not to worry. Henry G. Stare makes me fall in love. So actually, in spite of the name, kind of a
it's quite a nice comment.
Person.
Yeah,
like really, you know.
I thought that was going to go in a very different direction. But no, thank you very much. I feel like Kassad said, jet lag hasn't affected me too much. I managed to avoid it on the way out to Australia. I was only there for 4 days. I wasn't jet lagged one single day when I was out there in Sydney, and I've got back like 5 p.m. yesterday, and I managed to stay awake the entire night. Went to bed at 1 a.m., got like 8 hours of sleep, and I feel quote unquote normal. Whatever that means to me, that's what I feel like today. And yeah, I feel like my eyes are looking quite bright, all things considered. I'm actually feeling great, and this is always a lot of fun commentating online CS with you. Like, it seems like Kassad mentioned as well, the fact every game we commentate goes towards overtime, and then kind of the theory rings true once again. The first map of the tournament, all the rounds and the bonus rounds, and long may it continue, because we know we've got a long shift ahead of us, 9 days of play here. So we're going to analyze these new rosters and all these changes as they come through live. Yeah, we're going to get a lot of information as to what these teams, and I've just heard, Anders, the game is live. Thank you for bearing with us, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into the second map between Heroic and Aurora here. It is the pick of Aurora. It means the Danes will start on the CT side here. I'm still hoping they can win the pistol win. I say that just because I want to see this go to a third, and then to show us that they can still compete even with this interesting roster. And we'll have a look at the buy and see if we can work out what Aurora are going to present going forward. So we're going to see 1 smoke and 2 flashes here. No HE for the door, though, so I don't think an upper rush is on the cards. Maybe towards ramp, but we'll have a look as we get into it. MR12, of course, one of the Aurora squad, Anders.
Right, flash through the ceiling. Dooley's on top of the hut. Let's see if they can get now. They're going to try and dump down below, but the duelie's
no.
not hitting anything. Lucky and Celta coming up with some big kills to begin with. The flashbang didn't really do anything, but they just got the kills.
Yeah, like the flashbang wasn't super effective. I don't think the second one even landed where it was supposed to, but those dualies, they had to find at least one here. But there has been a lot of 5-on-3 collapses, and we'll see if Heroic can force another one here. That smoke, as you mentioned, it feels like it's agonizing long in CS2, but it will eventually dissipate and a chance to retake here with no kits.
They need to find some headshots first. It's not going the way that they would have wanted. Tessa's getting hunted down. He's just fighting for his own life and maybe a little bit of glory. And at the end of it, a little bit of damage onto Lackey. 40 health lost on him, but that's it. No other bullets connecting, Henry. What a disastrous way to get started if you're Heroic here on the second map.
Yeah, like I said, winning a pistol on the CT side especially would be an absolute godsend for them. But now this is the worst possible position because you didn't even find any kills. So this is going to be difficult. You're going to have to take either a full force buy here and risk everything, or the more traditional approach would be to take the full eco. That's what they've gone for. There's not really much to talk about here. There's almost 0% chance they win this round. Almost.
Listen, I've got something for you, Henry, while we're watching this round, because it's caused a bit of a stir in the chat. The earlier comments, someone named Pepple SX is saying, "I just want to know what Henry's favorite snack is."
Favorite snack? Probably beef jerky. That's my favorite by far. Yeah,
okay.
like or biltong from South Africa. That's my favorite as well. Any dried meats, I'm really into.
Wow, I wonder how many people accept that as an answer to a snack question. I mean, I think it is a snack. I could see you could say I'm snacking on some beef jerky. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think you absolutely could. I think that's more than valid. And because I don't really do sugar or anything like that, so that's about as exciting as snacks get for me. Unfortunately, I don't really do sweets or anything like that. So yeah, biltong, beef jerky. Yeah, that's about it, mate. Like, I don't really snack too much. I have like one meal a day, and then I'll have some jerky. Otherwise, if I'm starving.
There we go. We got that's a very
comprehensive answer there. That's a nice insight to my life. But yeah, that's.
And we got the USP round out of the way, so it couldn't be any better here. Oroy cleaning it up for us nicely, which means Oroy are going to be right back with the rifles. They're ready to go. No kills yet happening on the side of Heroic, but I guess that's to be expected. We'll see if they can change that with some of the rifles that are coming up here, if they're going to be ready for it. Very tricky map to play, obviously, Nuke, with the roster changes that happen on the Heroic side. You don't want to be having that happen when you're playing this kind of a map. But maybe the veterancy of someone like Tessus or Dupree here or Shush could still carry them over. I'm willing to accept that. We'll see if it's going to be happening. Good kill onto the Mac 10. Tessus there. Almost edged out. That's so close to him losing the fight against Latsik, but he will come out on top.
Oh, well, it is going to be a nice response there. Celta brings it back to a 3 versus 3. CTs will definitely be on the back foot with this sort of buy as well. Looking for the trade on Dupree, but he gets a double kill. We're going to a 1 versus 1 here. That flashbang is everything. The swing off it as well. It's actually very effective. He swings now. He's got a guaranteed kill. Oh, it's all about the flash. As Aurora go up 3-0, you can see that plate. Sorry, that kill was on a silver platter is what I intended to say, as the flashbang absolutely guarantees the round there. He had about 3 seconds of open runway to close it out. Even with the MAC-10, it was locked in, and great efforts there from Tessus and Dupree as well, fighting to keep the round alive. It is not quite enough, and they're going to be down to another partial buy and 3-0 down. This is the nightmare start for the Danes.
Yeah, what a legendary flashbang that is. Because he peeks right before it pops, he forces the CTs kind of to look into it. Because if he goes the other route and spins around for it, and I don't think he would have been flashed either the way that he was, or he definitely wasn't. So, yeah, that could not have been any better. What a sick way to win. That's a Mac 10 as well. He was already tanked up down behind there. It was not an easy fight to win that 1 versus 1, but one of the best flashes I've seen in a minute there. Bit of a trade to begin with. Celta going down, but the Mac 10s still trying to get the opening, and they should be in there. The bomb currently just being picked up in the lobby outside, so they kind of have control of the A-bomb side, but they're a little bit slow to actually get there. Blowing up the smoke, but Norway's ready for it. Yeah, you've got to be so much more aware of those smokes. Can't just treat them like the walls that people sometimes used to do in Go, where you just put it up and kind of forget about it. Nice shots coming out, and a Deagle headshot. Sierra picking it up at the end with a double, and in spite of some heavily stacked odds against them, it's Heroic to pick up the round.
Yes, they certainly do. high-flying antics there from the likes of Sierra, making it work with the Desert Eagle towards the end. A little bit scrappy from Aurora. It looked like they got the first opening 2 kills. The bomb side was theirs, but blowing open the smoke sure didn't find the kills, but it was ample distraction there for the AK-47 to continue to find a bit of damage. So the Desert Eagles closed and sealed the deal as Heroic post their first round here. You'd imagine there's plenty of money for Aurora after going 3-0 up, but now Heroic have a chance to start fighting back, just like they did on Overpass. Bear in mind, they were 5-1 down on that map as well, and that was their pick. But now on the CT side of Nuke, we'll see if they can make it work with 2 AK-47s and all for Crizzen and Norway heading towards the rampage, trying to push back any aggressive CTs on this side. Lots of utility deployed towards main entrance at the start. HE is not doing any damage though, and towards ramp we go. But when you get the AK-47 at ramp, it's a dream, because it means you can actually go toe-to-toe with the AKs itself. Crizzen's got a guaranteed frag, apparently not, and this is a bit of a mess. Sierra, no! That's a couple of times now we've seen him kind of not really hit the mark. It was the Geordie to kick things off in the pistol, and now a couple of those kills almost certainly should have been going in favor of Heroic. That is a nightmare outcome, but Debris once again looking to pick up the pieces.
Yeah, they had the crossfire even at the ramp position. That's normally such a powerful setup when you could do it, and it's unexpected too from the T side. Lucky is just absolutely wrecking them here. Couple of kills down below, and not much that Shush could do about it. So, wow, that is unexpected. Because normally you're just playing one person on the ramp on the CT side, and your job. Of course, you want to get a kill, but your job half the time is just to stay alive and fall back into the B-bomb side if you need to, just, control that space. But the fact that they had the crossfire setup and they just still get blown up is definitely disappointing.
Yeah, well, I just can't believe they didn't hit even a single kill in towards ramp. Like I said, it's a dream setup there. You've got all the aggro being taken on one side, allowing, even if your teammate doesn't get 1, you should be getting 2 because he's taken all the crosshairs away. Significant damage, but yeah, they don't really get anything done with it. Dupree had to try and save the day down there. He's only good for 1. Very efficient there, but didn't really panic Aurora. Molotoving him out of position, making sure it was guaranteed frags, and they'll keep 4 players alive here. You cannot say the same thing for Heroic. They only have 1 player surviving in the form of Shush, and that was a moment there, Crizzen, all day long should be getting that kill, even more so for Sierra, but it doesn't work out for them. It's just great shots from Aurora in response, and we'll have to look what kind of buy they've got available. So there will be cash. Bear in mind, the one round they did win, Anders, was a partial buy, so that was an injection of cash. They shouldn't be completely out of their depth here. With 1 M4 save, they are going to have an AWP, and presumably they have to force around this because you'd be foolish just to invest a little, and indeed they will be committing into it. Sierra might have to go for the MP9 or FAMAS himself. Time will tell what he opts for. But yeah, they need to pull their socks up the ramp from here. He goes for the silenced M4, no utility and as a ramp. He'll have to be dropped at least a smoke. It's very difficult to contain the ramp room with nothing at all. You can't even contest for a kill.
They're really overlooking the shotguns, Henry, aren't they?
They are. That's a good point. Yeah, that's actually, I know you're kind of joking, but it's actually kind of a good point.
But
Nuke is actually quite viable.
And for CS2, right, as well. Some of the shotguns just seem like they are super viable in a way that, you could have used them in Go as well, but it feels like in CS2 they definitely have a little bit of an impact. So, yeah, but they opt for something else. They want to go for the FAMAS at the M4. We'll see the FAMAS spray. It's looking good, and that's almost the last bullet there. For Tess is taking down Lackey, who was lost inside of the smoke and couldn't find his way down the vent either.
Yeah, it looked like he got away with it as well. That was just a kind of consolation little spray there from the FAMAS. Looked like he was done, but still gets the opening frag here, and Lat's going to be setting up the wall of smokes here towards outside. We'll see which variation they're going for, over the L block or the traditional approach here. I'd imagine the L block would make more sense considering they're a man down, and indeed that will be the case. Towards ramp we go though. Crizzen this time making up for his previous fumble towards the ramp. Nice guaranteed frag here. Strong position as well. They've got themselves a 5 versus 3. Shouldn't be any world if they give this one up.
No, this is super important, right? You lose the pistol, you get the freak round that you pick up. Now you really need to cement it here early on, you've got to say. And a 5 versus 3, that should be plenty enough to cement the round. Crizzen just sticking around, trying to dodge the flashes. Misses the shot, but that's okay. Again, you don't have to really die for the ramp room. Just play it cool. Chill out for a minute here. Just make sure they can't either take hell here, or they've got 2 players down below as well on the Heroic side. So there's nowhere Aurora can go with this setup. It's fine they get the ramp room, but they can't really. They're just going to get locked in here. And Heroic are playing this pretty much textbook how you'd want to play it.
Yeah, definitely agree. I can't imagine a world where Dupree gives this sort of round up, looking for the triple spray down, and he delivers on all fronts. That is a lovely crossfire there. So giving the veterans a chance to strike in those sort of moments, they'll deliver the goods. 7 frags for Dupree as we enter round number 7 itself. So it will be 4-2. You have to say, though, Anders, an MR12, like 4 rounds is serviceable. So anything extra for this point from Aurora is going to be a bit of a bonus in itself. But for now, their money is tight. They definitely can bring a buyout to the table. You might as well, and try and catch Heroic while they're kind of recovering their own finances here. So yeah, Mac 10s and Norway with nothing. He's gone for the eco here. His teammates are fully invested, and he's got Glock, no armor. I don't know why. I couldn't tell you what he's up to. Oh, he's AFK. That's why. All right, that would be a kind of reasonable reason why he's not bought anything.
Explains a lot, doesn't it? I wonder if that means they're going to reset the round.
They have to. Yeah, no damage has been done yet. Yeah. So there we go. All right. Well,
here's an update for you. I've got 2 updates, Henry.
Yes.
One is from Neo, that I've been doing a little bit of casting with a couple of times now. Who kind of, I think, is the most knowledgeable person that I know from what's happening in the tier 2 and tier 3 scene. And he's basically saying that for him, Sierra actually is like a mega talent, and I trust Neo for this kind of things. He was the first person that brought up Boris before anyone had heard of Boris in the tier 1 space. He was like, this guy is mental. So I trust Neo for this kind of thing. So, maybe it's worth to keep that in mind. If ever there's anyone I don't know, if I'm watching a tournament or something, I just always talk to Neo and I'm like, who are these people? What's happening? And he just always knows. So I trust him.
Good insight there. But like they have had their fumbles here on Nuke. They're showing an overpass was reasonable. But yeah, I feel like when you have those sort of rounds, those nightmare scenarios where you pretty much should be guaranteed kills, like that can get in your head, especially as a young player. And there is a lot of, in terms of, there's no pressure for them specifically, but in terms of their own kind of mental fortitude, knowing that they've missed some vital shots, it could get in their own head, wearing the heroic jersey, even though it's just temporary. Like, I don't think this is a move that we'll be seeing much of. This is just kind of replacements considering the circumstances. They'll just be playing for this tournament.
More importantly, Henry, Wayward Tsunami in the chat was saying in reference to the earlier topic, saying, I also love some dry meat, but it doesn't stay dry if it's near me.
Oh, okay. I see what he's done now.
It's just a comment, like it's just a comment on the earlier topic. I wanted to bring it up.
Well, keep your questions coming through. We ever get a technical timeout, Anders will make sure that they're delivered. And for now, we're trying to deliver some carnage in towards this ramp room once again. Sierra, you said he's a bit of a talent, Anders, and he gets himself a hat trick. A flurry of headshots come through towards the ramp. They run completely by him, and he picks up every single kill. Beautiful little second there. Nice work.
That was a really dirty trick, wasn't it? Just hiding. None of them were expecting it.
Oh,
and
nice.
A grenade at the end of Sierra as well. He picks up the last one. That's beautiful. What a round from him.
Yeah, great positioning. They had no idea that would be possible, and delivers the goods as well. So that's going to build his confidence up after some troublesome rounds before. And like we said, the money was already tight for Aurora. And we go 4-3. Heroic rebuilding now, as more ways than one, I suppose. And they've got up themselves against a full eco for now. I don't see much of a dent happening here. It's just one deagle for Kenzie. It's Glocks otherwise, and no utility. So a chance for everyone to catch their breath and for Heroic to tie things up 4-4.
Just the pistols here. How can you really make an impact? This is one of the hard things about Newt, right? There isn't much of a chance here to rush a site and get a bomb plant for the bonus money or anything like it. You're always going to be in this weird position where you probably just will end up faltering. Maybe get a kill or two if you get real lucky with the Deagle, but ooh, there we go. There's one, just as we say. We summoned it into existence. It's Kenzie with a good shot there. And Heroic might want to be a little bit careful. Don't walk into too many more Deagle shots here. It's real close. Look at Dupree and Shush both tagged up. I'm getting nervous, Henry. I don't like this.
Well, maybe rightly so. The first Desert Eagle headshot strikes, but bear in mind they've only got one Deagle. Damage inflicted to Shush, sure, but there's the second frag for the Danes. Should be fine at this point. Dupree's like, yeah, guys, don't be scared at this point. Let's just get stuck in. Let's just close this one out. They haven't got armor. They haven't got much to work with. Close it out. And he's done so with great style there and denying the plant. Nice little idea from Celta to try and get that bomb plant. It would have been a great addition to the round along with that single frag found. But overall, it does go 4-4. Pretty well handled round, all things considered there. It's 3 in a row for Heroic now, as we'll see another buy come through for Aurora. But there's the Galil for Latte going to have the luxury of the AWP here. Not that it's really required on Nuke. And and Celta with the Galil as well. But as I mentioned in the first map, it seemed over in Sydney, the Galil was one of the heroes of the tournament. It's getting a lot more frags in this meta. Like, you don't have as many resources, a lot more force buys, and yeah, the Galil's doing some great work this day and age. We'll see if it continues here.
I love myself a good Galil. I feel so comfortable with the Galil. I don't even think of it as much as a downgrade. I just love playing with that weapon, but don't feel the same way about the FAMAS at all, so I'd be okay with it if I was Latic or Celta at the moment. Just carry on through. But you gotta say, for Heroic, this is a really good recovery. You mentioned it, how they lost both the pistol rounds in the opening map on Overpass, and they lost it in this one too. So getting this recovery now that we're playing MR 12 is just going to be absolutely critical. You really can't afford to go on a big loss streak after also losing the pistol. There's just no time for it. What a sneak around from Kenzie, and he's comfortable crab walking that one to take the kill on Tessus. Makes it a 4-on-5 early on and gives them an enormous amount of space out in the yard here.
Yeah, strong position there, patrolling towards heaven. Now this is be a prime opportunity to try and get in towards the ramp. A backstab could be initiated as well, and it looks like that's exactly what's coming through. Sira feeling a lot of pressure. Great opening kill, but that's not quite enough, I'm afraid. They have to go lower, I would say, at this point, and Celta, oh, what a read. Doesn't even matter, he misses that first bullet. He might even get the double kill here, as good as takes dupreeh down to 3 points of help. It's a 3 versus 2, and Chrism would have to do all the heavy lifting with the AWP, and that's where the AWP does fall apart on Nuke. And dupreeh, he's actually got a pretty nice position here, but with low HP, can't capitalize upon it, and he will be dropped. It will be Aurora taking the lead once again, 5-3, as Chrism will have no choice but to save. He's down in towards lower.
And the Molotov on dupreeh really cementing the push up from heaven there. I agree otherwise. If they don't have that, and if they just have to fight him straight up, that's exactly the kind of fight that dupreeh can win. He's already proven that in the what we've seen so far on Nuke and on Overpass. But yeah, he got completely pushed out of the position. So now it's just Chrism hiding with the AWP, and maybe not even for long. No, he's got to be close by. Not able to find him just yet, so just don't scope, don't make any noise here, Chrism, and maybe you are going to be fine. But it's Aurora taking the lead once again. 5-4 going to be the scoreline. And there's a lot of money, though, on the CT side. I guess that's kind of the good news.
Yeah. Some good news there for sure, and if they save the AWP, they'll be rolling in cash here. Norway, bear in mind, the bomb blast radius in CS2 is about 25% greater across the board on all maps. Nuke annoys me the most. Like, even if you're in the ramp room and the bomb's down towards lower, like, you have to be right at the back to even guarantee you're going to survive. Like, you could even die in T-spawn from the lower bomb side now here on this version of Nuke. Like, it's really frustrating, but it does open the door, Anders, for more like ninja diffusers in the future. So I guess we have to be excited for that prospect.
You love it. That's one of the best things. It doesn't happen nearly enough, but obviously, yeah, those kind of diffusers are just they make the heart race a little bit, don't they? You got the Creek coming out on Kenzie. What's your? Yeah. Did you play with the Creek in CS2 yet?
Yes. I'll give you my thoughts on it just after this interaction. It's very fast towards outside, and we are going to see an exchange of frags, 4 versus 4, and you can see there's gaps in the smoke here. The Krieg not really working out at all. That's already looking very comfortable with now a 4 versus 2. Celta and Latic segregated right now. The bomb trying to do anything it can just to try and stay alive here, but now he's going to be left alone, stranded towards Secret. Yeah, just a note. So the Krieg and the Org, like the scope compared to CSGO, like it takes up more of the screen, but you get more of a field of vision, right? I think Jackie did a good video on it yesterday on his Twitter, so go check that out. So you get a little bit less in terms of your crosshair, but you can see more of your peripheral vision. And we're seeing more and more players use it, especially because of, like we said, they don't get the AWP as often. Holzerk over in Sydney was using the Krieg on T side more often than not. Like when he couldn't get the AWP out, he'd use the Krieg. I think the Org has more viable effect in the game, generally speaking. Like we saw towards the end of CSGO, it was kind of being picked up on maps like Ancient and Anubis. But I think you'll see a lot more of it. It becomes very meta, I think, with the fact that CS2 spray control is up for debate right now. Players are struggling with the spray of the M4 and just having the luxury of the scope. Some people are thinking that's more of a better approach for them.
Okay. I don't think I've really tested it out yet, so I guess I'm a little bit behind the curve on that one. I'll get on it at some point. Deagle trying for the headshot. Shushes. Oh my god, he does get it, but obviously shot in the back, so the insurance policy in a way kind of still works out, but not a bad Deagle shot to do a little bit of damage. The nade will blow up part of the smoke, enough for Tessus to get the kill on Kenzie, so again, good use of that mechanic. I'm sure we're going to be seeing a lot of crazy interactions like that throughout the coming days. It will be a cleanup, though. They'll lose 2 people on the heroic side, but they will win the round and get it into a 6-5 scoreline, so things are starting to look pretty good for them. Pretty
good. And the final round is upon us. 6-5. Aurora, they split it right down the middle and gave 50% of the rounds on the T side. It's still a very serviceable half, if you ask me. But we'll see them with a compromise setup once again. It's Kenzie who's only got the Galil. AK's otherwise a couple of bits of utility missing, but we'll see if they want to change the pace here. As Heroic, when you slow things right down, I'm going to stand by this statement. They've got a lot more firepower than Aurora, generally speaking, even with this kind of crazy roster that's been presented to us today. If you're not aware of all the drama, I don't have time to explain it right now. Go check it out at HLTV. Go on the cesspits, the cesspools of Twitter, and you can find it all there. But I'm waiting for the response from some of the players involved, and maybe Astralis will give us some more insights there. But still an exciting day, as you might expect, in the drama machine that is CS2. And for now, first opening frag goes in favor of Aurora. Zira answers back. Shush playing the smoke this time. He's got his workload cut out for him. It's going to be back and forward here. It's absolute chaos on this upper bomb side, 1 versus 1, and we have got the flank from Crizzen, and the plant is going to be denied almost certainly. And there we have it. Heroic 7-5. They bounce back after losing yet another pistol Anders, but they win the half and give themselves a fighting chance of taking us to Mirage.
Yeah, incredibly well done. I mean, even at the end there, like you saw Sierra who's kind of baiting out some shots. He was pretending to shoot through, but actually baiting them into the AK. So, overall good work. Obviously, Shush at the corner of the smoke there. Kind of a close round, but they made it work. And Heroic come out with a bit of a lead going into the second half. So you have to just appreciate how this has played out for them. Again, they lost the pistol round, so I don't think they're feeling too bad about what's happening at the moment. Yeah, 7-5 the scoreline. Henry, are you satisfied with this? They give you hope back for Heroic that they're going to be able to push this to a third map, which I think would be Mirage, right?
I think if they win this pistol Anders, we're off to the races. They are yet to win one in this series so far, and it is the most important round in CS2. Like, just for various different reasons, but mainly because of the economy. If you give up a pistol, especially 2 of them, you're unlikely to win the map. But we'll see if they can actually make this round work. They've gone for very little in terms of utility here. It's going to be 4 sets of Kevlar and an opening kill for Latic. Those dual elites towards ramp can be very troublesome indeed. And he's looking for a couple of kills. Nice jumper on the corner. You can see that's by design to avert the gaze of those initial interactions with the dual elites here. Lackey with no chance. His Tesla's completely clotheslined him down towards lower. Heroic are back into this round now. Even more so. Beautiful shot towards the window.
Yeah, that's the kind of kill that'll really get them back. It opens up so much. And it also means Aurora kind of lose track of where Heroic is, right? They've lost track of that bottom of the map at the moment. And Heroic calling for a bit of a freeze, mostly sitting around and waiting. There's a bit of a spot. Oh, actually, he just straight dinks him. Oh, what an unfortunate turn of events. Down to 2 health just from the first interaction with the Glock. There's Celta trying to bring it back. He needs a headshot right now because they are starting to fall behind. And surely the bomb going to be planted down below while Kristen is just kind of playing with them, toying with them, and rotating with 2 health. Not what you want to see. It's a good thing in return at the very least, but I feel like Aurora, they are going to be hard-pressed to win this round.
Yeah, Tessa should close things out here. Oh my goodness, an emphatic start as well. He's on for the ace. It doesn't work out for him. It was there. It was available. Would have been the first ace of the tournament, Anders. Imagine that. But it doesn't work out. But the round does, as Heroic will find their first pistol round of this series so far. I said if they can find this pistol, they probably take us to a third map. And that has come through. And we have got a chance for Aurora to bounce back early, though. They're opting for the force buy in the second round. Now, Heroic didn't go for this. It cost them a 3-0 disadvantage to kick things off. So Aurora, they have been pretty handy with the Desert Eagles. We've seen it from the likes of Kenzie. He's had some really impressive shots with the weapon, and it's unlikely they win the round, but we'll see what they can do with it. They've got themselves a few smokes, a couple of SMGs and pistols otherwise.
Smokes outside. Only the one. You can see Kenzie's already got the grenade in hand, and, in case they need to blow it open. Man, I
think they were going for the 2-man execution. They're called the Henry G smokes now, actually, Anders, and they might have just missed one of them. Yeah, we'll get into that later. But Lackey in a horrible spot here. Dupree just reads him and waiting for the initial play towards Secret. Tess continuing that strong form. He's looking real crisp right now. 13 kills to his name. Not so crisp here towards the main entrance through the smoke. At least Prism will guarantee the round here. 3 players, make it 2 players, now 1, as they are dropping like flies. His force buys are nothing for them, and Heroic have got themselves pretty much double digits guaranteed because it's the full eco coming up next.
That's a bit of a rough round. Again, you'd probably want to do a little bit more economic damage, try and warm up some of those guns a little bit, but it's only going to get worse from here. Yeah, they're falling behind really quickly. Very likely to be a 10-5 before we even get a bit of a chance. Now, tell me, Henry, they call it Henry G Smokes. Did you?
Yeah, when I was at Pro League, I was given the task, and we were trying to make some segments because CS2 got dropped in as like week 3, right? So we were having to like CSGO just wasn't popular anymore. No one wanted to talk about CSGO, so we had to come up with some like, oh, could we like maybe find some of our own smokes and see what we can do with them? I found this 1-man, 2-smoke execution towards outside. So instead of needing 3 smokes, you can drop 2 from the same spot in T-spawn. And then Nart's out here, the guy who does all the nades on Twitter. I'm sure you know who he is.
Yes.
He kind of, I made a video of it on Twitter. He did a video as well, and he said, right, here's how you actually do it. He did a much more refined version than I did, but he called them the Henry G smokes himself. So it went pretty viral. It got like 1,500 likes and like 100,000 views. So yeah, I was pretty happy with that.
Well, there we go. And you said 1-man, 2 smokes is what you said.
Yeah, so you do it in this little corner on the left here, and you can throw them from the same spot, and it's using the windows. But they're quite precise there. If you miss them even slightly, it bounces on main roofing. It's stuck in the corner, which is what I think happened with the first smoke. That's why you saw the only one outside.
Well, something to be learned then. Go check it out if you can find it.
Yeah, it's on my Twitter. Scroll down. I retweeted
go.
it. So, yeah, go have a look. And we'll have a look see as to if Heroic can close this map out. They've got a great start here on their T-side campaign, but this is where things get a little bit trickier. This is the pick of Aurora. Specialists on this map. 74% win rate out of 58 maps in the last 6 months. So we'll see if they can bounce back here. It is Tessus. He's been an absolute thorn in their side. He's dropped early, and wow, so many frags coming through for Aurora. They've got themselves a 4 versus 2, but pace behind this. Heroic are just trying to get the bomb down towards lower. There is to be a drop from Norway, who will be trying to deny the plan, of course. And the most viable plan, I suppose, would be the Astralis plan at this stage. But we'll see if he's in any position to do anything about it. He absolutely is. Takes down Shush, and now Dupree, who has not got the gun. I guess he was throwing away the AWP, and yeah, he's going to find the AWP once again. See if he can just cause some damage here. Hits Norway, but it was through about 6 feet of concrete, and it will be the first round of the second half for Aurora. But they've got a lot of work to do to break through the finances of Heroic. They've got themselves a great start, 3-0, and some very convincing rounds there as well. So they've got plenty of cash. They've got one more buy in the bank if they give this one up.
Man, I've got to say, I mean, if you are going to start a comeback from this kind of deficit, then doing it in this fashion is got to feel great, right? It's always weird to start a comeback and you end up winning sort of a 1 versus 1, and it's a really labored round. I feel like just absolutely slapping them in this last round. That's the way you want to do it, because they do have a little bit of a road to run back. So we'll see how they do, though. A lot of grenades thrown. 8 Gs on top of smokes, even before the smoke is there. That seems excessive, but like he's on the other side. We'll see if he can do what Sierra is doing. He tries, but Christen's going to take him down, so no triple kill allowed for. Can't replicate that cool move. Latic out here, missed shot, and he's going to be dead, but he executes Tessus instead. And it's still on. Aurora have a chance to win this round.
Yeah, but there's a lot of pressure being applied toward this lower bomb site here. Norway is flirting with death. Keeps on peeking from the single door. Finally, he's taken out. It's Sierra that finds a headshot here, and it's a 3 versus 3. Anyone's round. This one's wide open. No bomb planted just yet as they open up the double doors here. Sierra needs to be very careful. He's got the aforementioned C4 in his back, and they're looking for an opportunity to plant. There's a flashbang coming through here. CTs are going to strike momentarily and try and get control, but thinking better of it. Flashbang still in place. The bomb will go down, but unable to deny it just yet. And it's going to be a really intense finish here, Anders. I'm not sure who's going to take it.
They close the door, but then Sierra just shoots it open, so he still has a bit of a chance. Kenzie, though, important kill on the other side to take down Shush. That gives them an avenue of attack into it. Latic, there's a little bit late, but he does get the shot. It's all on Sierra, and he can't do it. Latic, great AWP shots at the end, and that will give them the round. So that was hard to call, right? 3 versus 3. It could have gone either which way, but some really important AWP shots. 3 in the round for Latic.
Really enjoyed that from Latic towards the end there. Great awareness. He knew he couldn't really be part of the absolute chaos that was ensuing down towards lower, but he can control the extremities. Wait for any sneaking players looking for a backstab there. Hits the first shot, nails the second with the headshot as well, and really impressed by that. And he actually opened things up. Bear in mind as well, they were a man down. He took matters into his own hands and found Tessus, who's been very influential in this final kill. Got to see this again. Beautiful to take down Sierra. He didn't stand a chance as we go 10-7. Bear in mind, the bomb planted. Like I said, there was plenty of money in reserve, so they'd have to break through this round if they're going to shut down the economy on the T side here. And we'll see Kenzie just tucking himself in towards the back of the garage area. And for now, a bit of a default round here. Not giving much away at the very start.
No, a little bit of a slower beginning. Organ play as well on Lackey, so we'll see how that plays out. Definitely not too uncommon on a map like Nuke to see that one pulled out. And Heroic just frozen in time. They're really waiting. They don't want to make any mistakes early on here. expecting a peek, but none are coming at the moment. Kenzie's playing pretty deep in the garage. A little bit of a flash to set it up. Oh my god, he just straight deleted him. That is a beautiful shot.
I love to see that, Anders. That's why I'm here. This is what I wake up for every single day. Those kind of shots being delivered.
Yes.
And we are going to see another man advantage for Aurora. It was a rough start for them here on the CT side. It looked like Heroic were bouncing back, but now they're in the driving seat. They're going to shut down the finances here. They've got themselves a 5-on-4, but the round is far from done. Down towards lower we go, and there's actually pretty decent control for the T side here. We can see Celta down towards lower, flashbang in hand, so just spotting for information, trying to delay if possible, not playing for frags, just trying to contain them as much as he possibly can. As soon as he spots one, he'll drop the flash and just trying to deny the plant overall.
Got to be careful here. You don't rotate too far back in, but yeah, it's a powerful little jump spot, that one. Very hard to do anything about. They're actually going to change their minds. They want to come back up the vent to try and attack the bomb site. Good headshot for Norway, but just as fine of a return from Shush. He goes down to the org on the other side.
15 seconds.
Tessis and Sierra, yeah, they're running out of time. They're running out of players as well. Tessis, the knife out, going to get run down at the end. But still, yeah, just a great defense from Aurora on a bunch of different fronts, right? I mean, the start with the first bullet there was absolutely amazing. Those are the kind of shots, like, whenever you hit those in a match yourself, it's almost like you surprise yourself with, you're like, oh, okay, I did it. Look at this one. Boom. He got set up with a flashbang, but he just instantly deleted that first character.
He absolutely did. A beautiful display. And like we said, it would take some time before they batter down the door, economically speaking, of Heroic. But with the loss bonus building up, they've actually got themselves a half buy here. It's not even the full eco, so it doesn't get much easier. Danish Deagles are extremely deadly. I've seen it many times before, as Heroic will be operating with Tech9 and Desert Eagles here. First kill, though. How has he done that, Anders? There was so much conviction behind that spray. He knew exactly what was going on. Opening frag found, but it was all a bit of a ruse because they're actually going towards the ramp from him. As you mentioned, ramp is like, yeah, it's a key bit of real estate, but it's not a bomb site here. You don't have to challenge for it. You can allow them to take it, especially when they've only got pistols here. It's not worth giving out the rifle, and especially when you have the man advantage. So far, so good. Forcing them down towards lower, but there is going to be Lackey. He's playing a very defensive position here, hoping he can just find a couple of kills before he's dropped. Doesn't do as much damage as you'd like there on the first. As long as he gets one, he's absolutely fine. He gets the double, so that's round confirmed, and maybe a plant here is available for Heroic, but they won't be converting this round. I'm almost sure of it, as we'll see what can be done, though. A rifle has been recovered. The smoke actually segregates the teams. It makes things a little bit more complicated, but we'll see if they can do anything with it. Doesn't seem to be the case, and it's the master. Tess says with 16 kills to his name, a chance in his 4 versus 1. I wouldn't say it's impossible. First couple of kills were available to him. He gets that second one, maybe there's something to be done there, but it will be another convincing round for Aurora. But that was the partial buy, and with the loss bonus at the 4th stage, the bomb going down, $1,500 already in the bank. They've got a nice strong buy going forward. So all things considered, a pretty successful round for Heroic.
I've got to say, I mean, this is what a catch-up, right? He was 10-5, and now they're up to 10-9. They're running it back. They're building a lot of money, obviously a lot of momentum. This is starting to look really, really good for the Aurora squad. At some point, Heroic need to find a solution, and they're taking a tactical time, but maybe for that exact reason. But again, we're down to, for Heroic to win some of these rounds, it requires, like you just said, Tess is trying to go for like the 1 versus 4s, and like it seems to require like a bit of a crazy effort for one of them. So I want to see a little bit more of a close round in some of these, maybe down to a 2-on-2, just Heroic, if they can get in that position, then maybe it's a little bit more solvable here. But Aurora really answering back.
Stown has made his first tweet since the drama. I'm just going to quote it. I'm not going to give any opinions on it. I'm just going to quote it. This is from Stown. Gotta love the world we live in. Smiley face. What is the saying? The truth always prevails. That's it. Very cryptic. Not sure what it means, but it definitely suggests that something's afoot.
Cryptic tweeting in a time like that, I think it just adds to the drama. I'm all for it. I want more cryptic, like less answers, more time for speculation.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I like it as well. That's brilliant. A good shout.
Let's go that route. It's really wonderful.
I think we missed the smokes again. They've gone for the 2-man smoke, or the 1-man 2 smoke again, Anders, and that's when you fail it, when it lands on the roof like that, because it doesn't really make any sense to have that one smoke out there, because it doesn't give you anything. So they're failing. Yeah, they're doing it. This is it. These are the Henry G smokes. They're actually trying now.
Patented, I like it. There's the other one being put down. Tessa's trying to see if he can do it. Kenzie, though, no one's expecting him. He's only good for the one. If he would have had the burst on the first kill, maybe he could have adjusted for 0 as well. But it is going to be a 3 versus 4 here. So maybe a chance for Heroic. Maybe one of the best chances in the last 4 or 5 rounds for them to actually pick up a little bit more. Because I'm sure they would love to get a third map here. Get some practice in an official game on Mirage if they can. It's the third map if they get to it. Lactic, look at this movement, though. This is super aggressive, right? He's pushing the lobby with an AWP already scoped up, but it's hard to expect this if you're on the Heroic side. They could walk in and make it a quick 3-on-3.
Could do. A real chance. The time is ticking at some pace, and it's 30 seconds here. If he takes down Ciro, the bomb, which is guaranteed here, they've got themselves in a world of trouble because, yeah, they have a 3-on-2 advantage, but how do you get the C4 back in your realm? That would certainly help. If Norway gets that kill, call it all done. Now they can actually, drop the Molotov, get the bomb back. Like, they should have averted the danger here, and it's been recovered. But, yeah, there was a world there. That all falls apart. Cool, this is crazy from dupreeh, using the incandescence of the flames there to provide a veil as he makes his way towards the trophy room. I don't think Latic has any idea or hear him by now, so probably gets this kill, no problem. They need to be careful. It's now a 2 versus 1. Like, he could win this if they give him another kill, but looks like he'll be holding onto his AWP, falling off, and submitting to the round. And Shush is actually here to hunt, so they're not going to allow him to save anything.
Yeah, they really wanted to. I mean, I can't really blame them, right? You wanna make sure that they don't have too much to work with. Flick not working out. He's so trapped in here, and Shush will take him down. So, Heroic, after a little bit of a vacation, they are back and winning an 11th round. So they're on their way. They're getting there. I've got to say, just a quick update. I would say that the chat at the moment is split into sort of 3 camps, right? We've got the people who are saying Cadian died for this. We've got people, various sort of snake-related memes, and then the other, maybe it's like 25% between the first 2 topics, and the 50% topic is hair color. So it's turned into more of a fashion stream at the moment. Like, people are really interested. Like, it's very.
I think that's a good balance, though. I think the hair conversation has got its place here on the podcast.
Just to say, no one's talking about the Counter-Strike that's been played. Like, it's, just you know. Here we go. He's gonna try and blow it up. That's another thing that I think the meta between how early in the life of a smoke do you try and throw those grenades. I just think it's going to be so interesting to see how that unfolds, right? Do you do
I think set pieces will be more built around it. Like, you'll have a lineup for your smoke and then a separate lineup for an HE, yes, which will land like momentarily after, like just as they're responding to the landed smoke. I think that's going to be the meta going forward. When one team really defines how it's played and shows us the power, that's going to be a massive talking point. So here we go then. Smoke's being deployed once more towards outside, and we are going to see a real underwhelming setup in terms of utility for the CTs now. They've got a Famis on Lackey and only 1 smoke remaining here. And in terms of Kenzie's position, this is getting a little bit interesting. Tessa's can hear him leaping around in these smokes towards main entrance, but he gets away with his life for now. So what's the next move? This is a very crucial round. It goes without saying. Heroic looking for map points. Aurora looking just to hold on to the game. If they give this one up and it does go map point, they will have no resources going forward. Managing to escape death is Lackey, down to 55 points of health, and Kenzie not far behind.
That's scary, right? He almost walked straight into that shot. That could have been a huge opening for the T side, but doesn't really work out in their favor. We're down to 24 seconds. What in God's name?
Yeah, good point. Yeah, that's it. That's going to be an interesting finish here. Oh, that was a chance for Celta to get a big spray down here. Good flashbang to follow it up, though, but the Molotov will make things incredibly difficult and uncomfortable here. 10 seconds remaining, and it looks like Heroic might be able to do enough, but they've got to scramble for the plant. Who's going to come out on top? 5 seconds here. Latic now just has to try and deny the C4 if possible. Oh, he's done it, but will he survive? No! It will be Heroic with milliseconds to spare. It's Tessa taking matters into his own hands. It should have been an Aurora round. They should have been taking the victory, but no. It's Heroic posting map point 12-9, and like I said, if they win that round, call it done, because there's nothing in reserve here for the Russian squad. They've got $2,000 on average, and they have to buy Anders. Oh, that's going to be an absolute gut punch of a finish on their map pick as well. Heroic looks like they've done enough.
Unbelievable. How did they get away with that round?
So 3 seconds, 2, 1, literally 1 second. So it was 1 second separating that from being a map point situation for Heroic, or Aurora maybe bouncing back and winning this in regulation. So that is huge. Unprecedented scenes here as we get into what I think should be the last round, but time will tell.
Wow. That is quite something. I mean, they're well on their way, right? This should be it. 2 MP9s, a couple of Eagles, a 5-7 in the mix, but if they win this one, Heroic, then they will steal away the map. And we get to see Mirage. I'm all for it. Like, I really want as much CS2 as I can at the start of it here, just to get to relearn the game and rediscover everything. I'm sure there are a bunch of things that people haven't thought about yet. So, a little bit of a sneak kill up there. Kenzie didn't realize he'd already been spotted. It's Sira, who's been doing he's 20 and 13 on this map, by the way, Henry. So
yeah, and bear in mind, like we criticized. I did. I won't throw you under the bus. Like those missed shots towards ramp, that the tag team commenting him and Crimson. Like it seemed like there was a few holes to plug. But he's
fair criticism.
had a great resurgence. Like he's been fantastic, and like you said, he's maybe a talent for the future as well. So showcasing his abilities here as Heroic look to close things out in regulation. It's a 4 versus 2, and 2 players remain in towards this other bomb site. One of them's removed, and now just poor old Lat. He's actually down towards lower, my bad. And yeah, no chance of him winning this. And Heroic, they're taking us to Mirage, Henry says, as the Desert Eagle shot comes through. A rifle is recovered. There's now a glimmer of hope. We'll see if there's anything to be done. The bomb is planted, but just to be padding stats at this point, close the smoke. And maybe I tell a lie here. It's actually getting a little bit weird and wacky out there. Desert Eagle shots rattling off. 39 points of health here, and down he goes. Heroic have done enough here. They're taking us to Mirage, and Anders, that's what we said. If he does get to a third, all the strategies, all the preparation goes out the window because everyone plays Mirage pretty much the same. It's a pugger's dream, and that's exactly where we're going next. And you have to say, Heroic packing more of a punch in terms of the firepower. I feel like they're going to take the series. My prediction is back on.
It is back, and you were saved a little bit there. I appreciate it, man. What a great effort at the end there from the remaining Aurora player, but just wasn't enough, unfortunately. But yeah, really, really good stuff. It means we had a third map. What a delightful way to begin. And I do believe we have the studio ready to break it all down for us with a lot of action on you. What do you guys think?
Thank you very much for that, fellas. Well, Heroic. What a performance from them. They've only gone and done it with that 25 seconds left on the clock as well, by the way. A little bit mind-blown.
I think it's a bit of a contrast between the backgrounds for Henry and Anders, right? There's a Need for Speed in the background, working station, like big giant desk, and then for Henry there is just bed.
I like the bed.
So it's just a bit different vibe. But coming back to this game, now if you're a betting person, how do you predict this?
I'm not
like there was no way that anybody would have put any money that Heroic can actually come close to winning this map, and yet they were in control pretty much since the later part of the first half.
That was 4-1 for Aurora as well, right? To start things off, it looked like, all right, this one should be a quick affair. But Sira, right? Like, this is a guy, a few people who have watched him play in the Mouse Academy, the NXT lineup, have said, this is a player to watch out for the future. I think he really, really stepped up, delivered quite substantially. But what impressed me a lot was the CT side from Heroic. In all honesty, I don't know how if they had time to prep, if they had time to like run a couple of things through, but they seemed pretty comfortable. And for Aurora, I'm a bit disappointed. It's a map that they've picked. It's a map that they've looked good on. In all honesty, here it always looked like, apart from the initial 4 rounds they won, they were just trying to catch up to the players of Heroic.
Yeah, I'm kind of negatively surprised myself. Once I watched them against DSM a couple of days ago, they looked pretty good, and then it's a completely different story today. Heroic, it seems like even with this type of lineup, they have the individually better players than Aurora, right? It seems like every time they, like it's a 1v1, some sort of a 50-50 battle, it always kind of goes into a favor of Heroic player. You know, it seemed to be a common trend right there. So overall, I don't think Heroic is in a bad spot coming into Mirage whatsoever.
I think heading into today, though, we were under the presumption that they'd be in a significantly worse position than they have been thus far. Obviously, we've got Inferno being the third map being played for the B stream. We've got Mirage over here. How do we think Pugger's Paradise is going to pan out?
Like Assad said, right, individually, the Heroic players, they just seem so much smarter, even so much sharper in the server, including the stand-ins as well, especially the stand-in in the form of Sira. I think he was lights out there. But what was shocking for me is, like, this is one round where I think, like, there were 20 seconds remaining for Heroic. It was, I think, like a 4 versus 4. There were 3 defenders at upper bomb side, and Heroic just run in dry pretty much, and it just outduel everyone in that upper bomb side defense, which really shouldn't be happening. So Aurora, they looked uncomfortable on their map pick, which should heavily be favoring them with the setups and all of that. Now heading into Mirage, which, as everyone said, could easily go either way. If I'm Heroic, I'm just riding that high, right? Just playing fast CS, just catching Aurora off guard. And unless Aurora even individually, they don't wake up. This is going to be a massive upset at the start of the tournament. I won't lie. This is a big upset if this happens.
The level that Aurora is playing right now, it's not really. You can't really call it an upset. Like I thought they were just better. That's the thing. Like they didn't show. Maybe it's not their day. Maybe it's an off day. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't look good. But coming into Mirage, the problem is going to be an op for Heroic, right? Who's going to be, taking that role there, right? What's going to happen with the op? The op is one of the essential things on Mirage, right? It's not like Inferno, where you can work around it, or a map like Nuke as well. Mirage is a map that oppers have a sort of a control, and they have early presence on both sides, so it can be a little bit tricky for them. But if they play this compact CS pack mentality type T side, then they can definitely get 7-8 rounds if they perform like they did in aiming wise, right? They don't have any strategical advantages over Aurora because they didn't play probably a single map.
I think you hit the nail on the head there, right? The one thing we saw a lot in Sydney as well, a lot of teams finding success with this pack mentality on the T side, just run in and trade. And we saw Heroic doing that on the T side here in Nuke. And for the side of for the side of their opponents, it felt like they had a lot of ideas, but the ideas weren't executed in a clean fashion. Yeah. Now, that's not going to work out. Just go back to the basics. Just go in and trade. And they weren't trading. They weren't able to, trade equally and have these 3v3 situations, get the bomb down and all of that. So, yeah, I feel like for the side of Aurora, just playing just simple to the core basics. You've been a team for a longer time. You have the better comms. You have the better synergy. Utilize that. Don't overcomplicate matters.
There is a question of, going into tournament psychologically looking at, right? So if they think of oh, what the hell is happening? Why cannot we beat these guys? We are supposed to be the better team. We are supposed to be, the team, and they're supposed to be mixed. So what is the solution? Maybe it could get into their heads a little bit, and they start making more mistakes after more mistakes, and then we can maybe even see Heroic win this one, which wouldn't be the worst thing, right? Considering the circumstance, maybe they catch a break, get a win or two, and maybe get into the playoffs.
I mean, if you look at the lack of experience, like I said, on the side of Aurora, when it comes to the mind game, so to speak, on the other side for Heroic, you have freaking Dupree, right? You have Dupree, who's won a few big events in his time. A couple of them, a couple of majors or something here and there. So if they ever needed a voice on your team to be like, all right, guys, we're in a shit situation here. Let's freaking get the win. That's the man you want on your team. And he's not just delivering, I feel like, in the calls or as a veteran in the team, trying to glue these disparate pieces together, but also in a fragging department. The guy seems to have been putting in the work in this game. He top fragged in the first map, even though they lost. In the second one, he was, I think, second highest rated after Sierra, who's a young stand-in, right? So Dupree's putting in seemingly quite a lot of work here.
How do we think that's going to be impacting the MOUZ NXT players that have just come into this one? Do you think, having the opportunity to play with someone like Dupree is an idol for them?
I don't know. I know how it's going to impact the management of MOUZ, thinking maybe they can earn some money by selling. that can be a thing. But for the young players, coming into playing with legends like Dupree, like a Hall of Famer guy who won 5 majors, surely it is a big thing. When you're a kid, you look up to these people, right? You watch them play and win all these events, and you think what it's going to be like if I play with them ever, and now they have a chance. So it's a very good experience overall, even if anything comes out of it. Ultimately, they're going to get at least this, moment when they're played with him and understood a couple of things more.
Think about it, right? Like you're NXT guys just chilling. All right, guys, who are we screaming today? How are we going to be pracking? And suddenly you get a call. So you guys want to stand in for Heroic because there's a shit situation happening. You get to play with Dupree, by the way. You're going to be giving 110.
That's like you when they told you need to work. We have to work with me. You probably went the similar.
Okay, all right, calm down, Kassad.
Experience. Maybe you can tell us more about it.
Kassad just wants an ego boost.
I was depressed. You got to work with Kassad for how many days? 9 days. Oh my god.
You love the fact that you need to work with me. Just a dream come true.
We can agree to disagree on that one, but I'm super excited for us to be diving into Mirage. Before that, though, we're going to throw to a quick break. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back very soon.
Mira quién está, nudo, tu amigo.
Bien, gordo. Te quedo dormido.
Te saca una foto con él, pelotudo. Pues se juega con Roobet, la plataforma gratis de Roobet. Mi amor.
se mi va un jugador de los que...
Dog, you gonna get it right. Roobet. You bet, who bet?
Well, you heard it there from Snoop Dogg himself. Roobet, who bet, you bet, you bet, Roobet.
It's a pretty cool thing.
I think it's pretty swag.
I gotta admit it. Like
I like
Snoop Dogg.
I like Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, it's
You think
pretty
Snoop
cool.
plays some CS?
I know he plays games. I don't know if he plays CS, but
I'm sure
you
he's
know,
played CS at some point, right? At least
Has
once.
to be,
I'm
right?
sure you could show him the ropes, you know, CS2 and all.
Yeah, why not? I mean, he stops by Belgrade. Why not?
Yeah? All right, I'll be down to watch that. Anyways, back to the CS2 action we've had here on the broadcast so far. We've had Aurora versus Heroic. If you're only just joining us, don't worry, the series is not over yet. We've had plenty of drama on the Heroic front. Do you want to give a bit of a TLDR, Kassad?
I'm gonna let this one to Blair, to be quite honest.
Go on, Blair.
You want to talk about Twitter or about a Counter-Strike?
Let's focus on the Twitter front.
All right, so we had a tweet from Stan. I'm going to try and bring this one up, where basically he said, what did he say? Like, it's kind of wild what the internet is or something?
Yeah,
No, the
he
thing is, like,
said
Queen,
the truth comes out.
the world that we're living is pretty strange, and you know, the truth will prevail, and that's the saying. And
The truth will prevail. That's what he
yeah,
said.
the truth will prevail.
You did ask him something.
I openly asked him, like, are you saying that your organization lied?
Has he replied?
Oh, well, maybe he watches this and then
Give
he
it
replies.
time. Give it time. Maybe he's watching right
It's
now.
all he said, she said right now, and everyone wants to bring out the memes. Some of those memes were actually funny. I won't lie, I'm just sitting down on the couch and like, Kassad, take a look at this, and he's giggling like a little girl as well, which is great. It's all fun and games, but speaking about the game, Mirage, honestly, I'm not a flip-flopper. I still feel Aurora should have this one in the bag. But that being said, I'm just looking at the individuals. Also, there's this mentality, right? And Kasad can probably attest to this when it comes to when you have really nothing to lose. When everyone's like, listen, there's no way in hell you're going to win this game. You have no pressure whatsoever. You're just looking to deliver. There's 2 young guns coming in from the Mouse NXT roster as well. They're like, we're playing with Dupree. You want to give 120% here. They're going to be calming. They're going to be playing out of their minds. They look pretty solid as well. So it would be an upset, but honestly, having watched these 2 maps, it's not really going to surprise me if Heroic just kind of run away with this. Because map 2 was just pretty dominant from the Danes.
Even in the map 1, they had chance to win, right?
Oh,
they
yeah,
were up 14-12 in that overtime, lost 16-14. But looking at the last 6 months when it comes to Mirage, 52% win rate, not the greatest. They lost 13-4 to Navi Youth or Navi Junior, whatever you want to call them. They did beat Sprout and IKEA, whatever that is. But the
IKEA?
Yeah, well, I mean, might as well be.
Looks like IKEA. Anyway, probably Swedish team. The thing is, apart from Bad News Eagles over there.
We got that one. All right, go.
No, I'm just saying, like, if you look at all the teams that have like won and they're beaten and they've lost against as well, there's no Dupree there, there's no Tessus there, there's no Shush there, there's a whole different beast altogether. So this is one of those classic middle of the pack maps, Kasad, where anything can happen. You flip a coin.
Yeah, if you're a betting person, who would you pick? That's the real question. Right now, in this, based on experience, based on the things that we've seen so far, there is a lot more value for you to go on a team like Heroic based on this 2 map, right? And I wouldn't call Aurora favorites by the same margin like before the game whatsoever. So I'm gonna, I did pick Aurora simply because we got the news right before we made our, predictions. So I'm gonna stick with them just so I don't backpedal. But it doesn't look good. It didn't look very good in the first 2 maps at all.
It could be the possibility, though, that Aurora are well and truly warmed up now on a map like Mirage. Maybe they'll be.
They should have been warmed up at the end of map 1, and you're coming into in the second map. It's just a fashion in which they lost that map, which is like where I'm like, oh, that doesn't look good, right? If it was a close fashion, it was Heroic pulling off a lot of BS rounds, maybe a lot of clutches going their way. Then I'd be like, yeah, sure, a couple of things didn't go the way of Aurora. That's why we have map number 3. But no, Heroic, this motley crew of God knows what sort of lineup this is, just taking them down very convincingly as well. That's what's shocking for me. It never seemed like there was even a point where they were in control, and they weren't even winning any of the clutches either. It just looked so flat from a team which we said should have been the favorites here.
Well, whilst we've been focusing on all the action here on the A stream, really quick, yes, that's right, we do indeed have a B stream as well. Kasad, I'm going to mention to you really quick, you were awfully confident about your 9Z pick. Movistar actually won second map, 13-9, and they are now on Inferno. How does that make you feel?
Confident as hell, as I always was. I mean, they still have the chance. They won the first map. Your prediction was like, yeah, they're going to slam them. They have no chance. It's
I didn't say they're going to slam.
Well, something in that fashion, right? You were super confident about it. You didn't give them any chances, and now they're fighting.
I think, if anything, we were super confident about this series on the A stream. We were very confident that Aurora would
It's CS2, all right? We've seen some wild shit happen here. Like, anyone can seemingly win. It's day 1, Kasad. It's still pretty early. It's 10 a.m. in NA somewhere.
You're changing your statement? Is that
I'm not changing my statement. I'm just saying things can happen.
You're covering yourself.
But I'm still going to be sticking with Movistar. I'm still going to be sticking with Aurora. I still think they're going to get the dub.
Well, I want to find out whether or not Henry G and Anders are going to be sticking with their predictions. Fellas, what do we think?
Oh, hello, I'm unmuted now. That's I can try again. I'm sticking with my guns. I'm going to be sticking with the Heroic pick. Like I said, if it gets to Mirage, I think all bets are off. Aurora are going to collapse. But they're feeling the pressure right now. And as the analyst stated, there's no pressure on the Heroic side, especially for the young guns playing with the likes of Dupree. And Tess says, like, they want to put their best foot forward, and they're doing so right now. They've got over the hurdle of Nuke, moving into Mirage. Like, this is going to be kind of where the firepower comes into question. And right now, from Aurora's side, we didn't really see it. They're supposed to be specialists on Nuke, and they kind of crumbled on that second one. They couldn't hold it together. Pretty convincing victory there, and I think it's going to be more of the same here. As long as Heroic can find one pistol round out of the 2, I think they're going to take this.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people showed up today expecting sort of more of a dumpster fire out of Heroic just because of the drama and because of everything else. But I would say they've been holding it together pretty well, right? They play overtime with the first one. They win the second map. it's a good trend. Like they don't look like they are, obviously a wounded team in a way, but they're still fighting back in a pretty impressive fashion. So I wouldn't be too sad either if I was you at the moment. I don't know, like like you said, Mirage is a map that anybody can play. So I'm excited for it. I want to see more CS2. I feel like I've sort of tried to throw away everything that I feel like I know and just try to like relearn everything from the ground up, just so that I don't make a bunch of assumptions about how things used to be. I feel like, just take a fresh look at everything and kind of like reset a lot of expectations. That's how I'm coming into it. Got to say, I mean, like Dupree's still showing himself really well. Sierra, we got to see more of him play and seemed to be doing really well on Nuke, even if it was a bit of a rough start for him. I agree. I think the criticism was fair at the beginning. There were some missed shots that he definitely had there, but overall, it looks like this should be potentially another competitive game that we're seeing on Mirage. I certainly hope so. That's what we all want here.
Anders, what's your snack of choice, seeing as we're going down that vein?
My snack, I'm nuts, Henry. I'm into the nuts.
Yeah, fair enough. Good choice.
Yeah, cashews, pistachios, probably one of my favorite. Pecan nuts are pretty good.
Nice. All right, I like that. Strong answer. You've been thinking about that.
You've been
waiting for the opportunity to unleash it on the stream. I appreciate it.
Yeah, you got to keep some of those in your back pocket every once in a while. Here we go, Henry. We're getting into it. We are ready. It is Aurora going to be starting on the T side with Heroic on the CT side. And we're third map here. If you are just joining us, if you're here for the drama, we definitely have some of that. If you're here for Kassad's review of men bathing together, we could do that too. We also have Counter-Strike if you're into that. So we've got that coming up. It's Tessa's to go down, the first casualty of Mirage.
Yes, indeed. It's a nice little B execution here as well. They've got the bomb planted, a massive advantage, and Kenzie will prime position to maybe find another blow towards the Heroic camp. He's actually got a prime spot to do so, gets the advantage on the peak, but can't capitalize on the shots here. And now time is of the essence. There is no kit available. Kevlar only on the CT side. It's a no utility to speak of as well. And they've got to break through the kitchen and the window. No flanks coming in, Anders. And they're in a tough spot here. Kenzie does let himself be known. A couple of kills found, but still Heroic bouncing back somewhat here. 2 versus 1. It doesn't look like Cyril will have much of a chance, though. It's that B execution. Very light one, a contact play afterwards. And they managed to pick up the round. No problem whatsoever. So now it begs the question, do the Danes force buy in the second round here? They didn't on Nuke. We can bring out the scouts here on Mirage. It's very viable to have one scout and Desert Eagles otherwise, or just take the full eco and have the M4s on the third. I'd look at the replay. This is Kenzie, like we said, a great position to find a couple of frags, and he delivered on that promise. And it looks to be the full eco. So not really too much to report in this one, I'm afraid. And I just kind of keep my eyes. I need to have a screen dedicated to Twitter right now. That's where all the action's going down. I just want to see who's providing more drama, who's actually going to be chiming in with their 2 cents. Maybe more of the Heroic players will kind of give us some more insight here. Like we said, cryptic tweets are the best ones, and we want to see more of those.
Yeah, if you keep your eyes on Twitter, I'll keep my eyes on Twitch chat, and we've got it all covered here. There's nothing's going to slip past us. Good, Mac. 10 kill to begin with. Dupree's going to be the one to go down. They did stack the bomb side quite a bit. The USPs and even the P250 on the other side doing a bit of damage now. This is starting to get a little bit worrisome. The Mac 10's been picked up here. Good long range. That's going to be a winnable fight, although they have an AK back there as well. Shush is going to be going down, and Chrisen 1 versus 1 against Kenzie. He knows where he is. He's got him trapped in that back corner. Going to be careful you don't give zone up. Aurora, you have to win this round. This is not been easy, but Chrisen, wide swing, quad kill for him, and Heroic will steal the round instead.
Okay. How has that just happened? I have no idea. They didn't invest anything, Anders. That's a full eco victory. And Chrisen managing to get 4 kills in total. Like we said, putting themselves in the shop window with this opportunity, a prime opportunity to show that you can play top-level CS. And my God, does he ever deliver here? Chrisen with the USP. Bit of damage from his teammates, of course. It's a team effort, but still, he does so well to make this round work. And then he gets the AK-47, starts mowing them down here, and closes out the round as well with no Kevlar. That is an absolute calamity for Aurora. A gut punch received, and now they've got to respond with pistols of their own. They will force buy here. They've got 1 AK-47, but my God, I did not see that one coming.
That is really, really disturbing, isn't it? What a way to get started with. You had that locked up, and they even kind of, I think they initially even realized there were more people in the bomb side. They kind of checked them out. They kind of realized, okay, there's one there, and they just kept going. At some point, they could have easily pulled the cord and just got out of that bomb side. They did not need to invest that heavily into it. So definitely, I would say maybe a little bit of a rookie mistake coming out on the Aurora side. You don't want to be seeing that, but we'll see if they can make up for it. Hopefully they can. because, again, winning those pistol rounds has kind of been one of the strengths of Aurora. And when you give it back, then Heroic are going to be in a prime position, surely.
Oh, I think so. This is what a bounce back. Like, you'd think that's us locked in for 2-0, and now all of a sudden you've got them on the ropes. An opening kill has been found on either side. It's a lovely opening Desert Eagle shot coming in from the likes of Lackey, but still so much has to be done here. They've got a smoke that's going to land towards a connector, and now the bomb makes its way through. Doesn't have enough space or time to find the next incision here, and it looks to be a comprehensive victory. This force fire has been shut down. A consolation frag there for Lackey. Doesn't have a massive knock-on effect because they are full eco. With no plants here, there's no chance for them to buy anything, Anders. They can't even bring a P250 to the mix. Lackey could... I guess he could, but he's the Orbis, so kind of want to keep his money a little bit stronger. So yeah, this will be a full Glock eco here. And I don't think they'll be having the same effect as Heroic in round number 2.
Oh man, this makes you a little bit nervous, especially if you're like me, who's been on the side of Aurora from the beginning. I was really...
Oh, I'm glad you've said it. I thought you were just going to keep that quiet.
No. Listen. I was banking on the Heroic. I was brought them into the drama immediately. I was already excited to be casting CS2 with you, Henry. But yeah. When I saw the drama, I was like, yes, that's what I needed today. I needed somebody else to be, especially like all the assumptions, people like statements being made, like vague subtweeting. Now we've got that coming in for it. I just hope it keeps going like this for another couple of days.
I think it will. I think this is day one. It's a sign of things to come. I think there's going to be more news coming down the pipeline as the hours go by, and day by day, we're going to see more and more crazy changes and backstabbing coming through. It feels like the entirety of the pro level CS2 scene right now is just imploding. They're kind of consuming themselves from the inside out with all these backroom deals going on, players like signing contracts and getting themselves in position they shouldn't be. And this is going to be a very, very interesting week of Counter-Strike. As Anders said, if you want to stick with the action, we'll provide all the updates. We'll have our eyes on Twitter, making sure that you don't need to leave the broadcast. But it's going to be the opening frag there, the Glock of all weapons, finding the first kill there. And there's another dink, Anders. Maybe they can do something with this.
Surely not. Oh, they're running down Tessus. He's dead. If they steal this one back, Heroic, they are going to be kicking themselves. Shira is trying to do the best that he can from the back here. A little bit of a boost up. It's a classic. But once they know that it's in effect, I don't know why they're peeking it. They definitely knew, Lackey. That is probably not necessary. The only downside here, Henry, is the bomb is only now making its way there. If they could have the bomb
they were going
instantly,
for the old bait and switch. I hope we'll go towards B, and then we'll go planting towards A. Now they've got those 2 kills. They had to scramble back, but still, Latic has found the 3rd kill. They are still in the driving seat. Bear in mind, this was another full eco round. I think Lackey's the only player that invested anything with a Desert Eagle, but still, the round's not over. Dupree pulls one back. And there's a flank coming in from the apartments as well. So they've got their work cut out for them. There's certainly possible here, giving them a couple of opportunities. And oh no, it's just going to be one player remaining. But what a player it is. Celta just needs to stay alive now as long as possible. Try and deny the defuse. And there it is, a shot from Dupree. He hasn't got the kip, but I think he's got enough time, Anders. Just about.
He should. My God, though. That round could have ended 10 different ways. If the bomb had been there right off the bat, you're probably right. They were trying to fake B, go A. But if the bomb had been there at the beginning, I think they just put so much pressure on Heroic that they win the round pretty quickly. But Shush and Dupree, I mean, good job getting it back to the stage. Heroic almost throwing that round away to absolutely nothing. That's a little bit disturbing.
Yeah, but the headline will read they're 3-1 up. Sure, their money's been damaged going forward, but they're just happy to get that round over the line, to be honest with you. We're seeing some fireworks here in the early stages of Mirage. We said all bets are off, really. We got to the 3rd map. In terms of firepower, Heroic have them beat. I would say that's a pretty objective statement. And stealing that 2nd round full eco as well has certainly thrown a cat amongst the pigeons. As we get the first gun round here, there is going to be an AWP available for Crizzen. Currently positioned in towards the jungle area. Shush under a bit of scrutiny here. The flashbang's coming through, allowing Norway to get in towards Tetris. Smoke's being deployed as well, and they're fully committing towards the A side, Anders.
Go, Lackey out in the open. Good entry to take down Dupree, and very low on health. Yeah, Shush in the back line there. He was going to get burned up or exploded one way or another. It's from the smoke on Kenzie as he takes down Tessus, and Sierra's just inside of the smoke. He's been looking for a kill, and he finally gets it, but they note that he's in there. They almost threw a grenade straight at him, and a headshot as well. My God, nice. Norway coming through with some huge kills, and Aurora finally getting a chance to answer back here.
Really nice execution there. Pretty comprehensive victory, and pretty much off the bat, getting themselves into the A side, a basic execution, hitting the shots and overwhelming the CT spawn area with Molotovs and HE grenades. Not really much they could do. It all started this beautiful shot from Lackey as well, blowing the smoke towards jungle. Kristen did pull one back, but wasn't quite enough. I'm afraid the Tease is looking too strong as a unit as they confirm the round and close the gap down to 1 round here. It has to be a bit of a force by now. Heroic will be presenting 2 MP9s, a single M4, and 2 Deagles otherwise. They've got 4 smokes to work with. Going to blow the smoke towards the window once again. Crism will have a chance to go for the 1 Deag, but doesn't spot anyone.
Just Lackey in the middle now. Up behind the carts, hoping to find something. Going to be a smoke in the window to try and get rid of that. We'll see if there's going to be any response there. Kristen doesn't look like he wants to try anything with it. But the boost on the other side is interesting. You see the top of his head is just as the peek comes in from Lackey, so he only gets the 1. Lackey doing an amazing job in the middle. Look at that spray down on the 3rd player. Kristen goes down as well and is a 2 versus 4 with nobody at the B-bomb side, so essentially a free round from here on out. But yeah, Lackey just handling every engagement there.
Yeah, absolutely ravishes them in towards that middle position. Nice 3rd kill through the smoke as well. And you're right, there's nothing really Sjuush and dupreeh can say about this one. Saving the MP9s. Not the most tantalizing prospect. They're pretty far removed from the situation as well. Can't seemingly recover any rifles towards middle. So yeah, they have to save the little they have. At least they've got a smoke and an HE in reserve as well. But yeah, 2 MP9s, another eco on the cards going forward as well. And yeah, this 3rd and final map started to heat up now. It's going to be right down to the wire once again, like we saw in Overpass. I went to overtime, of course, and here we are in the 3rd and final map. It's the opening game of Group A here on day 1 of the Roobet Cup 2023. Online CS has definitely been very entertaining so far, especially with all these roster changes and drama ensuing online as well. But we are going to see Aurora with a very nice round courtesy of Lackey there, and we are going to see Norway with the MVP, I assume, because he probably planted the bomb. That's how CS works.
My God, this is well, we wanted a close affair anyway, but the way that it started here just makes it super unpredictable how this is going to be playing out. The money obviously looking questionable at best on the side of Heroic. I see, is that a Zeus that's been picked up by Kristen, I believe? So
yeah, I think Zeus is actually quite viable in CS2. I didn't see many of them in Sydney, but definitely in my Premier games, I've seen a lot of people bring it into the mix, and we'll see whether he can make it work here. And it's going to be an aggressive push here from Sjuush. And I think he's got that first kill, no problem. He's going to be able to upgrade to a rifle as well. So things get a little bit more interesting now. He gets the AK-47. He can't bring back the MP9s to home base, but there's a chance of a kill here and a slither of one because Norway was ready and brings it back to a 4-on-4. So a chance to restart the round here. They can actually just gather themselves and understand what they're up against. They know there's a rifle in the hands of Sjuush now, and he's on the A side of the map. So whether he wants to reposition is yet to be seen. He is going to be number 3 on the top right. So yeah, he will reposition. Like knowing that they've got the information, he's on that side of the map. He's going to hope his reposition over towards B or middle will be enough to find his next kill.
still plenty of time in the round here. And that AK on Sjuush, that's a really interesting prospect. Lackey coming in potentially from that palace position. dupreeh, not a bad spot for it with the MP9. If you can get the little bit of an early shot off, maybe you win that one. Molotov towards Shadow. Grenade right down in front, and Lackey's looking for it. It's going to be Norway instead to open up, and yeah, they know about the palace now. Good shot from Sjuush. All right, he's able to get that first one, but the AK will just get swept away, and Kenzie, did he just pre-fire the corner, or did he actually see him? Maybe it was the radar as well, but either way, that is a great shot. Kenzie's going to get overwhelmed, but it should be no problem here. Slatic to take him down, but either way, it was going to be a good round there. And a lead now from Aurora. I can't believe it, but they are actually up 3-4 now, 4-3 now.
After losing that second round against the full eco as well. Yeah, this is a great resurgence for the Russian squad. Yeah, I think it was a bit of a pre-fire, and as you can see, there was a lot of conviction behind it, but there we have it. It will be 4-3, and now another gun round is upon us. Unfortunately, there are no AWP available for Crizzen. They'll be stuck with the M4, and they're opting for a bit more utility. They've got no helmets, but it shouldn't be a massive issue. There's no SMGs or Galils in the mix, and we are going to see the AWPs in the hands of Latic as we get into it. dupreeh towards connector. Just trying to keep his toes away from the flames there. It takes a little bit of damage, down to 88, and maybe another bit of an execution here, but it's all a bit of a ruse. You can see they're dropping the same smokes and showing presence, Anders, with the bombs in towards B.
Yeah, they're really, really selling it, even pushing out onto the site here. So it's going to be hard for Rig not to rotate when they see all of this. And they are. If you look at the minimap, you can tell they're mostly moving out. Just one person left behind at the B-bomb side to take a look. And it's going to be Tessus who's done charge of that. Lackey nearly getting the spray, but he can't get the kill. And they will get the trade on Tessus, but still, even in spite of everything that they sold here, this is a hard round to win if you're on the T side. I appreciate the attempt here. They definitely made a great effort, but they probably needed a kill at the A-bomb side, and they need to get rid of Tessus without losing anyone. Then they would have been in a really winning position. Now, it's going to be a battle.
I think they can still do this, Anders. With this AWP in position, that shot had to connect, to be honest with you. Maybe their chances are limited at this point. It would take something remarkable at this point. Matic unable to deliver the goods. Unfortunately, it will be Heroic tying things up. But a pretty convincing victory there as well. And they've got 4 players surviving. There were no kits, though, so they had to actually extinguish that Molotov to ensure they could get the defuse in. They'll have it, but a little bit uncomfortable towards the end there. But it is going to be 4-4. And all of these rounds have been very closely contested. But that's a very convincing one for Heroic. With the bomb planted, though, they've got plenty of money in reserve. Bear in mind, Aurora had 3 rounds in a row previously before that one. So they still had like 2 players on $10,000 plus. So they've got everything they need here up to just dropping a couple of weapons. And they're absolutely fine here. As we get to round number 9, this is, to my knowledge, like the first big CS2 tournament online. Going to see how many of those statements we can squeeze out of the next few months. But yeah, this is like the first real interesting online tournament, I would say. And you've got some of the biggest names. I think we've got 10 teams in the top 20 Anders, in participation. So that's definitely something to look forward to. And for now, it's Dupree. Aggressive, of course, top and middle, waiting for that first shot to come through.
Yeah, this is going to be... We're going to learn a lot in the next coming week because there's going to be so much played amongst a bunch of teams we haven't really seen in the past, and of course, still a learning experience for everybody. So yeah, I'm here to learn with people. I'm just that's what I'm excited for. Selter and Kenzie just on their own. The bomb is lost here, and Heroic with a bit of an answer back to try and claim and get back on track with a round, and I think this is going to be pretty good for them, right? They're going to have quite a bit of money working forward if they can manage to not lose too many people here. Sierra wanted to get grenaded into that battle, but probably regrets that right about now. And again, no reason for Heroic to risk too much. They shouldn't be losing a bunch of players in this 2-on-5 here. They should be able to calm things down. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know. I wouldn't even venture to say I have a favorite for this particular tournament. I just think it's so hard to figure out who's going to win. So I'm along for the ride, Henry, you know?
Yeah, I'm with you. A lot of Counter-Strike ahead of us, and I'm sure we'll get new information each and every single day, not in terms of just the teams, just in terms of like some of the tricks and novel plays you can present with the new features of CS2 and like new boosts that are available. Mirage doesn't lend itself to that. It's not really a reworked map per se, but Overpass, for example, we're seeing a lot of new interesting grenades coming through, and we'll see if there is anything to be said about round number 9 here. Dupree slams the door of opportunity shut in the face there of Kenzie, but a bomb to be planted successfully. So some money, at least going forward here, as the loss bonus started to accumulate now. Surely nothing more to be done, though, because Celto's got 6 HP and now a flashbang to the face. Dupree will close things out. Dupree's looking real sharp, I have to say. He's actually looking very, very good. He gets himself 4 kills in this round.
Yeah, that was a stylish kill, wasn't it? The flashbang over and then just executing it with the USP. That's great work. But yeah, the bomb plant kind of. I mean, if they wanted to put some pressure on, I guess they could still. They could also just go for like a little bit of a half buy, maybe try and see if they can get some more kills. There's been some funky rounds already here on Mirage, so maybe you just try and go for it. But yeah, this aggressive move in the beginning was a knockout, wasn't it? Double kill with Dupree, just straight headshots with the AK, and he finishes off the round as well. Pretty impressive, I've got to say.
Pretty impressive. That's a fair statement, Anders, and they'll have to be impressive going forward for Aurora to make this round work. Maximum loss bonus, that's $3,400 per player. They'll take a tactical timeout, and I would say it's half by territory. Maybe a couple of AKs in the mix, but that's what you're looking at. You don't want to be going all in on this one. There's still a few rounds to be played, but yeah, there it is. So Mac 10, Tech 9, and I'm assuming at least one AK-47 here. It seems to be very meta at this point.
Yeah, I was going to say, you're right. There's always usually somebody who's trying to sort of pressure that upper limit of what you can get away with. And I would even endorse it at this point in time, right? You die, somebody else picks it up, you can kind of keep it going, and then in the next round you're going to be a little bit worse off, but who cares? So they don't go for it. They go for the Tech 9s instead. Deagles and a couple of other pistols there behind him. Shush quick to get rid of Lackey as he's trying to push onto the bomb site. Shush in the middle. He's actually going to turn around for it. He's ready for more. Reloading that rifle as he's escaping down towards Sandwich, but they're holding it back right now. This T-push is absolutely shut down. A couple of dinks coming out, but absolutely no casualties on the side of Heroic. So they're extending their lead. They're building a lot more money. I think they're feeling pretty good right now on that CT side.
Yeah, I think you're right. After losing the pistol as well, bear in mind, they've had to fight their way back into this one. That's now 3 rounds in a row for Heroic. Guns are available once again, but Aurora maybe spending a little bit too much cash. It's always down to a Galil here. They've got no AWP to try and close things out here. It's the penultimate round of this first half of our third map. The first game of the tournament here in Group A. And this one is delivered on all fronts. Like Heroic, like how many people believed in them, but bear in mind it's just a zero pressure game with some hungry young guns looking to deliver here, and it's been an impressive performance from the likes of Sierra, who managed to get 20 plus frags on the previous map of Nuke. That was the pick of Aurora as well. And now Dupree is putting on a bit of a clinic with his AK-47 looking incredibly sharp. Flashbang delivered, and Crizzen can't connect the shot here. So maybe an execution coming in once again, an 8 split by the looks of things, Anders.
It is a start as well for them as they take down Dupree. What a spell to find at the start of the round. Shush gonna get one, but he's out of bullets. Doesn't matter. Run and gun with a deagle through the smoke. He gets the headshot on Lackey. That is a disturbing way to fall, and that's an entire arm of the attack just gone. Then they get Shush in return. It only seems fair. Still a 3-on-3 here in the afterplant.
Here we go then. Crizzen looking to have some impact here with the AWP. He's got a prime position to do so, but it's the peak of Latig will take him down here, in the AK-47 not doing a better job from Tasses there, and it will be a very convincing finish for the likes of Aurora. Final round coming up next. They're looking to split things right down the middle and pick up 6 rounds in total, and the money's absolutely fine, as you might imagine, for Heroic, but we'll have a look at this replay from Shush. The Desert Eagle, the smoke got dropped. Yeah, I would say it's a fortunate kill, but still very impressive.
Yeah, definitely didn't see much of anything, but sometimes you just have to trust your instincts, I guess. And it worked out.
Let Jesus take the wheel.
Yeah, exactly. Oh man, 6-5, Henry. So not necessarily a giant lead. I felt like with the couple of kills there from Shush, it could have worked out better, but at least for the side of the CTs, they have the money in the bank. They are able to invest into this round. So they have another crack at it here. But if they lose this one, I mean, there is a chance that Aurora can get a pretty good first half going after all.
So we're seeing a boost to enable some Molotovs in towards the fireboxes here. It's actually pretty cool. Haven't seen that so far, and it's going to be Shush just trying to duck and weave around the smokes. He's doing a great job so far, but Kenzie will find him in the end here. Lots of damage being inflicted, but not many kills now for Heroic, who are starting to crumble here on the A side. It's still a 2 versus 2, but they had the advantages here. It's all down to this Sierra flank. An iconic maneuver here on Mirage, trying to find the timing here, see if he can get them as they are unsuspecting and planting the bomb. And they're going to start being aware of it. Yeah, you can see Latig is going to check it out, take him down. You have a very small window of opportunity to find that backstab. And it's the final round of the first half. There'll be no saving here, Chris. And what have you got for us? 8 kills in this half so far, 1 in this round. And he's got 2 more to find. Latig is down to 74. Kenzie at 64. He's got no utility and now no life. It will be Aurora bouncing back after what seemed like a compromised half. But I'll split it down the middle. And on the T side of Mirage, 6-6. You'll take that all day long.
Man, I've got to say, that kind of takes it from being... I think maybe if Rory could have won this round, they could have still walked away with their heads held high. But I think the fact that they tie up the game at the first half here is a little bit concerning to them, especially given the track record of losing pistol rounds in this series so far. Heroic need to come up with something big here. If they can win the pistol, it's game on. But Aurora, they just seem pretty confident right now. 6-6 the scoreline. They're going to be playing on the CT side now. If I'm Heroic, I'm at least a little bit concerned. And a lot of these rounds are based off the fact of Shush just doing some magical stuff, right? He ends at 16-8. So, in an MR12 format, getting 16 kills is not bad.
Not bad at all. Another very important pistol, as you might suspect. It's a full-on B rush from Heroic. Watch out, Lackey. They're coming for you. The smoke's gone down. Dupree, he's ready to charge himself in with the Glock in hand. They get the first kill, but they haven't suspected the player towards the bench, and it's going to be Norway with a double kill there, making it work with the USP. They're shutting this one right down. 3 versus 1 is Dupree. That has to be the hero. After getting an opening frag, they don't get anything else done. The straight-up B rush is completely shut down there. Aurora take the lead 7-6.
Wow, that the lineup from Norway there, that's one of the, people, obviously we all appreciate a good deagle, headshot, but somebody who's really taking their time to find the shot like that, I just love it, especially with the USP. This first one almost got out of hand, but this one, you can see he's really tracking that kill on the shush, and it just works out. So it's another pistol that goes the way of Aurora. They have a real knack for it, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And it will be the eco for Heroic as well, so a chance to build up their finances here and prepare for the AKs. And you can see they've got 4 rifles, Anders. So they're kind of predicting this fact they'll be up against just the Glocks here. I mean, they have all the utility they need. They might not have all the firepower, like the FAMAS is like, say what you will about it. I think it's more viable in CS2. I've seen some incredible sequences with it over in Sydney. But still, I feel like they're kind of preparing for the future and hoping to have the utility to win this next round, the more important one coming up next. But I say that with bated breath, Anders, because as we've all seen, apparently full ecos can be very uncomfortable for both teams here. It was Heroic winning that second round full eco, and Aurora almost gave them a taste of their own medicine as well with the Glocks. Came down to a 1 versus 1, but it was Prison managing to save the day there. But still, here's Latic opening things up with the MP9.
MP9 and grenade on top, so I don't think Tessus was ever going to be able to do anything. But I agree, I think we should be careful because there's been some wacky rounds. Don't want to be getting too much ahead of ourselves, although easy step into the window. Sierra goes straight down. Kenzie able to get that one, and they have a good read on the situation. Even if they lose a player, it's not going to make a big difference. It will be a cleanup at the end. And Aurora now up to 8 with, with a little bit of a bonus in terms of the bank here coming into the next round. I've got to say, I feel like they're gathering some great momentum here. It's going to be up to Heroic surely to put an end to that right at the start of this one. I think they need a strong beginning to the second half.
Oh, it's going to be an exciting finish, Anders. This best of 3 is delivered on all fronts. We've been given a real treat here to open things up at Roobet. And we'll see who'll be posting the first gun run. As I mentioned, Aurora, they don't have the firepower necessarily, but they opted for the grenades here. They're going to have to present an aggressive maneuver. Lackey will try his luck towards top and middle, but shut down early on. Same story for Norway as well. It was always going to be a difficult round up against these AK-47s, but they are getting absolutely manhandled right now. There's going to be the third frag coming through as Heroic just run away with round number 15.
Yeah, they're winning every single fight in a really, really one-sided fashion. I can't really believe it isn't much of a response yet happening on the CT side. Smokes and another smoke on top. Just, maybe you could play around it, but I think he's already realized it's not going to be worth it. Just get the kills and try and see if you can make an escape. Maybe get a better buy in the next round. I don't think fighting for this too much longer is going to make sense, although they are kind of recommitting to it. I question this a lot, and maybe they will now that Kenzie's gone down in the middle. Yeah, Latic is decided. Now it's finally time to exit. I feel like that time was already like 20 seconds ago, but yeah, I guess they had different interpretation of the game state there. Heroic are going to be up to 7 rounds.
They certainly are. Yeah, very convincing one as well. That was the first gun round, and it was always going to be the firepower. There was going to be the issue there with the FAMASs, and we could see Aurora trying to play on the front foot, presenting an aggressive stance towards top and middle. I don't mind the idea. This didn't really have enough teamwork and synergy to make that one work. I did need grenades coming in from your teammates. A flashbang top and middle. Lackey just trying to make it happen by himself wasn't the play, and it will be Heroic with a very convincing opening gun round here after going down 2-0. They've got the advantages you could already ask for going forward now. And we'll see if there's going to be another tactical timeout. And there is. Aurora scoring for their third. The money is just a bit of a question mark. You've saved an M4. Perhaps you could drop an MP9 or a couple of Deagles. They can take a half buy, or they go full send and allow Heroic right back into this game, because it'll be another very difficult round for them. They're unlikely to win it. And it looks to be more of a conservative approach. We are going to see a Desert Eagle in the hands of Kenzie. I think that suggests they'll go for just a half buy here.
Yeah, I can't really dispute that idea too much. I think it's reasonable. Especially if it's just a 1-round lead, it's fine. But still, you have a little bit of a buffer. You can afford to let go of something and then get a real buy round out. Those choices are going to be hard to make in this new format, though. You might be pressured to try and buy more, but obviously the problem with doing that is you can also just get completely crushed, can't you? If you lose those rounds, and you're stuck in a state of just force buying all the time, and it doesn't really make any sense. Trade there, pistol's good. The P250. Norway, if maybe he would have followed in there, maybe they could have actually overwhelmed Chrisen. But either way, it's going to be a 3 versus 3 with the bomb up in the palace, and maybe a chance for Aurora here. They could actually go top mid and find a rifle if they really wanted to, but Norway's got a different plan in mind. Look at how forward he is. They don't know about it. What a headshot. And he is back straight away. That is really nicely done.
Yeah, they didn't invest much into this round at all, and they found themselves a 2-on-2 scenario. The problem is there's so much time on the clock, Anders. But Kenzie, he's read this one very well. If he can just get himself a prime spot here, they do rotate over towards B. He wins the round, hands down. But they're going to pump the brakes. They're going to bide their time, assess their options. Dupree and Tesses with a couple of flashes, a couple of mollies, and 1 HE. Need to see if they can find Norway. He's put himself in an interesting spot as well. He's only got the P250, no Kevlar. So he's just trying to find a one and done, Anders. If he can just deny the plan and just take one player down with him, at least give Kenzie a fighting chance going forward.
Yeah, but this might be a hard position to check. You could see Tess is sort of thinking about it. Gonna throw one deep grenade, like you said. One kill is all he needs. There's nobody. Oh, there's the sneak in! And he's gonna get down. Dupree could see him. He had the chance. But the one chance is all it was. Now it's going to be Kenzie. 1 versus 2 instead. Looking for it. They found him. And I think that's probably it. I think at the minimum, he needed to get the kill and make it a 1 versus 1. Gotta say, I mean, for what Aurora actually brought into this round, it's pretty impressive that they brought it into this 2-on-2. Nice nade. Very nice nade.
That is huge. Well done to Dupree there. He was the kind of the talisman of the round. He actually denied the aggressive position there of Kenzie and managing to make sure the P250 didn't strike, gets the Molotov down as well on the remaining player, and then managed to get that huge HE just to confirm everything at that point. And he might even close things out with a kill. He's on the hunt, Anders, and the flashbang suggests he's going to check his position. Flashbang deployed, he's got it guaranteed. What a round from Dupree as he posts his 14th frag. He's up there at the top of the scoreboard with Shush as well. They're putting on a bit of a clinic right now as we tie things up 8-8, but that was the eco, bear in mind. A little bit closer than it should have been, but there's Norway. Great little shot there with the P250. Dupree getting the job done with his AK-47 up in the Palace position. Third and final map is delivering on all fronts, as you might imagine. As we get into round number 17 here, it's unclear who'll be taking the lead, but there is a buy available on either side. Or for Latic coming through, and an AUG for Celta. We've got the Chrisen AUG as well, just to note that as well. And we're seeing this window smoke, obviously. It's very traditional, but now you can pop the smoke with the HE grenade as they fumble this little boost, but they recover it, no problem.
Yeah, I think that in itself is really fun. It's fun to see when people they almost HE themselves just to get the window smoke gone, and then they go for a shot. And I guess it's worth it, right? If you lose like 20 health doing that, but then you get a kill behind it.
There is the Jame lineup, they're calling it, so you can do it. So it lands just outside the window. That's the most common right now, so that doesn't actually give you any sort of damage. But yeah, like I definitely agree for those sort of maneuvers, like taking a little bit of damage sometimes can be worth it. As we see, lots of damage inflicted on either side here, but it is going to be Mackie who's got a lot of pressure towards that window position. Boosted up is Dupree, and he'll find the opening kill once again. Tess is not far behind him. There's big damage there, but doesn't quite thread the needle on the grenade, but the shot is made up for as he gets the second kill and towards that short position.
Oh, that's going to be so frustrating if you're lucky. You think you're sort of out of danger when you walk past the middle, and then there's a boost in the corner. What a shot from Latic. That second one catching Chrisen mid-air. Sierra's there in the return, but this was going to be a done deal. Heroic had pretty much won this round, but the double kill from the AWP and the B-bomb side, making a bit of a difference, or maybe could have made a difference. I'm not so sure anymore. Kenzie has gone down, and now it's Celta, 1 versus 3, and his position known, the noise being made, and Tessis will not miss the opportunity. Good triple from Tessis in this round. It's about time we see a little bit out of him, and that's Heroic back in the lead. I mean, Heroic looked like they were going to win this round from the start, but that double kill from the AWP kind of made me question it.
Yeah, it was a beautiful sequence there, very calm and controlled from the AWP, but it wasn't quite enough, I'm afraid. There were some glimmers of hope there, some low HP players, but they couldn't connect the dots, and we're going to have to see an eco here. From Aurora, we're seeing the first appearance of the CZ actually today. Twists was doing some great work of it over in Sydney. Shadow said it's still a relevant pistol, can be used in the right circumstances. We'll see if that rings true here in round number 18, but it's faster paced round here. Heroic, full send up towards Shaw. Dupree leading the charge here. Where does the first kill come through, though? Shush is going to have pressure all around him. The CTs and that CZ doesn't do any damage whatsoever. What the hell happened there?
I don't even know. I don't know where the bullets went, but unfortunately not connecting with anyone on that T side. Otherwise, the timing was pretty good, right? You're up close, you get the drop down. He's actually got a grenade in hand, so there was a chance there. And Shush is going to sneak on back in, hoping to find someone. They're kind of pressuring all sides of the map right now. They're in the ladder room in the middle towards the window. They're in the A ramp here with Shush, and even at the hallway, I think Sierra was playing deep towards B at the one point in time there. So they are kind of everywhere on this T side. Snuck through the defense, though, is Lackey. He's kind of behind enemy lines. It might be too late, though, unfortunately. They're going to get the kill there, but if they're really, really wise, they're going to realize that wasn't the C-Set 75, and, well, Shush, I don't know if that was what did it, but he went looking anyway. Good timing, and this round is pretty much done in favor of Heroic.
Yeah, indeed. I don't think there's anything left to be said about it. It's going to be double digits for the Danes here. And Kenzie and Lati looking at 6s and 7s. There's not really much they can do with this, I'm afraid. The USP in towards CT Spawn, the Deagle. That's outside the murder hole as well. And there's about a murder about to take place towards CT. As Lati does go down, we've got Kenzie now remaining. Maybe he gets a 1D. There's a chance. But one that is not fulfilled. And there it is. Heroic with 5 players surviving. Double digits found in the third and final map here. And yeah, it's just touching distance now from picking up the victory. After giving up overpass and overtime, their map pick, they bounce back in emphatic fashion there on Nuke, and they're looking very good to take the third as well. 4 rounds in a row after losing the pistol here. And there is another buy available. There is a Latic AWP as well. They are missing some bits and pieces. They've sacrificed their helmets. Not a big deal in these gun rounds. But there's no kits from what I can see either. And bare bones utility. So we'll see what they've got in store for us next. Is that a missed smoke towards middle? I'm not sure. Looked a little bit off. Time will tell. I don't have access to Go TV, so I'm kind of here with you viewers. Great shot there from Grison.
Yeah, Kenzie wanted to sneak on through, and I think you might have been right, Henry. It looked like there was no smoke in the window, so you've still got it, Henry. You've still got those eyes, you know?
Yeah. Turned 35 this year. You'd think that the eyes would be the first thing to go, but they're still going.
Yeah, got plenty of time still left, Henry. You know,
At least a year. You're right.
At least a year.
One more year.
And if not, I'm sure they have, you know, medicine to make things better. There's always something. Texas will get the last one. Oh, no medicine's going to be able to help Seltzer in that one. It will be, 5 in a row now for Heroic. Clear the corner with the Molotov. They don't have to check it. Even if Sierra is not there, they don't have to check that one position. It's huge. They have smokes as well. Oh, but just before it pops, it's Sierra to find it. And now the pressure is on. Yeah, it's going to be 5 seconds inside. He's trying, and he's going to hit it. Headshot straight through. And that's a huge one for the stand-in. A double kill at the end to secure the victory against Aurora.
That's a lot of fun. Well done to Sierra there. Like I said, he had a quiet showing there, but all is forgiven towards the end. A great 2 versus 1. He played it to perfection. That's how you want to do it there. Segregate the fights. When they're just trying to assess their options, they're making their way through towards the bomb site itself. You give them an unexpected peek. You catch them with their pants down. And then they found a kit. There was a 4 defuse in the smoke there. He held his nerve, found the spray, and he closes things out in regulation there. 13-8. That was a really impressive comeback coming in from Heroic. Bear in mind, losing pistols again, it felt like they might be struggling in towards the second half of that game, but what a comeback, what a resurgence from the likes of Dupree especially. He just looked so strong. He was dominating the server time and time again, Anders.
Yeah, what a showing for him. And I mean, you said it at the beginning, right? There are a couple of these players now that they're just here to show what they can do, that they're still viable, or if you're on the academy side of things, on the mouse side of things, that you're a potential future prospect. So pretty impressive stuff. Aurora, I mean, they still got close, right? But they didn't have enough depth in it, right? The first map ended in overtime, and then on Nuke and Mirage, they couldn't keep up with Heroic. In spite of their weird state that the team is in at the moment, they still were able to bring them down. So I guess congratulations. That's the first game already done with, Henry. But I thought it was good. We learned a little bit of interesting stuff. I'm sure the people on the desk did as well. I think they are ready to break this down for us.
We certainly did learn a lot. From my standpoint, I think we learned that last-minute mixes apparently work in CS2.
I learned that I can sleep with my eyes open when I'm jet-lagged. But yeah, about the game. No, but the game definitely, something unexpected at CS2 again. Yeah. We put all of our eggs into Aurora basket.
Yep.
And kind of didn't really work out.
All the colorful eggs.
And they delivered again. With a surprise, I mean.
Or they didn't deliver, I might say. Listen, I feel like it came in round number 2, right? It was they win the pistol. They've won all the pistols, I think, in this entire series, which is kind of crazy. And they lose to just the USPs. And right there, I'm like, you guys are... it felt like some of the fundamentals are missing, right? You're just running into the bomb site, and you send him back 10 first, and he's conveying information. Guys, like at least 3 or 4. There were no utility being used. They just ran into the blender of the pistols, and right there, I'm like, this isn't really feeling good. But I want to talk more about the individuals, and for Heroic, firstly, look, considering the circumstances they're playing this particular game under, credit and kudos to each and every one of the players. I think we had big moments coming from Shush, from Tessus as well. Dupree, once again, again, shout out to him for leading under such stressful circumstances. And the 2 young NXT players as well, individually, they're popping off. And overall, they just completely outplayed Aurora on the second and third map. In fact, like Asadi said earlier, it could have been a 2-0.
Yeah, I don't know what to think about Aurora right now because I watched them literally 2 days ago. And it was a completely different team.
I agree.
Or TSM was just even worse. But
or that.
One of those two. But the thing is, like, I don't know how to write it off with Aurora. Was it just a day off, or they're just a low-quality Counter-Strike team at this moment?
This game was low-quality Counter-Strike, I'll tell you from that.
On the other side, again, the terrible situation that Dupree and company are. Like, just imagine the 2 players that are remaining there, right? Shush and Tessus, right? Mm-hmm. How are they feeling right now? Like, they wake up and all of a sudden, oh, yeah, we don't have a team anymore.
What
the hell happened?
It's a meme of the dog sitting in the coffee table and everything's on fire. It's like, this is fine.
Yeah.
But you know what? They make it work. Even though everything's on fire outside of them. Again, you got to remember, for Dupree, this isn't like at least as far as we know, it's not like a permanent position for him, right? They're going to be trialing it out till the end of the year. That's what we realize. So they're making the best of some very rough circumstances and getting, at least in my books, a pretty upset win. And sure, it could be like Aurora not playing at all at the level we saw from them earlier in a couple of games they had. But for Heroic, they show the tenure and the class and the pedigree that some of these players perform. And of course, a young blood in the form of the NXT guys.
What do we think it was for Aurora only winning 2 CT rounds for them, going up against Heroic, a mixed team, as it were? So where do you think it was?
I don't know about Aurora, but I do love how Blaze, like, keeping this super, like,
positive,
and he's trying to analyze.
It's day one,
well, in fact, he wants to tell the truth, but I'm going to say it for you.
All right, go on.
Heroic will forget about this game in about 4 minutes from now. Because they have a lot of problems on their minds right now. Yeah. Who are they going to bring? Who is in the team?
Heroic,
who is going to be back?
Or the players?
All of them. Nobody cares. Like, if they won or lost this game in their camp, it's going to be more frustrating for Aurora because they thought they were, we're going to play against Aurora. Yeah, we got to win this. Probably get ourselves into the playoffs. Well, no. They played a terrible game. They lost the game, and now they're in a lower bracket, and trying to make their way into the playoffs the harder way.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be easy. So they are more frustrated than Heroic is happy about winning because I don't think they care.
I think there could be a small little smile being cracked in a Heroic
smile,
team.
yes, but care, no. 4 minutes from now, it's 6:20.
Why 4 minutes? Why 4?
Well, that's how long I give them, like, pretty much.
I give them 5.
6:24, 6:28, they're going to be, who did we play? What did we do?
All right. Well, I want to talk.
Nobody's.
I want to talk very briefly about the B stream action that we saw. Another thing that's pretty terrible here, Kassad, is quite frankly your predictions for today. You're the only one of us to not get a single prediction correct.
How does that feel, Kassad?
Jasmine,
how are you feeling?
Please, I need to give you a head start in the first couple of days, so it can actually be, interesting.
I doubt.
I'm fine. I can keep this potato.
That's a big fat 0 right
I can
there.
listen. I can keep this potato the day one. I can lose the both games right now, and I'm gonna still beat you at the end of the day.
How are you losing to Anders? That's my question.
I'm still gonna beat you at the end of the tournament.
Sure, man. Big talk. All right. Fine. I'm gonna remember this. We have 9 days of Counter-Strike. I'm gonna remember this.
I want you to remember this.
All right. Loser buys the other a beer. Cool.
Yeah, I'm not drinking alcohol.
I'll buy you a Coke Zero. Pepsi
Nice.
Max. What do you like?
Max,
Pepsi Max. Or,
All right. Well, all right. Coming on up, we're going to have Eternal Fire versus Furia. You still feeling confident with your?
Absolutely.
With your
I told you.
I don't know
Who do
how
you
you.
go with? Furia.
No, Eternal Fire. What are you saying?
Yeah, he picked the opposite of everyone.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool.
You mean the right of everyone?
The opposite and the incorrect answer out of every single person. How do you feel about Eternal Fire and Furia, Blah?
I think both these two teams are at a bit of, I don't know, like no man's land, so to speak, right? A bit of like nowhere. You look at Furia with this lineup they had. I had my reservations at Fallen coming in and all of that, and my reservations haven't proven true. They have struggled quite a bit. They've beaten the teams they should be beating, but overall, they haven't delivered to the expectations of their fans, themselves as an org and a team as well. So I think there's a lot on the shoulders. For Eternal Fire, they continue to be kind of middling. They had a decent, I think, okay run in EPL, but the results have again been up and down. But if you look at the pedigree of the players in that server, it's going to be happening in a few minutes. It has to be Furia. They should be the favorites here at least.
He had a chance to say, "I'm feeling thank you," but he didn't.
Is that why you were
I'm not
shaking
you.
your head?
Yes, absolutely. It was just served right to you like this.
That's low-hanging fruit.
That's the best kind of fruit. It's like no effort. Just give it. Anyway.
I think we need a compilation of all of the Kassad quotes.
Listen,
we've had
there are
today.
certain fruit which are like way higher up where the effort makes it tastier.
No, it's just you just grab the first one. The first one.
I'm going to let everybody at home sit and stew on all of the wonderful quotes that we've heard from the two of you today, because coming on up, it's going to be Eternal Fire versus Furia very, very shortly. So we'll see you soon.
Gordo, esa es la cámara. Juega con Roobet, así como lo hago yo, ¿eh? Juega con Roobet. Así no, La puta que te parió. Te sale decir Roobet, gordo, así bien largo, como a mí. Roobet. Así no es, gordo. ¿Cómo es estúpido? Roobet.
Welcome back once again, everybody, to the Roobet Cup 2023. My name is Jasmine. I'm joined alongside these two GOATs. We've had so much action taking place today, fellas. But for anybody that is only just joining us, I want to revisit everything that's happened so far. Give me a TLDR. How are we feeling about all of the results we've had so far?
TLDR, we've seen a bit of an upset, and we've seen something play out the way that at least I expect, like the way we expected, not the way Kassad expected. So there we go.
I don't think Kassad expects
Yeah, I love that
anything.
he's learning right now. He's taking these small victories. He said he doesn't like them, but he's taking them.
I like
and
this like
he's
putting in words into my mouth. I don't like small. I like all victories, Kassad. Big, small, medium, but it doesn't matter. A win's a win. A dub's a dub.
Okay, fair enough. Whatever you say, I'll give you the one victory today. It's fine. I'll just take the rest of the tournament.
Take the L.
Yeah,
You
fine.
could end today with 0 predictions correct. Just
And I want to end it with 0 predictions because it's going to make so much better at the end of the event when I'm sitting here with the most points winning this thing.
The band's delusional.
But I also have to come back to that beta, sketch that we see. Like, I wonder, how that water, was it cold? Was it warm?
You're really interested about these
It's
two
just-
men in that bathtub, right?
basically, Kassad, you want to reenact it. Who with? If you had to pick one person to reenact it with, who's it going to be? Blair's looking at you right now like it better.
Does it have to be a man?
Well, I mean, you're the one that
You're the one who said there's
yeah.
nothing wrong with you guys being in a bathtub. So
Is
are you
there
gonna cop
anything
out?
wrong? Is that what you're saying?
There's nothing wrong
There's
with
nothing
it.
wrong with
There's
it.
no problem.
So why do you have to say
No,
it
I was
doesn't have to be
what
man?
is it? Roobet. It's like I want to hear Anders' opinion on Mongolian throat singing. That's what I want to hear. He has something.
He does
special
enjoy
probably
he does
for
enjoy
us.
some Mongolian music. I'll tell
Do
you.
you want
that.
to play some for him?
No, I'm good.
You sure?
Yeah, very sure.
He's very talented, by the way. People who are watching it, they need to know that Blaze is very talented in Mongolian throat singing.
Thanks, man. I tried.
I know.
All right, well, back to the bracket that we have, fellas. Revisiting these games, of course, Heroic, we didn't necessarily expect them to close out that series versus Aurora, given all the drama that's going on, but we've been speaking about that more than enough. Aurora now dropping down to the lower end of our bracket, but Eternal Fire and Furia. To kick things off today, we've had both of our series going the full distance, full 3 maps. Do we think Eternal Fire and Furia is going to be a similar instance? Because, I mean, considering the fact that Furia have just come back from a LAN win, the BGS esports victory.
Also considering the fact that Anderson, Henry are there, so has to be 3 maps.
It has to be 3 maps,
But
at least a couple of OTs.
The thing is, you said that they came out from a line, but does it really count as a
As Blair said, take all the wins you can get.
They beat Pain, I guess, but again, Eternal Fire, if you look at the practice they've been having, they've obviously been grinding it out in the new game and all of that. They also beat Furia in EPL, I think in Group D or something, so it's not like they haven't been able to get the dub on top of Furia here. And Furia, honestly, man, like looking at the names, especially when you have someone like Serato in that team, the fact that you're struggling against teams which you should be just dumbstering so convincingly is a big problem for me.
It's the structure, it's the system that's the problem with Furia. They brought in Fallen to in-game lead, and then he was in full in-game leading. He's right here with us in Belgrade, by the way, so...
We can probably have a chat with him.
Yeah, and ask him what the hell is happening. But you can see that there is a base of the events towards the end of CSGO. You can see that there was a problem in leadership. Art is there, Fallen is there. I don't know how that works. And I feel like Serato and Yuri are suffering the most. Cello is somewhere lingering nowhere.
Well, he's lingering in the studio as well.
Yeah, he's there with Fallen. But the thing is, I don't see his role. I don't see his impact whatsoever. I think it's a leadership problem.
Yeah.
It's not the player's problem. And until they sort that out, they won't be able to be a contestant to any kind of event, rather than whatever you just mentioned they won't.
I mean, you could see that they have tried, bringing in Fallen system, and they did say there's going to be a few feeding issues, right? It's going to take a little bit of time. We saw them, going for the overpass pick.
No, Fallen doesn't have that much time.
I mean, they seemingly have been seemingly been given a blank check for a while. It seems like.
Yeah, that's fine, but he doesn't have too many years in him, right?
Fair.
It's not like he's going to be playing till he's 40.
I don't know, Kasadi.
He could. I mean,
might be
look
better
at
than
Carrigan.
you.
Look at Carrigan.
Yeah, but he's 31, 32, right?
Carrigan?
Yeah.
I think he's 33.
That's fine. But he has 1-2 years left, and he accomplished pretty much everything.
Pretty much. He's won three big events across 1.6 CSGO and CS2. Demands a lot.
I mean, Fallen is not far behind. Let's keep it real, right?
He just won a couple of majors,
I mean, one of the all-time great in-game leaders, right? But he's towards the end of his career, and if he wants to join a team like Furia, just give him the reins. Let him do his thing if he can. If he cannot, just remove him.
I feel they've given him the reins. That's why you can look at the difference in the map pool and how they're trying to work with his system. But I feel like as a team, they haven't been able to really adapt well into this Fallen system because it is so drastically different from what Art had in mind, right? So it's like I feel too many cooks in the kitchen right now, and there's no clear. If you're Fallen, just let Fallen.
So he doesn't have the reins.
He should be having the reins, but it doesn't look like he is.
He just said.
It's like you have a head chef, but his sous chef's just coming in a little bit and nudging in. It's like, hey, I want a little bit of salt here.
Just salt. Okay. This is interesting.
All right. What about the seasoning, the salt that's going to be poured into Eternal Fire heading into this one as we take a look at their lineup?
Nice move.
Very nice. Very nice.
Xantares, the man, the myth, the peak.
legend.
Still the trio.
Almost.
The trio, right? Voxix, Xantares, and Calix. They were supposed to be the stars. They were supposed to be, the super team of Turkey. And it didn't really happen, did it? Ever since Space Soldiers and
that's
that
because they've
lineup.
had how many lineup changes?
A lot.
Insane how many times they've
Yeah,
left.
Voxic out,
come back.
Voxic in, Calix out, Calix in, Maya
Major out, Major back in.
It's just ridiculous, right? And I feel like they have too many. Well, they didn't have too much order in their team. Let's say it like that. Not any discipline at all. I feel like players for making decisions they should not be making whatsoever, and it resulted in 20 lineup changes or something.
That's not even hyperbole. I think it might be 20 or 22 or something like that. That being said, I feel like they seem to have kind of found a groove recently, but in EPL they were beating a few teams here and there, showed that they weren't able to really make a deep run, so to speak, but I think they were punching way above their weight, so to speak. But CS2, a whole different ball game altogether. I want to see more. I want to see more of Xantares in CS2, see how that works for him. Considering the way the game's playing right now, and Xantares peak, it should fit him on paper. And online as well.
Yeah.
Boom.
I think it could be a little bit busted, if you ask me. I think
He could just break the game.
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see today. I'm not really counting on it, but it would be good to see. Like, I want this Turkish team to, be at events at least, rather than just playing, online tournaments and maybe like tier 2 events. I wanted them to be at least a couple of, maybe 5, up to 5 events on LAN with some proper teams to see if they actually have what it takes. before we dismissed them. Right now, they're just nowhere. They have like these little glimpses of capabilities, and I don't know. For me, I just need to see them on land to make a proper judgment. But right now, this is a good start. Like if they win against Furia, maybe they get a deep run, maybe gain some confidence and run into a LAN event and then see what they can do.
Now, I asked you guys at the start of today how much of an impact do you think the veto is going to end up having on our first series of the day, and you said, you know what, throw the veto in the bin, doesn't even matter. And they completely flipped the script. It very much did matter. How about for this series, Eternal Fire versus Furia?
I think this is the one where I'm looking at just one map that's Vertigo. It's a map that Eternal Fire, they really like to play. I don't think they're not exactly a 9 on it, but the usual bans are going to have Anubis and Ancient should be removed here. Actually, no. Okay, wait, hold up. The nuke ban. Interesting.
Yeah, that's something that you wouldn't expect from a team like Furia. You have Ancient as the pick from the Brazilians, and Vertigo is obviously the pick for Eternal Fire. Just like you mentioned, the second stage veto is Inferno and Overpass. We have Mirage again as a decider, similar to the first map. I don't think both teams kind of wanted to remove it because I think they both knew it's gonna be in the map pool, and they both left it for the decider. I think this is a very good veto for Eternal Fire. Mm-hmm. I don't think Fury at the same time is gonna complain all that much because they get to play Mirage and they get to play their own picks. So overall, I don't think any of the teams feel like they lost the veto.
I'm not sure if these vetoes are correct because Eternal Fire.
Are you calling our producer a liar?
I'm just saying humans make mistake.
But that's not what you said.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just
maybe
saying
the teams made the mistake
because Ancient coming through. Ancient's the usual permaban for Eternal Fire, so they mixed it up, and then now Fury picking into Ancient, a punish pick perhaps. I'm not too sure about that, but the Vertigo pick at the very least, right? That's a map that they are usually very comfortable on. For Furia, again, I don't really rate them very highly in that particular map. This could very well be another Mirage as a decider coming through.
Does it swayed your predictions in any way, shape, or form?
No, I still believe in the Turks. I believe they are overall a better team. I have no faith in Furia whatsoever. Ever since they got Fallen, they got this mess with the leadership and everything. I just don't believe in them anymore. It's not CSGO. It's a different game. Keserato, is he going to be playing on the same level? Or worse.
I believe in Keserato.
Yeah, okay. Game is faster than it was, and he is slow slow player.
He's not maybe he starts playing a little faster.
Well, yeah.
Adapt or die.
When did that happen? Who did that?
We'll find out.
Well, okay.
So you mentioned before, Blair, that you think that Fallen is very much taking the reins now. Do you think that's going to be the case heading into this matchup?
He should be. That's why you get him in as the IGL. You're not getting him as like this young star opera in the server,
was it
right?
700K for him?
Yeah, it's a ridiculous amount of money here. Now, looking at the results, they haven't played it in CS2, right? So again, even if you go back to CSGO, it's a mixed bag of results. That being said, of course, a different caliber of opponents, so to speak, right? They lost to Monty, who are actually looking good. Lost to Navi. They were able to beat Greyhound, but then everyone's beating Greyhound, so I'm not going to read too much into that either.
That feels Batman moment right there.
I know.
For Greyhound and the Australian scene. But overall, there's nothing that we can take from these stats based on the...
it's a punish pick coming in, right? Because I don't think Eternal Fire played this at all recently. Or it's usually the permaban, at least according to what I have here.
Okay. All right, so we thinking it's going to be a comfortable victory, maybe 3-mapper?
It screams like a 3-mapper, right?
Yeah.
But everything that we've been saying so far, it went the opposite way. Yeah. So even in Sydney, you remember, we didn't expect Bad Boom to be so.
I don't know about you. I had him in my fantasy. I thought Bad Boom would do good.
He bought them just because they were cheap. But the thing is, right now it's very difficult to predict any game.
Yeah.
But on paper, this looks like a 3-mapper, and with both teams taking their own picks and then deciding it on Mirage, which is a fair thing to do. Something that we saw in the first game, so I wouldn't mind happening again.
I mean, Furia have historically been pretty comfortable playing on Ancient as well. That's a pick coming in. Vertigo, yeah, I think Eternal Fire should have that one in the bag. They're very competitive on it, even against specialist teams like 9 on that very map. So, yeah, I think this might be a 3-mapper full.
Let's put it this way. There is a bigger chance of Eternal Fire winning 2-0 than Furia winning 2-0. Because there is a bigger chance of Eternal Fire winning their opponent's pick.
It hurts me so much. It hurts me so much to say I agree with Kasad here again.
Okay.
Twice in a day.
I don't know what on earth is happening here. Maybe it's something that
No
you're
one knows
doing.
what's
I
happening.
don't know what's going on here, but let's find out whether or not Furia, coming off the back of a LAN win, can they close out this series?
That is the question, Anders, and we're here to provide the answers here. Eternal Fire taking on Furia. Unknown quantities on both sides of the equation here. Eternal Fire with their first CS2 outing here as well. Made a decent run in Pro League, turned some heads there for sure. New boy Wakadia looking like a great prospect for the future. And we've got Woxic, Major, Zantares, Kalex. Like it's the super team of Turkey. And it's the team we've been waiting for. And they've certainly been getting better and better. But up against Furia, I don't know. They're coming off the back of a victory at a local tournament. They're playing from the boot camp center there in Serbia as well. Who have you got taking this one? If I had to push you for an answer.
Yeah, there's no riding the fences there. I'm already down betting on Aurora earlier, so I've got to make this one a little bit better. I picked Furia for this one. I've got to be honest. I agree they do look like a good prospect, but I mean, Eternal Fire is a hard team to play against, right? Like we've seen what Zantares could do at the right moment. So I don't feel super confident.
Yeah, and Zantares, I kind of agree with the desk there. In terms of the way CS2 plays right now, where it's kind of leaning more towards taps and individual aim, I feel like Zantares, he might even get better than what we saw in CSGO. Like, for my money, he was up there. In terms of mechanical skill, like, we're just kind of judging on that alone, he's in the top 3, in my opinion, in CSGO. Towards the end of it, he found some amazing form. He might not be in the Hall of Fame of CSGO, but still, in terms of just pure mechanical skill, he is right up there with the very best. So I feel like he's going to put on a masterclass here today. He might be too much to contain.
I look forward to it. I think either way, I think this just will be fun. Obviously, also on the server, just one of my favorite players ever is Fallen. I just think it's always fun to watch. I agree to some extent. Like, he's had his ups and downs, and he's accomplished a lot in his career already. So, but I mean, when he's playing with the AWP and he's having a good time and he's sort of letting that loose, it's just so much fun. Like, I'm always entertained by it. So I look forward to it. I love watching him play. The match should be going live any second now, Henry. Who did you pick for this one? Who's your
I've got
team?
Eternal Fire all day long. And you know, I've got a perfect run in so far in this tournament. And as everyone expected, Henry's up 2-0 in the predictions. And he's looking for the clean sweep today. As Eternal Fire take on Furia, it's our second game of Group A here on day 1 of the Roobet Cup 2023. We'll kick things off in Ancient. And we'll see who comes out on top here. It looks to be the pick of Furia. And we're going to see Eternal Fire starting on the CT campaign, and mid. Going to have a lot of conversation, Anders, about this area. It's a huge point of contention, and it will be a mid-take coming in from the Brazilians right now. As they smoke off towards the red room, the Julies did spot a few players crossing over towards that position exactly, and now Kalex is given the responsibility to try and mow them down as the Julies from Zantares in a prime position, gets that first headshot. They're walking into his crosshair. He gets himself a double kill.
There were just so many targets. He had to hit something, and he did get the double. Fallen. A little bit exposed there. They do have the bomb. They're trying to escape, and even backpedaling, they're going to get the kill, but it's not going to make a difference at all. Wakadia and Major coming in with a couple of kills, and it will be Quesaranto. Imagine if they could have fallen back with the bomb and got the bomb plant over at that A side of the map, then this move from Quesaranto could have been a really interesting late round flank, but instead, they get shut down. And Eternal Fire will pick up the pistol round. Oh,
yes. Quite a convincing manner as well. Zantares, I'm really looking forward to seeing what the Turkish Terminator can do in CS2. This is their first outing in Counter-Strike 2. Just to note that as well, if you're not aware. Plenty of teams, the likes of Astralis, NIP, we've been their best foot forward in showing us what they're made of. And let's get into it, shall we? It's going to be a full ecos. Nothing to really get that excited about here, but we'll see whether these kind of P250s can make a bit of a dent, but overall should be quite a convincing round for the Turkish squad. I'm interested to see what Woxic would do, Anders, because towards the end of CSGO, he wasn't looking his best in Pro League. No. I'll say that much. But now with the AWP somewhat being nerfed, I'd say somewhat because it's early days here, right? But we had 5% less AWP kills over in Sydney overall. I think that might be a problem because he is known as being like that really aggressive AWP player. But since he's joined this team of Eternal Fire, he's been a lot more reserved with his AWP play. I think like Major has put him in a position where I just want you to get one kill around and hit the shots that really count. I don't want to see any massive opening clutches and fancy footwork and the swings and all the flicks that come with it. So I'm very interested to see what Woxic can do. He's definitely a very talented player. Like in his prime, when he was playing for us in the early days of Cloud9, like he was in amazing form. We were really impressed with it. But
Yeah.
There's some of the technical levels of his game that are missing, notably grenades. And this is actually getting a little bit out of hand here. This is pretty much a full eco, just to note that. We've got a 2-on-2, and they've got a rifle in the hands of Cello as well. So Riccardi needs to be careful. Nice little swing, though. Doesn't take any damage. And by virtue of having no Kevlar, the aim punch will absolutely sabotage Cello towards the end of that one. It's Yuri left in the 2 versus 1. Bomb down as well. The CTs don't have to work too hard for this one. Just need to play a nice tight game with 30 seconds remaining. Yeah. Okay, great stuff. Like I said, this guy, I'm not sure if you caught many of his games towards the end of CSGO Anders, but he is fantastic. Like, he really is one of the brightest prospects out of Turkey in recent years.
I don't think I did, so maybe this is going to be a little bit of another learning opportunity. It's going to get all the knowledge here today. I'm excited for it. I agree with what you said about Woxic. I mean, I do agree that he kind of fell off his high point throughout CS:GO towards the end of it. But we definitely know what he's capable of. There's a reason why he's kind of a I almost said household name, but you know how that went last Roobet Cup season. So be careful about that expression, but definitely a name that people recognize. For good
I
reason.
forgot about that. Kasad doesn't like it when we say household name. Who was that about? I think it was about I don't know, was it Draken, wasn't it? It was I think
Something
Godson
like
were
that.
playing, and I think Draken was playing, and I said, oh, obviously he's more of a household name compared to the other players, and he didn't like that at all. So we should bring that back for sure.
Gotta be careful, you know.
It's a lot of fun. But here it is, the first quote-unquote gun round. Bear in mind, is a bonus situation with a couple of SMGs for Eternal Fire, Major, and Woxic with the lesser of the firepower, but for now, they've actually got a pretty decent grip on the map here. They're not giving away anything towards the B ramp, but there is a bit of cave control coming in for the T side here. We'll see Yuri. Oh, no, he's on the other side. He's actually in the pocket. My bad.
Well, you know what else, Henry? Art has landed on the funny number in terms of health.
Has he really? Oh, you're right. Yeah, 69 points of health. That is quite funny.
We've got that. There's always something happening in a game of Counter-Strike. You just have to look for it, you know?
It's true.
It's the kind of stuff they pay me money for. Quite proud of it.
Unbelievably, really. But still, here you are, keeping it up with the funny numbers after all these years.
Yeah, going on almost 12 years now.
Right there. It's 25 seconds, Anders. And the boys are saying on the desk as well, it's been up the kind of the leadership on the T side of Furia has let them down. There's some scrappy rounds here, but Yuri has taken matters into his own hands. But still, they need to get past the raid boss here. Zantares, he's still alive and well. If he denies a plant, maybe he's onto something here. Denies it, but there's still time to get the bomb down. 3 versus 1. If he gets one more kill there, maybe it could have been a different story. But now it's down to Calix. He hasn't got really much to work with here, unfortunately.
What a beastly round from Yuri. He just absolutely saved them. And even at the end, I mean, the fact that the bomb was stopped from getting planted there, who knows what kind of disaster could have happened. You're right, one more kill there could have made all the difference. But yeah, this is very, very late in the round. There's 19 seconds when they're getting this one. The third kill here for Yuri at about 15 seconds. That's not a lot of time. Almost nothing could go wrong. But they made it work anyway, so I guess well played. Furia picking up a round here to start with on Ancient. That's got to feel pretty good. Again, you don't want to get wiped out. And especially, we're going to say this for a while, right? But that MR12 is such a massive difference in terms of going on big loss streaks. You don't have the same space to learn and then make up for it. You have to learn and adjust really fast.
Yeah, you're absolutely right, Anders. And we're seeing this cave smoke being deployed from T-Spawn. Now, you'll see this is meta now, because we have no skyboxes in CS2. You can throw a lot more interesting grenades. So this is, when I'm playing as well, that's my default grenade. When I play T-side of Ancient, you throw it in towards cave and T-Spawn. It allows you to pincer towards the mid-area from the ledge, and of course the airway position as well. Smoke off towards Red Room, and now you've got full control of middle. It's very difficult to contain, and it means you have to really try and fight for the mid-control on the CT side, and they just can't really justify that with the little firepower they have. This is a force by, essentially, from Eternal Fire. You can see they've got a couple of pistols in the mix, an SMG as well. Very difficult to win this round, but they do have a Ricardia M4 and Santares on the FAMAS, as we'll slowly but surely gain control here towards middle for K Serato. He's got donut control. Calix with the 5-7, largely in charge there, boosted up, hoping he can make a bit of a dent here as they make
Santares, and it's only good for the one kill. He really couldn't keep that going for very long. They're trying to sneak in. I like this from Major. It's an interesting attempt to try and see if you can beat the smoke there, but just too much awareness on the side of Furia. They knew that something was coming there. It's going to be Woxic with the Deagle. If he could have found Cello, then maybe he could have found a kill there, but I feel like now it's probably going to be done with here. Fallen able to hunt him down at the end. And overall, another good round. Only one loss there in Yuri going down on Furia.
Yeah, it's absolutely true. And presumably that's the third in the bag as well, because that has to be the eco going forward. And yeah, they're looking sharp, you have to say. And in terms of individual mechanics right now, this is Furia looking like very promising. I will say that much. Art, he's rolling back the years as well. Like, remember back in the day, like 2018, Furia were like some of the instigators of the kind of Krieg meta. They showed us what was possible. And with the P90 being relevant once again, who knows what's in store for us with Furia on the server. For now, though, it has to be the full eco, as mentioned. That same cave smoke goes down. As I mentioned, you'll see that every single round. It's such a powerful smoke now. We couldn't do that in CSGO. Well, you could, but the lineup was so tricky. It wasn't reliable. It wouldn't land in the same spot every single time, but those shots are certainly landing. This full eco, Anders, is actually working out once again. We go down to 2 versus 2. Fallen, 19 points of health here, and Cello will have to do everything here. He's making it work, though. They know where Major is. There's no chance of him winning the round now. An exciting one, but still Furia get it over the line.
My God, I think Major hit a headshot on a jumping T player in the middle.
Yeah.
I think he hit that headshot with the USP mid-air. That's absolutely wild. I'd love to see that from his point of view at some point. I'm sorry you can find it in the demo, because that was truly a remarkable shot there. That's so much damage that they did not need to take, but I guess in a way you're on the T side, you might just shrug it off. They have still quite a bit of money in the bank, so yeah, it's a bit of a wake-up call for Furia to play these rounds a little bit safer. You don't want to let go of them, but they live through it, and the pressure is still on Eternal Fire at the moment to try and do a bit more here. Get some more rounds on the board early on the CT side.
Well, here we go. Aggressive towards the B lanes here. Compromised position, though. You could see the inferno of flames there, making things very complicated indeed. It's Woxic now with the AUG. Can only be good for the one kill, and this is absolute chaos here on the B bomb side. The aggression, not with deadly force here from the T side as Furia posts their 4th round, Anders. That's a very comprehensive victory there, and Eternal Fire spiraling at this point after winning the pistol round, getting that 2-0. They've given up 4 rounds in a row now, and presumably 5 with the 4th stage loss bonus. Not looking too good on that CT side.
And a tactical timeout being called, which I guess makes sense. Yeah, you're on a bit of a spiral here. A lot of Molotovs landing outside of the B bomb site, and an attempt to pressure from the CT side, right? Which is kind of a classic, right? You throw all the nades out there, you try and flash over, and you try and pincer those Ts that are stuck out there, but they just got every single kill going their way. So, not necessarily saying it's a bad idea for Eternal Fire, but you need at least one of those opening kills, or you see what happens. They just
anything but what just happened, basically. Running into the flames,
but
getting blind, and doing nothing. Yeah, that's pretty much the worst case scenario, that sort of venture. They are going to be limited once again. I know I bang on about the money a lot, but in MR12 CS2, it's a big deal. I need to be very careful with your investment. Bear in mind, Woxic hasn't had an AWP yet, Anders. Like, we talked about this. Like, AWPers are going to be hamstrung going forward because you just don't have the rounds. And in terms of the resets, and you have a back-and-forth game just like this one, very difficult to get it out. And Woxic, throughout his whole career, known as an aggressive sniper. And this lineup especially has not been given that same responsibility. He's more of a passive, conservative player now. And the fact that he doesn't even get the AWP, you kind of question yourself, like, what's he designed to do for this team? But we'll see if he can bounce back. It's just quite a significant investment for Zantaras, but he gets 3,400 into the next round. And with the M4 being $2,900, there's a buy, sure, but still, it's going to be compromised going forward. We are going to have a 4 versus 2. Ricardia and Calix segregated on other ends of the map right now. Calix, 3 kills to his name, Ricardia on 4. No one really stepping up as of yet for Eternal Fire after winning the pistol.
Hilarious kill from Calix onto Art, who was just playing chicken with the Krieg versus the 5-7 and somehow lost at that range. I don't know why Art wanted to stick around, but that's fine. They still should be in an okay position. And again, you know, maybe not the most exciting to see Furia sort of wait around, but it's reasonable, right? They're giving a chance for Eternal Fire to make a mistake, to try to go in a little bit aggressive, and they're going to be running into all 3 or 4 players if they go for it. So when they eventually get bored of that, they're going to be smoking off the bomb side, Molotov on the other side of it, and they should be almost uncontested getting into this one. Even if Ricardia shows up, I just don't imagine they're going to do too much here with the Deagle, although shot through the smoke at least tags up Fallen, so getting a slight say in it. Calix here still looking for it with the 5-6, reposition all the way around, looking for the headshot, but it's hard to do.
Yeah, sometimes the shots in the back are the most difficult ones to pick up. But now,
they really are for some reason.
Yeah, I think it's just an awkward kind of model to shoot at, especially if they're moving or encroaching onto a different choke point. You have to force the shot, and it doesn't really work out for them. The Desert Eagle, probably a different story. But there we have it. It will be a pretty convincing victory there for the Brazilians. They go up 5-2 here. It's their map pick, bear in mind. It's Vertigo next. And at one point, like, in CSGO, especially towards the end of Pro League, that Vertigo was like a specialist pick for Eternal Fire. They were looking absolutely deadly on that map. Whether that continues into CS2, I'm not so sure, but something to hold on to, because this one is spiraling out of control. Furia on fire now after posting 5 in a row. 5 rounds left to be played as well. And do we see the Woxic Orb? We do. He's 2-6 right now. This had to happen, Anders. We need to see him come online here and show us that he can make a bit of a dent in the armor of Furia, because it's starting to get out of hand.
Yeah, and this, I mean, added pressure, right? When you haven't had it for a number of rounds, like almost half of the first half here, then when you finally get it, you really want to prove that this is going to make the difference here. Nice little smoke to out of the Molotov. They want to flash their way through and put some pressure on that donut position. Calyx almost caught reloading. Art was running the whole way. It's classic Art. Just holding W the whole way through the fire and the flames. But Calyx is doing even better in return. He's going to get 2 kills right there, setting it up for Santeris to get the 3rd one. And it is a 2 versus 3, but man, Calyx, if not for that double kill, they might have got wiped out by Art just being hyper-aggressive once again.
Oh, God, Maja, you have to hit that shot, I'm afraid. The fact he gives Keserato even a window opportunity to readjust and take him down. It's another disastrous round there for Eternal Fire. They give up 6 rounds in a row here, and it just seemed like a bit of a walk in the park towards the end in terms of the individual duels. There was no one firing back. Fast mid-take, Keserato helped himself towards Donut, and that was the moment there. Like, Maja has to take him down. There's no two ways about it. Doesn't connect the shot, and they continue to spiral here.
Yuri at 13-4. I like the aggression. There's something weird, like obviously how we all came to know Brazilian Counter-Strike at the start of it, you know, back with in the Cold Zero days. A lot of it just was the aggressive playstyle. And at one point, it's like they left that identity behind and wanted to do something that seemed different, maybe a little bit more European-based or whatever we want to call it, but it's like the whole of the Brazilian scene just never really rediscovered itself in CSGO. So I hope, I don't know if they have to go back to what worked, you know, in 2014-15, but I'm just saying that, like, it'd be cool to see Brazil kind of have a little bit of a resurgence in that sense, because it really was fun to watch them just maul teams at certain tournaments. It was a good time. I want it back. Arts. Getting the Krieg in action, getting hunted down a little bit. Oh, yeah, he knows, has to be careful. But the Molotov on top, making sure he's absolutely dead. Keserato to pick it up. And Calyx and Woxic 2 versus 3 here. And again, just calling a freeze around the minute mark. It's something they've been doing a couple of times, Furia. They're just letting it settle in, letting Eternal Fire make the move now.
Yes, indeed, Anders. And we've got a pistol and an SMG here. I can't tell what pistol it is. Is it like a P2000 or a PT50? This GUI, or maybe it's a CSGO thing. I think it's a P2000. Yeah. So yeah, he's going to have to do God's work with this weapon, I'm afraid. And we'll see whether there's anything to be said. I don't think there is. They found a couple of kills. The best they can really hope for here is to save the AKs. But look who's watching the vicinity. It's going to be Art, but he does go down. Calyx with a nice shot there. One of the first nice shots we've already seen from Eternal Fire. This has been an absolute walloping they've received so far. It's their opponent's map pick. They're not known to play Ancient, at least from recent memory. I don't recall many outings on Ancient for Eternal Fire. But Furia will continue with their streak here. 7 rounds in a row, completely dominating Eternal Fire. And bear in mind, Furia in Europe right now, they're actually playing from Serbia. They're actually in the same building as our analysts. So just a bit of trivia for you there.
Okay. Not bad. Yeah, there's a lot of boot camping happening in Serbia whenever people when some of those American teams tend to move to Europe. It seems like that's a standard location for people to show up. So hope they're having a good time. I'm sure they're being treated well.
Yeah, it's a great place. Belgrade's lovely, and I hope to go back soon. I think we've got the HLTV Awards happening there in January. Anders, will you be attending? That's the question.
I would actually love to do that. That sounds like a really. Are you going there? Are we both?
I'm going. I've reserved my spot. I'll be there in the flesh.
Damn.
I'm normally just kind of the drunk guy, kind of causes chaos on camera, but that's my role. That's my best role, honestly. So look out for that.
Okay, I might come have a drink with you. That sounds like a really good time. Yeah. Let me see. Let me check my calendar.
Yeah, you don't have to confirm right now. I know I put you on the spot, but yeah.
Well, also just makes me, I can pretend to be a little bit more important if I delay it, Sort of seems
true.
like I have important things going on, so,
yeah,
I like
fair
that.
enough. So we have got the opening kill. First time Woxix posted a shot with the AWP. That was from Temple looking towards A main. He's given them a 4-on-4. Otherwise, Wakadia, who's been struggling as well, he's gone and been dropped in the process. We are going to have Fallen with what seemed like a guaranteed shot by his standards. Doesn't quite connect, and now Maja's got the AWP. The double AWP setup. This is actually a calling card of Eternal Fire at Pro League as well. Like Maja would bring this out and just play the more anchor positions here, and he's actually brought it back to the man advantage. Looking to break that streak. 7 rounds in a row for Furia, but still with the smokes going down. And same story for Major. There might be a chance for them to fight back into this round.
Yeah, the timing of that flashbang against some of the backline there was brutal. Sneaking through, back for the smoke, it's Kesarad. He's able to find the shot. It's a 2 versus 3, turned into a 2 versus 2 now, with about 40 seconds left. And man, if Eternal Fire can't win this round, it's going to be a series of heartbreaking events that led them to this. Calyx, deep position here, just one good timing on the peak, and he should be able to win the fight. And how are they going to know that he's here? They might, even if they know, how are they going to stop him from just sitting back here? Look at Fallen pushing forward 20 seconds. They're spending every single second trying to optimize this round as much as they can. 18 seconds now. The bomb's being planted. It's on the right side as well. Sneaking up as Calyx, and he's going to get that one. Kesarato, the smoke is behind him, so he doesn't get shot at the back. The spray is good, and now he just has to escape. 39 health left. Woxic on the other side with the AWP. Has to hit the shot by the spray. Oh, he's out of bullets. Might have had it otherwise. The grenade. Is he going to walk into it? Not quite. It's close, and the smoke is up. And now the pressure is on Woxic. One bullet hits him and he's dead, Henry.
Oh my days. Bear in mind he's got no kit as well. The smoke down, the worst weapon for the job. I don't think he even has time to defuse now, even if he found the kill right here, right now. It's all gone wrong. It all falls apart once again, and it's another agonizing round as Eternal Fire give it up in the clutch there. Woxic starting to find some form. He got a couple of kills with the AWP, but unless they win the round, it's all for naught. They've got maximum loss bonus. They saved weapons previously, so they will have a buy here, but they are running out of time. Kesarata being an absolute nuisance in the 2 versus 1, and that smoke down as well. He jumps up with the Glock, finds a 1 HP Woxic, and down he goes. Like I said, I don't think he had time to defuse either way. So they'll be buying once more, and they've got the AWP in their hands, but my God, this has all gone horribly wrong. Round number 11, and they haven't picked up a round since the second.
Oh, that's heartbreaking. Definitely so many opportunities in that round for the Turkish side to pick something up, but they're not able to. And they're falling behind way too rapidly at the moment. Money is looking good on the side of Furia. Eternal Fire, they need a string of rounds to get the momentum back going their way. Woxic's going to get a kill, but Santaris is caught. Falling back and reloading in the middle. Not what you want to see. Art again, holding W to move forward. The spray and the Molotov on top of Major, and he goes down. And it's a 3 versus 3. Again, the dust settles a little bit here. But Furia, they've shown time and again, they're really comfortable just slowing down the game, especially around this minute mark, just letting Eternal Fire stew a little bit before they make their next move.
Well, a chance to catch your breath here now, Eternal Fire. Good smoke down towards the cave, allows them to reposition and assess what they're up against here. It is a 3-on-3, but the bear in mind is the CTs now have no utility. They have a single HE grenade, if you want to really count that. And for now, Furia, they still have 2 smokes, Molotovs, and a flash as well. So if they execute, how can the CTs really rebuttal this point? Like they had to buy into this round. It's been a desperate first half here. Ricardia puts himself in towards Cubby, but it will be a B finish here. So that Molotov will be designed to go in the entrance of Cave, and that really limits his options now. He's kind of stuck in that position, so unless Woxic can provide some great covering fire, they're in a lot of trouble, and Fallen confirms potentially the round here, because Woxic, he's smoked out. Best he can hope for Anders is get a smoke shot and deny the plant. That would be a miracle in its own right. He's going to have to bide his time and hope for Calyx as he rotates over.
The Molotov, the second Molotov to force out the anchor player on the bomb side is so good. And you're right, there's nothing much Woxic could have done. Eventually walks into Fallen. And it just, these 2v2s, 3v3s, Furia are converting all of them in their favor. Eternal Fire, they even had the couple of people at the bomb side, but the grenade usage was just amazing on the side of Furia. So you have to appreciate it. Yuri, again, with 17 kills just coming into this first half. It's crazy. This would have been great at the end of the half, but we're not quite there yet. Wow, Kesaranto just saying, I have so much money, I don't care.
Yeah, to be fair, on Ancient, you get blown up pretty much across the map. Like, even if you despawn, you still take damage. So I guess he just thought, yeah, I've got so much money. It's last round next anyway. Who cares? And apparently no one, because Fallen is looking like a beast out there, just reading the plays, anticipating their aggressive maneuvers. And that's now 9 rounds in a row. Eternal Fire yet to pick up anything in terms of the gun rounds. And yeah, it's the final round of this first half. ML12, of course, and CS2. And it's going to be MP9s, FAMAS's, M4s, an absolute nightmare of a half here. And that's putting it lightly for Eternal Fire. The cave smoke goes down once again. K-Serato in front of the elbow smoke for a grenade in. Oh, it just lands so perfectly as well. There's so much damage on Roots. And now Zantara is given the task of jumping up and actually hits the first shot. The MP9's thrown into the mix as well here. Might not be all said and done. Maybe they can pick one up to close out the half.
Oh,
God.
Shot. You said it,
Bloody
Henry,
hell.
but just cursing Warksick with those words, weren't you?
Apparently so.
I don't know how they recover this one. Again, the 4 versus 4, but yeah, at a minimum, they need the last round in here. But even when every time they get into these 3v3s, 4v4s, it's just Furia slowing it down, making good choices. And again, they're making a brilliant choice over at the A-bomb side. They're actually taking over. Even if they find Art here, sure, they're going to get him, but this is going to be a hard retake once again.
So, there is a kit available, but it's a distinct lack of presence towards A. That's going to be Calix with a lovely shot. They've got to win this one, Anders. 4-on-2, last round of the half. I can't see a world they give this one up. They've got a kit to work with as well. Cello, if he gets a double kill, wow. But looks like they've done enough here. It is going to be 9-3 to close things out. Fallen with a fighting chance at the grenade. It lands on towards a bomb. Does significant damage to a couple of players. But now surely goes, there it is. They pick up at least one gun round, Anders. They'll take it all day long, but 9-3 rings true at the very end.
Man, it wasn't far from that setup with the flashbang towards Donut actually working out for the double, like you said. They just missed one player by maybe a couple of pixels. But yeah, finally another round for the Turkish side. It's very, very late, but hopefully they can sort of push it forward, roll it forward into something more exciting. They absolutely need to right now. 9-3 at the end of the first half, and Furia coming in with a really, really hot start. And that's in spite of them, as you see on the board there. They lost the pistol in the second round, right? So after that, they went on a 9-round winning streak.
Hey, over in Sydney, against Complexity and FaZe, it was 9-3 in the first half of Ancient as well. These halves are recoverable. It all starts with a pistol, though. You do need to pick this one up, and it's going to be a tactical approach here. We are going to see 2 smokes, 2 flashes, and an HE Anders. Now, the HE is interesting because it's going to be a set piece here. They're going to be blowing a smoke at some point and trying to exploit that fact. And I'm interested because utility usage has been the bread and butter of Eternal Fire the last 6 months or so. They've actually got very good at it. That utility on the T side is impressive. Like, you see Xantaras with some signature grenades of his own, and I'm looking to see some of that displayed here. It's Fallen with the Julies. He's holding towards A main. He's got some backup as well in the form of Art and towards Spawn, but Woxy making a bit of noise. He needs to be careful. Fallen could swing on him at any moment, and he's just a bit of bait, so I think he's just looking for any sort of CT aggression. As you can see, his teammates ready and waiting outside the B bomb site with the bomb.
Well, they're really waiting Eternal Fire. They want the kill to set them up, or a little bit of information. They're going to get a tag onto Yuri. He would be the prime person to take down at the moment, wouldn't he?
Well, they've got him. That's a great start. I was going to say that Gush they got initially might have been fake information because you'd think it does like 90 damage. Actually did like 12. So the fact they get him in response is actually quite nice here. So they've got a 5 versus 4. Plenty of time on the clock, 45 seconds here, waiting for any sort of CT reaction. And now, speaking of which, Fallen's taking control of A main, so they can start rotating over. And here comes the execution here. Flashbang to be deployed, but an HE, a beautiful one, should do some damage here. Oh, does it ever? A boatload, and now the CT's in a fighting position here, but Wukadio will keep the dream alive and maintain that advantage.
Yeah, almost running out of bullets. There's Wukadio again, taking a kill onto Cello, and it's K-Serato and Fallen left here. Headshots all across the board. Wukadio coming in with a massive round. 3 kills to his name so far. Keep it going, why not? Fallen in a 1 versus 4, and a little bit of a flank coming in here with the dualies. Yeah, the fact that they've been softened up with the HE, I guess, is kind of nice. So if maybe you can find Calix early on here, but it's still a very, very hard round to do anything with. Woxic sneaking around the back. Another good headshot here, but I think he's almost out of time anyway. So, you know, that 10-second defuse just doesn't seem very likely at the moment. Fallen really battling through. He's going to find the kill on Major, but Calix is there for the sneak around to get the last kill in. Still, a round for Eternal Fire. They'll definitely take it. They need it so badly.
Certainly do. Eternal Fire on their feet here. They've won both pistols, Anders. 2 pistols in the bag. They've only got 4 rounds to speak of. And the stats suggest, especially in CS2, if you win both pistols, you have like a 76% chance of winning the game. We'll see if they can actually bounce back now. Like I said, these scorelines are recoverable. It can kind of spiral out of control very quickly. And for now, I'm interested. You know what? It's a full eco for Furia, which you would expect. They don't need to win the second round. They want to play for the future and make sure they have the rifles and actually a bit of utility as well. They've gone for a slight B stack here. Very defensive one in the backtrack there, the side itself. Ricardia confirms that Jaguar is clear. And now just going to be taking control of middle as well.
This should be where they really roll things forward. They absolutely have to make a big run of it here. A little stack towards the B bomb site, but again, kind of seriously doubt if this is going to be working out with just the USPs. You have to try something, and they do have a flashbang on Queserato, so I guess in theory they can flash their way into a bit of a fight. I do love it. It's a classic. It's been a classic for a long, long time now. Just the $200 investment. But Santaris is at the shooting range. Doesn't care about the flashbang at all. Not even interested in the slightest. And yeah, they're going to be picking up this round. Easy run and gun here with the Mac 10. It's going to be a 5th round for Eternal Fire. You said it was recoverable, even in spite of the somewhat dreadful start. I mean, this is the road to recovery right here.
Yeah, an MR12, like you can see that 9-5, that doesn't sound too bad. Like, and you've got the advantage once again. Like, sure, they took the eco in the second round, but you're going to have compromises. And Arts is living up to expectation. And as the first shotgun has been purchased here on the A stream, it's going to be the auto shotgun. And yeah, I'm interested. You know what? I agree with you. I think the shotgun has got its place in CS2. Simple has showed us that plenty of times. And for now, we are going to be getting into what is the first gun round. Incendiaries deployed. Arm with the shotgun, getting up close and personal. Maybe looking to push the smoke here. As he confirms, they haven't made their way through the initial elbow interaction whatsoever. Now he's actually going to go down, surely. Yep, Zantaris can't believe his luck.
Like, all right, cool. I guess we're going for it. Nice spray down with the Mac 10. Don't underestimate the auto shotgun in this version of CS. It definitely could do some work. Galil to find it right at the edge. I don't think he could have seen too much of fall in there, but he's able to pick up the kill no matter what. And a very aggressive, very dynamic round here for Eternal Fire. They were fighting everywhere. They're going to open up the A-bomb site, though, with the bomb being brought in. Woxic does go down. That's a first sort of red flag. If they lose another player, it could still
trying
spiral.
to work out what his objective was there. Like, he's alone. There's no refrag potential. Like, there's walks into his death. Like, they've got a 3 versus 2. It's fine. They should win the round still. But still, it kind of throws things into disarray. Like, if Ricardia goes down as well, the round's back on. But they don't have a kip. It looks like we will be saving the Eternal Fire. Will be having to... What, is that 4 rounds in a row now? They've actually done a great job. This is Insurgents.
Yeah, you got to give them some credit. I really appreciate it. I wonder as well. I was kind of going on the same line of thinking, like, why push forward in that sense? Until the pressure is on, but I guess he just was feeling.
Hey, it works out. They still win the round. We can't criticize too much in that respect. It's absolutely we're stepping them up, but they've got plenty of money, and which is getting battered and bruised right now. They'll save 2 M4s here, about $3,000. Another interesting scenario. I think this will be the first tactical timeout for Furia. After running away with that first half, no problem. So shotgun didn't really make much of it in the first outing. We'll see what he can do. No tactical timeout from what I can see. So still feeling comfortable apparently here. It's Cello on the MP9, so no. Swoxy's got his, I think he's got 2 kills so far with it. So if he can start arriving in this matchup as well.
It creates like a little side effect that people maybe sometimes underestimate. If it stays the same, I wouldn't be surprised to see it more and more in action. Just what a wild turn of events here. 9-6 the scoreline. And it actually lands behind the Molotov, so that's going to help him out. With Cardia in the middle, if he'd have kept going, maybe he would have had a really favorable fight there. But instead, he's going to make a right towards Jaguar and try and take a little bit of fight towards Yuri. So under a minute now, still a 5-on-5.
5-on-5 for now. As the Incendiaries drop to the double doors, trying to... Like we said, that AWP of Woxic spots the... in a prime position to get one, survive as well. Once he gets his kill, Anders, he's in a knife out and get the hell out of there. He won't be able to fight for a second. Smokes down towards short. That will push. Oh, no. He survives, though. Like I said, he's in a good... Goes down eventually. So the fact he even gets one there is pretty miraculous. And then with the double kill. That should be enough now. Towards B, Fallen gives himself up, and his teammates in towards the side as well. So I'm pretty sure the round is guaranteed at this point. It will hold on to the AWP and the M4.
Yeah, no way around it. The auto shotgun in a number of places there just didn't. So at the end of it, it's Eternal Fire with another round. They're really making the comeback look more and more doable now. So credit to them. This is impressive. They're hunting down Fallen as well. They're going to get the kill on the AWP. A huge loss in terms of the money there. And it just... lead that they built so meticulously on the first half there for Furia, it's slowly gone.
Yeah, we've got to get rid of that auto shotgun. It isn't working at all. I would say he probably would get a couple of kills with M4 in hand, but each to their own. Zantares, he certainly got his couple. Lovely entries in towards the A side, guarantees the round there, and it will be 7-9 now. 4 rounds in a row for Eternal Fire. And Furia with the saved AK, and I don't think they saved the AWP, did they? Did it get taken down towards the end? Yeah, it must have done. So they are in a world of trouble right now. We are going to see potentially a partial buy. That's about it. And Yuri with the AK, like he's the sort of player with 19 kills to his name. He can make this round work. We've seen plenty of eco victories today, or at least close to them. So we'll see whether he can make any sort of damage happen.
Desperate moment for Furia. They must be wondering themselves, what's going on? We're on the CT side. I mean, we should be able to get some of these rounds off, but they're not finding the entries they need right now. They keep being on the back foot. Yuri with 19 kills. Those are still really impressive, but the problem is all of them really are in the first half. They need him to come alive in the second half and do a little bit of something similar. Scout being picked up by Fallen. A Nova shotgun on Art.
Come on, bro. Let's stop the shotguns now. This is getting problematic, I would say.
But stop the shotguns.
I guess you're right. It is going to be the half buy, I suppose. Not a big deal. He can still buy in the next round a maximum loss bonus, but these aren't working out. That's all I'm saying. Flashbang in towards Jaguar. Yuri holds his nerve, though, doesn't fall back, doesn't spray any bullets. He's happy to take the risk. And like we said, he's the linchpin of the operation here. Now giving up his position, has to reload. No real damage inflicted just yet, but here's Woxic. This time with the Krieg. We've seen a lot of Orcans switch over to this weapon, and
oh my god,
what just happened? He got boosted at the back, and Fallen has blown him up through the wall.
Oh, what a way to go down if you're Woxic. You don't want to be seeing that. Especially if this is the round that Furia finally convert, you're going to feel so bad about it. Although, nice shot. The shotgun, obviously, that range not going to do anything. Fallen back out in the middle, looking for the headshot. He's got the tag up on one, and yeah, just leave him alone. There's no reason that you have to take that fight on the T side. Yeah, smoke it off. Just try and put him out of position. Wicardi is looking like he's got the right idea. Looked like he wanted to sneak through. That would have been a really sick play if he had 35 seconds. And that's starting to get me worried now because the bomb is alone over at the B-bomb site. Now they're getting there. Wicardia, the timing, it's good. Free kill onto Fallen. All right. And they're going to rotate back now with 25 seconds. They can.
K-Serato in the boosted position. Like, he could actually deny everything, Anders. If he just holds his nerve and reads this well, if he hears the footsteps coming through, he just needs to deny the plan. That's the prime target right now. It could work in his favor. He just needs a couple of kills. First one found. Doesn't get the second. There's still plenty of time to plan, and unfortunately that kind of removes the excitement of the round because the bomb will go down comfortably, and it's a 3 versus 2. And now, yeah, far removed once again. It's going to be 9-8. They've closed the gap. They have not given up a single round as of yet in this second half.
I'm not going to lie. Like, if he gets the kill and just falls back into the corner and the bomb just rolls in like an awkward way, like not a lot had to be different there for that to work out. Yeah, that's how they get the first one there. That's a really scary round if you're Eternal Fire. That could have gone wrong, but well played. They keep it going. They're still rolling it back here. And Furia without any answers on the second half. They are being blanked at the moment. I would want to see them maybe take a timeout. Maybe talk to Art about the shotgun situation. Like, hey.
Yeah, like you've done 4 shotguns now.
Yeah,
it's not worked out once. There's not been any damage. There's been nothing really to speak of. And this one is spiraling. It's 6 and 15. Please stop buying the shotguns. Like, I'm begging you at this point. It's got to be the silenced M4 here. He's gone for the AUG. We'll take it. And
just in fairness to his point of view, like, he hasn't bought the Max 7 yet. So maybe it's like not. Maybe it's just the wrong shotgun, you know?
I guess you might as well give them all a try at this point. So we are going to see the Red Room smoke be deployed. Goes down nicely. And the initial utility battle towards middle is always an interesting talking point here on Ancient. But this is Eternal Fire looking to tie things up after being 9-3 down. They are yet to drop a single round here on the T-side campaign of Ancient. This is unprecedented, Anders. I can't think of another word for it. Like, it looked like Furia was running away with it. They're having fun. And Woxic now, he opens things up through the smoke. The speculative spray leads to the opening frag. Cello has been dropped.
Man, this is this is not what I was expecting coming into the second half. Fallen, gonna get the kill on Woxic there. So there's something to work with. Santara's in the middle to find Art the spray. It's a good lineup for it. K-Serata will find the headshot on Bacardia. It's not done yet. 3 versus 3. Bullet being let go from Calyx. He wanted to find the headshot, but he's going to get out-dueled by K-Serata, who could not get the reload in. So the battle, the back and forth continues. Health advantage. It's in favor of Furia. If there was a round that they were going to win, surely it's this one. 2 versus 2. They have a shot at it here, but no kit picked up at the moment.
No kit at the moment. And AWP on the retake as well makes things extra difficult. And Fallen coming through the donut, and this is no time to be that meticulous, but he still has the preemptive shot there towards Antares. Going for the second, and now Maja thrown into 1 versus 1. Low HP goes to the AWP. And, I was about to say, he looked like he was about to nail that shot, no problem, but doesn't quite hit the mark. And Furia finally post their first round here on the CT campaign. They'll be striking first with double digits and recovering the AWP as well. But of course, there's so much cash available. And that was the opening kill for Eternal Fire as well. They had a 5-on-4 advantage, and that's the round they give up. Then it's just by virtue of this, through the smoke. But Fallen fighting his way back. He was Woxic went down, and Antares did manage to get a key frag into the round, but it wasn't quite enough. K-Serata and Co closing things out here. So there it is, Fallen. Beautiful work. And Maja, after taking him down, couldn't hit the final shot there, and Yuri picks it up. So Furia break the streak, and we get into round number 19 here. Woxic got the Krieg instead of the AWP, and Art aggressive, of course, towards middle, looking to cause some damage here.
What a long battle for Furia to get into a position where they're actually able to finally pick up a round, but I guess good on them. Now they need to cement it here. Get another 3 rounds. I'm sure they must be feeling like this map is meant to be. All right, Yuri doesn't even really peek the corner. He shoots him through the side of the wall. That's pretty cool. But he doesn't get out. Major is able to find him. 3 versus 4 now. And another advantage here for Eternal Fire. What do Furia do? They've had such a struggle, even converting the 4v4s to 3v3s. So being a man down, not necessarily great. There's a way to get started. K-Serata, good couple of sprays there coming out to take down Calyx, and nearly could have had that one, but it's still a 2-on-3.
Well, this is a very interesting round still. Maja, I was about to say he's low HP, but it's Woxic with a beautiful shot there towards Donut. That should do it. Eternal Fire in a 3 versus 1. Fallen can't go for this one. Sure, they won the previous round, Anders, but it came down to a 1 versus 1. Now they'll get even less money going forward. It'll be $2,900 per player. So they'll save the orb, sure, but Fallen will have to drop an M4. I think another tactical timeout will be on the cards here as Eternal Fire close the gap once again, just down to 1 round. Maja hitting some absolute beauties there towards middle as well. There's a jumping player towards the ledge. Absolutely eviscerated him. So good bounce back here from Eternal Fire. And the only round they've given up so far is a 1v1 against Cello. So, yeah, cool stuff. Eternal Fire making this one very, very interesting indeed after being down 9-3 in our opening game here at Group A.
And I think that we're getting a little bit of a feel for what's been characteristic for some parts of Turkish Counter-Strike, right? Like some of these 1 bullets that we're seeing coming out, just the first bullet accuracy could just be so high that it just deletes some of these players on the defensive side. They really don't. There's not even any answering back. You're just gone in some of these duels. So makes it kind of tricky to do anything about. And they don't have the answer yet. And they're also, again, constantly running out of money. Now they will have a little bit to fight with in this particular round, but 10-9. Such great steam to begin with, but they're not recovering it in the second half at all.
They're certainly not. We are going to see a double orb setup, Anders. So Art and Fallen. Art's going through all the guns available, I think. Every gun in his loadout right now. He's just going to give them all a go, see what sticks. But a double orb setup is certainly viable. You have one anchoring in towards A, and it means you can have more firepower towards middle or B. And it's been a massive issue for the middle, especially. Yuri with the MP9 otherwise, but if they give this round up, yeah, they're in A world of trouble here. This one is starting to unravel at the seams for the Brazilian squad. Furia. Zantares is starting to find some serious form in the second half as well. 19 kills to his name. Happy to push through. Managing to dodge the majority utility. Like after the bombardment there, he's still got 82 points of health. Majo will make his way towards the ledge as well, waiting for any sneaking CTs behind him. But this mid take is looking very promising. Now, traditionally, you will Molotov towards the back of Red Room and start to make your way through. But Zantares is happy to walk in. It looks like ready for the encounter with Fallen, who's got the AWP on the other side here.
Shot right now for Fallen would be huge if he could pick it up. Double up. And, ooh, they're going to get that one on Zantares. It's a start. It's something to work with, but they've had these kind of beginnings before, but they're never able to hold on to them. We'll see if Eternal Fire can creep through. There is still, I think, Ricardius in here. Could be the linchpin to get them back into the round if he could find a kill. He's just waiting right now. Same strategy that Furia employed at one point in the first half when they were on the CT side. It's Major to go down next. Sniped off Ricardia. Yeah, I think they know. They realize Cello, good eyes. I think spotting the gun barrel on the other side. He's going to get the headshot, and this one seems like it's locked in, Henry. There's surely no way they can give up this 5 versus 2 advantage.
Surely. That's what you'd think, but time will tell. It's Woxic and Calyx here, the old duo, hoping they can bounce back, at least get a plan out of this one. It doesn't really matter. Their money's fine. They got Majo on like $10,000. He'll have a bit more than that going forward as well. But spotting the backpack there, Fury's going to be Molotov out of position, but still do some damage on his exit there of the round. So now a 4 versus 2. So they'll have to piece it together kill by kill. That's the opener. A lot more where that came from with the flashbang, very effective. And Cello should have confirmed things there as Woxic's left. Pretty impossible scenario, 6 seconds left. And there we have it. Fury are in touching distance now of closing this one out. One more round to find map points. It is their pick. But things have been very complicated en route. But the double orb setup seems to be the remedy to the problems they're finding. And we get into round number 21, Anders. Like I said, maybe a tactical timeout. It's Magic will have to drop the majority of the weapons here, but they've got more than enough to get a full buy-in.
A really interesting, way to get here, I suppose. At the end of the day, I mean, we obviously get to 13. They're not really going to care. They're going to say, all right, we won the map, great. But, yeah, they had a chance to have closed it out much, much sooner than this. And yeah, Furia struggling to find things work here on the CT side. At least for now, if they win this one, interesting economic situation as well for Eternal Fire. That might put them under even more pressure than they already are. They're going to go for an execute. Nice shot for Fallen. In spite of all the grenades, able to find the kill on Major. And resetting with the AWP. He's ready for more. Yuri goes down. A little bit of something in return. And it's Calyx. Looked like he had his hand in front of his eyes, but he still picked up the kill. They're doing good at the moment. Art, he gets one. Bomb being planted into the side. Grenade goes deep on Wicardia and it blows him up. So Art, with a double, makes it a 2-on-2.
Yeah, really nice grenade there. Big fan of that. Gives them a viable chance to this retake as well, waiting for their smoke to dissipate if possible. They've got a diffuse kit, they've got 2 smokes as well, and an incendiary. So they can smoke off the ramp, smoke off the cave, ideally smoke off the bomb itself, but time is of the essence now. They need to get stuck in right here, right now. Woxic with a chance to find the penultimate frag, and he'll deliver on that promise. And now, with the AWP, I don't think there's a chance for Idis. Doesn't have the time to work with. Sure, he gets that kill, but would have to defuse right now. It's not going to happen. Zantares will peek him and take him down, and it will be 1 round separating these 2 teams. Once again, Zantares will die with a bomb, but it doesn't matter. Fury up, their finances. Oh, let's have a look at them. So 2 players under $3,000. Do you take the half by Anders and allow Eternal Fire to tie things up, or do you go for the win? That's what the conversation will be right now. They'll take the timeout and discuss their options, allow Gary to chime in. But still, this is going to be a very awkward buy, whatever happens.
Yeah, I don't know if it depends on the mentality, right? But it's a hard choice to make right now. If you go for it and you fail, you're definitely going to be looking back at that round saying that's going to be an issue. That's something that we're going to want back. It seems like they've gone for at least a little bit of an investment here. Actually, a lot more now that I'm talking. And Art, is he thinking about another shotgun? It's going to be the AWP. So he's going to buy that, presumably.
Yeah, glass cannon, though.
Yeah, glass cannon. Maybe throws it at Fallen just for the fun of it. But, I mean, he was playing with the last round. Man, what a tough position for Fury to be in. 11-10, and a lot of the map here is going to be rolled on this particular round.
So they've still got double orbs, somehow. Like they've sacrificed like Kevlar for Art, but and a few grenades here and there. But the fact they've got this sort of firepower, it's still an interesting round, you know. And we're looking for a contact play here. A chance at that opening kill. One that doesn't quite land. Fallen incredibly incredibly close to hitting the mark there. Round 22, though. This could decide it all. There won't be much in terms of resources left for Furia. If they give this one up, it'll be 11-11. Eternal Fire after going down 9-3 in the first half. They barely had anything to say about this. But after winning both pistols, starting an incredible T-side campaign here on Ancient, they're right back into it. And they actually have somewhat of an advantage here. The double AWP setup makes things a bit more complicated. They're just trying to bleed out the utility now to get ready for a B execution. And there's all 5 players ready and waiting to collapse on the bomb site. They've got full control and second stage of Cave.
Yeah, they're getting right next to the bomb site. One good kill, and it's going to get opened up. The SMG's on the other side. How much stopping power is really in this nade onto Cello? Is Santaris to pick up the kill as well with the AK, and that's it. They pull the plug instantly, Furia. They recognize this cannot be won. That's just textbook work coming out here from Eternal Fire. They're going to tie up the scoreline, Henry. They're going to make it 11-11, and I don't know. Furia really badly lacking on this CT side, but I've got to say, I mean, it's not just that. I say Eternal Fire absolutely waking up. Santaris coming in with 22 kills. And Wicardia there with 15 as well. 14 on Calyx. So they got 3 people up front there. Really doing fine work at the moment.
Yeah, I totally agree. You can't really poke many holes in this T-side affair. Led by Major, of course, known as one of the absolute OGs of the Counter-Strike scene. He's been a legend in both like the French and Turkish scene over the years, and he's putting on a bit of a masterclass in terms of the in-game leading right now. Zantares will go down, and they will hold on to their AWPs. So they'll have a double AWP set up for round number 23 here, the penultimate round of regulation time. Bear in mind, if Anders and I are casting, there's no chance of a blowout. Even with the 9-3 first half, it's just not possible. The universe won't allow it.
That is definitely true. I don't know how we do it. I feel like you brought that into the mix, Henry. Like,
yeah, that's definitely been my contribution over the year. Like, never casted like a big 16-2 game. It's always overtime. It's always 30 rounds. It's like one of the two.
But I guess with the MR12 format, that's great news, you know? Like, we're getting, because you kind of don't want blowouts in MR12, right? Then you're going to have the opposite feeling. You're going to feel like, wow, that was done too quickly. Like, we never really got into it, you know?
Yeah.
So I'm for it. I could be all right with it. Just keep it going like this.
Well, let's see. It's Eternal Fire that have turned their game right around here, only posting 3 rounds on their CT side, I should say. But now on the T side campaign, they are blowing Furia out of the proverbial water. Round 23, AKs across the board here. Bear in mind, a double AWP setup for Furia, and they're aware of it as well. So this might just be a straight-up set piece, Anders. That'd be my call right now for Madja. Just get the smokes down, deny the AWP as any sort of control, and they've got all 5 players here towards B once again. They've kind of spotted a weakness here, trying to capitalize upon it. There's knowing that B bomb site has been under a lot of scrutiny, and they're collapsing each and every time. Yuri jumps up on towards the ledge, but they're controlled by the utility right now. So who will be posting map point first? It's still anyone's round here. No significant damage inflicted just yet. Plenty of time on the clock as well. 1 minute 20. The CT's looking to backstab. But bear in mind, they've given up cave control. CT's trying to reclaim position. Oh, what a miss that is from Art. He's had a stinker of a game so far. The shotguns and not much contribution in terms of the rifle round frags. That's a big one to miss.
Seeing that shot makes me think, just go back to the shotguns.
Yeah, maybe.
That's painful. That should have been an easy opening kill right there. He even took a little bit of a moment to I don't want to stay here too long, but my God, that needs to be a shot.
Like, it's
right
on a
there.
silver platter, right? You've got all the time in the world to adjust to it.
Yeah.
The fact you missed it, that's a bit embarrassing. Like, you should be connecting that. There's no 2 ways about it. But it's not all lost. He didn't die, at least, I suppose. But here comes Antares. The flashbang has been very powerful to dissuade these long players. It's boosts either side now on the B bomb side. Both of them dropping off. They're mirroring each other on either side of these smokes. You can see it's a very tense round here. Major will strike first blood, but Yuri answers back. And there's a key frag to find Wicardia. Big spray down towards alongside a B. Art makes up for his previous miss and brings us back into a 2 versus 2. Bomb will be planted. He's ready to take the peak from Calyx if it comes through, but he's not giving him anything to work with now.
There's a shot coming out. Art knows, or might at least suspect, but he's waiting for his teammate coming in. Fallen on the other side. It's a double AWP retake, and that's the problem. You miss a shot and you're dead. Calyx swings for him, and Art is out of the mix now. It's on Fallen, and they don't quite know yet. He doesn't have a kit either, and I think he's just decided, he knows, yeah, 10-second defuse, no way am I doing that, and I need the money for this AWP later on, so I have to just walk away from it. It's going to be 12-11, it's Eternal Fire to make map point first.
I can't believe it. That's a remarkable round. It was chaotic. It was high-octane Counter-Strike there. The double boost on either side of the B bomb site. Both of them failing, but it will be Eternal Fire after going down 9-3, posting map point first on Furia's pick. This is an absolute disaster for the Brazilians. Like, how they've given this one up, I will never know, but definitely some conversations to be had after this one if they don't go to overtime right now, because this was theirs all day long. It's the auto shotgun making another appearance, and it's yet to find a kill. There's been 3 outings for the shotgun so far. Hasn't really done any damage so far, to be honest with you. Maja trying to capitalize on the fact they probably won't have helmets right now. He's going gung-ho with the MAC-10 in hand, and Fallen, that's more like it. Aggressive with the AWP, gets the first kill and brings him into a 5 versus 4 as they fight for overtime now.
I love it, yeah. You know, we've been... But again, like, that AWP in the last round didn't really connect either, so I feel like the shotgun, yeah, just... Maybe he was right all along, and he just, you know, he wasn't warmed up, he wasn't feeling it yet. I trust in Art. I think this is going to be the round where it finally works. To get us into overtime as well, Henry. I feel like it would be just... There is Major with a MAC-10 around the corner, being held by Yuri at the moment. Art is hoping that someone gets a little bit too curious. They're going to walk up close, but though Art is usually the more curious one out of anyone in the server, no matter who they're playing, so he's got to be careful. It's getting the better of him. He really wants to move forward, exposes himself to getting shot at the back. He could be dead right now, but he's moving forward. He's got his teammate running back behind him, and that actually triggers Major to go for a look. The fact that Yuri ran was what the sound cue that sort of made Major move forward, so they might have shot themselves in the foot a little bit here. 40 seconds and a chance there, but no. Cello goes down as well. It looks like Eternal Fire have got the bomb site.
It looks like, yeah, they might even have the game tied up here. The bomb will be planted now as Wicardia, aggressive, hoping to shut down Kesaratu, who's on the other side. He tucks himself in the smoke here, so he could still be an absolute nuisance in the backlines here. If he finds the timing and gets a double kill now, he needs to find the timing. Oh, no, it's all gone so wrong for him. And now Maja to save the day, to try and close things out in regulation with the auto shotgun in hand. Anders, we haven't seen a single kill of it so far. Is this the moment where he can save the day, take the map with the unlikeliness of weapons here? They have got a defuse kit in the hands of Kesaratu. He just finds that one kill. Oh my god, it might happen. One more shot, and it doesn't quite connect, and it will be Furia taking us to overtime. There was a chance, there is a world where through the smoke, the shotgun prevails.
Oh, it would have been so devastating. Imagine that it finally works, but it's the other team that makes it work, and it's to win the map. But it doesn't go that route. Furia, they needed that lead that they built at the first half just to get into overtime here. This is a very, very weird territory to be in if you're a Furia, no doubt. If you're Eternal Fire, you've got to be thinking, you know what, we had a slow start, but we are ready now. Yuri, I think he had like 18, 19 kills in the first half, and he ends up at 24 at the end of the second half, which again kind of shows something about how badly they've been beat up at the moment.
What a game. Roobet Cup 2020 joining us. It's the first outing for Eternal Fire here on CS2. We haven't seen him in about 4 weeks. And going down 9-3, like, what a resurgence they've had. It would have been amazing to close things out in regulation with Major on like 30 points of health, auto shotgun. He was one shot away from actually stealing the round. But here we go. It's all reset. A sigh of relief for Furia. They've got a chance to bounce back in. You can see the confidence starting to swell. Art this time jumping up with the AWP towards the ledge position. Misses out on the first kill, but does do some damage, but takes a lot of damage en route, eventually found by the HE grenade of Woxic. And I'm not really sure why, because he's not having this sort of game that justifies it.
I mean, that seems to have been the criticism for a lot of his career. We've obviously it's having the opposite effect, right? He's leaving his team in a bunch of 4 versus 5s, and then as often happens, right? When you're in a 4 and 5 on the CT side, you actually take more risks. You have to try and take another risk to bring it back. Maybe that's what happened to Kesaratu. They're going to go down as well, leaving them in a 5 versus 3. So, Eternal Fire not slowing down in overtime.
Certainly not. So, what's up next here, boys? Time will tell. The 5-on-3, 35 seconds remaining. Woxic to control the extremities of the map. See his teammates are making their way towards A. I think he'll be found out momentarily by Fallen. He might have to jump on him, though. Oh, my God. So many misses today. Like, that one's still a difficult shot. The incendiary doesn't do much for him, but Woxic might be able to bounce back at this point. He's just trying to stay alive and show some self-preservation.
I think if Eternal Fire just make themselves hard to find right now, they should be okay. And it's going to take all day for Furia to try and clear this bomb site. There's so many positions to clear out. They do not have a smoke. They don't have a kit or anything, so I don't see this working out. Good shot from Fallen there. They are fighting for it still. Cardia and Centaurus both over in the hallway. Fallen trying to clear it up. It's with Cardia to pick up that kill. And again, that 10-second defuse not going to be happening. Cello, he gets the shot and he realizes he is way out of time. So it's going to be Eternal Fire to pick up the first round in overtime.
Comes right down to the wire. A chance there for Furia, but ultimately controlled by Eternal Fire. And they go 13-12, 1-0. Now, it does beg the question, do we see another AWP from Art? We do. I don't mind the purchase. I just like to see him just hold a bit more of a calculated angle. Just get the one kill instead of like risking everything on these aggressive pushes up towards the ledge. It seems like he's doing that every round. It's a little bit questionable, to say the very least, but we'll see what they've got in store for us now. It's going to be K-Serata going towards middle at the very start to point the initial utility, but we'll have to go for the spam for the smoke. As I say that, he absolutely connects with it. Takes down Maja. A nice opening frag for Zantares. He's on the hunt. He'll just push the smoke straight up. You know he's going to. Well, apparently he won't. He will think better of it. Back in we go.
Well, an answer here at the start of it. I mean, they're getting something. Cello going to win that fight. Molotov exchange puts a lot of pressure on him. He's going to be forced back and almost forced into the line of fire there, but is there going to be some backup? Yeah, they need somebody to maybe help out Cello, otherwise he's going to get stuck in that corner forever. He eventually goes down and it's just blind spray for the smoke. Centaurus able to pick it up. That's unbelievable. 3 versus 3 now. Another shot. This time he had full vision, taking down Yuri. There is another one pushing through. Centaurus in the middle. He won't stop. He can't be stopped. 3 kills from him coming out. He's absolutely locked down the center of the map, and Woxy will get the last one. Their Eternal Fire, they look absolutely great on this T side. It's just unbelievable.
Now, bear in mind, they've gone for double AWPs 2 rounds in a row. Furia, that is. And that's the only way you can really have no money in this format going forward, because now our $2,000, same story for Fallen. Thankfully, Cello had enough to drop another AWP over, but they certainly won't have 2 of them. But Zantares, like you said, the absolute beast from Turkey, getting it done here. We're waiting for him to really erupt on the serve. He's had a great game in terms of the second half. It's like his numbers have been amazing, but he hasn't had one of those really crazy highlight moments. That was close to it. That was really impressive. 26 kills to his name. And for now, 2-0. Eternal Fire still in the driving seat after going down 9-3 in that first half. Cello kind of flashes himself there. That was a terrible little maneuver, but still, Fallen picks up the pieces and gets himself back to a 4-4.
Furia really making this game unbelievably hard on themselves. You're right, the back-to-back double AWP, the fact that they probably had a chance in some of these rounds, but Centaurus just, in that one, going above and beyond. He's got 27 kills. Fallen looking for it with the AWP. Flash, gonna turn for it, but there is more grenades coming in. This one landing behind him just to smoke it off, and they're putting on the pressure. Fallen gets a good kill there, ready for more. Yuri on the other side, and this seems like a lockdown. Just Woxic left. 1 versus 4. No reason they should give him any fights right now. They're going to get the kill on him there, so yeah, getting at least 1 round here in the first half of overtime. I guess it's something, Henry, but my God, they just look like they disappeared from the match.
Well, 1 round will do it. Like, it's overtime right now, and the T side is where the majority of the rounds have been found on this outing of Achen, and looking for double overtime potentially. Furia only getting 1 round. We'll see what they can do with it going forward. Is Antares, though, opening things up. That was Cello after he flashed himself with that B ramp. But Fallen carrying them through this round. This preemptive shot towards the cave, that was the one that really sealed the deal. And we get into the second half of overtime here. It's the first map of play. This is the pick of Furia. It'd be a nightmare if they gave this one up, because it's Vertigo next, and that's where Eternal Fire, they look their absolute best. Like, over at Pro League, they took down some huge scalps on that map. Surprised a lot of us, basically because their T-side of Vertigo just looked so good. For now, though, they lead the way, 14-13. 1 round away from map point once again. If they can win this opening round on the CT side, to give them a nice buffer of 2 rounds to close things out. But it's never that easy. We'll see what kind of buys come through. Maybe they fancy a double up setup themselves. They've gone for the single one this time, and it's a Krieg for Art, or for Fallen, AKs otherwise.
Yeah, and I guess it's worth really thinking about as well. You know, it's not like they had a great time on their own CT side, really, for Eternal Fire. So, it's been a minute now, because that was the first half, but still, should always remember that that they did struggle themselves. If Fury can remember how to play this T side, because it was very, I would say, it's very good the way that they played it. They sort of went for early fights in the first 40 seconds, and then they really slowed down the game, Furia, once it was around that minute mark, and they just kept making the right calls from there on out. It's really good stuff. But this time, that early aggression outside of the B bomb site that they didn't make work in regulation, really, Eternal Fire. It's working now, Henry. They found Yuri, of all players, the superstar of the T side. He's gone.
Yeah, it's a good point. And they've got full B lane control as well. Now, they don't need to overstep the mark here. Like, this is great control, but you don't need to push it towards T-spawn. You got to play with Cardia. And so, like, a bait and switch setup here. So Magic's going to take the bait and hopefully get a kill as he goes down. They won't anticipate two players in this position. It's quite an interesting setup. You don't see this too often. They're thinking on their feet here. And even if Fallen, like I said, gets his opening preemptive shot towards Magic, I don't think he's ready for a second. So they'll maintain the advantage here as well. This is actually going to come through. So we'll see if this nice little setup they've got works out for them.
There's the crossfire. Cello breaks it open, but Santara's able to spray them down at the end. 3 kills for him, landing him at 30 kills. Again, we're going to have to probably redefine what a 30 bomb is when we're playing MR12, right? Like, it's going to be a different thing. Obviously, we're playing overtime now, but still really impressive. Both him and Fallen and also Yuri on the other side there, all of them playing really, really well, but Eternal
recovery would be as well. So it is first to 16. If you're not familiar, I know it's a new game, MR12. The economy system hasn't changed, just to note. It's still the same loss bonuses, but that's kind of leads us to these awkward back and forth games that does go to overtime more often than not. But for now, Furia with the tactical timeout, their final one here, and it's still Arts on that. Krieg, we've got Fallen on the AWPs, had a great showing as well. Yuri, 27 kills. It's just Cello and Art that haven't really turned up as of yet. Like, we're going into 30 rounds here, and they're not really posting very inspiring numbers, but we'll see what they can make of it. It's required 2 rounds in a row here on the T side. A lot of pressure as we found map points for Eternal Fire once again.
It's a controversial take, Henry, but I reckon maybe there just weren't enough shotguns.
I think you might be right.
A lot of people these days saying that's not the answer, but, you know, I have a feeling that it's the lack of shotguns really made a difference at the end there. Art this time picked up a Krieg, so he's really diverting far, far away from the shotgun meta at the moment. Doesn't want anything to do with it. Oh, it's going to be a boost on the other side. Surely walks it. Can he see it? A little bit of a flick, and he does catch Fallen, but not enough to get the kill. That's an interesting boost. Hard to react to in time there if you're on the CT side.
Yeah, it's a pretty cool one to do there. The fact you can kind of clear out big box and the platform itself, like, those are difficult positions to kind of flush out the CTs to get a ton of information. They're able to set up a turret there. So very nice little boost. But yeah, Woxy did well. He didn't get the frag, but he did some damage, dropped the incendiary, denied control. It's Yuri, though, opening things up, looking for the double kill if possible. The swing from Zantara has been an absolute... Might be enough here. We go down to 2 versus 1. Art, he's had a woeful showing here on Ancient, and it will continue, unfortunately, as we go 16 to 13. Zantara is posting 33 kills. And ladies and gentlemen, the opening map of this best of 3, the pick of Furia, it was the Turkish squad of Eternal Fire down 9-3. They fought all the way back and towards overtime and take it and stealing the map away from Furia. And it's an absolute disastrous resilience there. I can't believe they give that map up.
Closed that one out before it even got into a dangerous territory, but they weren't. And Eternal Fire came online, which I guess is kind of cool. Like, I mean, it's kind of cool to see them being able to wake up from that much of a beating in the first half and bring it back into overtime and then ultimately win that overtime. Santara's living up to the hype, really, you've got to say. And also some questionable decisions being made by Art, I think, on a number of occasions. Unfortunately, we have to highlight that too, right?
Absolutely. And I've got a couple of prime guys to break this one down and give their thoughts on the unraveling there of Furia. We'll throw it over to the desk.
Thank you very, very much for that, fellas. I'm going to come straight on over to you, Blair. Not banning Ancient, was it worth for Eternal Fire? Because that was a bit of a roller coaster journey we went through.
I like what Henry said, unraveling, because I was watching Furia just unravel there in the second half. Well, yeah, like I was surprised initially, right? Like Ancient coming on through, it's usually the permaban. Henry said as well, is that I don't think I've seen Eternal Fire play that in recent past. They haven't played in a long time. I think they played a couple of times, like a year and a half ago, and it was a different lineup and altogether. It is the permaban. They baited Furia into going for the pick, and if I'm Furia, I'm not, I go for this, right? And they looked good in that first half. The T side was quite formidable. Eternal Fire seemed a little lost on the CT side. You flip the script, 9-3, by the way. You're Furia, you're 9-3 up, and that CT side was miserable. It's like they're trying the same thing again and again and again. This double up setup, it didn't work out. And also, Listen, what's Art doing? Or like, what is Art doing? He's trying to play gun game over here, just buying every single weapon possible in the loadout. I know we have like the loadout system in CS2 right now. If it was still CSGO, he'd just be going for a Bison, a PP Bison maybe, buying up all the shotguns. He tried everything he could. He was just keeping the money in a rough space. You go back into the final round of regulation or something where he had the Nova inside a cave, inside a Jaguar with Yuri there, and goes for info play again, buys Lonesome, which is such a high-risk play. He gets taken down. Yuri gets taken down as well towards cave. They lose the round. We go to OT. And then, look, listen, there's so many things I could talk about, criticize. Basically, Furia, they just shot the bed there, especially when they had such a big lead. It shouldn't have been happening at all.
Happen with Art, it felt a bit like I was playing a Premier game. That's basically what my Premier experience is like. Kassad, what were your thoughts on that game?
Well, first things first, before we head into the game, let's make a wager. Is the game going to end before the candle goes, like, you know...
Candle goes out?
Yeah, because before the candle goes out in Henry's room. Yeah.
I think it's going to end before that, because Vertigo... Look, this map win, we said it's probably going to go to Mirage, right? That meant that Furia winning this map was a prerequisite. I don't see them winning on Vertigo. I think it's a map that Eternal Fire are way more comfortable on. And especially the fashion they lost that, man. It's like they didn't seem to have a contingency plan. It's like, all right, guys, double up setup. That's going to do.
Band 4 really worked out, even when they got, you know, kind of early fights. You know, for map control, they keep winning it. They won 9. Pretty much lost all the both pistols, right, in the first map. Yeah. And after that, all the question marks on this game goes to Art and his decision making when it comes to buying, when it comes to pushing, when it comes to rotating. Many different guns, many different wasted lives in different scenarios. So it makes you wonder, what the hell are you doing, mate? Completely, you know, forever. You just need to adapt to what's happening in that map. Okay, this is not working for me right now. How can I be, or buying 2 ops in overtime and having no gun in the third round, rushing into middle every single round? Is that the most effective way to use my life in that round? And he keeps dying and he keeps like doing the same thing. Is there nobody that can say stop to this man?
And that is the question we had initially as well, right? Fallen coming in, he's a chef, right? They're bringing him as a head chef, as a head cook, and
forget about Fallen. They have a coach.
And have a coach, yeah, Dev Gary as well. But that's the thing. Like, Art's still doing the same BS that he used to do for years in Furia. So now him coming in, what to say here? Is Fallen being like, okay, you still do whatever you're doing, or is Fallen being like, no, let's try this, and Art's like, no, screw you, I'm still going to do what I'm doing. It just seems to be a complete conflict of approaches, of ideas, and how to approach the game. Because if you look the way they're playing the CT side, it just looks so discombobulated. Like, a couple of players are playing super passively. Art's like, I'm going to go and poke for information. That's not how it works anymore. You're not going to get away with this.
Just stop doing that.
Stop
if
hitting
you are
yourself.
the coach, just call him out. Just stop doing that.
Search help.
Search help, basically. Yeah.
Well, it took us. Hold up. We went live.
4 hours.
Yeah, it took 4.5 hours since we went live on the desk for Search Help to come out, but it had to come. It had to come out of this game because it was so frustrating watching Furia.
Does he have some sort of nudes on a rest of like their lineup, so they have to put up with this? So he doesn't release the nudes or something? It has to. It can be like they're allowing
I
him
think
to.
you need to search help now.
They're allowing him to do these things. It's like he has something on them. I don't know.
All right, and
Some blackmail material. Maybe not nudes.
maybe something else. I know as much as you want to avoid speaking more about Fallen, you mentioned, you know, he's approaching the end of his time, the end of his career. Despite everything that was happening, he still gave us words, thoughts.
I mean, the people who are supposed to fragged, right? Yuri, Keiserato. Cello wasn't really doing anything spectacular. Obviously, we talked about Art, and Fallen was doing fine. He was hitting all the shots that he needed to hit. With an op, with a scout, he was rotating. He was calling well on the T side, if that was him. And I don't think anything else that he could have done that would be, you know, more for a team like Furia to win this map. I think the question marks and the blame goes to one or two ways. It's just the way it is.
If you're fallen as the IGL, and like I agree with you on the T side, especially was really good calling. We can talk about how for the side Eternal Fire, right? Their CT side, they felt super uncomfortable. You could see how Fallen is being very patient till his team to slow things down and and just punish the side of Eternal Fire when they were when they were out in the open in very uncomfortable positions. But I will criticize Fallen for one thing. It's like when it comes to the money, right? On the CT side especially, we know how the money can just spiral out of control, right? You should be putting a foot down, being like, no, let's not go for any wild buys here. It's a full league pistol, maybe an SMG. You're keeping the money around the 2200 map. Right now, the way it is, the way the spawns work, it favors the CT side. Meaning, when you have a full util, you can go to insta-smoke for elbow, for example. Smokes or double doors. It can really help you get a lot of control. Instead, Art goes for a shotgun buy. His money's like 1600 or something. Doesn't get anything done with that shotgun. Come the next round, now he either has to go for the glass cannon or something crazy, which reduces your util, or he goes for a full util buy and he has maybe a pistol or an SMG to work with, which again is not an ideal scenario. So if you're Fallen, like he's seeing all this happening. So he needs to put his foot down, or the org, the team, the management, the coach, whatever, just be on the same page. This game was a done deal for them, and they just threw it away.
And now it's just done.
Now it's done. And now Vertigo. And we said it, Vertigo, Eternal Fire, they should be a 2-0.
Well, you know what? It might not be done. We're going to go ahead and give Fallen some time to potentially put his foot down. Let's find out whether or not they'll be able to bring things back after the break.
Encima no juega sin plata, acá. ¿Qué más querés?
¿Ganamos plata?
Olvídate, encima estoy poniendo un mango.
Bueno, ¿cuánto es lo que quieres?
Listo.
Well, 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 we have just seen Eternal Fire close things out in overtime over on Ancient, but this time we're scooting on over to Vertigo. Kassad, do we think this is going to be our only series for today to close things out 2-0?
Well, I wish that was the case, but we have Henry and Anders casting,
yeah, that's
so
true.
that's not going to be the case. But let's keep it real, and Vertigo is the map that's favorite for Eternal. Keep picking it. I think they have a pretty good understanding of the timings, of the defaults, of how they need to fight A ramp and how they need to, go on the CT side and rotations and everything else that goes with the basics of the game. I think they understand it very well, and that's why they keep picking. You can see on your screens that 15-7 in total wins and losses, 70% win rate. They beat teams like Astralis, Big Liquid, Cloud, 9.
Even 9. They beat 9 on Vertigo as well in EPL.
It means that, like Furia. So overall, they're in a driver's seat right now, and we might get a miracle. And we might get 2 maps.
If I'm gonna try and just spin this in a way, where Furia might potentially get an upset when you're taking map number 3, it could really come down to the fact that the sound, some alternate reality where they can pull off the win. But if I'm trying to be a rational human, see that happening. Also, one more thing, like we had a couple of questions as to how
so far definitely, but. It's just very hard to make a judgment about any team, right? Teams, pretty much average team, complexity that never, steps. Very difficult to predict anything. Just like Bless said, they're unthinkable to happen.
Unthinkable.
And the unthinkable right now is few.
I kind of want to pose a question to the two of you, because in our previous match, was a little bit absent as an AWPer. Do we think heading into or do we still think he's going to be heavily?
I was genuinely just gobsmacked with Furia being so insistent on the double op thing, because when we were in Sydney, there were so many operas. Like I'm talking, like Zorte, for example, another guy, tier 1 opera, so to speak. He was just wheeling the P90s. Like, the game's different right now. The opping's feeling really hard, especially in the CT rifles, and these guys are finding success, right? And then you go to what Furia is going with, the double op on a CT side. Listen, credit to Fallen. He was hitting a few shots here and there, but it's going. Teams are thinking about CS. Or he might not be hitting too many shots with the AWP. Integral, piece of the puzzle for the side. It doesn't matter if it's the op or a rifle or SG or AUG or whatever, as long as you're getting the kills.
Don't work, so let's just buy 2. Furia right there. So yeah, everybody was talking about it. You know, many like Halzerk as well. You know, actually, you know, playing to his level.
But also,
Furia doesn't seem to, you know, acknowledge the nerfs right now simply because the peaker's advantage. I'm sure that's going to be fixed, but is Furia?
I don't know, man. Like, I just wish I was team just listening to the team speak or comms. But like, I just who has a final
We
say?
could do the next best thing. And Anders.
I've lost.
How do we on fire right now? He's in the zone.
It's brilliant. I appreciate it. I do. Not holding back is already beating up on him. It's brutal, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. But I'm see a Kassad action there. So thank you very much. Up now, Eternal Fire taking on Furia. It's not too much to take away. Obviously, we're with Vertigo towards the end of their. Look fantastic on it, especially at Pro League. I think like it was funny to begin
to actually answer that question. Like a film crew, and we get him like in an MRI, you know, playing Counter-Strike. We try and figure out like to fight. I don't even know why. Like there's no real upside here to watch because it just feels like he's giving like again that kind of Counter-Strike. He obviously himself proved that it the space, like not just team, like you know maybe at one point in time a team like Eternal tier team we can run them over with this kind of thing, but that I just don't think it happens anymore. Like everyone in Counter-Strike has got so much better time doing the kind of things that he did, and
stepping in just saying like stop this now, like you need to play for the team.
Well,
like, you need to stop.
Kassad gave the answer that maybe Art has nudes of his teammates. There was a real theory being presented on the desk, so I just want to highlight that.
Didn't consider that myself, but you're right. Maybe there was something going on there.
Yeah.
But they're going to have to bounce back now. The days for Eternal Fire in recent months. I've definitely got them picking up this series. Who did you predict coming into this one, Anders? Did you go for Furia or did you go for Eternal Fire in terms of the...
It was Lulu, you know, picking, you know, win streak. So if I followed your picks, I'm not going to lie. In the uncomfortable scene where
actually really been assessing his own individual game and looking better as each tournament goes by. Like I really respect the way he's coordinated his troopers as well. He's really focused on the utility side of the game. They're a strong unit going forward. Like obviously we haven't seen much of them in CS2. That was their first ever map in the game. But obviously some takeaways from CSGO. I was very impressed with them at Pro League. And yeah, it seems to be continuing here. They've got mental fortitude to back it up as well. They're recovering these huge deficits and not tilting off the face of the planet. I think Furia are in a bit of trouble here.
it feels that way, doesn't it? Like especially because you know there was a slow start, at least for the side of the Turkish side. You know, they had the slow start, but now they're fully woken up. Like you're going to be super motivated coming into the second map. So Furia are the ones that have to sort of like they couldn't really even make the recovery happen on Ancient. Now they have to try and take a little bit of a break. Now they have to have a real serious conversation about getting into this one. So yeah, I want to see a banging start coming out for Furia if they have to get their own recovery going here, because it's going to be really rough, I think. I mean, overall though, I will say this. I mean, we're obviously pointing some criticisms towards art and all the rest of it, but I think it is right what you're doing as well. Like, we should be giving a little bit of credit to Eternal Fire as well, because they really did have some great moments individually and also as a team. I mean, even surviving that dreadful first half in itself takes a little bit of strength to do that. So I just, in that sense, I'm quite happy for this game, the way that it's unfolding. Really curious how the second map's going to be playing out. I guess I just have to stay with Furia in terms of predictions, like, not that we can really change them, but, you know, I feel like there still were some signs of life. Yuri was a monster in the first half, right? And if a little bit more, if anyone else would have helped him at the start there, they just win the map. But he was really on his own for a while there.
Yeah, absolutely true. Just a note as well, we've got a player restarting Naruto. If you're not aware, this is an online tournament. And just going through the results we saw today, we opened things up with
There still were some signs of life.
I'm sure you're all very aware of the kind of drama unraveling on the internet right now. Heroic did actually pick that one up, and then we have Movistar Riders besting 9Z as well. We have a match with Eastrom, I believe, right now. That's Virtus Pro. Yeah, absolutely true. Just a note as well, we've got a player picking up the first map, Ancient, and that's their pick. They won that first. Very good.
There still were some signs of life.
Donk, looking at the show,
was a monster in the first half, right? And if anyone else would have helped him at the start, they just win the map. But he was really on his own for a while.
Furia, yeah, absolutely true. Just a note as well, we've got a player restarting the boost. Two smokes, a single flag. Just going through the results we saw today.
There still were some signs of life. Furia was a monster in the first half, right? And a little bit more, if anyone else would have helped him at the start, they just win the match. So he was really on his own for a while.
Yeah, absolutely true. Just a note as well, we've got a player restarting the first map. Just going through the results we saw today.
There still was some signs of life.
Right now, just a note as well, Spirit keeping up the first map. They want to give up the fact they've got all these SMGs. They kind of play a defensive game here. And in terms of the B bomb site, that is actually wide open. So they've gone for an A stack, and we'll see if it does anything for them. But for now, Furia is biding their time and actually exploring the B steps here. So after another like 10 seconds or so, they're going to realize that, yeah, this is way too quiet. They're probably going in towards B. They might just have to save the MP9s.
I guess that's okay, right? Like, just save it. It's not necessarily a big deal, is it? You just say, okay, it wasn't that round, we'll just try next round. Gotta be better than getting them wiped out and just ending up with MP9s gone. 5 MP9s. I just can't remember ever seeing that. Usually there's always somebody that that ends up going elsewhere. How do you feel about the MP9 in CS2? Have you been playing around with it a little bit?
I'm a big fan of the MP9 in general. It's one of my favorite weapons in CSGO history. I think it actually feels a bit buffed. There it is. It doesn't really work out for them. They actually lose 2 of them towards the end, and we can see the T's finding a 2-0 start here. Furia, just what the doctor ordered here after giving up a very problematic Ancient in overtime. So we do have those 3 MP9s now. We've been better with 5, but they'll have to make do and see if they can cause any sort of damage here in round number 3. But Furia on track for a 3-round start here.
Yeah, brilliant for them. Pound for pound, the best gun. Okay, it's quite a statement, but I mean, in fairness, you do just get so much out of it, and a lot of people have become really experts at getting that, even I would say long-range burst fire with it. It's sickening to see sometimes how accurate it is, because in a way that's supposed to be the downside, right? It's supposed to be the downside that at long range you are going to lose to an M4 and an AK if you have the MP9, but at times we see people just still deleting players more or less with it. So yeah, people have just become really good with it. We'll see. A little bit of a flashbang to set up a potential peak here. We'll see if Calyx and Centaurus can get a good timing. Molotov will trigger that flash to go out, and even though they can't actually see what they're shooting at, that's not necessarily great. Nice flick from Fallen. That's a quick reaction for the old man. It's going to be Wakadia and Woxic left, at least for a minute here. Bomb's going to be planted. and it will be a pretty clean finish, I think, now for Furia.
Yeah, I would say that's an accurate statement. You can see the bombs planted. Wicardia's got nothing to say about it. It is going to be a 3-0 start, but he's got a Galil in hand. Might as well save it, I suppose. But Art's on the hunt. He's in towards T-spawn, trying to find this final player here of Eternal Fire. This is the nightmare beginning for Vertigo. It's their pick. They're on the CT side as well. They've given up every round available so far. Furia kind of building up a nice reservoir of cash as well, with 3 players surviving here as well. We'll see if Wicardia can find any exits here, but still, saving the Galil is still viable. It means he'll have an extra injection of cash. We know the Galil is very strong in CS2 right now, and it looks like there'll be no exits available to him. Keserato will be able to survive as well. Blast only takes him down to 42, but 3-0 doesn't get much better than that. Pretty much similar start to what we saw in that first game as well. You know, Furia running away with it, had all the rounds, 9-3 first half. It was the second half things started to fall apart for them. Round 4, we have got the Woxic AWP, and Wicardia will save that Galil.
That was a strange feature of how the first map played out, right? Is that Woxic, I think, got his AWP in like the 7th or 8th round. It was really late in the half.
Yeah.
So kind of, I guess, good to see him with it early on. See if he can actually have some production with it as well. Cello looking right over, hoping to catch someone being a little bit too aggressive, because he did beat the timing on that Molotov going down, so it's not too crazy what he's doing. He's hoping that someone's going to be careless on the other side. Calyx, though, playing further on back. They're putting some pressure on the B-bomb side early on, and not really that much, if none at all, on the A ramp. So should be a sign here for Eternal Fire that something is up, and they should be really careful on this B-bomb side right now.
Well, badge up. What have you got for us? Oh, face full of flashbangs, I'm afraid. It's Cello that opens things up here. Another opening frag, and it could be the second as well. Calyx is under a lot of scrutiny. There's the double kill, and presumably the round. I don't think they can do anything about this here. The B defense completely falls apart for them, and it is going to be 5 players remaining here as the bomb is planted. Now, they are doing some damage here with the grenades. Maybe not all said and done. They actually got to go full send, as you see Wicardia pull one back, and with the plant actually not coming through yet, this one's still viable here. Good flashbang. Art now feeling the pressure as he tries to scramble for the plant. And CTs actually might have something to say about this. This is a very strange round. Why is that bomb not planted yet?
I couldn't answer you. They've really slowed it down. It's dangerous. Look at that flick they're coming up. Wicardia, he keeps it going into the headshot. He almost had the third one, maybe the fourth one there. Santara's on his own, and the smoke fades. He's going to fall, but they bring it really, really close. I guess that it works out at the end for Furia there, but man, that's definitely a little bit scary. Still, it's 4-0 in their favor. And as they're buying into this next round, Henry, I've got Lone GG47 asking what candle scent you're rocking in the background. People are very interested in your life. They're very curious.
Yeah, I know. I'd have to go check. It's like a floral sort of aroma. I don't know specifically, but I have a lot of candles. I have like a whole cupboard full of those. It was trying because Kashad called me out earlier. He said, "Oh, Anders got this really professional setup. Henry's just got a bedroom." I looked around. He said he's kind of got a point. So I got rid of all the clutter. I lit a candle just to make it a little bit more like homely, you know. So there's not so many holes to open it. But I'll find out after. Maybe half time. I'll go check it out. But yeah, just a solo candle there. I've got some incense burning as well. I like to have different kind of smells and aromas going on at all times.
Well, that's another good answer. Okay. Well, if anyone, maybe, if you want to live the Henry G lifestyle, then you are on your way. Beef jerky and incense, and we're really cooking up something here. I appreciate it,
Yeah, I will say my room is quite hot. I had to turn the AC off because of the mic is very sensitive, so my room is boiling hot. The candle's not helping, I'll say that much. Like, I'm actually too hot of anything.
Correct. I actually, now that this round is kind of like come to a bit of a halt, I actually bring like one of those like essential oil diffusers to every event because that's
the one that you put water in it and kind of just blows steam out.
Yeah, steam, and then you can put some oil, whatever oil you want in it, like, if you want.
I got one of those. I don't know, like, they're definitely more efficient in terms of, like, those bottles of oil will last you, like, 6 weeks. But I just don't find they're as potent. Like, I've run them a few times, and I found them just kind of annoying. Like, it's, like, always making a noise. You've got to keep filling it up with water. The candle, you can set your watch by it. It's reliable, does the job, gets the room smelling exactly how you like it, but definitely more expensive.
The reason that I do it is because it's my way of combating the AC. Otherwise, you just get so dry, like mouth and nose when you wake up in a hotel room AC. It's just like, it's too much,
I don't know. I've lived in Malta for like 6 years now. I think my body's just used to it. I sleep with AC every single night. People tell me it's bad, but like, I don't know. I feel pretty good. Like, I don't get any dry parts. Yeah, I think. I used to really struggle with like mosquito bites and like everything like that comes with living in the Mediterranean. But after 6 years, I think I'm just battle hardened. Like, yeah, the AC doesn't affect me. The mosquitoes don't bite me anymore. I don't get sunburn. Yeah, I think I've just kind of adapted to my environment.
That's I like that. I just the problem for me is we have no AC in Denmark. It's like foreign.
Yeah, right. So you're not used to it.
Exist.
So your body gets like a complete shock when you enter the hotel room.
Yeah, so for me, it's like I have to find a way to combat it. Otherwise, I become sick on like day 3 of any event. So, oh dear,
What is that?
I'm hoping it's.
Is that my PC crashed? We good?
I was worried for a minute. No,
That's the noise my PC makes when it crashes. So I was like, oh god, that can't be good.
That was. I think it might have actually been the production crew saying, "Please stop talking about scented candles and come back to the game, just for the love of God, if you could."
I think one of our PCs crashed, and we're on to the backup spec PC right now. That's why we've got the replay HUD. I think that's what's happened. But
oh yeah, quick switch, good job. Well, either way, this is a 5-0 lead for Furia. So now, if you missed the first map, you would have gone for a similar experience. Furia were banging out Eternal Fire at the start of Ancient, and then second half they just disappeared, and they ultimately lost in overtime. So not to discount what Furia are doing, it's great. It's a great start, but now we're going to be a little bit more reserved in our celebrations of what's happening here, because we want to see them finish the job this time and get to a third map.
oh yeah, I kind of should look into the third. I didn't think we'd be seeing after that performance there. It's going to be Mirage as usual for the third closer, which might be required at this point. And we'll see Yuri. Another opening frag. I can't tell you what the buys are. I assume it's a full buy with the maximum loss bonus. And yeah, indeed, we've got the M4s out, the Orcs. And the opening kill here for Fury.
Yeah, 4 versus 4 now. Fallen hoping for something. He gets a grenade instead for his troubles. He just wanted to take a little peek, but scent packing, doesn't really want to stick around.
Why has Fallen got no armor, by the way? They're 5-0 up. Why would he have no armor?
Dad, it just weighs too much, maybe? It's not...
there's no logical reason why he would...
Fashionably, it's not as cool like you're wearing a vest on top of your outfit. Like, it's not... It doesn't... Maybe...
I'm trying to work it out. But you saw how much damage he just took. Like, how can they not have enough money for the... Like, it doesn't seem to be a problem. He's still finding kills. And we get to a 4 versus 3 here. We are going to see Fallen leading the way. Kevlar or not, he doesn't need protection. And we will see Walk 6 striking from the sandbags. Oh, if he got the triple Calanders, it would have been wild. It would have been a really sick play, but it might be enough. He did considerable damage and sets up Calyx in the 1 versus 1. Here we go then.
Bomb's not planted.
Oh, you're right.
It's not.
You had to survive. You had to survive.
On the other side, here we go. He just fakes it out.
I didn't even notice that. I'm not sure Calyx did. I think they had to tell him, like, get the hell out of there.
Yeah, it looked like he was walking through, even shooting through the smoke. I don't think he noticed either. He was thinking about it, and then it's like, oh, wait a minute, there's no bomb plant. I was shocked as well. Oh my god. Well,
so Walksig did serve the day. I was going to say, if he gets that third kill, they maybe can actually win the round off the back of it, but they did. He did enough. He got 2.5 and slowed them down so much, and that's going to be a devastating outcome there, considering that one looked like it was done once again. It's Eternal Fire finding their first and stealing the round away, courtesy of a Walksig spray down with the creek from the sandbags.
My god, what an adventure that round was. 5-1. So Eternal Fire finally sort of setting a foot into this Vertigo map, getting a chance to get on the board, and we'll see how much they can sort of swing it their way now that they've got the first one in there. Fallen is back with the Kevlar vest, so, deciding against his earlier shenanigans. That's probably good. We'd like to see it. A pause has been called by somebody. Production, probably. Or...
Yeah, maybe production timeout, just to get us back on track. I can't do this replay HUD. I can't even tell who's playing. So, yeah, we'll just take a second to work it out, I reckon, and hopefully get back into the action momentarily. Anders, I do have a good question for you. I've been working on some interesting questions.
Go on.
We've got Halloween around the corner. You've got kids yourself. You're going to have to dress up. What's going to be your go-to kind of costume this year?
Ooh, if I had to dress up for Halloween... It's tricky because I think it just can't be too aggressive. Because then the kids will legitimately. It's like you're riding like a fine line where
you could go as like the ghost of Heroic, maybe.
The ghost of Heroic. That's not bad. That actually might work out. I was gonna say like Pennywise the clown. Just
that's not bad either. Yeah, clowns always land.
They make people uncomfortable. But yeah, heroic themed one, like a
I think that's to be very popular this year across the world. Heroic themed Halloween costumes. I think that's where people need to go.
could like turn either arm into a snake, you know?
Yeah.
Like, snake.
And a knife sticking out the back.
Yes, exactly. Oh, that would be just a modern art interpretation of the heroic situation. Maybe my wife in the background, we can find a way to like dress her up as like Astralis, and she's like holding the leash, you know, she's like, it's like
yeah, true,
orchestrating the whole thing in the background.
Okay. So it'd be quite a tenuous Halloween costume for all of the trick-or-treaters coming at your house. We'd have to explain to them, no, if you've not seen the news.
Yeah, we'll make one of those body bags out front and just put Cadian on it. Just out.
I've seen like some of the like. It seems like people are not even doing costumes anymore in America. They just set up like murder scenes outside their house, and that's all they need to do these days. Like, they set up like the most goriest thing they can come up with. Like there's some dude getting his head smashed in with fake blood everywhere, and that's just kind of their Halloween arrangement.
Yeah, like the police don't have enough work to do to begin with.
Yeah, right.
Getting called out like, oh, it's another Halloween. Thanks, guys. Yeah, great.
Is it a big deal over there? Do you guys get like trick or treaters and stuff this time of year?
It's kind of it's becoming that. Obviously, people
country getting Americanized as well.
Yeah, that's always happens in there. Like everything that happens in America happens about 6 years later in Denmark. Like we're on like a little bit of a delay in that sense. Obviously, people get very defensive. They're like, "Oh, it's just about they're just commercializing another holiday. It's like it's to make money." But kids do like it. Like we're kind of into it now. We go trick or treating. It's fun. It's just a good time, you know. You don't have to participate. No one's making you. It's cool.
Exactly. Well, I'm glad we cleared up the great Halloween debate. We are back into the action here, and we've got ourselves a nice HUD as well. Thank you guys for bearing with us. It's going to be Eternal Fire bouncing back after a pretty woeful start here on Vertigo. They're mad choice, and they are specialists at it over the years of CSGO. But for now, they have got an AK-47 for Calyx and no AW for Woxic. We'll see if Xantares can find his first frag. Same sort of Madra as well. Very slow start here for the boys. As we get into round number 7, bear in mind MR12, you don't have much time to recover these sort of deficits, but still can end up winning the half here if they pick up every single round from this point on. It's going to be an awkward start here, but maybe a better finish. Calyx gets nothing done though. It's down to Madra. He needs multiple frags here from the back lines of the B bomb site. He does get the first. Xantares, I beg your pardon, but still they bring it back to a 4-on-4 as Madra repositions and can't find the shots here. 3 versus 2. Woxic low. It's going to be down to Ricardia trying to pick up the pieces here, but I say that's a great shot. And unfortunately, one that does not lead to success. Eternal Fire down in the dumps even more so now. 6-1 deficit on their CT campaign.
Oh, man, that was... What an explosive beginning to the whole thing, right? That middle, the timing on the mid push, they caught basically 2 players off guard, especially the second one, which I didn't think was going to happen because they knew that something was happening in middle, but in spite of everything, I even liked the reposition for Major at the backline there. It looked like it was going to work out, but Furia, they give up a round, then they answer right back into it. So very, very uncomfortable now if you're on the CT side. In terms of the money, this is not where you want to be. They have picked up more MP9s, just 3 this time, but still enough to make it at least a little bit competitive. They can do some work here if they find an early kill, but the rest of it, in terms of grenades and everything else, is not looking great for them at the moment.
Not looking great, but there is a chance here. Like, we've seen plenty of wacky rounds here today, Anders, and it's CS2. We're not really sure what to expect. There's a lot of novelty boosts and kind of tricks of the trade you can bring into the mix. And for now, we are seeing one of those boosts right now with the MP9 on top. It's going to be Xantares. He get his first kill in the previous round. If he can find a nice opening frag here, they'll be off to the races, but it's a very commonly checked boost. It's unlikely they just overlook the position completely, but you never know. Furia haven't been playing their best Counter-Strike today, just to put it lightly, but you can see Yuri, he's coming in, he's checking all of the key positions, seems to be aware of the possibility of Xantares, but it's a little bit deeper in terms of the boost stand. It's not right up and towards the yellow wall itself, so maybe there's a chance he gets one hit.
It's kind of great if they go really deep back, but if they don't, then they're just going to be catching this boost completely. Like, look at the horrific state of it. They'd have no idea that no one was there, although they're still making it work. I can't believe it. One good grenade around the corner, and surely the CTs are just dead instantly. Bit of a response there. It's Fallen that gets shot with the AWP and brings down Ricardia. Still a 2 versus 3. Cello finds one for the smoke, and the backstab coming in. Art sees it. Better to get out. Stay alive. You got 21 health. You don't want to be fighting this MP9, but he's going to get hurt. Oh, I can't believe it. 1 or 2 bullets might have actually done it there. It's Calyx on his own, and surely it's too much for just a pistol.
Yeah, that would have been Madge's first kill into the game as well. That's really unfortunate. Like you said, it looked like a bit of a lock-in. I don't think it shifts the tide of battle that much, but God, it's a little bit awkward for him. That's to say, at the very least, Calyx will just drop Little Molotov trying to bait some players out here. He might get his kill on Arc, but he's got the AWP, and it's another fantastic start here for Furia. They've gone up 7-1 as we get into round number 10 now. Round number 9, I should say. And we'll see if there's anything left to be said, because Eternal Fire, they are falling apart. That's a 5-on-3. Sure, it's a bit of a half by Anders, but they had a 5-on-3 advantage and had a couple of opportunities to close out the round, but still their woes continue here as Mirage looks more and more likely.
My God, 7-1. They're building up the expectation again, Henry. Are they going to let us down again? Are they going to let the fans down once again? Actually, Furia, I'm getting excited. I can feel it. I'm trying to fight it, but in my mind, I'm like, I'm going to show Henry this time. Like, I'm going to get this one correct. And I started to feel that way at the beginning of Ancient as well. So I don't want to be let down again. I'm going to get real mad. I'm going to get to Cassard levels of anger. If they let
hey, Kassad's one of the few guys that keeps it real. You can say what you like about him, but he always speaks his mind, and that's quite a rare thing in Counter-Strike especially. So, yeah, respect to Kassad. He always keeps it real.
That is absolutely true, yeah. If ever I wanted like some real feedback, I must definitely start about it.
Yeah.
Give you straight, major, good shot. That's the bomb as well. Drop right down in front, inside of the flames, in fact. So now they can make a rotation. They don't have to worry about getting faked out. That's it's a very uncomfortable position for the bomb to land in. Well, in the middle, he's just waiting, hoping for a mistake. Yeah, maybe a chance to take down Centaurus, but not going to be working out. Yuri, again, the fact that the bomb is that far up, it's a miserable position. You don't just have to take the site, you actually have to move forward into them. Serato in a 1 versus 3, and he needs a series of headshots. There's one. Yeah, he's the kind of player that could maybe do it. He's 9-1 at the moment. Let's see if he can get a little bit more. They've snuck in behind him. He does. I think he saw just the shoulder. He might have a good read here. 25 seconds. It can still be done. Major hiding back there. Nobody's showing anything. It's just Serato. Excruciating in the back here. He needs a fight, and he's not getting it at the moment. There's a bit of a swing. 10 seconds now. He has to go, and finally, Ricardia takes him down. That's some good discipline on Eternal Fire. That made that 1 versus 3 almost impossible.
Yeah, really well played there. It was an intense situation there, and you could see just one more kill for Serato, bring it down to a 1 versus 1. He probably wins it. Maja just delaying him as long as he possibly can, just frustrating peaks, just showing a little bit of ankle there from the girder, and it was a nice opening frags once again here from Furia, but unable to capitalize. And now this is looking similar to the storyline of Ancient Anders, like this flying starts and getting up to 7-1, but slowly but surely, Eternal Fire fighting the way back. Now, we're a long way from that prospect just yet. Still looking very likely that Furia win this map and take us to Mirage, but I'm just saying, it looks like history might be repeating itself here. Yuri, he's up close and personal. What a beautiful shot that is. Wox has got nothing to say about it whatsoever. He goes down with nothing, not a lick of damage. And here comes the grenades as well, making things very uncomfortable for Cardia. He goes down to 64. They need a response right now, and this is it, Anders. They're going for another boost this time. Now, this one might work out, considering that you've already cleared out the position, you've had a player go up, you just won't be anticipating this sort of boost. So, this is where it actually makes a lot of sense. Speaking of which, we've got Calyx, and he actually gets a lovely kill towards middle. So, he's brought it back to a 4-4. The boost is dismantled, and we've got Cello helping himself towards B, but it's all a ruse, and he's alone. So, he's just trying to cause a bit of a ruckus here, listen out for rotations, and just get some information.
I do like what you said, though. That's something that's really worth keeping in mind. Like, if you can take a position that the enemy has just cleared, people do it like that with the boost, but people also do it sometimes with the Molotov. Like if the enemy clears a position with the Molotov, sometimes just running into that space afterwards can be very distracting for them. So not a bad idea. Didn't work out this time with the boost. Centaurus, though, making the AK worked out. He's out hunting for more. 3 versus 4 here, and a chance maybe for the Turkish side to do something. Yuri lands another headshot and brings it back into a 3-on-3. The bomb being planted. Who's that lingering on the other side of the map? They've got...
Yeah, it's Cello, I think. Yeah, he was going for like the information play towards B, but now he's going for a big backstab. You can see they're pretty comfortable elsewhere. So unless Arc goes down with nothing here, I think like it's absolutely fine. It's not like he's going to risk the round. He's actually gone towards CD spawn, so it's likely they might even save in this scenario. But here comes Cello. He's not having massive impact just yet. Oh, Maja, let's make sure we connect that shot, shall we? He does get it over the line eventually. Looking for the double kill now. Not going to work out for him. And Cello is going to make himself known momentarily. This has been a long time coming, Anders. About 30 seconds of walking through the bomb site there. It's now down to the 1 versus 1. There's no time to defuse. And Wakadi, even with the frags there, he'll be going down with the explosion. Have to jump off the edge and just hope for the best. And there it is. 8 rounds on the board for Furia. A long-winded backstab coming in from Cello, but he gets the job done there, gets himself a couple of kills, and now we are running out of time for Eternal Fire. Bear in mind, they managed to recover a 9-3 deficit in the first map. So down, but not out. They still have a couple of chances here, but once again, it's going to be more of a partial by MP9s and pistols, probably.
Man, that is that's a long play. It's not surprising that the CTs had no idea what was happening at the end, but also potentially risky, right? Like if somehow that retake is quicker, if there's a smoke and a defuse on the bomb or something like that, you just might not even if you are there, you might not have enough time for it. But well played. 8-2 the scoreline. They keep it going, and again the money for Eternal Fire just looking questionable. What a really rough first half they've been playing so far, the Turks. How do you recover the scenario? They need to find out some way to do this at the moment. In terms of kills, I mean, Wicardia's got 8, it's 7 on Woxic, and that's really it. Like, there's a huge drop-off after that. They just need more of an output, really.
Yeah, you're not wrong. We're yet to see these MP9s really work out for them. But I'm just going to repeat it one more time. Like 9-3 in that first game. Like Furia had the exact same showing on Ancient, and it all just unraveled and collapsed for them. And there's still a fighting chance that Eternal Fire pick up this round and then maybe even get a fourth. It all starts here, though. Yuri, he goes down. Now they've got an AK-47 to work with Anders. Fallen trying to deny that prospect. He's trying to remove it from play if possible. And so far, so good. They haven't given up. There's some trading frag here to see if he's going to swing. I like this. I like it a lot, Anders. It's Xantara taking matters into his own hands. He's going to force the B play out. If Calix can just get one, it should guarantee the round. A dink will do, though. At least considerable damage. He doesn't find the frag, but that is the B bomb side wide open now. Art here in the rotating CT zone. This is all down to this kill.
Art has the bomb. So they have the B bomb site, but they need Art to actually get there. Oh, no. Oh, this is so weird. How do you... Because he's going to be worried about getting caught along the way. If he falls getting to the B-bomb site, then it doesn't matter at all that they had the site for a while. It's kind of close. That MP9 is sneaking closer. Major, he's almost managed to get him. He's just a second late around every corner, but it's almost like he can smell him. He's just nearly walking into him, and he will find him. That's the bomb dropping down. A huge play coming out there, and Cello has to run back down to pick up the bomb. 24 seconds left. This could be disastrous, Henry.
It really could be. I think it's already done. Kesarato, he's in a decent position, at least toward that generator. He can at least allow the bomb go down with the smoke being deployed as well. They've got a fighting chance here. Not a great one, but a fighting one. There's going to be backstabs coming through. They might as well sacrifice a couple of players, and Woxic, he's had a couple of moments here on Vertigo. And to be fair, Anders, we had the Creek spray down from the sandbags, and now the MP9 working up from as well. They've been pretty desperate rounds as Eternal Fire have found. They haven't had one convincing gun round as of yet. It's all been right down to the wire, down to the clock, down to these eco buys. But still, like I said, they can get 4 rounds out of this situation. And considering how it started, they wouldn't be too mad about that. They've actually ran the money down very low here. So forward looking likely. So a bit of a resurgence. They've had to work really hard for this one, but they are down, but they are not out. As we'll have a technical pause here, a chance to catch our breath. And good work from Woxic. Like I said, they could definitely sacrifice a player there when the plan was coming through, and he delivers on all fronts, gets both the frags, denies the plan, and denies that extra cash, more importantly.
Yeah, that's a kind of an awful position to be in. It happens every once in a while, right? You kind of get the sight, but the one person carrying the bomb is just off somewhere else, and they couldn't really make that work. So good job on Woxic, with Cartier as well. Those two guys are really, really stepping it up. And I agree, it's definitely not done yet, right? There's more to be played. There's still more of a chance. 3-8, though. This next round could be huge for Eternal Fire. If they can pick this one up and get to 4.
Yeah, they get the 8-4. They win the pistol, get the follow-up conversions. They're already at, 8-7 at that point. So, yeah, it's far from over. It comes down to a pistol victory in the second half. But, yeah, I don't know. I feel like there's something brewing here. Allow them to cook, Anders, I think they would say.
Yeah, it's a little bit of an old meme now. I think it's on its way out, the let them cook thing, you know?
Yeah, I reach into the darkness there. That's all I found. But yeah, I think it's applicable here.
Now, I think Joeva is the new one. I don't know. It's hard to keep up with, you know? You've got to...
Yeah, I tried it. I actually removed most social media apps from my phone. Like, at least I didn't uninstall them. I just removed the icons, so I actually have to go out of my way to access it now. So I don't get to keep up to date with all of the ongoings on the internet, which is actually I'm living a much happier life. I'm going to be honest with you. I recommend anyone to do that. Stay away from
How do you become angry? Like, where do you get the anger from then?
I don't know. That is something I'm missing out on. I'm definitely not as riled up anymore. And just straight to the things that don't concern me. But still, we're going to give it a go. We're going to keep pushing on.
It's nothing like turning on an app and just become angry.
Like, I don't even go on Reddit anymore. Like, imagine that. Like, I just don't involve myself.
Your loss, Henry.
Yeah.
The rest of us winners, we stay on Reddit.
Well, here we go, looking for a win in his final round. Calyx, it's an absolute meltdown of a spray, but Maja makes up for it. He's got a reload at the back, though. Yuri leaps on him towards that back corner, and we've got ourselves a 3 versus 2. The CTs have done enough. They could have enough of a defense here to make it a justifiable round. A nice grenade should do considerable damage. Takes Yuri down to 49 here, but he's got a nice chance, and that damage actually did everything for Wicardia there. Saves his bacon there, and we get into a 3 versus 1, but it's K-Serato on the other side. He's got no Kevlar Anders, almost no chance of winning this. Unfortunately, unless he has more heroics like that. A good smoke down, but it actually allows him to reposition and maybe find a bit of a gap here, but yeah, with the reload coming through, there's no chance, and it will be 8-4. A recovery of sorts there. Still not a great heart for Eternal Fire, but the way it was looking towards the end there, the fact they even get 4 rounds on the board, I think they'll be celebrating that.
Yeah, it's something to work with, right? They can fight it back at this level. You're right. If they win the pistol in the second half, there's something to be fought for. So kind of a nice attempt for the smoke there, but just not able to complete it at the end. Still, Furia on their way to getting that third map, which would be on Mirage. So gotta appreciate that. In the meantime, King Vars 2 asking Anders, what hair gel do you use? Now, that's a bit of a low blow, but it's also kind of funny, so I thought I'd give it a shout out. You know, why not?
It's quite funny. Like, I think like the hair is still the main conversation point in Counter-Strike esports. Like, people's hair status is all anyone seems to care about these days. Like, how much hair they've got, what hairstyle they have. Like, it's all we really talk about. And looking to give out a couple of haircuts himself, Yuri of the USP, narrowly missing out on the first headshot there. And like we said, very, very important pistol. They've actually got some decent control of the A bomb site here. Double smoke handers towards the side pretty much guarantees a plant, you would think at the very least here, considering what they're up against. Just the pistols, it's a nice tight plant in the corner, and so far so good. The execution are working out swimmingly for Eternal Fire. They've got a 5-on-5 situation, the bomb ticking at some pace already.
That's a really fast bomb.
There is a kit, just a note.
That's important. You're right. A kit and a smoke. So let's see how well drilled they are. This could be a protocol coming from Furia where you just know that this can happen, and you have the smokes for it. You just set it up. You run straight for the defuse, but it's actually planted in its off position, so the smokes might not work. The smokes might be great for a default plant, but look at how wide that bomb is. They're still on top. They're bodyguarding him. He's defusing.
No.
Oh my god! There's a team kill, but it doesn't matter. Furia will win the pistol.
Oh, God, it was looking so good for Eternal Fire. That one smoke, though, you're right. It doesn't hit the mark in terms of the bomb, but it provides a nice veil. They throw 5 bodies there. The human shield was deployed there. And, yeah, the 5-second defuse, you just didn't see it coming. I spotted the kit there on the retake. I thought that's going to be important. And, of course, it was. And presumably we see the force buy here. It's absolutely required. Eternal Fire can still bounce back, but they have to win the second round force buy. Now, they get the planting, sorry. So they get a couple of Galils, a couple of SMGs and a Deagle. But Art, aggressive, of course, loves to go for a fight. Spots a player running up towards scaffold. That's going to be Maja, who does get taken down by the Orc.
Yeah, nice little angle there for Art to be holding. He could use a couple of kills himself, just get himself a little bit warmed up. Again, subject of much criticism coming out of the first match, so we'd like to see him on a bit of a personal recovery. 3 people at the bomb site, though. That's a massive flashes out. Art goes down. Yuri looking for a headshot, but he's going to get tagged, and Cello's behind him. They're getting picked up one at a time. Actually, there's 4 people at the A-bomb site, so unfortunately for Eternal Fire, even though they're getting kills, they just keep running into more and more CT players. I don't think they were expecting for that many players to be here.
Well, it's all falling apart now. That was their last lifeline, if you ask me, Anders. They needed at least a plant there and a few kills. They got a couple, but no C4 going down. It's going to be double digits for Furia. They would do well to give this one up now because it's pretty much full eco territory for the Turkish squad, averaging $2,400 per player. Woxic could get a hero AK. I don't think that's going to be the solution to their problems right now to be Glocks. Otherwise, it means he can't even get the AWP going forward. They need his finances to be high to win these gun rounds. So yeah, he'll just buy a P250, I think, and that's about it. Yeah, desperate times here. Mirage looking very likely. Furia guaranteed the 11th round and be one away from that point.
They are really, really in a stacked position at the moment. It's hard to imagine Furia, but I would have said the same thing on Ancient, so I'm almost backtracking in real time here, but they should not be losing this lead, should they? They have the money, they have the momentum going their way. Eternal Fire, just like you said, weird position in this round, and maybe unlike Ancient, it's going to be a lot harder to find some of the openings here. The CTs really can just play really far back, like almost behind the bomb sites, right? You can just wait it out and wait for them to try and get close for a bomb plant here. Molotov on top, I can't believe it! How does he find that kill? He's burning and still he landed the headshot on Art.
Well, a 4-on-4, a desperate scenario. If they can somehow win this round with a couple of upgraded pistols, no Kevlar, and now an MP9, it'd be just what the doctor ordered. But they've got so much work to do. KCRT playing defensive here as well. As soon as he spots one Anders, he drops that smoke, just gives him nothing to work with. It's actually popping a little bit later, and the miracle was required. And Maja might have delivered it. Cello, though, maybe getting a bit ahead of myself, because that is a beautiful sequence there. Absolutely mows them down. They have no helmets, and he makes light work of them upon entry, and there's absolutely no chance. So Goldwyn is looking for that opening kill from Maja. That was the cue to make their way through, but they're coming through great screens, Anders. So he's in a prime position, set up like a turret, and mows them all down. Really beautiful sequence there coming through.
That is such an incredible counter to the smoke. Come on. Like, it's just what do you do if you're Kesaracho on the other side? You played it so well. Like, you're right. Like, it's a perfect play. Waits for it. He underhands the smoke. He doesn't throw it like down in front of him. He's got everything right, but then he just gets completely banged out. It's ridiculous. But he didn't win them the round, so who cares? 11-4 the scoreline. In Furia, they are just 2 away from picking up this map and putting us on Mirage.
Which feels like a lock-in at this point. It would take something ungodly now from Eternal Fire. A hell of a run required. And you've got nothing to lose, I suppose. And bear in mind, Wikadia is the master of the A-ramp. In CSGO, especially in Pro League, this was his calling card. He just works his way up by himself, and it seems to absolutely own everyone in this position. Like, it's amazing to watch. If he gets going, very difficult to shut him down, but he needs to be given an opportunity, and is looking a little bit scrappy as he pulls out the grenade. Down he goes. Woxic will at least pick up the pieces, but it's still in a deficit. 4-3 in terms of the manpower, and Yuri's not slowing down at all, but Zantaras will apply the brakes, fighting for their life here on Vertigo. They've equalized the playing field and still have a chance to fall back. They do not have to commit to this one, but looks like they will.
Oof. He had the lineup for Zantaras. I think if he pulls the trigger there, he just gets the kill, but he delayed for a second, broke line, but still, Woxic able to pull the trigger this time and take down Fallen. Still a 2 versus 2. Bomb being attempted, no one there to cover, and Cello just edging it out. They could not clear the entire site. It's one of the problems with this A-bomb site, or just in general on this map. It can be very tricky to just clear everything. Now it's Woxic on his own, 1 versus 2, and he's going to get the bomb planted here. Still has a chance. He's got the double kill, needs 2 more for the quad and the win, just try and keep his team in this, but not going to be happening either. 12 on the side of Furia. They're running away with this one. This second map has been all Furia all the way.
Yeah, hasn't been many mistakes here. There's been a couple of awkward rounds where Eternal Fire have made it work with the lesser weaponry, and they had to fight really hard to get those 4 rounds on the board in their CT campaign, but yet to post one here, and as we said, they had to win the pistol, but that didn't work out for them. The 5-on-5 retake at the bomb site, they got absolutely owned, and now they've given up 4 rounds in a row here, and you've got so many opportunities. 8 to be exact for Furia, just to close this one out. I can't imagine a world where this one falls in favor of Eternal Fire. They'd have to go to overtime first, then turn it right around, but we'll see what they can make of it. As we get to round number 17 here, looking to close things out after Furia.
12-4, and they are ready to see if they can close it up rather quickly here. Some rifles being picked up on the side of Eternal Fire at the very least. Deep grenade. Oh, that's actually not that bad. Lands on top of Wikadia, making it a little bit harder for him to do much of anything. Yuri falling back, and he just finds it. Through the smoke, great free fire. Maybe he saw an elbow or something, and there's the wall bang coming through from Cello.
Beautiful.
Oh my god, Henry, they're getting picked upon in this round.
Yeah, this is done. I'm afraid Woxic would need to find like 3 kills, and he's got the Krieg in hand. It's not the ideal weapon for the job, but he is making it work. I'll say that much. 3 versus 2 now. A minute remaining as well. He didn't take any damage en route, so we'll see if himself and Magic can do something with this. They've got, in terms of utility, a couple of smokes, one of which has been deployed towards the right-hand side of the site. Mad is going to try and use his flashbang to swing and see whether he can pick up a very important kill. The boost here on the site, I don't think there'll be much chance now. Woxer would need the ace, and it's not going to happen. An absolute comeback here for Furia. After giving up that first map of Ancient, they've got a statement performance here on Vertigo. They take the second map 13-4, taking us all the way to Mirage. That's more like it, Anders. We didn't have any antics. There was no shotguns. There was no double orbs. Time and time again with the same peak. They actually gave us a pretty comprehensive and compelling performance here on Vertigo. That's the Furia you want to see.
It really is. That was unbelievably one-sided. That's probably what, in their minds, what Ancient should have been, right? Because it was leading up to the same thing, and then they just they blew it up, obviously, and lost it in overtime. But this one, that's what you want to see more out of. So, really impressive stuff, you got to say. But I don't know much criticism. Mirage, surely they're going to be feeling great going into that one. And Eternal Fire going to need a moment to take a deep breath and just, recover themselves so they can get ready for a third map. We're seeing all the maps today, Henry. It's classic.
Yeah, we absolutely are. And we've got a team to break it one down. We'll throw it over to Jasmine and the boys on the desk.
Thanks for that. Guys, I gotta ask, fellas, despite the higher win rate, despite the positive results that we've seen from them, Eternal Fire only managing to secure themselves 4 mere rounds. What went wrong?
Saw that, so
The candle's still burning.
Well, while the candle is burning, that the game is on.
It's an eternal fire.
Oh,
Kasane.
that was good. That was
Nice.
good.
Here's the thing. That was Furia looking good. They actually looked good. They didn't do any crazy BS stuff. Art wasn't just running
was
in by,
laughing,
by himself. And it's like, that. Look, credit where it's due. That was a very solid T-side coming out. They didn't really allow... you could see for Eternal Fire, right? They didn't really have any control whatsoever. Whenever they tried to go for any info play and whatnot, they were just getting punished for it. And even Eternal Fire were able to adapt at the very, I think, final couple of rounds on a CD side. And Kasari, okay?
Just go
Jet
on.
lag. It's jet
Go
lag.
on. Jet
Yeah.
lag.
No, but the thing is, like, we could see them in the final couple of rounds on the CT side where they adapt a little bit. They were, with the MP9s, they're taking the fight to the side of Furia, and they were able to net 1 or 2 rounds at the very end. But just holding angles, allowing Furia to execute whatever they had in store for us. So yeah, a bit of a surprise. I won't lie. Furia getting the win in that too in such a convincing fashion. And shout out to Cello, because I did say, Cello, he's there in the team. I guess I don't really see him doing much.
He dropped 20. Like, listen, on the T side, it was similar to Ancient. The calls that were made were pretty decent. In the right timings, they were executed properly, and every fight they took early on went their way, which was important. And once you win the early fights, especially on Vertigo, it's kind of easy to stretch the defense and finish up the round. Overall, pretty good performance again on T side. This time the difference was they won the second pistol.
Yeah.
And they just kept rolling with it. So, which means that we ended up 13-4. It's something that we didn't really expect, considering the Eternal Fire's Vertigo and Furia's Vertigo as well. So the day is the opposite day. As I'm saying that, my headsets are flying off.
The opposite way.
Yeah. The opposite way.
It's CS2. I mean, we've prefaced everything we've sent so far. Veracity saying like, how is it CS2? It's a brand new thing altogether. Clearly, it's CS. They got CS2'd Eternal Fire on their map pick. I won't lie. I'm a bit surprised in how. Even just when it comes to individuals, right? Like you go back to Ancient and how they were able to go toe to toe with some of the players on the side of Furia, but here it's like Furia. All the players seem activated. Duels were being lost left, right, and center by Eternal Fire, especially on the CT side. Calyx wasn't really getting anything done. Major was struggling as well. Even Zantara's not quite able to peek anything. As Kassad is being assaulted by a mosquito. You like mosquitoes?
Maybe it's a fly, the one that you wanted to become in the last.
No, it's a mosquito. That's literally a mosquito.
You are anyway. Anyway,
help?
yes, absolutely.
So,
no.
okay,
Listen. Let's go back to the actual game. T side again, like you said. Just imagine if they didn't drop the ball on Ancient on the second half and allow the massive comeback from Eternal Fire. Am I still being attacked?
No, you're fine.
No, it's fun.
And then this would be an easy 2-0 for Furia right down, and they're going back to Mirage. It's a 50-50 map.
It's literally 50-50 for
map.
both.
Both teams love to play it. Both teams are not shying away from it, and I think it's there is no clear favorites coming into the decider.
I'm not sure if it was communication issues on the front of Eternal Fire, if it was just purely playing a little bit sloppy, but let's talk a little bit about that terrible T-sided plant that they...
On the pistol round?
No,
Was it?
no, it wasn't pistol round. They planted on opposite side of the boxes, and then who was it? I think it was Yuri trying to...
Oh yeah, just tucked
Yeah.
in.
Oh, yeah.
Listen, there were a few moments in this map where I'm just holding my head in my hands and looking at Kasad.
But what
Kasad
is
told me,
that?
I don't know.
Listen,
I genuinely
let's
don't
write
know.
it off to like the beginning of CS2, right? Let's just write it off something, you know, just
No, but that's
not
the
mention
thing.
it again
It's,
ever.
it's not even something related to the gameplay changes, right?
I'm
It's still
trying-
the same
just
bloody
listen.
map.
I'm trying to find an excuse
Stop
for them.
finding excuses.
There
Okay.
are no excuses. That's what I
Absolutely.
mean. Is it communication issues? Is it not necessarily being prepared to head into this map? Which it definitely shouldn't be the case when we take a look at the stats.
I think it's just a situational thing. Like people, you know, players make mistakes, right? It's just,
They're
at the end of
human.
the day, it's like who makes less mistakes.
Kasad's
That team is
actually
going to win.
defending.
No, yeah, just you know, I'm keeping it
Players
like
and teams.
Henry gave me a shout out. I'm keeping it real. Like it is what it is. Sometimes it's just a mistake. Sometimes it's just a blunder.
It'd be like
as
that
Henry would
sometimes.
say.
I think it was, yeah, I agree with. Sometimes in the heat of the moment, you're like, all right, guys, I want to plan over here. They might be pushing in from ramp or something like that. Could be miscomms, could be, again, audio, right? Audio can be a little wonky in Vertigo. We don't really know exactly what happened over there because I was trying to give excuses with players. I'm already a little flabbergasted over here, you know. Are you okay, man?
Jet lag. It's jet lag.
It's a jet lag. I would.
Is that why you guys are agreeing today as well?
It is
It's the
wild.
opposite day. We said it like you know. Usually
I'm
you
being
know,
critical. Kasad's being nice.
the supportive is like you know. It's just people are winning each other map picks.
It's crazy.
Day one of Roobet only, and we have 8 more days of this.
Woo!
Still...
No, you're not supposed to do woo. It's just Roobet.
Oh wait, go on, do it again. Let's... That's better than last
Thank
time.
you.
I've got to say
I'm
that
getting
when...
I
better.
hope we get to see the new skit, like something new with those two gentlemen
You know
in
what?
the beta.
Let's go ahead and find out whether or not we will. We'll be back after the break.
Esto no puede juego. Respetaste vos, boludo. Ahí te pagan, Capaz vos, boludo, que estás laburando por eso de Roobet. ¿Se está Bitcoin?
Bitcoin, pero acá estamos en zona sur, papi. Acá tenemos pesos.
¡Eso! Nosotros pagamos en dólares. Porque jugamos con Roobet. ¡Juga! ¡Juga!
Number 3, we are heading over into Mirage, everybody, and boy oh boy has it been an exciting affair here, to say the very least. Kasad, I see you looking at your watch. Got somewhere to be?
Yeah, I gotta sleep sometimes. No, but we are really enjoying, are we? You know, the Counter-Strike has been playing today. It's not the best Counter-Strike, but it still is Counter-Strike.
Hey, it's
you know?
CS2, baby.
It's high octane, in your face, no BS Counter Strike. I mean, how can you fall asleep when you're watching just running in the middle of the map alone with a shotgun? You might hate it or love it, but at least you will
I
be
don't know
wide
if
awake.
anyone loves it.
I think he seems to like it.
I think it's a bit reassuring though, because now I don't feel so bad every time I queue a Premier game and my teammates are doing that. I'm like, it's okay, if the pros are doing it.
You're playing?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your mosquito's back.
That's the reason why I don't play.
Why? Because she's playing?
Because
But he doesn't want to get carried, that's the problem. That's the
There's
problem.
a mosquito right there. I don't want to get cancelled.
I got a mosquito for you right here.
That's what I don't want. Yeah.
All right, Mirage coming in, right?
Yes.
I'm looking at the stats. Both these two teams, 50% win rate on the map. Again, they haven't played in CS2 yet, so we don't really know, in all honesty, which way it's going. Okay, fine, 57%, no biggie. It's a 50-50 map for both these two teams. They can do. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, Kasad. Are they going to win here, though? That's the question. Put your pesos where your mouth is.
I mean, I already put my pesos on Eternal Fire, so it's
Same.
just...
I think Furia's going to take it. I think the T sides look great so far, even
Yeah.
though they lost first map.
both these sides were like pretty decent. I gotta say, I have to admit it. But again, it's like not who is the better team. It's just
If I
who
see
makes
Furia
less
bring
mistakes.
out the double op on the CT side here on Mirage, that's when I'm going to lose
I'm
it.
judging.
I want to ask you both, how do you come back mentally from the performance that Eternal Fire just had? Losing 13-4 on your own map pick, you're heading into Mirage now. How do they reset heading into it?
I mean, this is a team who've been in this position so many times. You look at the names on the team; they've been around the block for quite a while. So it's not like a bunch of new kids on the block who are like, "Oh, we just got smacked on our mapping. We don't know what to do." They know what they have to do.
Usually, what happens is usually like what I would do in situations like this. You go out or whatever. You stay on TeamSpeak, just discuss it. If you're in LAN, you just step out and discuss the key things that happen in the map. Right? Maybe we didn't talk enough. Maybe we didn't communicate in the post plant like we should. Maybe somebody missed a smoke or two. Stuff like that. Just keep it, very light about that map. Just general things, and then you go and switch to, the map number 3. Go remind yourself. You don't really get into deep stuff like, the speeches and all that bullshit, right? You just go like, listen, we need to do this for the pistol. We need to do this for the anti-ego. The first gun round is that one, and just let's go. And that's it. You come back on the server and you just play.
I'll tell you what they need to do. The CD sides on both the maps, they struggle quite a bit. The only time they found a little bit of success was taking the fight to Furia. So if I'm Eternal Fire, if I'm the coach, whatever, I'm like, listen guys, CT side, be aggro. Be in your face. Take the fights. You have the players. You have players like Xantares, for example. Just take the fight to Furia. Disrupt the T side that Fallen trying to set up. And that could be the key to success here.
You agree? You feel like that's
Disruption, yeah. I'm always for disruption and chaos. It's
that's what you've been doing this broadcast.
That I love so much. People love me. Both people that are kind of fans of me. Yeah.
Don't leave him hanging, bro. I was worried that you just...
I don't do that. He's a guest in my country. What do you mean?
That's true. That's true.
Literally
Alright.
hasn't taken me out anywhere yet. It's been a
It's been day one. It's day one. You're
I don't
still
care.
jet lagged.
They brought you to reload. What do you want?
Fair enough.
I've got to say, Studio is absolutely
Bought you food
gorgeous.
as well.
You did get me some
What do
food.
you want?
You did get me lunch today. Thanks for that.
Absolutely.
Talk to us a little bit about local cuisine.
Just meat. Just whatever. People love meat here. I don't know why you're laughing like that, but the thing is, like, people enjoy big portions of meat.
Big sausages, that's what you like.
Big sausages as well.
Boys. Okay, let's regain. VP versus... Stop it. VP
Am I the professional here? What's
VP
going on?
versus Spirit, go on.
on the B stream. Alright, Spirit won their own map pick, then VP won theirs, and they are also on third map now. It's going to be Mirage. Is today just like a Mirage
decided,
fest?
you could have just had all these games, best of one on Mirage. It would have made life so much easier.
Yeah,
Who do we
for
think
us.
closes that out? VP versus Spirit.
Spirit.
VP.
Still
Jame are gonna bleed Spirit dry.
Yeah. I mean, that's nothing new there, is it?
I know, he's still doing it in CS2, it's incredible. Everyone's just
The guy
rushing
is
in.
a phenomenon. It's just unbelievable. But overall, Mirage seems to be the go-to map for people. They didn't figure out the map pools yet,
Yeah.
so they're not really removing it unless it's a team who is removing it permanently. Even before, but I like it. Mirage has always been a good map to me, and it's very enjoyable to watch. I'm looking forward to some new smokes, new meta, and new defaults, but we're gonna have to wait for a little bit. Maybe not actually. Maybe we can see something new today in Furia against Eternal Fire. I almost forgot there.
The flame's still burning.
Yeah, not in me.
The Eternal Fire.
I wonder if Henry's replaced the candle, or is it still burning?
Oh, he said it was floral scented, but he said he would check what kind of floral
But
scent
we
it was.
don't care about the scent. We just care about.
I care about the scent.
If it's burning or not.
Of course,
I understand.
Don't you have settled candles at home?
What?
Why would you not have scented candles?
Because I'm not a woman.
Henry, I hope you
I mean, just why would I have scented candles? It just makes
All right. I want a
back to
poll.
you, Henry.
I want a poll or an argument or a discussion. Do you have scented candles at home? Because there's no point in having a candle if it's not scented.
I agree.
What if the electricity is out?
Do you live in the Stone Ages?
Well,
You
sometimes
have
it
a phone
happens.
with a
Sometimes it happens.
So you have a scented candle.
No, why? Never mind. Just
I mean, okay, a candle gives light, a scented candle gives a nice scent and light.
Or you can just buy those little smelly things.
But
and
then you need
just
two
hang.
things.
Do you have those?
No.
Do you please stink all the time?
No, it's actually pretty nice. It's being cleaned today as well.
The once in a month cleaning.
Once in 2 weeks.
All right.
All right.
So Senator
Yes.
Cassie, this is like falling apart right now.
Henry and Anders, I'm hoping they're ready right now for us
Please
to
be
throw
ready.
in.
Please be ready, guys.
Henry, let me know your thoughts about what Casada's just said.
I'm kind of with him. I'm kind of questioning my decisions already. And now I've heard his thoughts on it. What kind of man am I having a scented candle, Anders? Like, not much of one, apparently. I will say I normally have to try and like kind of mask other herbal aromas in my apartment. So maybe that's what I'm going for there.
True.
You know what I mean? But yeah, it's a lavender candle. I just wanted to confirm that as well. I know Jasmine was interested in lavender. So that's what we've gone for today. But yeah, I'm not really sure. Like maybe I'll have to throw it away after this one. So I'm not really sure what to do after that roasting I just got.
Yeah, you've really outed yourself. Bit of a rookie move, but you got called out, I guess. So that's how we improve.
And the flame's still going. Like it's on its last legs. So there's maybe like 2 more hours left on that candle, but it is still going strong. And I kind of brought it to the set, if you want to call it that, because my room was a bit of a mess before. Kassad called me out fairly for the kind of setup I had before, and now I replaced it with the candle. That hasn't worked out with me. That's also backfired. So maybe tomorrow I'll come in with a new strategy. We'll see what I can come up with.
I wonder though. I feel like there is a world in which you could say that sort of beef jerky kind of like outweighs like the
beef curd,
candle,
beef jerky scented candle is going to be the ultimate fix. I think.
Oh, that would be. I think then we're back. I think we could even convince Kassad of this one. Like I think there's a way.
Because he did say the Serbians like meat. So if I get a meat scented candle, that's kind of like the reverse Uno card, you know.
Okay, so there's a path back into it. Since we are getting paid to talk about Counter-Strike, Henry, I figured we could do that. What's your thoughts on this final map on Mirage? How confident are you in your Eternal Fire pick now?
I would say it's not looking great. I would say like 70-30 in favor of Furia, just because they're hitting much harder right now. I think a few of the players for Eternal Fire aren't showing up to this one. Calyx is sticking out for me. Walks is not having like any impact with the AWP. He had a couple of good moments with the rifles, bear in mind, but that's not what he's there to do, Anders. We all know it. So yeah, for me, like the fact that they're not turning up is a bit of an issue. And it seems like some of the bigger names for Furia are just hitting so hard right now. Cello's looking like an absolute beast. I feel like I'm not to backpedal on my prediction. You asked me who I think is going to take this last map. I would say it's more likely to be Furia. They look way more comfortable. It's Brazilian home turf on Mirage as well. That's where they've made a name for themselves over the many years of Counter-Strike. So, I feel like I'm leaning towards Furia, but I wouldn't be surprised if Eternal Fire can bounce back. It's going to take Xantares having an amazing performance here. He's had a couple of those moments on Ancient, especially in that second half. He looked fantastic, but after giving that map pick up so convincingly, I don't know. I think it's all up for debate right now. And I guess with the final map of the evening, anything could happen, Anders. I guess you're probably the same way inclined.
Yeah, I think that's a good breakdown of what is to come. I think maybe the only thing is they have to make sure they have to try and stop Art from being too much of a liability on the Furia side. Just keep Art slowed down. Like, don't let him run anywhere with a shotgun, and then they're going to be fine, But that a couple of rounds there on Ancient, they didn't, and it just, they ended up with a bunch of 4v5s because of it with no real damage dealt. So just keep Art on a leash. Whatever you need to do, just do it, and then probably they're gonna be okay. They should be okay. I feel like they've proven a couple of times now, a couple of halves now, where they're just
bear in mind,
as you said, hitting really hard.
Let's say Ancient, like they're up 9-3. They were like looking so comfortable, having too much fun at times as well, and it felt like they just kind of squandered the game with like some of their stubborn sort of CT setups and double AWPs as well. The analysts are dead on. Like, we don't want to see double AWPs here. Like, it's been nerfed somewhat in CS2. It doesn't seem as viable as it was in CSGO. Like, as long as they stay away from those like absolute calamities on the CT side and they kind of just hold themselves together, I think Furia should have this one. I feel like there's still every possibility that Eternal Fire can take it as well. They need to pull their socks up. Bear in mind, it's their first outing in CS2 as well. It's the first time we've seen Eternal Fire even play the game in an official capacity. So it's a lot of unknown quantities here.
Yeah, that is something to probably keep in perspective as well. I don't know. There's been a lot of individual moments for Eternal Fire that are really promising. Like you said, Xantares, I think he had over 30 kills in overtime on the first map.
Yeah.
So, drop that kind of performance again. Who knows? Anything can happen, right? Like, he can take over a game. He is that kind of player.
Oh, you've got candles in the background as well now. I see what you've done there. All right, I didn't even notice. All right, this is going to become a whole theme of the broadcast now, isn't it? We're going to have to keep it going. Yeah, fair enough. I like that. Didn't even notice until we were about to throw it the game. But speaking of which, Anders, it is going to be the final map of the evening.
Yes.
It's not ready to go just yet, but have you enjoyed day one here at the Roobet Cup 2023?
I really have. I think it's great. I mean, I didn't really know what to expect. Like, it's a whole new, like, I really mean it. Like, I've tried to sort of like forget as much as I, like, can about Counter-Strike, just to kind of like, not have too many expectations. Like, I really don't want to come into Counter-Strike 2 and be, obviously, an enormous amount of the game is going to be the same, but there's some part of me that wants to sort of like be open to understanding new things, and I don't want to be weighed down by what I think I know from CSGO. So I'm really just trying to sort of like, observe it and enjoy it along with everyone watching, and kind of like learn, how are they doing this? How are they treating this? Like, I'm really paying attention to how the grenades interact with the smokes. Of course, like those timings, I think I'm really, really curious about. You mentioned the AWPs earlier at Sydney, where you were saying like how there were fewer kills, even if it's just 5%. But I'm still really curious about how often you're going to, because one of the common ways to get rid of an AWP is to smoke him off, right? But in a way, if you do that now, what if you have a strat that just says, okay, well, if you smoke off my AWP player, I have someone, who's going to be able to throw a grenade and, blow from far away and just blow it open and maybe get an AWP kill, because you might actually be more exposed from throwing down the smoke, right? There's a lot of theory like that I'm super curious about.
Like, we were still defining meta towards the end of CSGO. Bear in mind, like, Anubis was evolving each and every tournament, even up to the very last CSGO showing. Like, there's always room for improvement, and we're at the very infancy stages of CS2, right? Like, no one really knows how to operate with these smokes. Like, sure, we've seen a couple of players like blow them open, find a kill, but it's more of the set pieces for you. It'd be more the set lineups. When you drop the smoke and you have a set lineup that kind of, you have like 3 HEs at your feet in a certain position, and then you're just kind of popping it open. Every time they smoke you off, just popping it open, being a nuisance. I think on maps like Inferno, we're going to see a lot more of that. There's something that's got a lot of set pieces in terms of like smoking motos, smoking CT spawn, smoking coffins. Like, there's those very standard smokes across the board on that sort of map. That's when I think you'll see, especially on a map like Inferno, where you're dropping off utility on the CT. Like, let's say you're going towards B, you send 3 players at the start, you leave them a pool of utility there. That's when I think you'll start to see those sort of things come through. Bear in mind, we haven't even seen Inferno yet. Like, I'm surprised at that, to be honest with you. But a lot of Counter-Strike played. Bear in mind, ladies and gentlemen, this is day one of the Roobet Cup 2023 here in CS2, and we've got 9 days to play in total. So this is just Group A we've seen so far. On the B stream, they've been doing Group B. I guess we should check in with that, Anders. I haven't actually had a look as to how that game was progressing between Spirit and Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro actually bouncing back after their deficit. It was Spirit into the first map 13-7. Virtus Pro took the second 13-4, and they're going into Mirage as well. So their game is underway. I just heard in my ear that Calix has had a technical issue, whatever it may be. So we're just waiting for that to be resolved before we jump into the action here. But yeah, lots of Counter-Strike action here. We do have 2 streams going on at once, and it's Jason and Dinkyo taking through the action on that side. So if you prefer them, maybe go listen to that.
I think the problem with Calix was that his scented candles ran out, and he had to just get more, like, right now.
Yeah, he saw all the conversations going by about the scented candles. He thought, you know what, I need a slice of this action. He's going to run out, grab himself a couple. I would recommend lavender. For me, it masks all smells the best. It's the most effective.
So for me, lavender is like a go to sleep kind of thing. So that's what I use it for. Like, I'll use something else throughout the day, but then at the evening, it's like, it's sleep time. It's part of the routine. You get lavender. It's like a whole thing,
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of whenever I was sick, my mother used to put lavender oil on the pillow to kind of like, that's kind of like the symbol, like, oh, you need to get some rest right now. That's what it reminds me of. It's like quite comforting.
There we go. So, maybe you need like another scented candle for when you wake up, Henry. So kind of like, biohack, I think is what the gym bros are calling it.
It's got like a coffee scented candle for the morning.
Exactly,
lavender for the
that's
evening.
what I'm saying.
Yeah, or you get like I don't want to even say any. I don't know who sponsors this tournament. I'm not going to even say any brand names. I'm just going to leave it alone there. But hopefully we get underway very shortly, ladies and gents. Thank you for bearing with this nonsense, as this is going to be the final map of the day at the very least. So just setting the tone. We've seen some really exciting games, to be honest with you. Like, in terms of the the results we've had so far, Anders. The heroic game, I think that added some extra spice to the tournament. Like 45 minutes before the game kicked off, we find out that heroics completely collapsed as a squad, as an organization. Astralis is haunting them once again, and they still managed to prevail. They took down Aurora 2-1. It was a really great game, an exciting finish. And then we had Movistar Riders on the B stream as well. They took down 9Z, another 3-mapper there. So we've had at least all the maps today. No one can complain about the lack of Counter-Strike, because over in Sydney in the playoffs, right up until the grand final, every single game was 2-0. And it was kind of setting the tone as like, okay, like, is this when you get an advantageous position? If you're fragging harder, is that just going to be 2-0s across the board? But then the grand final was absolutely epic. Maybe one of the best grand finals we had this year between Complexity and FaZe. And so far, no 2-0s in this tournament. So, yeah, it's setting the tone. And we've had a lot of overtimes as well. We've had a lot of 16-13s. So MR12 hasn't been a massive hindrance. I still think the economy needs adjustments, because it seems like once you get yourself in the pit of the finances, it seems very difficult to dig yourself out.
Yeah, I imagine that's going to happen over time. Although I kind of, in a way, I understand why Valve wouldn't do it immediately, because I think one of the big problems of doing any updates to like how a game works is that if you do multiple updates at once, you actually have no idea which update is causing what, right? So if you change the rounds and the economy and, you know, the smoke time, it's like you don't know which of these is causing a thing. So I would actually, as painful as it could be to sort of play in and wait out, like for me it makes sense from just like an objective point of view to try and change more or less one thing at a time and just see what happens, let it play itself out, you know, come back a month from now and sort of like check it out again and see if you have a little bit. I get it, people could be on, but I think I agree. Over time, we probably will see some sort of adjustment to the economy. I imagine that's going to happen. But
I think it has to. I think the main concern is just like if you win pistol and like lose the second round, like on the CT side especially, like to get back in the game is just an absolute nightmare. Because not only you have to force by then, you're kind of just on the back foot. You'll never probably get an AWP. If you don't find one of those follow-up rounds in the next 3, you probably won't have an AWP for the rest of the half. And that's the problem, I think. Like basically we're calling out for like $1,400 needs to be eradicated, at least on the CT side. Like you just need to get rid of that loss bonus in general, and then just the starting point as 1,900. And then if you lose the pistol, you actually get the 2,400 instead of 1,900 you currently get right now. So that's been the main call out for people. Like when you ask the pros, like we were asking them for our pro league in Sydney as well, to say what adjustments they would make. That seemed to be the headline call for that was for me as well. So I'm hoping to see that's the adjustment that's made, because I don't know, it just feels like the games are a little bit kind of too chaotic right now. There's too many force buys and too many moments where you're just like, well, we have to go all in because we don't have much of a chance going forward.
Yeah, that feels like that would be kind of a disappointing meta if it's like it might not even be like the best choice, but because we're just running out of rounds, we're just going to force to try. Like that seems like it would be a bit of a shame, but yeah, I guess we'll see. But I think there is another like sort of growing army of people who are basically advocating for the idea that we should just go back to MR15, but then we should lower the smoke timing, basically, like just keep the smoke shorter, because the smokes are obviously like function as a way to.
Unfortunately, I don't think that's ever going to happen. Once Valve make a move like this, they very, very rarely go back on it, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't want to do it anyway now. Like I said, I'm on board with the idea of letting this run itself out, letting my letting things go, and I just feel like that's gonna be the way to go. Just let it rest, get the info. But I'm curious to see how it'll play out. Definitely. So far, I'm kind of okay with it. The games today they've been fairly long. It's not like we've been just completely blanked and we've blitzed through. So I'm okay with it. We've got a knife round coming up.
Oh, yeah. Forgot about that. Makes sense. So, decide for sides, and we'll see who comes on top. Not a massive deal, I'm afraid, on Mirage. It's not that exciting. You would choose CT, but it's not like, oh, you're going to win the game now. You've got a CT start. It doesn't really make that much difference. But maybe a little moral victory if you can pick it up as we get into the first knife round of the day, Anders. Wow, that's an exciting prospect.
You love a good knife round. I still think Zeus rounds with infinite ammo should have been the go-to. But CS2 as well. Why can't we update it? Why are we stuck with the knife rounds? But we are having one. I don't know if it's going to make a big difference, but we're here. Third map finally on the way. Good on the players for figuring out something, and it's going to be Furia to pick it up. So presumably start on the CT side.
You would imagine so. It would make the most sense, but. Doesn't have to be the case. They can do whatever they like. And it looks like they actually are starting on the T side. He says with bated breath. Yeah. So to be fair, they're hitting harder, Anders. And they'll get the AK-47s. They can dictate the pace. It makes a lot of sense. And they've got something up their sleeve as well. This will not be a traditional default or a rush. They've got 3 smokes, Molotovs, flashbangs, decoys. Pretty much everything apart from Kevlar. So I am very interested. With the amount of smokes you've got, you'd imagine it's an A-side finish with smokes down towards the usual positions of CD spawn, jungle, steps, with a Molotov on the fireboxes. We'll see if that's the case. And full execution here with Keserato providing a little bit of a ruse in towards B, showing a bit of presence for his teammates, fully committed towards the side here.
Let's go. Third map. Eternal Fire surely need a bit of a start here. They've had a bit of a rough time at the start of some of these maps, even if they made a comeback at the first one. It's Calyx. It's so casual. He's just crouched up on the box and slowly tapping away, getting a couple of headshots. That's the start they needed. Bomb plant going to be a lot more tricky now. Glocks are getting a bit close, which is generally what you want. Try and limit the power of those USPs and get the extra bullets in. Making a run for it. It's out with the bomb on his back and he's out. And Keserato is technically... Oh, it doesn't matter. Major. It's a free kill against Art. He's running with the knife out, so no escape allowed for.
Well, like we said, it was going to be a very technical round from Furia, but Calyx keeps it simple, Anders. I think he's up to something there. Like the position he had and the fact he got that first kill, it was really awkward. His head was like tucked away behind the ticket booth itself. I think there's something about that position he's trying to use it. But still, I really like that play. That was very nice from Calyx, managing to find the first round, no problem whatsoever. And we get into no plant situation with Furia. So you'd imagine they just take an eco here and bring out the AKs in the third.
All right. Eternal Fire. That's the start. Now, obviously, they just need to keep this up. Don't let it slip out of their hands too early. Not that they really should be. There's nothing really coming through on this one. It's going to be the next round, really. That's the important one. Calyx having, again, great time at range against the Glocks. There's no reason you should be dying here. And they're getting the spray down. Bomb is really far away on Art. So I guess if they would have got onto the site, maybe he could have run into the bomb site, but that's kind of all in the past now. Third round is coming up. It's quick, Henry. They're blazing through these rounds.
Yeah, it's looking good. Eternal Fire, but this is where the game really begins here. We've got round 3. AK-47 should be across the board. It looks like Art spent a bit more cash. He might be down to the MAC-10, maybe even a P90. Like, why not? He's going for the AK-47. But, they're absolutely fine in terms of the finances. They've got everything they need here, and there's no AWP in sight. So Eternal Fire will have a FAMAS for Maja, and we'll see Calyx with 4-1. Bear in mind, he's one of the players I mentioned. He didn't really turn up on that second map, or the first one, really. So the fact he's had a good start here, and he was influential in the pistol, could raise his individual game going forward here. It's going to be Maja tested over towards B. As Cello said for the flashbang, he might just die by the window with this one.
Oh my god, that's so aggressive. What a move. Major just stuck in the corner. That smoke actually lands on top of the box. That's really cool. So, deep one. And again, because of the way the geometry of how the smokes, burst out in CS2, it's just going to be very, very hard to make your way through. You're going to be inside of that smoke forever and ever. And even in the 4-on-5, they just decide that's it. So he won the round with one flash and a good jump out through the window. That's cool.
Very cool indeed. Let's see what's around the corner, though, because they will be saving 4 weapons here. It's the correct call. You lost pretty much everything early on there. Nice little self-flash in towards the first frag. It's Maja, the in-game leader. And, that's normally the case. You'll see your in-game leaders, your weaker fraggers playing this side of the map, and they can be targeted sometimes. And we will see just 1 kill in the rounds. Quite rare these days, but it will be 2-1. Furia bouncing back after an early deficit. They keep all 5 players alive with a nice injection of cash, but same story for Eternal Fire. They cannot bring out the AWP, but they can give Maja a weapon, no problem. It's likely to be Xantares to drop it. We'll see. He's one of the stars. You might get Calyx to do it, and indeed, he'll drop over the M4.
2-1. Not much else happening so far, but it's kind of the life of being a B anchor in general, right? I mean, this happened a little bit early on in the game, but most of the time you're just really bored out of your mind, and then eventually you're just getting overwhelmed, which happened this round. You got to stay on your toes. Major's back there, playing it a bit solo again. He's got a teammate in Ricardo who's trying to get in through connect. Yeah, just getting there in time through the catwalk. Major, though, actually standing on his own. Good
Yeah.
Molotov and a good kill.
You can see, like I said, they're trying to isolate those kills on Major. They see it as a weakness potentially, but he's actually stepped up here, taking down Cello, finding the early advantage here, and a great reposition here from Wicardia. Now, he hasn't had a great showing today either, by his standards, and that's a nice opening frag. Didn't have to stay around with the second. Wanted to bid on a bit of a show, but they maintain the advantage here. It is going to be a 3 versus 2. Yuri and Keserato fighting for their life here, taking considerable damage en route. The Major, he's looking for another booster potentially, yeah. Oh, no. God, it's actually falling apart. Nice idea, but fumbles the jump up. I don't think it would matter either way, but an unnecessary re-aggression there from the in-game leader, and we've got ourselves a 2-on-2.
45 seconds as well. So they have to get to the bomb site first and look at Calix's position. Because of the time pressure here, eventually they're going to have to make a little bit of noise. I don't think they can necessarily walk the whole way. And Calix, he's going to hear them in a couple of seconds, and that might just give up the game. Let's see if he sticks around. Yeah, he could just fall back and play it really, really safe. Right on the corner again. Hardly with the gun up, but it doesn't matter. How does he lose the fight?
I don't know,
Oh my
Anders. There's no
God.
way he should give that one up. He at least gets one there, surely. He doesn't really do any damage. What the hell's going on here? As you see the HE deployed, it burst the smoke open, but flashbang over the top here. It's getting a little bit desperate for Xantares, but he's making it work here. Bomb to be planted allows him to get closer and closer, but the smoke makes things incredibly difficult. He's now only got 2 bullets left in the clip, has to reload, and now it's going to be advantage Yuri. Snuck in the smoke as well. Xantares has lost track of him. Yuri, same story though. Plenty of time left on this bomb, but no kill available. Xantares has no information as to where this last player could be, but it's not a problem there. Well handled. A chaotic situation lands in his favor, and he goes 5-0, yet to die here as he picks up round number 4.
What a scary round. It looked like with Calix up in the palace hallway there that was going to be a really miserable end to the round from the point of view of Eternal Fire, because if they would have given up the 2-on-2, that would have, people would look back on that and said that is unforgivable. Maybe it still is, but they recovered the situation anyway, and I guess that's all in the past now, leading into the 5th round. Bomb plant though will go through obviously, so Furia are going to have a little bit of money to work with, a little bit of extra money, but that's almost too close to being a lost round. That made me concerned.
Well, no harm, no foul, Anders. We always say that. It was close. It was alarming at times, but they got it over the line here. Courtesy of Xantares. We said he's one of the linchpins going forward here. If he has one of those big performances, there's a chance he can bounce back after a pretty shameful Vertigo by their standards. It's like their home map. They were known at Pro League to be the masters of it. We didn't really see any of those signs going forward into the second map, but this is much more like it now. And they need those kind of plays from Xantares. Like, he is one of the reasons they win games. He has those sort of clutches, and he has that potential. So great to see that. And another gun round available here, and it looks to be another A execution, Anders. They've given up at the B bomb site, and maybe just a full-on set piece here in towards A.
Cello right at the edge on the slope of the A-bomb site. Smoke going up towards the top of the stairs, so another smoke down is going to cover a lot towards jungle as well. So they're really setting up these grenades nicely on the Brazilian side. Though the flash in there, Wicardia setting up Major for the kill, fallen a little bit further away, so he wasn't as flashed. And as a result, he's able to get the kill in return. So 4 versus 4 now. Wicardia, he's thinking about it. He really would love another kill in here. Smoke going up this time for the bomb plant, you have to assume, for somebody to try and plant the inside. They need to do this now, or more people are going to be showing up. Nice shot from Art. That's immaculate. He's actually spotting them through again, just blowing away the smoke with that Krieg, and it's going to be a 3 versus 4 and a very tough retake. They have Calix coming from behind. I don't know, Henry. This is risky.
Lots of damage, and Xantares still alive and kicking for now. There is going to be a flank coming through. It all comes down to the timing. Fallen. We avert his gauge for just a second, but makes up for it. What a flick on the AK-47. That will be enough there. Woxic and Xantares don't have the HP to justify this one, and it will be a sensational round there from Furia. Only giving up 1 single kill in the form of Cello, but Woxic no choice but to save the AWP with Xantares and his AK. Money is starting to run thin here, but it will be Furia with a very, very nice round there. No one dies in the explosion, and I have to say, so they drop the smoke, like you said, but they jump on Fallen's head as he's planting the bomb, and using that time, that 4 seconds while he's planting, to set up a boost. So he's boosted on Fallen's head. He gets that kill in towards CT spawn. That was really nice. I hope we get the replay of the jump up as well, because that was a really impressive little maneuver there. Drop in the smoke, jump on the planter's head, and get a kill through the smoke.
Wow, some action-packed Counter-Strike to begin with here. good to see Art have a little bit of impact. Again, we've been talking of him mainly as a potential liability in the game so far.
Right.
But with the Creek here, definitely coming up with something. So you want to see more of that same caliber. Absolutely. They're back towards pressuring the A bomb site. It's Calyx up close with the MP9. And a little bit of an adventure. There's some pressure coming in from Santaris. Actually might be able to find the kill on Art here for free. And then the question is, are they just going to pull the trigger here, Furia? Are they just going to say, that's it, just go now? Because otherwise you have to backtrack and take over the rest of the map. That seems like a bad choice. Yeah, look at this. They straight go for it. They a little bit of delay to put the smokes up, but otherwise they pretty much decide instantly to just try and see if they can make it happen. They're going to get killed on Calyx, but they did lose one to the AWP of Walks in the meantime. So not at all getting in here for free. Bomb plant getting denied right there. Major on top. They're jumping down. It's absolute madness. Okay, Serato gets the kill. It's still a 2-on-3 though. And 55 seconds left here. The smoke fades and Wicardia well aware. You didn't oversell him, Henry. He definitely looks like a good prospect.
Yeah, no, he can be great. Like, I'm sorry to say you haven't really seen what he's capable of yet. I think he's still finding his footing in CS2, I should say, because he stole the show at Pro League. Like, for the majority of their success, he was the player we are talking about time and time again. I was disappointed because, as I mentioned, like, his A-ramp prospect, what it's all about on Vertigo, and he didn't really get going. Guys, just to know, if you want to win up to $1 million, that is correct, and $50,000 in skins, just type in !skins in chat. There's 8 questions to answer, and you have a chance to get in the running. So definitely check that out, as we've got a tactical timeout here as well. Furia, 4-2 down. Money battered and bruised, but still a viable purchase available to them. Serato and Art with the AKs in hand already. It's just Yuri will be operating with the Desert Eagle here. That's okay. Fallen could bring out the glass cannon orb. I don't think it's required just yet. And Cello will have an AK and no utility to follow. Get a decoy, I suppose. And the decoy hasn't really had its moment yet in CSGO. Maybe it will in CS2, Anders. Maybe the decoy will find some sort of impact.
I feel like it's such a hard tool because it's either useless, but if you up it even a little bit, right? If you just make it a little bit better, it's almost instantly too good, right?
I think it's just like, it's underutilized in the sense that you can make it look like a flashbang. You bounce around the corner and peek an angle for $50 if that's all you've got left, and it gets you 1 kill from that. Like, that's how it should be used, if you ask me. I don't think it's got much use in case otherwise. But we have got a very fast approach here from Furia. They took a tactical timeout. This is what they've come up with. It's Antares starting to show some form here. 1.5 kills, but there's still 2 available for Furia. 4 versus 3, and plenty of time to get that plant down as well. Maja trying to deny that fact, but they planted on the left-hand side. There is plenty towards the top and middle, but it's Maja does actually find the plant. He doesn't deny the plant itself, but still gives him a fighting chance of this retake.
Tough decision to be made here because they have that AWP on Woxic, so maybe they can find a kill, but it's also a big rifle to throw away if you end up not getting the retake. A little bit of a flash to try and set it up. Yuri still has a Molotov, so there could even be some more pressure, although the smoke is going to be on top of the bomb, so the Molotov is kind of cancelled out by that. It's not a bad grenade to be throwing there. Serato goes down. Yuri, they're doubled up on this ramp. It might be hard. Oh, wow. There we go. Headshot right through. That's critical. Stopping the defuse, and now an attempt here being made. Do they have the kit on Calyx? He can't find the bomb. Oh
no,
my
he's got
God,
it. He's
there we
got
go.
it.
He just got it. Oh my God, it looked for a minute like he couldn't even find the bomb inside. That is a little bit too close, but you know what? It doesn't matter. It's 5-2 in favor of Eternal Fire.
Yeah, there's been some absolutely chaotic and scrappy rounds here, but I'm all for it. We're kind of getting later and later into the evening. We've seen all the maps, all the rounds today, and this is the big game. Like, bear in mind, we're in GSL format as well, so if you win 2 best-of-3s, you're into the playoffs, Anders. So every game has huge ramifications attached to it. I had Eternal Fire as my favorites, but Furia, you have to say they turned up after giving up Ancient. They look very good on Vertigo, so we're not done here just yet, but it's going to be Eternal Fire putting their best foot forward here. Oh, I say that's a bit of a fumble jump, but maybe for the best. There was a Molotov at their front door regardless. And for now, we have a bit of a weird buy now. It's Serato and Fallen fully invested. I think Fallen dropped the AK to Cello. So they're going to try and get a lot out of a little here as they committed towards A. 3 players making their presence known. The bomb's not far behind as well. Flashbang deployed, doesn't count for Cardia, and now he's got a chance to cause some damage here. Goes to the big spray down, trying to crack open the smoke with bullets, and they're falling back. I think he's giving them the bomb stand, going for a full retake here. I guess that has to be the case.
Yeah, surely. The smokes are really comprehensive from the side of Furia, so they've made it very, very tough. Eternal Fire Couldn't really find the kill. Still, the retake should be good, right? They're up against mostly pistols. The AK there on Cello could be the big difference maker inside of the smoke. Art pushing through. This is the aggression. This is when it works out really well. They were not ready for it, and the pistol will get 2 kills. That's brilliant stuff. 4 versus 3 now, and maybe a little bit of an advantage here for Furia for a minute. Art comes back in. He's still fighting Yuri to get the headshot there. And now another smoke defuse attempt. They're looking for him, and they're going to get him as well. Headshot from Yuri. It's going to be Furia taking the kill and taking the round.
Well, they took a massive risk there, Anders. They've fallen just going with Glock, no armor, dropping the AK, taking his finances down to 0, hoping Cello could step up here, and they certainly did. It's Art with that P250. Say what you want about his performance today, but he is the one that saves the round, saves the day potentially, maybe even the half, as we see it go 5-3, and now Eternal Fire on the back foot. They are going to force by themselves. They're going to put all of their proverbial eggs into the Woxic basket. He's got the AWP, and Zantares with the Desert Eagle trying to find that 1D to kick things off. Not going to happen. They'll boost up and towards the ladder room instead, and it's going to be a B attack by the looks of things here. It's K-Serato with the AWP. Might give it back to Fallen now.
Yeah, sometimes you just want to play off the spawn of that.
Yeah.
That's one of the things I still love about Mirage. I especially love getting that close A spawn with the Deagle. I just think it's so much fun running up that A ramp on the T side with the Deagle.
Well, catching them, they cross towards connector. You can see if you can.
Yeah, they're just running, like, cause every once in a while, you just catch someone who is, like, people probably know, but they just kind of forget that it's possible to get there. So they're like, oh, I'm just running across the bomb side. It's a good time. Oh, look at Major playing, actually going to be moving out in front. I was going to say he's just playing to fall back, but got the better of him, Curiosity there, and he will end up going down. Major out of it. Cardia, point blank range with a deal, a bit of a spam coming through. It's good for the kill. Nearly could have had Yuri as well. That's scary.
Yeah, it was close. I think he catches him through the corner there. Not quite the frag, but he's given them a fighting chance at least. Zantares is absolutely deadly with the Desert Eagle. We'll see whether he can actually find any sort of impact here. K-Serato would have to offer himself up. 30 seconds are ended. I think they have to commit towards B. They can't fall back with the bomb at this stage unless they go for the underpass right now. And it'd be like a solo adventure. We've got players towards short. Yeah, if Fallen realizes it, it's not worth it. That's not going to happen. We have to go B. And, oh, no, there's no one there. I think he was basing them out with the sound cues.
He probably was. And maybe especially because they're in a 4 versus 3, Eternal Fire feel a little bit of pressure to make a gamble, right? To gamble, stack another bomb site. And the upside is, I suppose, is that they get to save the weapons. They don't have any money in the bank, so if they would have tried to fight for B and lost all the rifles, they would have been in an even worse position. But still, it kind of sucks to rotate out of a bomb site and just, you know, hear the bomb going down on the other side of the map. Don't maybe stick around too much here. There is an orb on the other side. You just don't want to be losing anything here if you're on the Eternal Fire. You've already made the call to give up on the round. Don't lose rifles on top.
Good point. Yeah, might as well just hold on to it. Like, they took a bit of a risk buying into this round with the 1 rifle and an AWP, and they're going to leave with 2 rifles in the AWP. So not all is lost. Still a few more rounds to be played here, but Furia starting to bounce back, looking like their former selves. 4 players surviving here. Pretty convincing finish, and they'll keep all 4 players alive when the blast goes down as well. So, as you might expect, it's Energy and Anders on the cast. Normally means you're going to get all the rounds, all the clutches, the overtime. So stick around. It's our final map of the day. I just got to check in with the B stream as well, see what Dinko and Jason are up to. As VP against Spirit, I think that's a great battle. Like, with the fact you've got Donk on the server, like, everyone's talking about. I'm a big Art Frost fan as well. They're a deadly team, and currently in their 3rd map of Mirage as well. They're a couple of rounds ahead of us. They're currently 6 and 7, so they've just got into the second half. But still, it's right down to the wire here. It's currently 7-6 in favor of Spirit, I should add, as they are on our T-side campaign now.
Nice, yeah. If you know, if you want, you can keep both streams open. You know, kind of keep a tab on what's happening on both streams. It's a good idea.
That is, it's an idea. You don't have to do that, but maybe if you've got multiple devices, you can have like one on the TV, one on the iPad, one on your phone. Just watch everything.
There we go.
All the action.
There we go. Get the viewer numbers up and all
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Get those numbers up. Well, here we go then. You can see a bit more pep in the step here for Furia. Starting to look like they've got more convincing options here, and hopefully will be making their way up towards short. But Zantara trying to deny that fact, as he does do a damage, really. Woxic 0 as well. That's going to be an absolute catastrophic frag to receive, because Magic's got no chance. He dropped his gun, Anders. What's going on?
I don't know what's happening. Oh no!
What just happened there?
Actually so confused.
Did he? I wish I'd go to have a look. I think he was going to like, I'll just go grab the AWP and I'll drop my rifle, and then realize I can't actually get it. They've already come up towards shore. Maybe I actually don't know. Maybe he didn't even have a rifle. Maybe there was they didn't buy into this round. Maybe he was his USP. Maybe I'm getting things wrong. But it just looked a little bit crazy that he had no weapon at all. I think maybe he's just taking the eco because their money was compromised. But still, couldn't get the AWP, and it will be a 5-on-3. Woxic has to be the linchpin of the operation, and it doesn't work out.
Here's a quiz for you, Henry. If you had to guess, what's the topic of conversation in the Twitch chat at the moment? Just,
Candles, maybe? Birthdays? I don't know.
Candles, birthdays. Yeah, it's a good bets. They're trying to figure out which country makes the best kebabs, which is obviously an incredibly incendiary issue. Like that's
Turkey for sure. Like there's no debate to be had. It's Turkey, straight up. And if you say Germany second, it's because they've got Turkish influence.
All right, so even German kebab is they're just going to credit it to Turkey. I mean, listen, I've had kebab in Turkey, and I'd have to agree. Like it's
I get kebab like almost 4 times a week, maybe 5 times a week here in Malta, and I go to the Turkish kebab stores only. So yeah, that's my 2 cents on the whole debate there. I'm sure we can get into it later, but we are going to see round number 11 underway. Touching distance of this first half coming to its logical conclusion. 2 rounds to go, and we split it right down the middle as Zantara is taking matters into his own hands here. He goes aggressive towards top of middle, forcing their hand in towards the A bomb site. Calyx playing a nice pass game, waiting for the flashbang from his teammates. Going to swing up momentarily. Needs to do a double strike here. Oh, there it is. Woxic to save the day. They've got themselves the advantage here, but not for long. Fallen fighting back. Drops a flashbang as well, and maybe he can do something with this 3 versus 1. It'll be very difficult, but these are the sort of rounds he used to love winning all day long. First kill, though, and it won't work out for him. It's going to be a pretty convincing round there from Eternal Fire. A bit of aggression towards top of middle. Santares forcing them in towards the A side, rotating in, and completely dismantles them on the offense there. So, round 12, first half coming to a close, and Eternal Fire bouncing back after giving up 3 rounds in a row.
Yeah, it's... In that 1 versus 3 for Fallen, once he gets the first kill, it's really, I think, again, encouraging to see Eternal Fire not really run straight into him, right? Because you're right, that is the kind of round where if you put a lot of pressure, if you're just running in, sometimes Fallen can just hit no scope and quick scope, and it's just like he really still has that ability. So maybe don't underestimate him. I like the fact that they slowed it down just enough and put a little bit of pressure on him. This round is off to a lightning fast start, but it's going to be Wakadia and his Santaris picking up a couple of kills here. So brilliant stuff here for the defensive side. They're really making it work. 3 versus 5. Middle is all cleared out. The rest of them are kind of stuck. They're pinned down. Grenades thrown at the back. The spray is good. They're just handling this round so well. Eternal Fire going to be quick to pick up a 7th round.
Yeah, this has been another really interesting half of Counter-Strike here. Like, you can't be upset at the quality we're seeing today. It's like they're fast-paced rounds, rock'em sock'em Counter-Strike. It's aggressive, it's gritty, and it's delivering another close half here in the 3rd and final map of this series. Final map of the day as well. What a day it's been. It all kicked off with the heroic drama, and I think that's the best possible start we could have ever hoped for, Anders. It really set the tone for the broadcast, made everyone lose their minds a bit, and I think if we can just keep that up, if we can have a team collapsing each and every day as the tournament goes on, I think we're set up for an absolute banger of a tournament.
Absolutely. I'm all for it. It's just so unpredictable what's going to happen, right? Like obviously there's going to be a lot of people making strong predictions, but I think in general it's going to be very hard to tell exactly what's going to happen, and we just don't know how much people have been grinding, right? Maybe some people have discovered tricks that nobody else knows about. So we'll see. We'll figure it out as we go along, but I'm excited for it. Yuri now just looking towards the palace. Oh, it's a good headshot. This is what they need, Furia. They need to win this pistol, get themselves back in the game. Yuri keeps it going. Another headshot lands, taking down Major this time. 3 versus 5. He's set up for it. He's still got bullets in the chamber. Santaris ducks right under the shot and is able to bring him down, and they lose Fall in the back. It's into a 3-on-3 now.
Yeah, this one's possible. Didn't look good. Calyx, though, holds his note. They don't have to commit to this bomb set. They still have 1:10 on the clock. They know if they just slow it right down and reset the round, the CTs either have the choice to stick together and explore the map, or they segregate themselves and go 1A, 1B. Looks like they've gone for the former, as Eternal Fire does sow the seeds of doubt in the minds of the Brazilians right now, not knowing where they'll finish up. Are they going back towards B? Like, what can we do with this one? We've got no utility. We've got no kits. The pistols are very important in CS2, MR12. And for now, it is going to be the A finish. But both CTs are on this side of the map. They're both residing in towards jungle.
Yeah, one click of the USB could absolutely change the outcome of the round, but they're going to sneak past K-Serato. The bomb's going to get planted, and now they can afford to be a bit more safe. Yeah, you don't want to be overstepping this. Exactly, yeah, the mind game in the back. How do you even check this? You don't have any grenades ready to get rid of them. You don't have the defuse kit either. That's also not anything that can be picked up right now. K-Serato, oh my god! Are they going to check? Those kills happen so fast. They actually have a bit of time here, but they need to still run for it. And there's Shello finding the kill. What a retake. That's ridiculous.
What a read. How did they know the Woxie would be there? So much conviction behind it. They know where he's up to, and the defuse will be successful as well. They didn't look they stood a chance there. They don't even find a single kill in the 3 versus 2 after getting the bomb down. That's very disappointing for Eternal Fire. They didn't really apply any pressure. I think they got lost in the source of that double setup there. Being a little bit more active would have been the better port of call, because that didn't work out whatsoever, unfortunately. 7-6, and with the bomb planted, you would assume they are going to force buy in the second round.
That is, it's not exactly ideal. If you're Eternal Fire and you end up losing this map, that's a round that you're really going to look back on and think, man, we probably had more of a chance here, but the headshots coming through from K-Serato, I think it's all, they're great shots, but they happen so fast, right? That the fact that the bomb was down suddenly wasn't as much of a concern. Because he can get the same headshots, but with a 5-second delay between them, and actually there's a lot of pressure in those 2 versus 1 at the end, but they were just so lightning fast. So well done, K-Serato. Hyped himself up, ready for more in the middle. He's going to get traded, though. Is looking to get it back. Got to be careful. He knows they're coming on the other side. The spray is almost perfect. He nearly took down Centaurus, but it's still a 3 versus 3.
Anyone's round. You'd give a slight edge towards Furia, considering the HP of Zantaras. But in terms of firepower, there's a couple of MP9s in the mix. But Cello might have found the perfect position to shut down this onslaught in towards the B-side. Calyx doesn't look like he's going to check the tight corner. No, he's certainly not. Oh, but it's not a clean star. And Cello will go down. He could have bought a bit more time there, waited to see what they're going to do. But he kind of fumbles the shot. Sure, he gets one. He does set up. Fallen gets him in position here. And bear in mind, Zantaras, just a couple of bullets in his MP9. Will find another frag here. But Maja always in trouble, but still dancing around the bomb site. Finds a penultimate kill here. Down to Yuri, and he can't control the spray at all. And Eternal Fire bounced back. The second round forced by here, and there's 2 players surviving. All courtesy of Maja as well, managing to make that round work as he gets himself 7 kills in total. And Furia now with the force buy in response. Now, this is what I was talking about. Bear in mind, we talked about the loss bonus thing. Now, this is Furia. Winning pistol, you lose the second round force buy. This is when you're in a lot of trouble on the CT side. You get $1,400 per player. You fully invested in the round previous. And yeah, so that's to say, like, what do you even do now? You just purchase up, fully invest. They've gone with the more conservative approach. They buy up a little bit. They don't get Kevlar. They get some scouts, some pistols. Well, the scout's gone. Oh my god, what a shot from Zantaras. If there's any doubts to his potential in CS2, he's shown us he's still got it. This game definitely suits his playstyle. It's not so much about spraying. It's all about the taps. It's all about the raw gameplay, and he is thriving right now.
17-5 is what he's talking, and he's had some great maps on the other 2 ones. It's very hard to deal with at the moment. Yeah, I don't know, like, it feels to me like at the end of Yuri and Fallen in the last round, they weren't really playing together. Fallen was playing a position where Yuri had a very tight angle at the kitchen to try and help him out, and if they didn't really manage to make it work, it just looked really uncomfortable, and good space taken from Major, so yeah, credit to him for sort of navigating that round, but also a little bit disappointed to see Furia give up a round like that. It's 8-6, and they don't have almost anything to work with. 2 Deagles, Yuri with the P250, and Fallen with the scout that he's picked up here. They've stacked the B-bomb site, and they're bringing the 4th man over, so I guess if Eternal Fire just commit to it, maybe they
this actually looks pretty dangerous, to be honest with you. Like, you've got to break through the window right now. First player goes down, and fortunately Madra is there. It should be okay now. But Madra in that position, I don't think they'll struggle too much. And indeed, they're absolutely fine. If they didn't have the kind of flank coming through from short, I think they're in a lot of trouble in that point. But there's 1 player remaining, and what a player it is. Yuri's had a decent showing so far in Mirage, but not going to be quite enough. There is Eternal Fire now position themselves to take this 3rd map. And it's going to be 9-6 overall. Now, bear in mind, that wasn't the eco, it wasn't the force buy, it was somewhere in the middle. So they will have to take the eco here. It can be more of the same. They can bring in a couple of PT50s in the mix and Deagles and what have you. But overall, it is going to be pretty much a guaranteed round for Eternal Fire. Now, I'm just going to go check out. I'm really interested in the other game. B-Stream is quite a tantalizing prospect. That matchup of VP versus Spirit, trying to keep my perfect prediction streak alive. I'm looking for the 4-0 today, Anders. And so far, so good. Both games are leading towards another Henry G masterclass here in the prediction game.
I mean, I'd be disappointed if there's anything else, to be honest. You build the brand for yourself. I feel like you have to, you have to stick with it. So
yeah,
it would be pretty impressive if that works
But
out.
it's currently, 10-8 in favor of VP on the CT side of losing the pistol. And looks like Spirit will pull around back. But that one's going down to the wire as well. Roobet Cup 2023 has delivered on all fronts. It's been a great first day so far.
With Kali actually Molotov himself, I don't even know how that's done, but I think probably not going to make a difference in the round, but that did look really funny. The bottle just kind of fell back into the middle and hit him over the head. Art's got a Seuss somewhere on the map, so we can maybe get some funny moments there.
Maybe. We're yet to see one. We're yet to see even deployed. So we've had it like purchased a couple of times, but no one's actually got a shot off as of yet.
He's got the right idea, but just not much threat with the USP. Doesn't look like the Seuss is going to be anywhere in position here to even get fired. So they're taking over the B bomb side. The bomb awkwardly is miles away with only 35 seconds. Imagine if you run back in to pick it up and you just someone's snuck past and they find the bomb. That would be really awkward. But that's not a threat at the moment. They're going to be fine. They have time to get to the bomb side anyway. Might even just clean up the kills before that's even an issue. Quesarato here in the middle, but they're going to be at least part of the bomb with the B-bomb site. And no casualties so far on the T side. They're going to be at 10-6. They're going to have some money to work with on that T side, and for Furia, it's now or never. They really need to turn this around.
Yeah, well, double digits has been found, no problem. 5 players surviving here as well for the Turkish squad. And we've got Quesarato. Yeah, nothing he can really do with this, I'm afraid. Deagle, no armor, bomb down, 5 players in front of him. Best he can hope for is an exit kill. He would not be able to save the rifle. Okay, there it is. Like I said, he won't be able to do much more than that. That's the absolute top end. And he managed to convert that at least. Took down Woxic. Makes the money a little bit more complicated, but with 4 players surviving, they've got absolutely tons of cash and bankroll going forward. Now, the question needs to be asked, will Woxic buy the AWP on the T side? He had plenty of cash. He had like $8,000, so he'll bring it out here in round number 17. 2 more rounds to find series points. Still quite a lot of work to be done, and Eternal Fire will be calling the tactical timeout. I don't mind this, Anders. It makes sense. These rounds can be squandered. You've got a nice financial advantage here. We talked about the ramifications of winning the pistol and losing to a second round force by the CT side. We haven't really seen an AWP as of yet for Furia. It's been a real struggle, and this is what the main complaint is with CS2 economy and why it needs to be adjusted, is because if that does come through, you really are on the back foot. Like, you won't recover. As you give up 3 rounds in a row now, we're yet to see the AWP in hands have fallen, and they need to work out what the next move is. I can't see what weapons be dropped in spawn, so maybe he's got an AWP on the ground for him. But yeah, this one is definitely becoming a little bit problematic now.
Yeah, I'm starting to get a bit concerned myself here. I'm not going to lie. Just a 4-round gap, but for Eternal Fire, they're 3 rounds away, just 3 rounds away from picking this one up. Not necessarily a run boost or a jump boost into the middle, but just going to be peeking on over. Nearly picked off by Quesarato. The grenade is going to be a little bit late, but could have been a kill. Would have been a nice way to get the round started here. Furia really need that at the moment. And, they're lacking somebody to really charge through. I think Yuri has been in charge of a lot of the early kills in some of the previous maps that we've seen, but they're all stuck around that 5 to 8 kills each of them. Nobody's really powering through, whereas obviously Santaris on the other side is 18-5, so he's just cleaving through the squad in some of these games. Fallen, look into the window there, not really seeing anyone in the middle. Bomb is still all the way back in T-spawn, so Turkish side hasn't really made up their minds just yet. Art gets a dink, grenade lands on Fallen. They've taken a bit of damage at the beginning, still 50 seconds left. They can still change their minds if they wanted to go back. They're putting a lot of pressure on the A side, though. A
lot of pressure indeed. But still, the bomb is in towards T-spawn, so they do not have to commit to this. They're trying to bleed out the utility. And they've done a great job, Anders. You can see the CTs have no smokes. 1 incendiary. They are in a really troublesome spot right now. Even more so. Maja reading the situation well, takes down Art as they start to reposition, reconfigure the setup back in towards a B bomb site. You can see there, bit of speculative spam from Calyx, is trying to show a bit of presence in towards A. There's that final bit of utility now. The CTs have nothing to fend them off, but they do find Calyx. Lovely shot, and Wicadia, I was going to say, not a great position. It looked like he was out of time, out of luck there with 12 seconds remaining. That shot had to connect. 10 seconds on the bomb site here. Walks it, gives it up, and the round falls apart. It really did come down to that AWP shot. If he connects it, they have a chance to plant. Magic can do nothing about it. After finding the opening kill, the round kind of falls apart for them. Must win for Furia, and they converted on all fronts. Double AWP setup as well. See if Art gets that in his hands. That's when the ancient game started to go wrong for them, to be honest with you, when they went double AWPs. But we'll see what they can make of it. Furia bouncing back here after giving up 3 rounds in a row.
God, some of these rounds really are down to the wire. Gotta be a little bit scary, but yeah, Queserato, just some good shooting at the end, and also they were running out of time, so just not much to do. 10-7, round number 18. That's a shiny light there for them. If Fury are dreaming about a comeback here, and that's the kind of stuff that they need a little bit more of. Smoke is blown up, but there's nobody on the other side to be caught. I don't even think they were really peeking it. I think Art just kind of threw the grenade and ran away, so not sure what that is about. Queserato trying and failing against Santaris, who has been very hard to stop. Every time they run into him, they have to pay with at least 1 or 2 players, and that's painful. Santaris tax.
Yeah, has to be paid in full, I'm afraid. And, well, Art. He manages to pull one back here, make it a couple of kills. He speculated as to whether that AWP could be their downfall, but he's certainly making it sing right now. Calyx will answer back, but he's surely out of time, as he does get another headshot here. The plant can come through. Do they want to force the issue and jump through the window in this 2 versus 1? Apparently not. He was known for his clutching back in the day. We haven't seen much of it in recent times, but does get the information on the first. Can't find the headshot. Furia continue to streak here, and that's a very big round to win. Eternal Fire have been on 10 for some time now. That's like to be 3 rounds in a row, I think, for Furia at this point, as they close the gap, start to make this one more competitive in the 3rd and final map here on day 1 here at Roobet Cup 2023.
Yeah, I mean, this is a late comeback for Furia, right? Even though obviously if you're used to MR15, doesn't seem like it. Seems like we still should be in the middle of the game somewhere, but Eternal Fire have been at the edge of winning this 3rd and final map for a little bit here. So Furia, they're clawing their way back into it now. It's pretty impressive stuff. Also starting to build a slight economy behind. Still not amazing. They still don't have that much money. Good grenades around the corner. You can't see it. Oh, the smoke is fading. I don't think you can see anything there. The Tech-9 comes out on top, and Yuri's going to be kicking himself now. Fallen has to stand tall on this one, and he will. Big kills coming out, and now they can slow it down again. That's huge for Fallen.
Absolutely massive. After finding the opening kill, Fallen's going full berserker mode right now. There's going to be 3 frags found. I thought he got the 4th as well as Art that snatches that one away, but the job has been done here. And we will see next round posted for Furia. Eternal Fire starting to fall apart now, as their money comes under a bit of scrutiny. They've got 2 players around $3,500. That means either Galils or Tech-9s for those 2. And Furia posting 3 in a row as we get to round number 20, looking to tie things up at 10-10. And money's enough a tactical timeout. There it is, called for Eternal Fire, as they can feel this one slipping away from them. After winning that 2nd round forced by getting 3 rounds in a row, they yet to post like a very convincing gun round since. And it's the AWPs. Like, say what you want about the first map. This double AWP setup is working very well on Mirage.
Wow, yeah, it is. It's starting to come together now. Trending in the right direction, there's no question about it. Queserato a little bit ahead of the pack at the moment, but look at the rest of them. 12 on Queserato, 9 on Yuri as the bottom fragger. So kind of a tight group that they've got going on. I don't know, this is looking a lot more encouraging. Just a couple of rounds ago, I would have said Eternal Fire are primed to just walk away with this one, but for the minute, it is looking a little bit better for the Brazilian side. Let's see if they can keep it up, or if they're going to be falling short once again, because it did end up in overtime on the first map, and it was Eternal Fire to walk away with a win there. Fallen backing up his teammate, pushing in. Cello trying to get close to the action. Going to get flashed in. They'll probably hear that in the other pass. I'm assuming Major hears the deep flash there, but still, that's a lot of information for Furia to work with. And look at the result. They're pushing back towards the middle and towards the A-bomb site.
Well. A bit of a standstill here. The first signs of calm on Mirage in some time. We've got the bomb in towards T spawn. Magi patrolling the underpass. And they're waiting for CT aggression, but it's not being presented at all here. Everyone just sat back, relaxed. And this is very tranquil, Anders. You don't see this too often.
I know. It's almost a little bit peaceful. Like, take a moment of meditation. You know, maybe get a little bit of deep breath in there. It's nice. Oh, the piece has been broken, Henry. We're back in the action. It's Major to go down. Jury gets the opening. Art sneaking through a kill. I didn't think he had that one, but somehow connects with Calyx at the edge of the smoke. And now the time is running out. Art continues. He's taking down Woxic. He's having more of an impact this game for sure. The bomb is being attempted on the other side, and it will barely get planted. But how do you hold this one, even with Santaris alive? I just doubt this is going to be playing out. But he will get the first headshot. Let's see what he can do, Henry.
I don't know. As soon as you say that name, Zantares, that's when he appears, Sanders. He gets himself a double kill. Make it a triple. He's given Wakadia a chance, a fighting chance in his 2 versus 1. If he's going to prove his worth in this team, he hasn't had the best showing today. This would be the sort of round to deliver on. The bomb is ticking at some pace now, but there is a smoke available on the CT side. They'll deploy it on top, and now he needs to find some spectacular form. And unfortunately, the smoke going down, his chances were very limited. But even in the 5-on-2, Anders, with Zantares alive, he can have massive impact there. And he set up his teammate for a 2 versus 1 clutch, which is certainly within his wheelhouse, and able to really get going, though, and that's going to be disappointing for Zantares. But the good news is they're at the 4th stage loss bonus, and they got the bomb planted. It means they can get another buy into the mix here, but time is running out now. That massive lead they had has disintegrated right in front of their very eyes. And we'll have a look at the replay. Surely it's just Zantares' vision. Yeah, indeed. As soon as you give him an inch, he'll take a mile every single time. This shot, the preemptive shot towards Fallen, was magnificent. And managing at the 3rd as well, I thought he had a real chance here. But the player towards Steps, that's Fury, took him down and denied everything. So we are going to have AKs pretty much across the board. Almost no utility, Anders, but they might not need it. Wakadi opens things up, but Serato shuts them down. Another advantage here for the Brazilians as they look to close things out here. Looks perfect with Fallen. He's just going to keep peeking, maybe to his detriment. Drops a smoke, trying to buy some time here. They've leaped out the window, and now he's got his work cut out for him. In true Fallen fashion, a close-range AWP shot connects, and it will be Serato to close out the round. This is more like it from Furia. They get 5 rounds in a row, and they are officially on fire.
I don't understand what Cello was doing. Like, Fallen was peeking it, but Cello was just jumping in the window. Like, maybe he wanted to jump out, but it looked like he got stuck at the ledge and just, you know, he was just jumping while they were running him down. That could have been the end of the round. If not for Fallen getting some really outrageous shots in there, I don't know what happens. That's concerning. Got to keep the focus in there. But you're right. They are on fire. 5 in a row. 11-10. They need 2 more rounds. This is starting to look really, really good for them. Oh, look at this. Flash to set it up. Yuri going to swing really deep. He's lost to this tech line before. That was because of a Molotov that was obscuring it, so he doesn't really want to get too close. But at least they'll find out that there's somebody on the ramp. So that's a bit of info. Looks like it's going to be a 3-way pincer movement towards the A-bomb site, Henry.
Yeah, looks to be the case, Anders. And for now, it's what? Mac 10s, Tech 9s. And they're not all in necessarily, but they desperately need this round to try and avoid map point. It's Woxic opening things up. He's actually got the man advantage. He's got himself a double. Out of nowhere, the SMG makes it work. And surely this is a round they can convert here and deny everything for Furia, who looked like they were destined to pick up this 3rd and final map. But there's now a fly in the ointment. They've got to save. And the money, it's fine, but it's not great. So they can't even explore their options here. They have no choice but to save the 2 weapons. And out of nowhere, from the top rope, it's Woxic, a double kill with the Mac 10. And it's all about the Mac 10 as Macho picks up a kill as well.
That is absolutely absurd. I can't believe it worked so well. Fallen was so confident in taking that fight. He did get the leg shot off, but it was not enough. So after a 5-round win streak, it's the Mac 10s that bring down Furia and tie up the game at 11-11. I've got to ask you, Henry, because now we've unleashed a real cultural debate in the chat about kebabs.
Yeah.
So I want to throw it in there. What about baklava? Like, what's your...
Like I said earlier in the broadcast, Anders, I don't consume sugar. So my opinion is not valid in that situation.
Okay.
Bloody hell, Fallen. That's amazing. Yeah, so I couldn't really give you any insight there. I don't have any sugar in my diet. So
all right.
I'm the
I was
wrong
hoping
person
to get you on
ask.
thin ice, you know, like... because
Like, from what I know, that's where the origins of baklava comes from, is Turkey, right? So who else is in the conversation? I don't know.
You said that. Well, I think Greece. I think this is one of those topics where whoever you ask, they're going to say say we made it. So I'm just saying, it's potentially dangerous. I was baiting you into some hot water.
I hope I gave you enough to work with there. Like, that's all I really know about it. I know it's nice. I've had it before and it's enjoyable, but just I wouldn't want to give a kind of comprehensive opinion on it because I just don't think I'm educated enough on the subject.
Well, that's okay. That is a way to stay safe. I appreciate that. Maybe running the fence a little bit there, but still,
that's what I do. I stay out of trouble. I don't really have an opinion on anything, really.
That is the way to go these days, for sure. Well, I mean, I don't know what's going to happen here. That's such an odd round for Eternal Fire to win. It's hard to say if they can necessarily replicate that. But for Furia, it also kind of it brings back some of the weakness of the lineup, that sometimes they will just kind of lose some of these fights almost one at a time. Like, there's no return kills. There's no plan for somebody to say, if I die, at least you'll get a kill in return. They just sort of go down one by one. And we've seen that before. That has to be avoided. Woxic is praying that Cello's going to be too aggressive. He wants one more step, and he gets it as well. Good start.
Yeah, he's coming to life in this one. Hasn't had much impact with the AWP, but the fact he gets 2 kills in the Mac 10, and maybe this kill on Fallen as well, it could have been everything there, but he gives himself up. We go back to a 4-on-4, which does favour the T side, so it's still fine. This round is recoverable. Zantares, he looks poised to get this kill, but doesn't anticipate Yuri's position there towards a connector, but Wukardia, he certainly anticipates Arts. 3-on-3. We're getting to that high-octane level of Counter-Strike once again. It's getting scrappier and scrappier as the rounds go by. People just taking one-on-one duels left, right, and center. Wukardia trying to negate his way through the smokes. I think he's done enough here to actually slip the net and get in towards jungle. Yuri is aware of the prospect of that. It's a pretty common maneuver, but he's obviously lost track of him. As he bides his time, his teammates make their way in towards B. And for now, this is all about Wukardia. If he can find any sort of impact here, this would be massive.
Surely not. Surely you don't actually
back to
check
back.
This. Yeah, this is ridiculous. They're on either side of the same wall, just with their backs turned. 25 seconds left. This kill in the middle of the map could be everything, Yuri. He's going to get that one of the bomb carrier. 20 seconds. There comes Wukardia, but in the meantime, Fallen, he gets one more, taking down Wukardia. Only a couple of seconds left there, but absolutely brutal. They just stood there for such a long time, but in the end, it was Eternal Fire running out of time.
It looked like a genius maneuver, but they obviously had no idea that the player was back-to-back with him. He's calling, yeah, I've got control, I've got jungle, it's under my remit. Like, you can make your way through connector. No, of course they can't. It's a really nice play there. You can see he was aware of the prospect of someone sneaking into the smoke, and he never let his foot off the pedal. He's like, there's a chance here. I'm going to have to just hold my position and make sure I watch the connector. Someone could have slipped the net, but there it is. Map point for Furia. It has to be Eternal Fire here. Third and final map. It's been a hell of a series, back and forth throughout this entirety. Some crazy rounds and lots of skill presented. And we'll just let Calix through there. Cheers, Woxic. And for now, we get into a default spread here for Eternal Fire. They need this one to take us to overtime as we get into what could be the final round of the day.
Who wants to be the first one to make a mistake here on the Eternal Fire side? I just always imagine this is going to be one of the feelings that you're going to have. Of course, these players are a little bit more experienced, but still, just the feeling of if you make a misstep here, if you walk into Fallen's AWP or Art's AWP for that matter, you could be setting off a chain reaction that ends with a loss here on a third map again. Just a tough game for both these teams, but someone's going to be walking away with the victory right now. We could get more overtime. Casting with you, Henry, so it's possible. There's Wukardia opening up and taking down Yuri. 2 people left at the A-bomb side. Art and Fallen, they're smoked off. What a shot! Zantares landing his 23rd kill.
Here we go.
That is just amazing.
Overtime beckons Anders once again here as the bomb is planted. It's a 5-on-3. Furia, of course, will be going for it, but they don't have much to work with here. Losing Yuri and Fallen. Cello only with the MP9. Open the retake as well. It's just so many things working against them. Beautiful shots coming in from the likes of Wukardia and Zantares. It looks like they've done enough to guarantee overtime at this point, unless an absolute blunder occurs, which I don't see happening. There's too many variables going in their favor. The bomb's sticking at too faster a pace. Serato opens things up, but bear in mind they don't really have any utility. They can't smoke the bomb. It would have to be raw firepower here. They're kind of making it work. It's actually getting a little bit uncomfortable now, and there's no time to defuse almost certainly, you would think. They are on it. Oh no, it hasn't. Oh my god, this actually happened. I can't believe it. I'm speechless.
No!
I'm speechless. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh no!
I don't know what to tell you. I don't even have any words for that. They've given that round up.
How many weeks are going to go by before you forget this round? What a devastating way to lose, Henry. It was in the bag. How did they fumble it? What happened?
I don't know. It was a 5-on-3 post plant with the bomb halfway gone. All you had to do is just have one player AFK in the palace, crossfire set up, deploy your utility. CT's had nothing. Like, I am gobsmacked. Like, I don't know how you lose that round. That is absolutely bizarre to me. I'm seldom am I off word, Anders. We all know that, but bloody hell. I think we'll just throw it over to the studio and just see the live reaction while it's piping hot over there. We'll throw it to those guys now.
I mean, we all sprinted over as soon as that happened because I don't think either of us had expected that to pan out the way that it did.
I don't know what the hell happened there. How do you lose that? Like Henry said, like, I am gobsmacked. It was a 5v3, bomb down, bomb halfway ticked, and they somehow throw it away.
What's interesting is the last guy, instead of shooting at the guy who is on the defuse, he shot the guy who is not on the defuse.
Miscommunication?
With brain?
Brain lag?
I don't know. The thing is, like, it's just... I'm glad they lost. I mean, if you do that, you shouldn't be losing, right?
I know why you're glad they lost, because the game's over, you don't go to OT and you can go to bed and your jet lag brain can rest.
If anything, you shouldn't be glad that happened.
I should be glad.
No, because your prediction's wrong now.
I don't care about my predictions.
Oh, now he doesn't care about his predictions. Sure.
It's fine. I'll win anyway. But the thing is, like, if you allow yourself to, first of all, they were like, 10-5 up or something like that.
Yeah.
They allowed them to get in a position where they lose pretty much every close round. They get in a 5v3 in the final round. They plant the bomb. They lose the way they lose, right?
Can we get the replay of that, actually? Like, the final 30 seconds of that production?
You want to watch that again?
I want to. I'm just embracing the madness right now, because before we started on Mirage, we said, the CT side of Eternal Fire, that's been a problem. Maybe they're going to be a little bit more proactive, and they were. They had a great CT side to start things off. Xantaros is looking unplayable. Sure, we had a couple of BS rounds coming in from Art there, but still, it was a very solid start from Eternal Fire. Then they allowed Furia back into this. And then they mount their own little mini comeback. It looked like OT was just guaranteed, and they just a brain fog maybe. Maybe they're jet lagged. I don't know.
They even lost this pistol. Look at this. They were 3v2 post play.
That was sick, though.
It wasn't sick. I mean, yeah, the shots were great, but the crossfire wasn't there. The communication wasn't there. It should never happen. It should never happen once, let alone twice. In the pistol and in the very last round that can get you to the overtime. It's just a misplay completely, and I feel like, they got what they deserved.
That was exactly what we were talking about, though, over on Vertigo, the fact that it seems like there's a significant lack of communication. I feel like that's definitely seeped through into this game as well. But talking a little bit more about Art, it seemed like he started to find his groove heading into this map.
Yeah, but for me, yeah, he was being more useful than he was in the first map for sure, right? But for me, Fallen, man, he was like hitting some nutty shots. I'm still waiting for this round to come up here in a bit, but
also this one on 11-11 when they had like 3v3 and the guy was like back to back.
There we go.
Oh yeah. Was a single trade?
Nothing.
Okay,
that's it. All right, but still, like that round was basically unlosable. They lost it, and they only have themselves to blame.
There was only one way to lose this round, and they managed to find it.
They managed to find it. Yeah. It's quite impressive in a way.
I was going to say. I mean, I think even they themselves were taken by surprise.
I was listening to Anders and Henry, and one of them were like, and yeah, this one's pretty much a guaranteed. Wait, what the hell just happened?
I mean, we were pretty much counting on overtime. It was like, over. But, something's... I mean, it's better to happen now. It's better never to happen, that's first. But, if it has to happen, it should be now in the first game instead of like in the elimination game. So, that's...
Aurora with their entire drama happening over there, and then somehow Eternal Fire letting that one slip, and Furia will move on through to the upper bracket finals.
Yeah, a lot of reverse swaps. It's just Movistar Riders won after the losing first map, BP as well. What happened today with Heroic and Aurora?
Yeah.
And it's like very, very surprising, something that we kind of expected, right? We expected upset, we expected different results, and they did deliver.
Well, I think today certainly has been chaos, drama, the unexpected. Expect the unexpected.
Candles.
Candles as
stuff,
well.
Yeah.
I still think that you've been outnumbered by the amount of people that agree that scented candles are
That's
very...
6 versus 9, no dramas there, kind of full lineups right there. Monty looked good, and imagine
to prove what
No.
prevail.
You're a mate with a snake? Nice.
and see.
Mira quién está, nudo, tu amigo.
Bien, gordo. Te quedo a dormir.
Te sacaste una foto con él, pelotudo. Vas a jugar con Roobet, la plataforma gratis de Roobet. Mi amor.
Sí, mi amor, juego todo lo que quiero.